Volume 1. Book 1, Chapter 1. B1C1, Qin Yu. It is a day in the winter. After heavy snows, the whole Yan city seems to be covered in a silvery coat. A very large city, Yan City can accommodate several million people, and so the mansion of the person who is in charge of the three counties comprising the eastern region East Vanquishing Prince Qin is located in the city. The East Vanquishing Prince mansion occupies an extremely large area with its main entrance kept open all the time. The main entrance is also very large, enough for 6 or 7 people to enter at the same time. Moreover, 2 bare-chested vigorous men who are about 2 meters tall and look as if they are carved from rock are standing on the left and right-hand sides of the entrance with their eyes coldly glancing at the crowds of passers-by. Each of them is carrying a huge blood-red battle knife on his muscular tiger-like back. At first sight, the knives are at least 1.5 m long. It is a winter day, the ground is totally covered by snowflakes, the temperature is frighteningly low and even the rivers have frozen, yet these 2 men are bare-chested. Nevertheless, this is not the most shocking thing. What is even more frightening is that there is a ferocious tiger standing beside each of them. The tigers are red like flame from top to toe and are about 2 m long. Every time they sweep their iron whip-like tails, they cause the air to tremble. Their eyes radiate cold rays of light. These tigers are called fierce tigers. Suddenly, 2 men walk out from the East Vanquishing Prince mansion. They are also bare-chested and leading a fierce tiger each. They have come to change shifts with the other 2. Outside of the mansion, people all wittingly bypass it whether they are members of powerful families, aristocrats or commoners in Yan City. In a secluded courtyard in the East Vanquishing Prince mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in green is sitting on a stone bench. A lovely boy is sitting on his legs. 12 people are standing in front of him. These 12 people are either old men or beautiful women or young men, but they have one thing in common: they are all dressed in purple. "Father, what have you called up so many teachers for?" asks Qin Yu, who is just 6 years old and is sitting on his father's thighs. Idly kneading a snowball in his hands, he looks at his father Qin with doubtful eyes. Qin caresses Qin Yu's head lovingly, then looks up and turns to the 12 people. He suddenly says, "You have taught Yuer for some time. All right, don't be hesitant. Let me know if you have any judgments." The 12 people look at each other. Then a white-bearded man takes a step forward. "Your Highness," says he, "having observed Third Prince from every aspect, we see that Third Prince has some interest in unconventional skills, but has absolutely no interest in such matters as the way of ruling. According to our judgments, it is impossible for Third Prince to become a perfect ruler." It seems a bit subjective for them to make such an assertion after having stayed in contact with the boy for only several days, but Qin has no doubts nonetheless. He gives a deep sigh, looks at unwitting Qin Yu and says with a forced smile, "I see. Yuer is like his mother. He has no interest in worldly power. But in terms of practicing martial arts he is." Saying up to here, Qin suddenly stops. He then waves his hand and says, "This period of time must have been troublesome for you. You all can now leave the mansion." "Your Highness, we take our leave." The 12 people bow in unison, then leave the secluded little courtyard in turn. Now there are only Qin and his son Qin Yu in the courtyard. Qin remains silent. After a while, he looks at Qin Yu with meaningful eyes. Anyway, 6-year-old Qin Yu is still unable to understand the meaning of this. "What's the matter with father? Why isn't he talking?" wonders he. But he is very clever, so he does not disturb his father. Having been without his mother since he was very little, in his heart father is the most important person in addition to his 2 older brothers. After some time, Qin is still sitting. Qin Yu has been sitting quietly on his father's thighs all along. Suddenly a cry of a crane rises. A white Xian crane is flying towards them. On the Xian crane is sitting a handsome middle-aged man with an elegant, lofty demeanor. The Xian crane takes only a short while to arrive at the courtyard. As soon as he sees this middle-aged man, Qin stands up and asks hurriedly, "Brother Feng, there's something wrong about Yuer Stantian. I wonder if you can think of." Seeing Qin like that, Fenjiuzi naturally knows what is wrong with his good friend. He only sighs and says, "As I said earlier, there's absolutely no hope of success for Yuer in practicing martial arts, Your Highness. His very strange Dantian can't accumulate internal energy, so of course he can't practice martial arts. This kind of Dantian is innate and there's not even a chance of finding it in millions upon millions of people. So I have no solution either." Hearing this outcome, Qin slowly sits down and contemplates for a long time. "Father, what is internal energy? Why can't my Dantian accumulate internal energy? Just now those teachers also talked about a ruler or something. What did they mean?" asks 6-year-old, wide-eyed Qin Yu doubtfully. He remembers what was said not long ago clearly. Qin smiles bitterly inside, but he still soothes Qin Yu. Don't ask too much. You dislike studying this and that, and want to go to Misty Villa, don't you? Qin Yu's eyes immediately shine with excitement, looking like bright stars in the night sky. He says, so I don't have to study those boring books anymore? Misty Villa, I love the hot spring, love looking up at the stars, and love watching the sunrise. Qin smiles, alright, if you like, I'm going to give you Misty Villa. There are also 1,000 crack soldiers who will be yours to command. If you want something, just tell your father directly. Aha, this is awesome. Wow, Misty Villa is mine now. I'll be able to soak in the hot spring every day. It's going to feel very good, says Qin Yu. His cheeks are red with excitement. The smile on Qin's face is totally forced, but Qin Yu still does not notice anything unusual. It's good that you like it. You should get some sleep first. Whenever you want to go to Misty Villa, you only need to tell your Grandpa Lien, smiles Qin while tapping Qin Yu on the head. Goodbye, father. Goodbye, Uncle Feng. Qin Yu waves his hands, then goes to his room. Qin smiles and watches Qin Yu enter the room. His face then suddenly hardens. With a shake of his body, he seems to turn into a wisp of green smoke and disappears from the courtyard. Fenjiuzi also disappears after him gracefully like a floating cotton fiber. In a secret room of the princely mansion, there are 3 people at the moment: Qin, Fenjiuzi and a scholar who is dressed in black and holding a folding fan. Your Highness, you have really made the decision? The black-dressed scholar looks at Qin and asks him doubtfully. Qin nods. Since Yu can't become a leader or an expert of the Xiantian level, it is better if he doesn't take part in this. That strange Dantian of his, alas, perhaps the only thing I can give him is 10 odd years of happiness and quietude. When the time comes for us to put my plan into action, Yu won't be able to have a peaceful day either. Fenjiuzi thinks for a while, then decides to speak out. Your Highness, must this plan of yours be executed? You should know what consequences that plan will bring about once it's carried out, should you not? Asks Fenjiuzi once again. Qin's face hardens immediately. His eyes flash with cold lights. He says, it doesn't matter if it is for the ancestors of the Qin clan or for Jingyi, this plan must be carried out. Jingyi left me 3 sons, although there's something wrong with Yu Dantian. But Fenger and Zhenger are good at martial arts and literature respectively, enough to make this matter of importance successful. Su Yuan, has the first move shadowy chess been started? The black-dressed scholar Su Yuan waves his fan a couple of times, then folds it and says with a smile, don't worry, Your Highness. I have everything in the palm of my hand. Good. Very good. Qin's eyes radiate killing intent. The place where East vanquishing Prince Qin lives is called the Qianlong continent, which has a large area. To this day no one has ever been able to measure it. This is due mostly to the fact that the easternmost part of the Qianlong continent is occupied by an immense wilderness. The wilderness has many high mountain ranges and is covered by thick forests. It also has countless demonic beasts. The deeper one goes into the wilderness, the more dangerous the beasts he will encounter. Therefore, not even the powerful people honorably styled Shangxian on the Qianlong continent have been able to explore this immense wilderness fully. On the west side of the immense wilderness, there are 3 big kingdoms, ruled respectively by the Chu dynasty, the Ming dynasty and the Han dynasty. The populations of the 3 kingdoms amount to approximately 10 billion people. The continent's area is even more shockingly large. Of the 3 dynasties, Chu is the most powerful, but there is a very special clan within its kingdom, the Qin clan. The Qin clan occupies the 3 counties comprising the eastern region out of the Chu kingdom's 12 counties. It has a heritage that has been passed down for several hundred years. Its footing in the 3 eastern region counties is so profound that even the Chu emperor will find it extremely difficult to deal with the Qin clan. Moreover, the clan has a unique corps called the Fierce Tiger Corps. Fierce tigers, crimson from head to toe and having a fairly large body, are a particular type of tiger. The method of breeding them on a large scale is the most important secret of the Qin clan. The Qin clan has charge of an army of 600,000 men, 50,000 of whom belong to the Fierce Tiger Corps. Every soldier of the corps rides a fierce tiger. Having astonishingly strong attacks itself, coupled with the mounted soldier, the tiger becomes even more difficult to defeat. The roars of the 50,000 fierce tigers alone can cause a lot of damage to the enemy's morale. The 50,000 fierce tiger soldiers can easily annihilate a large army of over 100,000 ordinary cavalrymen. The power of martial arts is of paramount importance on the Qianlong continent. Each of the 3 big kingdoms here has at least one Xiaxianist who serves as a national guardian. In the eyes of commoners, Xiaxianists are godlike. Once their flying swords are drawn, they can behead a person from hundreds or thousands of li away. Using their swords, they can fly up to the 9th level of the sky. Are such feats not what only immortal beings are capable of? Misty Villa is built on Mount Donglan. The mountain is 3,000 m high and therefore can be considered a high mountain. 2 years has passed. Xinyu is now an 8-year-old boy. He has grown taller quite a bit. His eyes occasionally radiate wisdom, but deep in the eyes there is a hint of sadness. At this moment Xinyu is walking on a mountain road alone with a black young eagle standing on his shoulder. Xiao Hei, it's been 2 years. My father has only visited me once in 2 whole years. Xinyu nips his lips, then talks to the young eagle on his shoulder. He found this young eagle 1 year ago while going about on Mount Donglan and conveniently brought it alone. Having the eagle as a friend, he has not been very lonesome. His father was his everyday friend before he turned 6. But it has been 2 whole years since then and he has only seen his father once. The black eagle flaps its wings and gently caresses Qinyu's childish face, making him laugh immediately. After walking for a while, he suddenly sees a pregnant woman ahead of him who is arduously carrying firewood. He promptly turns to the eagle and says, Xiao Hei, let's help this auntie, okay? Xiao Hei flaps its wings at once and shakes a couple of times on Qinyu's shoulder. Without delay Qinyu runs very fast to the woman while laughing. Auntie, allow me to carry the firewood for you. Qinyu says to the woman. Hearing that, she puts down a bundle of firewood and wipes the sweats on her face. When she sees that Qinyu is only a boy, she says laughingly, Thank you, little kid. Your auntie here can carry it by herself. It's still about 1 li from here to our hamlet. Saying to here, she puts the firewood on her back again and continues to advance. I'm not a little kid. I'm 8 years old already. I'm sure I can carry the firewood. Qinyu looks at the sweats on the woman's face. With just 2 actions he abruptly snatches the firewood from her and puts it on his back. A bundle of firewood is nothing to an ordinary people, but to an 8-year-old boy it is very heavy. However, because Qinyu often soaks himself in the hot spring in Misty Villa, his body is much stronger than that of a normal 8-year-old child, and he is actually able to carry it on his back. Auntie, you see, aren't I carrying it? Humph, you still call me a little kid? Says Qinyu proudly. His childish little face is covered in dust at the moment, looking very dirty. The woman is amazed briefly. She soon says with a smile, Your strength is really not bad. But there's a li to go. I'm sure you can't go on till the end, kid. You'd better let auntie carry it. Who says I can't go on till the end? Seeing the woman reach out her hand, Qinyu hurriedly starts to run forward. Then he turns his head around and says, Auntie, I've run about this Mount Donglan many times. I know there's a hamlet just over a li from here. It must be your hamlet. Let's go. Hurry up. Ha, you're not as fast as me. The pregnant woman smiles broadly. This kid, what family is he from? Having a son like this, his parents must be very happy. At first it is not difficult for Qinyu to carry the bundle of firewood, but after going some length he feels his own legs start to weaken. After all, he has been going on a mountain road while carrying firewood on his back. Even though Qinyu surely is strong, he is also merely 8 years old. After a while, his legs suddenly tremble. Kid, says the woman alarmingly. Don't worry, this is a piece of cake, says Qinyu after turning his head around and struggling to put on a smiling face. Those words make him sound like a strong man. But the mountain road does not agree with them. Qinyu's foot hits a stone and he cannot help stumbling. Then his whole body falls to the ground with a thud. The woman immediately walks up. She takes hold of the firewood and helps Qinyu stand up. His little face is now full of dust and looks very dirty. Feeling deeply wronged, he turns to the woman and says, Auntie, actually, I can still carry it. Just now I only tripped on a stone. Alright, Auntie knows you can still go on. But the hamlet is up ahead. I thank you very much. The woman puts the firewood on her back. Seeing that Qinyu is not injured, she helps him clean his face. Then she carefully warns him again and again to go home. Only after Qinyu has nodded and promised that he will does she return to the hamlet. Qinyu looks at the hamlet which is about 100 m in front of him and says with a frown, Xiao Hei, it's time to go home. Then he immediately smiles, but it's much easier for Auntie now. She'll arrive at the hamlet soon. His smile is brilliant. It is a smile from the bottom of his heart. At a secret place nearby, 3 people look at each other. They are experts who secretly protect Qinyu. He is East Vanquishing Prince's son, and 3rd Prince, no less, so how is it possible for him to run around alone on a big mountain? 3rd Prince is still a kid, but he is already so kind. I can't understand why His Highness sent 3rd Prince to Misty Villa. He only visited it once in 2 years. Every time seeing third prince sit alone at the top of the mountain for a whole night, seeing his small body engulfed in the cold wind of the night, I felt unhappy, groans one person in a low voice. Another man nods and says, whenever third prince looked up at the sky, his expression made my heart ache. His Highness he. Alas! Enough! What His Highness wants to do is not what we can understand. Our duty is only to protect third prince well. Suddenly, on the mountain road, a swarthy man of an imposing build with eyes as large as copper bells is coming up at a high speed on a crimson tiger. He says loudly as he sees Chinyu, third prince, first prince and second prince have arrived. Chinyu is so excited that his eyes glitter. He runs to the swarthy man at once and jumps on the tiger's back. His face has reddened with excitement. He says hurriedly, Uncle Wang, hurry up, let's go. Let's get back to Misty Villa, . The man hugs Chinyu carefully, then drives the fierce tiger to descend the mountain at top speed, leaving behind a dust cloud. End of B1C1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 2. B1C2 Resolution. Misty Villa is located on the mountainside of Mount Donglan. On the surface it is patrolled and guarded by a group of ferocious soldiers, but how many experts it has in secret is not known to outsiders. Moreover, because Misty Villa belongs to East Vanquishing Prince, only people who think their lives are too long would come here to cause trouble. Outside of Misty Villa, there are 2 huge stone lions and 2 soldiers who wear black armor standing upright on the sides of the main entrance. They glance outward constantly and look like 2 lone, proud pine trees. Their large, strong bodies have a natural air of murder. That murderous air is what only soldiers who have really gone through bloody battles can possess. Third Prince. The 2 black-armored soldiers kneel down suddenly and say respectfully. Chinyu quickly jumps down from the tiger's back. The black eagle is standing firmly on his shoulder. Chinyu is obviously very happy and excited at this moment. He runs through the entrance at a very fast speed and at the same time he says laughingly to the 2 soldiers, Uncles, please stand up quickly. The 2 black-armored soldiers stand up. There is a hint of fondness in their eyes as they see Chinyu's small body rush into the main yard. Ha, big brother and second brother must be soaking in the hot spring. Without thinking much, Chinyu runs directly toward the hot spring in the west garden of Misty Villa. He even murmurs, humph, humph, I'm obviously the master of Misty Villa. How dare these 2 guys enter the hot spring without my permission, After a short while, Chinyu has arrived at the villa's west garden. He stands akimbo then suddenly points with his right hand. Glaring at the 2 people in the hot spring as if he is indignant, he says, Hey! You daredevils! I'm the master here. How dare you get into the hot spring without my permission? Chinyu could only utter a loud cry before a hand reaches out and pulls him. He loses balance at once and falls toward the hot spring. Hey, I haven't taken off my clothes! Cries Chinyu. His body falls into the hot spring with a loud splash, sending out countless sprays of water. The black eagle, which is standing on Chinyu's shoulder, has to flap his wings hurriedly to have the luck to avoid falling into the hot spring. Otherwise this mighty eagle would have become a soaked chick. Ha, Xiaoyu, don't you dare be so arrogant to your older brothers. You've gone too far. While your brothers work their butts off day in day out, you soak in this hot spring, and it's the hot spring of Misty Villa, no less. Says a juvenile very indignantly, but there is a hint of amusement deep in his eyes. Pfff. Chinyu forcefully spits out a gulp of water. His whole body is drenched. He looks angrily at the juvenile before him. Second brother, so it's really you. I knew it was you. Only you would pull me into the water. Big brother would never do that. Chinyu quickly takes off his gown and pants. He jumps into the hot spring wearing only a pair of shorts and looks resentfully at his second brother Qinzhang. Qinzhang is still just a 12-year-old juvenile, but there is always an amiable, smiling expression on his face. He always makes people he deal with feel as if they are bathing in a spring breeze. Only when he is with his siblings can Qinzhang fool around as a juvenile. You said big brother? Ha, he fell asleep quickly already, says Qinzhang laughingly. Qinzhang, you think your big brother is like a pig? How could I have gone to sleep so fast? Says a cool and collected young man who just moments ago was lying with his eyes closed on the other side of the hot spring. After opening his eyes and saying so to Qinzhang, he turns to Chinyu with a smile and says, Xiaoyu, this Misty Villa's hot spring is really unusually effective. Last time I only soaked in it once yet my wounds got much better. Now only their dim marks can be seen. If I soak in it for some more days, maybe my whole body would be like yours. This is Chinyu's big brother Qinfoam, who is already 16 years old. Due to practicing martial arts, he looks as if he is 18 or 19 years old. Big brother Qin Feng is the person Qin Yu adores the most. The last time they met, he saw with his own eyes that Big Brother could blow a tree as large as an adult's thigh into smithereens with a single punch, and so he has been very envious of his martial prowess. Hearing Big Brother talk about the unusual effects of the hot spring, Qin Yu stands up in a very mischievous manner, sticks out his little chest, raises his little head and says proudly, "Of course, there's no question that Misty Villa's hot spring is unusually effective." "Humph, can't you see who Misty Villa's master is? It's none other than your little brother. This brat." Both Qin Feng and Qin Zhang burst out laughing. As Qin Yu has not seen his big brother and second brother for a long time, they enjoy messing around together. But Qin Feng and Qin Zhang give Qin Yu a slight advantage because they both dote on this little brother of theirs. They all lack a mother, so naturally they care more about their little brother. After playing for quite some time, Qin Yu lies down comfortably and quietly in the hot spring. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang also lie down. "Aren't you very busy, brothers? How could you have time to visit me?" asks Qin Yu. "Father," seeming to notice that he has said something wrong, Qin Feng immediately says, "It's nothing really. It's just that there's no business in the army for the moment, so I returned. Father also allowed this. Then I found second brother and brought him along." Qin Zhang also nods and says to Qin Yu with a smile, "That's true. You may not know that to find the time for this visit I had to try hard. But even so, I only got a half-day break. After half a day, I'm hurrying back." "Me too, after a half-day I'm leaving with second brother," says Qin Feng apologetically. "Oh, only a half-day," responds Qin Yu. He is obviously a bit disappointed. His earlier excitement and mischievousness are totally gone. Qin Yu has 3 relatives, his father and his 2 older brothers. Father is so busy that he has only visited him once for the last 2 years. It is so hard for him to meet his brothers this time, but after a half-day, he will be all by himself again, or perhaps, to be more exact, he will still have Xiaohei, which is standing beside the hot spring. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang exchange a look. They both feel powerless. Qin Yu suddenly smiles and stands up. "Big brother, father went over there in the immense wilderness. He taught you a lot about the art of war, didn't he?" asks he immediately. "I know father is very good at marshalling forces. Grandpa Lian told me so." "That's right. Father's art of war is terribly good. When he and I were carrying out land battle chess drills, it took me a half-year of practice to barely meet his demands." Qin Feng seems to be remembering those days. He says unconsciously, "Father's art of war is truly extremely good. Big brother." Qin Zhang looks at him. Qin Feng's heart skips a beat. He cannot help smiling bitterly inside. He knows he was careless about what he said. Qin Yu does not seem to take notice of that. With a very excited expression, he starts to talk with Qin Zhang and Qin Feng about what has happened to them these days. The 3 brothers chat in the hot spring for a long time. Then only after having a dinner party do Qin Feng and Qin Zhang leave. Outside of Misty Villa, Qin Yu, dressed in a black brocade robe, follows his 2 brothers with his eyes as they are going away and waves his hands. "Goodbye, big brother, second brother." Qin Yu's eyes twinkle non-stop. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang turn their heads around and smile to Qin Yu. Then they jump onto 2 fierce tigers. There are about 100 crack soldiers behind them, who are also riding fierce tigers. In a short time they have already disappeared on the mountain road without a trace. At a place down the mountain road, Qin Feng and Qin Zhang are riding 2 fierce tigers side by side. "Big brother, this time you were careless with your words. Xiao Yu doesn't like stuff like scheming or policy making. Also, because of his Dantian's problem, he can't practice to become a military commander. So, he can't do well in both military and literary arts. Father's energy has been spent on the 2 of us, whereas Xiao Yu couldn't see him in a whole year. He's been all by himself. You said father and you had conducted land battle chess drills for a half-year. What do you think he felt about that?" says Qin Zhang to Qin Feng. He is obviously very annoyed. Qin Feng says with a forced smile, "Second brother, I wasn't paying attention at the time. After that I regretted saying so as well." Suddenly, Qin Feng's face hardens. He says, "Second brother, because of his Dantian's innate problem, Xiao Yu can't do well in martial and literary arts. He won't have enough power to protect himself. We too must protect Xiao Yu well. We mustn't let anyone bully him. If anyone dares to bully Xiao Yu, I'm going to make them regret being born," says Qin Zhang with a trace of cruelty in his eyes. In a short while, the 2 brothers and the bodyguards behind them have left Mount Donglan and rush for Yin City. Late at night, on Mount Donglan, a small, thin body is sitting on the top of the mountain in cold breezes. A black young eagle is standing quietly on his shoulder. Xinyu is watching the starry sky in this way, but there is a look in his eyes that is much more mature than that of other children of the same age. Every day, he either reads books in the study alone or ponders alone. This has given Xinyu a mind far superior to that of an 8-year-old kid. Xiaohei, Xinyu suddenly utters, but his eyes are still looking up at the starry sky. The black eagle on his shoulder makes some movements, its pitch-black eyes move around a couple of times, but it does not understand what its owner just called it for. Xinyu suddenly has a faint smile on his face, a sparkling happy smile. Xiaohei, do you know? When I was very little, father often stayed with me and cared a lot about me. After those 12 teachers came, he let me follow these teachers to study. Even though I didn't like those things, I tried hard to force myself to study them so that father would be happy. I learned those characters very fast, and father even called me a prodigy, but after that. He pauses for a moment, then continues. I remember very clearly, when I was 6, in the secluded courtyard of father's mansion, those 12 teachers said something like I wasn't fit to become a ruler. Then Uncle Feng said my dantian was problematic and couldn't accumulate internal energy, making it impossible for me to pursue martial arts. After that I came to Misty Villa. From then on father no longer paid attention to or cared about me. At that time I didn't know what a dantian is, and didn't know what a ruler is. So I even thought that father really let me come here to play. But... Xinyu lowers his head and nips his lips. His eyes look very depressed. In these 2 years, I also asked people like Uncle Wang about the meanings of dantian and ruler. I think I already understand why father no longer paid attention to me. Xinyu pauses again and looks up at the starry sky. I really don't like those books on scheming and policy making. In fact, I forced myself to study them. I really want to see father smile and to hear him accept and praise me, but those scheming books, those cruel books. I forced myself and suppressed my dislike to read them. I know all about those schemes and stratagems, but I can't bring myself to execute them. I can't carry them out. Father, I really can't. Xinyu cries bitterly in a low voice. His thin and weak body quivers. Xiaohei, standing on one side of him, moves its eyes around and cleans Xinyu's face with its little wings. Xinyu leans his head and looks at the young eagle on his shoulder. Then he embraces it tightly to his bosom. The eagle remains silent in Xinyu's bosom as if it knows its little master's mood at the moment. Xiaohei, I really want to hear father's praise, want to see his happy smiles, really want to, mumbles Xinyu in an increasingly low voice. At a secret place on the top of the mountain, the 3 experts who secretly protect Xinyu sigh endlessly. Suddenly, a meteor cuts through the starry sky, radiating dazzling rays of light. For a moment in the sky the meteor's brilliance surpasses that of any star. Meteor! Xinyu's eyes suddenly shine. He immediately releases Xiaohei from his bosom, stands up, closes his eyes tightly, puts his hands together before him. I wish father cared about me, just like how he treats big brother and second brother. I'm not afraid that he would spank or chastise me. I only want him not to ignore me. Xinyu slowly opens his eyes and looks at the meteor, which has arrived at the horizon. Father once said a wish made before a meteor would come true. He couldn't have fooled me. It'll definitely come true. Looking into the starry sky, Xinyu's childish face has a resolute expression. Suddenly, a brilliant idea springs to Xinyu's mind. His eyes brighten. He pats his head. I was such a fool. Martial and literary arts, I can't do well in literature, but won't I succeed in martial arts either? Uncle Wang said there are many internal energy techniques in the world. Maybe some of them are suitable for my dantian. Even if none is, who says practicing internal techniques is indispensable in martial arts? Xinyu after all is only an 8-year-old child. Even though his mind has matured a lot thanks to reading many books all by himself, he is still a child. Because Fenjiuzi said in the past that one with a dantian problem could not pursue martial arts, a fixed idea was formed in Xinyu's mind. Only at this moment does he awaken. Is it really impossible for one with a strange dantian to pursue martial arts? Well, with resolution, an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. This principle was said by father. As long as I try hard, I'll be successful, says Xinyu to himself while nodding repeatedly. His eyes are filled with unparalleled confidence as well as determination. Xiaohei, let's go. Let's return to the villa. Xinyu does just what he says at once. Because he now has a goal, everything becomes different. The black eagle on Xinyu's shoulder also seems to be very happy and repeatedly flaps its wings. As Xinyu is skipping toward Misty Villa, 3 black silhouettes appear briefly and chase after Xinyu like 3 wisps of black smoke. End of B1C2. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 3. B1C3 Midnight Discussion. Who is it? Asks a black armored soldier at the entrance of Misty Villa in a cold voice. The other black armored soldier also looks at the silhouette far away. Only after a while can these two black armored soldiers see clearly that the person coming is third Prince Chinyu. They cannot help feeling startled, but they still kneel down as usual and say respectfully, "Third Prince." Because Chinyu has been running, there are small drops of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes are shining with excitement. His whole face has reddened. He says, "You two please stand up," and even smiles at the two black armored soldiers. After that he hurriedly skips into Misty Villa. These two soldiers look at Chinyu's back with doubtful eyes. When Third Prince went to watch the stars on top of the mountain, he usually waited until after the daybreak of the following day. Why did he return so early this time? Says the black armored soldier on the left side doubtfully. The soldier on the right side also shakes his head in confusion. He obviously does not know the reason. Lian Yan is the person whom Chinyu calls Grandpa Lian. He is an old man in the Qin clan. The current East vanquishing Prince Qin De was brought up by him, so his voice in the Qin clan is still very influential. 2 years ago, Qin De let him go to Misty Villa to take care of Chinyu. Like a gust of wind, Chinyu rushes right to the outside of Lian Yan's room. Then he immediately knocks the door powerfully with his little fists. Bang! 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 Grandpa Lian, hurry up and open the door. I'm Xiao Yu. I have something to talk to you about. Quickly open the door, shouts Chinyu hurriedly. After a short while, there is lamplight in the room. Xiao Yu, your grandpa fell into sleep just a moment ago, but you already woke him up, says a benign voice. Then the door opens. A kind old man in his 60s wrapped in a coat appears before Chinyu. Ah, Xiao Yu, what's the matter? Your head is sweating a lot. Lian Yan is startled upon seeing Chinyu. Chinyu wants to say something but because was running hard not long ago, he can only gasp for breath. Lian Yan says hastily, "Come on, get in the room first and talk later." As he is saying, he leads Chinyu into the room. The two of them sit down at the table in the room. Calm down. There's no hurry. Let's talk about it after you have caught your breath, says Lian Yan hurriedly as he sees that Chinyu wants to say something. Chinyu takes a deep breath then stares at Lian Yan and says very resolutely, "Grandpa Lian, I want to practice martial arts." Practice martial arts? Lian Yan is slightly taken aback. After that he asks laughingly, "Xiao Yu, why do you want to practice martial arts?" Chinyu is slightly jolted. But then he says with happy laughter, "There's no reason. It's just that every one of those uncles in Misty Villa is so formidable, so I want to be like them too." Grandpa Lian, can I practice martial arts? Chinyu's desire for his father's affection is buried at the bottom of his heart. He only thinks that when buried in his heart, it will become a goal for him to unceasingly strive for later. Xiao Yu, do you know what martial arts are? Asks Lian Yan instead of answering. Chinyu shakes his head and says, I only know martial arts practitioners are very formidable. I don't know much about anything else. There seems to be stuff like internal energy as well. As an 8-year-old kid, even though Chinyu has read quite a few books, there are still too many things he does not know about. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction first, says Lian Yan with a smile. Chinyu's eyes immediately brighten. He stares at Lian Yan and starts to focus his attention on listening. First I'll talk about the experts in the world. They are divided into Hotian experts and Xiantian experts. Standing above Xiantian experts are Shangxian, says Lian Yan laughingly, on the Qianlong continent, there are as many Hotian experts as fish in a river. It's impossible to count them. But as for Xiantian experts, there are no more than 100 of them in the whole Chu kingdom. 100 people? Says Chinyu in surprise, isn't the population of Chu kingdom 4 billion? How can there be so few Xiantian experts, only one in several tens million? Lian Yan sighs and says, to become a Hotian expert, one only needs a suitable practice method. But to become a Xiantian expert, it is extremely difficult. There are 2 requirements that must be met to become a Xiantian expert. First, you must max out your Hotian level. And second, you must have some intuitive enlightenment on the natural way of heaven. Chinyu asks doubtfully without delay, what is this natural way of heaven thing? Lian Yan immediately laughs out loud. The natural way of heaven is not an object but rather a kind of conception that you can only grasp on your own and is very hard to explain in words. Some people were at the peak of the Hotian level for 10 years, but because they lacked intuitive enlightenment, they couldn't finish the last step and therefore couldn't become Xiantian experts in their lifetimes. But if they had become Xiantian experts, their lifespans would have increased to 500 years. 500 years. Qin Yu's jaw drops. Seeing Qin Yu's adorable expression, Lian Yan laughs. It's very hard to become a Xiantian expert. But if you can become one, there'll be a lot of benefits. The Xiantian energy inside a Xiantian expert's body essentially differs from that of a Hotian expert. They are on two wholly different levels. Grandpa Lian, higher up than Xiantian experts there are Shangxian, aren't there? How formidable are they? Asks Qin Yu with glittering eyes. If Xiantian experts are so good, then how fantastic will Shangxian be? How can it be easy to become Shangxian? Lian Yan sighs. Upon seeing them, even emperors have to salute and hail aloud Shangxian very respectfully. But these emperors are afraid of being killed by Shangxian, as Shangxian can fly to the 9th level of the sky with their flying swords. Basically, they aren't considered mortals. Fly to the 9th level of the sky? A picture spontaneously appears in Qin Yu's mind in which he stands on a flying sword while flying on the 9th level of the sky. Little Qin Yu's heart cannot help being bewitched by that sort of pleasure and liberty. Unconsciously, a desire to become a Shangxian has been planted in his mind. The whole Chu kingdom has near 100 Xiantian experts, but, in the last 100 years it hasn't seen a new Shangxian. Moreover, in the whole Chu kingdom, there are no more than 3 Shangxian. 2 of them became Shangxian more than 300 years ago. In the last 300 years, only your Uncle Feng has been able to become a Shangxian. Uncle Feng? Qin Yu remembers his own Uncle Feng. That white-clad Uncle Feng who often rode a white crane is actually a Shangxian? Lian Yan continues, however, if you want to become a Shangxian, you'd best go to the overseas Immortal Islands to learn from a master there. But who else knows the location of the overseas Immortal Islands, except for each country's Shangxian? If commoners can see a Shangxian, will they have the qualifications to ask the Shangxian about the location of the overseas Immortal Islands? Even if the location is known, the overseas Immortal Islands are really too far from the Qianlong continent. Every year, over 10,000 people on the Qianlong continent went in search of the overseas Immortal Islands to learn martial arts. They were all outstanding people, but there are too many hidden dangers in the ocean, so only 1 in 1,000 people could reach the overseas Immortal Islands alive, says Lian Yan emotionally. Qin Yu's eyes immediately shine. He asks, Grandpa Lian, 10 people reach the overseas Immortal Islands every year, then why are there so few Shangxian on the Qianlong continent? According to Qin Yu's understanding, each year had 10 Shangxian, then should the Qianlong continent not have too many of them, But the number of Shangxian on the whole Qianlong continent is too small. In the last several hundred to 1,000 years, there have been less than 10 Shangxian altogether. How could you become a Shangxian just by reaching the overseas Immortal Islands? Says Lian Yan while shaking his head, Shangxian are so special. How is it possible for everyone to become a Shangxian? Even if the method of practice is made known to everyone, only 1 in 1,000 people will have the necessary aptitudes for practicing it. Doesn't that mean it took almost 100 years for one of the people who arrived at the overseas Immortal Islands to become a Shangxian, since there were only 10 of them every year? Qin Yu immediately feels how hard it is to become a Shangxian. Lian Yan suddenly stands up and looks outside the window. Shangxian? It's such a dazzling name. Countless experts on the whole Qianlong continent went crazy over it. Countless experts all wanted to become Shangxian. To be able to behead a person from thousands of li away as soon as the flying sword is drawn, what kind of magic power is this? There is a hint of desire in Lian Yan's eyes. Then he says emotionally, even your father has also been in constant need of a Shangxian's help. If one more Shangxian helps your father, perhaps his goal will possibly be achieved. Qin Yu's heart suddenly beats faster. Father's goal? At the same time, a warm current flows through his whole body. Qin Yu immediately feels that his whole body is full of vigor. If I practice martial arts and become a Shangxian, father will be very happy. When the time comes, I'll be able to help him as well. Thinking of himself becoming a Shangxian, being able to help his father, and being able to gain his praise and respect, Qin Yu's heart, which is lonesome and longs for father's love, heats up. Because of father, I'll definitely become a Shangxian, thinks Qin Yu, nipping his lips. His eyes radiate resolution. End of B1C3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 4. B1C4, Father and Son. It is already late at night. Cold wind is whistling outside, but in the room Qin Yu is so excited that his whole body feels very hot. Grandpa Lian, please tell me how to practice martial arts. I want to practice. I'll definitely become a Shangxian. Even if I can't become a Shangxian, I'll become a Xiantian expert. Qin Yu's eyes shine with an extreme resolution. Qin Yu has started to picture future scenarios in his mind. He can even imagine his father looking at him with approving eyes. What he wants is none other than his father's love. Father's command, father's smiles, even father's criticism or punishment can all make Qin Yu feel the existence of his father's love. He only wants father's love. Now he has found the method to get back the father's love that was lost, that is, to try hard to practice and, like his big brother Qin Feng, to become a powerful valiant martial artist, or even a mortality transcending Shangxian. Qin Yu looks at Lian Yun with expectation. Xiao Yu, Lian Yun does not know what to do, but he cannot say nothing, so he has no choice but to speak the truth. If you want to become a Xiantian expert, you must practice internal techniques. Internal techniques break through the barrier between the Hotian level and Xiantian level. But your Dantian is innately unable to accumulate internal energy. How can you practice internal techniques? And how can you become a Xiantian expert? My Dantian has a problem, but people like Uncle Wang said that there are a shocking number of internal techniques in the world. Maybe I'll be able to practice one of them. Even if I can't do internal practice, there's still external practice, isn't there? I'll be able to become a Xiantian expert all the same, says Qin Yu promptly. He absolutely cannot accept that he is unable to become an expert. Because, in this 8-year-old kid's pure heart, this is the only possible way to recover his father's love. External practice? It merely uses various methods to train the body non-stop, making it stronger and faster. But this is an unpopular path. To this day, even among the people with great natural strength, even though they train to make their bodies more formidable, no one has been able to become a Xiantian expert through external practice. A person who only uses external techniques to train his body basically can't become a Xiantian expert. Not wanting to let Qin Yu waste his effort, Lian Yan is frank with him. There's not been even one? Is there really no hope? Qin Yu is startled. He goes pale immediately. The last hope has disappeared. Qin Yu's heart freezes. Seeing Qin Yu's pale face, Lian Yan feels an ache in his heart. He's still a child. Lian Yan immediately says, Xiao Yu, in fact, external techniques are very formidable too. External techniques are all about muscle power, which is very durable and unlike internal energy, which is used up so fast. Moreover, in order to comfort Qin Yu, Lian Yan continuously thinks of the advantages of external techniques. After hearing Lian Yan's words, Qin Yu's eyes slightly flash. Moreover, external techniques are difficult to practice, but the body after all is the basis of a person. In the Fierce Tiger Corps, there's a man with great natural strength who only does external practice. He can lift an 800 gene stone block with one arm. 800 gene? One arm? Hope erupts in Qin Yu's heart again. He can imagine that if he were to have such great strength, wouldn't raising a broad axe and chopping at people be as simple as cutting barley? That's right, 800 gene. With one arm he can lift an 800 gene stone block. His weapon is a one-legged copper man. On the battlefield, not even Xiantian level experts were as valiant as he was. Every time he brandished that one-legged copper man, a large batch of enemies was smashed. Lian Yan unceasingly talks about the advantages of external techniques. Finally, he concludes, none of those who practice external techniques has become a Xiantian expert, but if you can reach the peak of the Hotian level and your body is trained to its limit, your power will be very formidable. You won't be weaker than Xiantian level experts. After seeing a better look on Qin Yu's face, Lian Yan secretly utters a sigh of relief. There is no doubt that he has watched Qin Yu grow because he knows Qin Yu's character. Can a person who has practiced external techniques to the peak of the Hotian level compete with Xiantian experts? Asks Qin Yu again. Lian Yan nods repeatedly. At this moment, how can he dare to deny? If he had shaken his head, Qin Yu would have been even more grieved. Grandpa Lian, you said no one has reached the Xiantian level by practicing external techniques? Asks Qin Yu. Lian Yan nervously nods, but Qin Yu becomes excited. He waves his fists and says, good. Since no one has reached the Xiantian level, I definitely will. Lian Yan is immediately stunned. That no one has been able to achieve it doesn't mean it's unattainable. I believe in myself. Qin Yu's eyes shine brilliantly. Lian Yan forces a smile. External techniques? Practicing them is really incalculably more difficult than practicing internal techniques. External techniques are all about training the body. If a person is to reach the peak potential of his body, he will have to use various training methods, which, undoubtedly, will cause the body to undergo countless transformations. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. How can Lian Yan be willing to let Qin Yu endure that kind of pain? Xiao Yu, practicing external hard techniques is very painful, even more painful than taking 100 lashes a day. Your East vanquishing prince's son, you're protected, there's no need for you to take such a great pain, advises Lian Yan. He really does not have the heart to see such a little boy suffer. Qin Yu slowly shakes his head. No. Uttering only one word, he shows no room for discussion. Lian Yan does not know what to do. He thinks, why are this Qin clan's people all like that? No matter the outward appearances, the most basic in their characters is to be endlessly resolute. None of them will turn around once they identify their goal. His father is like that. Now he's also like that. Qin Yu suddenly smiles. He knows his Grandpa Lian cares about him. Don't worry, Grandpa Lian. Maybe there are still internal techniques that I can practice. Please find some internal techniques for me to try. Only if I really can't practice internal techniques, will I practice external techniques. Qin Yu walks to Lian Yan's side, embraces him around his shoulders and says, Don't worry, Grandpa Lian, the villa has the best doctor, various experts, and the fantastic hot spring. Why are you worried? Lian Yan strokes Qin Yu's head. His face has a faint, kind smile. He certainly knows Qin Yu does not want to worry him. All right, Xiao Yu, you should go to sleep. Just leave this matter to me, says Lian Yan. But Qin Yu suddenly raises his head and says, Grandpa Lian, please find me one more expert who does external practice. It's better to have an instructor. Don't worry. This Grandpa knows, says Lian Yan laughingly. Qin Yu immediately laughs and gives Lian Yan an affectionate smack on the cheek. Then he skips toward the outside of the door and shouts, Good night, Grandpa Lian. I'm going to sleep too. When his voice stops, he has already gone out of the room. Lian Yan immediately brings out his brush and paper and writes a letter. Qin Dai is standing in the study of his mansion in Yen City. He raises his head and looks outside through the window. It is getting light at the moment. The black-clad scholar Su Yuan has come. His hand is holding a letter. He walks to Qin Dai's side and says with a smile, Your Highness, this is the letter that Uncle Lian delivered using pigeons. It's about Xiao Yu. You should take a look at it. Qin Dai receives the letter and reads all of it at once. As he is reading, there is a complicated expression in his eyes. After a long time, he still has not put the letter down. Your Highness, Su Yuan quietly calls him. Qin Dai sobers at once. A stream of internal energy in the form of a flame issues from his hand, which burns the letter to ashes instantly. After that, still with a grim expression, he says coldly, Su Yuan, take all the secret books on internal techniques and external techniques in the mansion, make a copy of each of them, then send the copies to Misty Villa. Su Yuan is startled. He knows Qin Yu cannot practice internal techniques. He also knows how precious these internal technique secret books are. Even if compared with the secret books in the imperial palace of the Chu dynasty, East vanquishing prince's internal technique secret books will still be much more valuable. Is it not such a waste to give so many secret books to Qin Yu, who is unable to practice internal techniques? Your Highness, you mean all of them? Even including the ancestral dragon art? But Xiao Yu, he can't practice internal techniques, asks Su Yuan again. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Says Qin Dai coldly. Su Yuan nods and does not say any more. He can see that Qin Dai is having a load on his mind, and can also guess Qin Dai's mood at the moment. Also, sighs Qin Dai, you are once some experts of external techniques, right? Bring all the 3 great external experts in the fierce Tiger Corps along. In addition, find all the external experts in the 3 eastern region counties and bring them along as well. Yes. Responds Su Yuan to the order. Qin Dai pauses for a while, then suddenly says, Su Yuan, send an order to the immense wilderness telling General Zhao Yunqing to go to Misty Villa. If Yuer chooses him to be his teacher, he will stay at Misty Villa for a year. General Zhao Yunqing? Su Yuan is shocked. Qin Dai nods, then walks outwards the study. Su Yuan suddenly says after him, Your Highness, returning to Yen City this time, why don't you go to Misty Villa to meet Xiao Yu? The last time you saw him was already more than a year ago. Shouldn't we squeeze out a day's worth of time for a trip? Qin Dai is slightly jolted. He says calmly, That's not necessary. After that he immediately walks out of the study. Su Yuan follows Qin Dai's back with his eyes, then shakes his head and sighs. Could it be all the Qin clan's people are like this? Every one of them is so stubborn. Because of the oath at that time, even the love between father and son is ignored? Su Yuan lets out a sigh and also goes out of the study, leaving behind on the floor only the ashes of the burnt letter. End of B1C4. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 5. B1C5 Secret Books on Practicing. The sky is clear and the weather is nice. At the hot spring in the west garden of Misty Villa. Ah, it feels really good. Chinyu, dressed in a pair of shorts, is lying in the hot spring. Regardless of winter or summer, one needs not worry about the temperature while in the hot spring. Misty Villa's hot spring is different from other hot springs because it has fantastic effects. According to a medical expert's research, this hot spring has quite a few substances which are beneficial to the body. Xiaohei, come down here. Chinyu suddenly reaches out his hand, grabs Xiaohei and playfully pulls it into the hot spring. Xiaohei immediately flaps its wings hurriedly, but when it escapes, its plumage is already drenched, which makes it really look like a soaked chick. With its body dripping water, Xiaohei looks bitterly at Chinyu, as if it is blaming the little master for teasing it. Seeing Xiaohei's appearance, Chinyu immediately raises his head and laughs out loud. Ha, Xiaohei, you're really adorable, soak in the hot spring with me, will you? It feels very good. You will become a mighty eagle that flies to the 9th level of the sky later. As you can go up to the sky, you must be able to go into the water. Otherwise, you'll be too useless. Chinyu starts to play with Xiaohei. But it flaps its wings to remove the water on its body. It even stares at Chinyu, as if it is very discontented. Xiao Yu. Lian Yan, smiling to the point where his eyes narrow, is coming along the corridor of the West Garden. He walks around the rockery and appears before Chinyu. Chinyu turns to him at once and smiles brilliantly. Grandpa Lian. I have a piece of good news for you, says Lian Yan mysteriously. Chinyu is immediately pleasantly surprised. Good news? Could it be father has come? Despite thinking so, he does not say it, and he looks wishfully at Lian Yan. Lian Yan says with a smile, the books on practice methods that you want have arrived. Chinyu is a bit disappointed, but when his mood has recovered from that disappointment, he jumps out of the hot spring and quickly gets dressed. His eyes are full of excitement. Grandpa Lian, where are the secret books? Please take me to them quickly. Since no one can help him, he must work hard by himself. Follow me. Lian Yan laughs as he leads the way. Chinyu follows Lian Yan with excitement, but he has made a resolution in his heart. In the past, Chinyu was ignorant, so when he had nothing to do, he just read books in the study, watched the stars late at night, soaked in the hot spring or played with Xiaohei. But the current Chinyu has got a goal. His whole body is full of enthusiasm and even his temperament has changed distinctively. In Misty Villa, there is a secret floor under the North Garden. This underground secret floor consists of 13 secret rooms. Lian Yan leads Chinyu into one room. In the room, there is a bed, a long table, a chair and other everyday objects. It is obviously very simple. At present, there is a delicate black case on the table. Xiao Yu, those secret books are in this case, says Lian Yan while pointing to the case. As soon as Chinyu hears that, his eyes shine. He rushes forward, wishing to open this black case. This act, however, makes Lian Yan jump in fright. Xiao Yu, don't open it. Quick as a flash, Lian Yan's right hand suddenly moves like an illusion. He grabs Chinyu in a move, lifts him up, then puts him at his back. He says very solemnly, Xiao Yu, this is not an ordinary case. It can't be opened like that. Chinyu looks doubtfully at Lian Yan. Xiao Yu, you're too little. You still don't know how precious these secret books are. Lian Yan shakes his head and says laughingly, you should know, in terms of value these secret books even surpass those in the Chu dynasty's imperial palace. Therefore this case's structure is also very peculiar. Forcing it open or carelessly opening it will destroy all the secret books inside. As Lian Yan is saying, he successively stabs the case 12 times with his fingers. His hands look like illusions and every stab hits a different place. Bang! With a noise, a keyhole unexpectedly appears on the case. Chinyu's eyes pop out of his head. He can remember very well that just a moment ago the case did not have a keyhole. He even thought that it was what it looked like, nothing but a normal case with a lid that can be shut. He did not think that its internal structure was so unusual. Even if someone else takes it by force, they won't find the keyhole and, moreover, they won't have the key either. As he is saying, he takes out a golden key and puts it into the keyhole. With a click, the case automatically opens. Chinyu immediately sticks out his head to see. Chinyu can tell at a glance that the black case has various very thin books inside. Most of those books have about 10 odd pages each. The thinnest has only several pages while the thickest has only over 20 pages. However, even though they are thin, they actually fill the case. The internal technique secret books inside are all first class. There are 68 of them. There are also 28 external technique secret books. Xiao Yu, later on, when you want to read these books, you must go to a secret room and make sure not to bring them outside. Do you understand? says Lian Yan to Qin Yu solemnly. Qin Yu nods affirmatively. All right, you'd known the characters even before you turned 6. In the last 2 years you also read a lot of books. You can read these secret books yourself. Take your time reading them. Grandpa is going first, says Lian Yan with a smile, then leaves the secret room. After Lian Yan has left, Qin Yu takes all the secret books out and puts them on the table. There are 96 secret books in total, which cover the whole long table. Seeing the secret books before him, Qin Yu's eyes shine like never before. Ode to the Yellow Crane, 100-sentence chapter, Song about the Gold Cauldron, Song about gold mining, Comment on the water element. Any one of these various internal technique secret books can drive martial artists mad. The Qin clan has a long, rich history, so even if the secret books of the 3 big dynasties are put together, they still will not be able to compare to the Qin clans. Quite a few of these Qin clan secret books have not been seen elsewhere for several hundred years. Ancestral dragon art, it seems father let me see it when I was little? Qin Yu looks at the last secret book. It is the thinnest but at the same time is the most valuable. The ancestral dragon art is written on gold paper. The 3 big characters ancestral, dragon and art even make readers feel as if they are under pressure. After looking at the 68 first-class internal techniques, Qin Yu turns to the 28 external techniques secret books. Iron Sand Palm, Vigorous Diamond Palm, Dragon's Talons Hand, Iron Cloth Gown, Diamond Cover, Violent Training of the 13 Great Protectors, The Conqueror's Divine Fist. 28 kinds of secret external techniques are all placed in front of Qin Yu. At first Qin Yu randomly picks up a book, then starts to read it slowly. In the secret room, he is totally absorbed in the various precious secret practice books, which took the Qin clan no one knows how many generations to collect. End of B1C5. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 6. B1C6, The Only Choice. In the secret room, Qin Yu is skimming through the books at will. It takes him only 2 hours to skim through all of the 28 external secret books once. Grandpa Lian was right. Practicing external techniques seems to be very painful. The eyebrows on his little face move together tightly. Having seen the 28 secret books, Qin Yu has some understanding of external practice. Practicing external techniques is to use various methods to strive to make the human body stronger. It means non-stop training, overcoming the maximum fatigue and surpassing the body's limits unceasingly. Practicing internal techniques is only to absorb the holy energy of the universe, so during practice there will be no pain, and after practice the practitioner will feel fresh and cool. But practicing external techniques is to discover the body's limits and to make it go through the hardest training, so it is extremely painful and difficult. This is basically the difference between the 2 ways of practice. External practice is painful and tiring, but the practitioner cannot become a Xiantian expert. Generally, only commoners and poor people, who do not have an advantaged background, will choose to practice external techniques. The real children of powerful families all practice internal techniques, but how about Qin Yu? He has 68 first-class internal techniques, each of which is extremely outstanding, but can he practice? First I'm going to look at the internal techniques. Even though my Dantian is rather weird, maybe I'll be able to practice some of them. Qin Yu decides to try his luck. Filled with hope, he opens a secret book, but he is dumbfounded at the first glance. Shinting Acupoint, Baihui Acupoint, Fengqi Acupoint, Shimen Acupoint. Sanjiao Shou Xiayang Channel, Shou Taiyang Channel, Shinzu Taiyang Channel. This, Qin Yu's eyes pop out. He has read many books and has also heard of these names, but the thing is, he knows the Fengqi Acupoint, but does not know its position in the human body. Even though those books have illustrations, they are merely graphic outlines with no more than several channels. Internal techniques cannot be practiced carelessly. If the energy enters a wrong channel, the practitioner will die. Looks like I need to go to the study and read the books on channels at once. At least I must know where the channels and acupoints are, says Qin Yu with an unwilling look on his little face. Then he tidies up the books and goes out of the secret room. 6 days later, Qin Yu enters the secret room again. This time I'm totally confident. I'm going to try all the 68 books out to see if I can practice any of them. Qin Yu's face is full of excitement. After all, he is only an 8-year-old boy who often dreams about becoming an expert. In the 6 days of studying channels and acupoints, in order to fully understand them, Qin Yu also told the servants of Misty Villa to specifically make him a human-sized wooden statue of a man, and also asked old Dr. Wang Xian, a medical expert with relevant professional knowledge at Misty Villa, to draw clearly all the channels and acupoints onto the statue. Having used a combination of the books, the wooden statue, and often inquiring of old Dr. Wang Xian, Qin Yu finally prepares to start practicing internal techniques with full confidence. What am I going to practice first? So it's this one, comment on the water element. Qin randomly chooses a secret book as he talks to himself. This comment on the water element was very famous several hundred years ago, but now only few people know about this first-class practice technique. According to the technique, Qin sits down with legs crossed and starts to practice. The first step of internal practice is to have the energy feel, that is, to be able to feel an extremely small strand of the universe's holy energy that one absorbs. In fact, any living ordinary person in the world has been absorbing holy energy unconsciously, but because the amount of it is too small, they basically cannot feel it. Practice is to absorb consciously as much as possible. After 2 hours, Qin has lost his composure and cannot persevere with practice. Energy feel, Grandpa Lien said talented people can have the energy feel as soon as they practice. I've been practicing for 2 hours, why don't I have any energy feel? After exercising for a while, Qin sits quietly practicing the comment on the water element again. 2 days later. After having breakfast, Qin continues to practice. He is very stubborn. He has always been practicing the same comment on the water element again and again. Actually, to have the energy feel, it does not really matter what internal secret book he uses. Stubborn. Qin sits down with crossed legs. He starts to picture energy moving in his channels. Afterwards, Qin stops thinking. His mind is a vague blank. He goes on like that. Suddenly, Qin feels an extremely faint stream of energy slowly moving in his body. After more than 2 days of perseverance, he finally succeeds at this moment. But, in an instant, there is a surge of excitement in his heart. That tranquility in his heart and that vague blankness in his mind immediately disappear. And at the same time Qin can no longer feel the energy stream. Be cool, talks Qin to himself. Then he uses the method of the comment on the water element trying to re-enter the state that he achieved just now. After a while, Qin can really feel a faint energy stream in his body again. At this moment, using the method of the comment on the water element, Qin starts to let the energy flow a small round in his channels. As it flows, Qin feels this energy stream more and more clearly. After circulating the energy in a small round, Qin wants to make this stream of holy energy merge with his dantian. But what is this? My dantian really can't accumulate internal energy? Qin is dumbfounded. He discovers that the holy energy which has just run a small round dissipates into the outside world from inside the body. The dantian is empty as before. It looks like Uncle Phone was right. My dantian is different from those of other people. It basically can't accumulate internal energy. In practicing internal techniques, the internal energy is stored solely in the dantian. Since my dantian can't store it, what's the point in keeping practicing? At this moment, Qin finally understands. Even though there are countless different internal energy techniques in the world, they all share one characteristic: all of the internal energy that is absorbed and transformed is stored at the Qihai acupoint, which also means it is stored in the dantian. If the dantian is unable to accumulate internal energy, then what is the use of practice? Suddenly, Qin inattentively notices the golden ancestral dragon art book. Among these internal technique books, only the secret book, which is written on gold paper, looks extremely glamorous. Qin reaches out his hand and gets the ancestral dragon art. The ancestral dragon art is very thin, with only 3 pages. But the writing on the gold paper is in small characters and the 3 gold pages have a lot of contents. Qin attempts to practice according to the pithy method of the ancestral dragon art. In a short while, he feels an energy stream in his body. This ancestral dragon art is really fantastic. The amount of holy energy absorbed is much greater than it was just now. Moreover, the circulation speed of the energy is extremely high. But when Qin channels the internal energy he wants to store into the dantian, the same situation arises. The dantian seems like a funnel. All of the internal energy poured into it will be gone, and it is unable to store anything. Qin looks as if he is at his wit's end. Afterwards, he laughs and thinks, well, it looks like I can't slack off. I even thought that there wouldn't be pain and wanted to find a way to practice internal techniques. But this dantian is just like a funnel, draining all the internal energy it has. How can I possibly practice internal techniques? However, he looks as if he cares nothing at all. In fact, he has prepared himself for failure earlier. After all, the first person who said he is unable to do internal practice was Fenjiuzi, one of the 3 great Shangxian of the Chu kingdom. When such a person makes an assertion, it is very unlikely to be wrong. External techniques, yeah, from now on, I'm going to practice external techniques with all my power. His eyes glitter. After reading those 28 external secret books, he laughs. No one on the Qianlong continent has practiced external techniques to the Xiantian level. Let me be the first to reach the Xiantian level through external practice. Xin Yu, after all, is an 8-year-old kid. He still has the disposition of a child as before. Using external techniques to reach the Xiantian level is truly something that has never been done before. How formidable would a Xiantian level external expert really be? This is an enigma. 2 days later, in the morning, in Xin Yu's study. Xin Yu is holding a book and reading it quietly. On his sides, there are 2 huge bookcases. At first glance, these 2 large bookcases have at least more than 1,000 books of various kinds. Xiao Hei is also sitting around in the study so as not to disturb its little master. Third Prince, 8 external experts have arrived. They are led by Lord Vice Manager of His Highness's mansion. He said he brought them here for you to choose an external technique master, says a servant respectfully after walking to the outside of the study's door. Xin Yu's eyes immediately brighten. He puts the book down at once. His heart has a burst of excitement. At that time he and Lian Yan already talked about this. Lian Yan also sent a letter to inform the people in the mansion. When East vanquishing Prince Qin knew about this, he specifically arranged for some great experts in the army and several great external experts of the 3 eastern region counties to go to the villa together. They're finally here after 2 days. Kangyan, be quick and lead the way. Yes. Kangyan immediately leads the way respectfully. Xin Yu goes out of the study and follows him to the west garden. End of B1C6. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 7. B1C7, Master Selection. Not far from the hot spring in the west garden there is a training ground. By this time, quite a few people have gathered on it. Uncle Lian, any of these 8 great external experts this time is tip-top. 4 of them are from the army. The other 4 are extraordinarily formidable external experts of the 3 eastern region counties. You see, that silver-haired old man is the Eagle Claw King. Furthermore, the leader of the group this time, Vice Managerly of the Prince's mansion, briefs Lian Yan on the experts in a somewhat flattering manner. Lian Yan inattentively nods and casts a glance at the 8 great external experts. His eyes do not stop on such few people as that so-called Eagle Claw King for so long as a second. In practicing external techniques, whether it is about the fingers, the claws, the legs, or the feet, whichever part that is trained will be different from that of an ordinary person. For example, the fingers of the people who practice claw techniques are fairly thick, as well as having quite a few corns. These few people do not fit Uncle Lian's ideas in the least. Oh? Uncle Lian's eyes suddenly brighten and stare at the last of the 8 people, a black-clad cold man. This man cannot be considered muscular. His muscles are also not developed so much as those of the other people, his hands have no corns whatsoever, etc. Judging by appearances, he basically does not look like an external expert. But Uncle Lian's eyes are fixed on this black-clad man for as much as 3 seconds. That black-clad cold man suddenly turns his head and looks Uncle Lian in the eye. A lightning bolt seems to suddenly issue from his eyes. Zhao Yunqing. So it's you, General Zhao. Who could have thought His Highness would be willing to invite you to come? If Xiaoyu can have you as his master, it won't be difficult for him to become an expert later, says Uncle Lian with a smile. He knows Zhao Yunqing very well. With the same cold expression, Zhao Yunqing says, His Highness said Third Prince can choose whoever he wants to be his master. This depends on Third Prince's vision. Senior Lian had better not advise him in secret. Otherwise, even if he chooses me, I won't accept him as my disciple. I know this, of course. Everything will depend on Xiaoyu's own selection, says Lian Yan laughingly while nodding. These 8 great external experts are all extremely formidable. Anyone who has practiced external techniques to the level of these 8 people can also be considered an external great master. Whoever Qin Yu chooses, it will be pretty good nonetheless. But Lian Yan secretly has some expectations in his mind. He hopes that Qin Yu will choose Zhao Yunqing because he knows Zhao Yunqing's capabilities. In a short time, footsteps can be heard from the outside. Qin Yu, with a hint of excitement on his face, suddenly arrives in a rush. As soon as he sees the 8 great experts before him, his eyes glitter. Xiaoyu, you can choose one of these 8 great external experts to be your master, says Lian Yan laughingly. Qin Yu looks carefully at every one of them. Among the 8 great experts, the one who stands out the most is that man who looks like a bear. That large man's arms are thick enough to be comparable to Qin Yu's waist. If he throws a punch, Qin Yu has absolutely no doubt about its power. Immediately, Qin Yu becomes even more excited. Choose just one. Why can't I choose all 8? Qin Yu turns to Lian Yan and asks doubtfully. His little brow wrinkles. Lian Yan is astounded. The 8 great experts, including that cold man Zhao Yunqing, also raise their eyebrows. The corners of their mouths cannot help curving upwards into a faint smile. Ahem, coughs Lian Yan. After that he says to Qin Yu earnestly, Xiao Yu, practicing is unlike studying. In studying you can have several teachers. But you can't learn martial arts like that. For example, if you learn several internal techniques at the same time, you'd become demented and lose your rationality. But aren't I going to learn external techniques? Qin Yu asks in reply. It would be worse with external techniques. External techniques are about training the body, forcing it to break through its limits unceasingly. Every external expert has his own set of methods, which have been put into practice by countless people and therefore can guarantee that you won't collapse training your body. But, if you learn from several masters at the same time, those methods will get mixed up. That, says Lian Yan with a sigh while shaking his head. It is very obvious what he means. Moreover, in addition to this reason, there is another reason that is even more important. Among the 8 of us, perhaps no one is willing to share the same disciple with another, says a muscular bald man laughingly. The other people also nod with a smile. These 8 people are all great master-level external experts. Any of them is very aloof and proud. How can they be willing to share one disciple? But even after hearing Qin Yu say that, none of them minds. After all, he is still 8-year-old. I understand, nods Qin Yu repeatedly. Suddenly, a hint of craftiness flashes in his eyes. Lian Yan's heart immediately skips a beat. He knows that even though Qin Yu is kind-hearted, he also likes to play pranks. And quite a few of those bodyguards and servants at Misty Villa became the victims of his practical jokes. Uncles, I heard from Grandpa Lian that the 8 of you are external experts and I can choose my master from you. But shouldn't each of you give me a demonstration right now, so that I'll make a good choice? Qin Yu winks at the 8 great external experts with his big eyes. Is this not only right? Without seeing their demonstrations, how can he choose? Ha, you're right. I'll give a demonstration at once. What should I show you? I, Man Dong, have many special skills. That muscular man walks out, who has the largest build among 8 people and looks like a bear. He is holding a one-legged copper man in his hand. Man Dong thinks for a while and laughs, all right, I'll show you my strength. Man Dong puts the one-legged copper man on the ground. In a glance, he takes a fancy to the huge blue rock that is used to decorate the West Garden. That blue rock is approximately waist-high and about 1,000 jin in weight. Man Dong walks up to it and grabs its 2 sides with his hands. Man Dong utters coldly. Qin Yu can see a visible breath come out of his nose. The muscles on Man Dong's arms stick out. Various muscle tissues, which look like earthworms, twist together. Those muscles and tissues resemble those of a rock sculpture and contain in them a fantastic, terrifying strength. Up! Man Dong shouts loudly. That huge blue rock really flies up in a single throw of his hands. Qin Yu is stupefied. Lifting a 1,000 jin huge rock is already shockingly difficult. But this man named Man Dong threw such a rock up. The strength in his hands is absolutely greater than 1,000 jin. The rock flies 2 meters up in the air, then falls down heavily. Man Dong takes a horse stance stably, reaches out his hands and stops the blue rock in a single grab. Because the blue rock is falling down, the force of impact it has on Man Dong's hands is greater than its own weight, but he still stops it as firmly as before. This shows clearly how great his strength is. So awesome, says Qin Yu with his eyes popping. Man Dong laughs and says unconcernedly, each of my hands has 800 jin of strength. With both hands, lifting over 1,000 jin is just like child's play. Man Dong was born with great natural strength. He is one of the 3 great external experts of the Fierce Tiger Corps and is nicknamed Macho Bear. Awesome, awesome. Who's next? Qin Yu gets excited at the moment. Having seen such a demonstration, how can he not be excited? As soon as he thinks that he will have such strength later, he becomes even more excited. But Qin Yu does not know that Man Dong is an innately strong man. If Qin Yu wants to reach that level, it will be difficult. A very thin man with a hooked nose which looks like a hawk's walks out and says, I practice the iron sand palm. Qin Yu takes a look at his palms. They are really different from those of ordinary people, they are very rough and even have a blue color. As that hook-nosed man is saying, he walks to the side of the blue rock and suddenly throws a palm strike. The blue rock suddenly shakes once, then starts to shatter into pieces with a loud sound. In the end, there are several tens chunks. Such palm force is just extremely astonishing. Qin Yu's little jaw drops. He looks at that grim, hook-nosed man in shock. If such palm force hits people's bodies, who will be able to withstand it? End of B1C7. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 8. B1C8, Zhao Yunqing. Xinyu, however, does not know that any of the 8 people who came this time has reached the great master level of an external technique school. They are all frighteningly powerful and can win against any other experts who have also reached the peak of the Hotian level. Perhaps only Xiantian experts can restrain them. By this level of external techniques, the limbs have already become as hard as steel and are even sharper than weapons, so to smash a blue rock is also very ordinary. But to reach this level of external techniques, not only does it take great effort, it also takes talent. After all, there are more than 1 billion people in the 3 eastern region counties, but no more than 10 odd people have practiced external techniques to that level. Xinyu looks carefully with eyes popping. One after another, the external experts go up to demonstrate their own special skills. Bang! The silver-haired old man grabs a piece of blue rock which is about the same size as a brick with one hand. He exerts the strength of those 5 fingers and immediately that piece of blue rock is pinched into powder. After that, the silver-haired old man haughtily returns to his original place. He says unenthusiastically, "Eagle claw art. This is the 6th external expert to demonstrate." The next to walk out is the muscular bald man. His body's naked top half looks like it is radiating thread-like golden light rays. "Iron leg art," says the bald man with a smile. Then he does a lash of his leg in a relaxed manner. Phew! The air is cut through in an instant, creating an urgent shrill whistle. A visible gust of air lashes out in a straight line and hits a stone broken from the blue rock precisely. That blue stone is immediately struck and rolls away a good length. Merely depending on the terrifying speed of his leg, he created a gust of air that rolled a blue rock fragment far away. If that leg is really used to kick people, what will result from that? Awesome, praises Xinyu secretly. Then he casts his eyes on the last external expert, that black-clad cold man. Since the beginning, the black-clad cold man has only been standing and watching the other external experts' demonstrations. His eyes have always been very calm. Why aren't you demonstrating? Xinyu waits for a while but he still does not see this cold man perform, so he cannot help asking curiously. Zhao Yunqing shakes his head and says indifferently, "My claw technique is inferior to the Eagle Claw King's, my strength is inferior to Mandong's, my leg technique is inferior to this brother's, so why should I make a monkey of myself?" Xinyu is taken aback. "But then you should have some special skills, shouldn't you?" Xinyu looks carefully at the black-clad cold man before him. He wants to figure out his special skills by judging from his body. But Xinyu is defeated. He basically cannot see anything special about this black-clad man. Special skills? Zhao Yunqing gives a laugh then looks at Xinyu seriously. A hint of chilliness flashes in his eyes. He says coldly, "My special skills are only carried out when I have to kill someone. But, even if I become your master, I won't teach you my fatal special skills." Xinyu nevertheless is not frightened by Zhao Yunqing's imposing manner. Instead, he asks doubtfully, "You won't teach me your special skills, then what will you teach me?" "Body training," says Zhao Yunqing in a flat voice. Xinyu suddenly laughs, "All right, I choose you." A hint of amazement appears on Zhao Yunqing's face, which has been grim all along. Even the other 7 external experts all look at Xinyu in surprise. They cannot understand why Xinyu did not choose them and chose a man who only teaches body training instead. All right, Third Prince already made his choice. From now on Zhao Yunqing is Third Prince's master. Vice Manager Li immediately declares aloud. The other 7 external masters all walk up to Xinyu in surprise. That rough large man Mandong says loudly, "Third Prince, why didn't you choose me? I can definitely teach you to become strong like a bull. If you hold a broad axe, you will kill a bunch in a hack, but..." Seeing the 7 curious great external experts before him, Xinyu says with a smile, This is a secret." At this moment, Zhao Yunqing has also come. As he looks at Xinyu, a faint smiling expression appears on his face. He also asks, "I'm very curious too. Why did you choose me to be your master? Third Prince, can you say your reason?" Xinyu slightly raises his head and says proudly, "Foolish. Does this even need to be explained? You're really a bunch of fools." As he is saying, he turns around to leave. Lian Yan, who has been standing aside, also walks to him. He goes beside Xinyu and asks, "Xiaoyu, why did you choose Zhao Yunqing?" Xinyu immediately whispers mysteriously to Lian Yan, "Grandpa Lian, isn't that obvious? Just take a look at their manner and you will know." Among the 8 people, that Zhao Yunqing stood last but no one dared to approach him. Moreover, Zhao Yunqing looked at the other people's demonstrations as if he didn't care at all. This decided the matter, didn't it? Moreover, Grandpa Lien, you see, Zhao Yunqing's eyes are also different from other people's. As he is saying, he leaves the West Garden. The 8 great external experts all have an astonished look in their eyes. They are experts, so their hearing is very good, and they all heard what Jinyu just said. Sure enough, Third Prince has an attentive mind. Perhaps I can still really accept a right disciple. But I don't know how his willpower is. There is a hint of amusement in Zhao Yunqing's eyes. The other 7 great experts all understand and praise Third Prince's intelligence. General Zhao, we're returning to the camp now. The 3 great external experts of the Fierce Tiger Corps, including Man Dong, immediately fold their hands in salute and say. Their expressions are very respectful and sincere. When it comes to this General Zhao, in the eyes of these few experts of the army, even Xiantian experts cannot compare to him. Brother Zhao, congratulations on getting such a good disciple. We also take out leave. The Eagle Claw King and the other people also fold their hands and say in a slightly respectful manner. Internal experts are a circle, and external experts also have a circle of their own. On the whole Qianlong continent, there are so many external experts, but in this circle, Zhao Yunqing is classified as a royal class figure and is respected by the other external experts. Furthermore, Zhao Yunqing is also very formidable in military arts. The fact that East vanquishing Prince Qinda is willing to let Zhao Yunqing go to teach Qinyu for a year originally amazed Su Yuan for a long time. The second day, on the huge training ground of Misty Villa, Zhao Yunqing, dressed in black training clothes, is standing still aloof. Master! Dressed in a training suit, Qinyu runs up to Zhao Yunqing's face with excitement and says respectfully. Zhao Yunqing slightly nods and says, in the future you'll have to be on the training ground by 6 a.m. It's 8 o'clock now already. You're late by exactly 2 hours. First, as a punishment, I'm going to ask you to run from Misty Villa to the foot of the mountain, then run from the mountain's foot to Misty Villa. Qinyu is slightly startled. He says indignantly at once, Master, this is the first day. You didn't tell me I have to be here by 6 o'clock before. As far as my orders are concerned, they are beyond question. The only thing you have to do is obey. Zhao Yunqing coldly stares at Qinyu. He has absolutely no intention of compromising. Qinyu nips his lips and immediately says, Yes, Master. After that, he starts to run down. Misty Villa is located on the side of Mount Donglan. The distance between the villa and the mountain's foot is about 2,000 m. Moreover, returning is much harder than running down the mountain and is not something that an 8-year-old kid can endure. As he sees Qinyu starting to run, Zhao Yunqing smiles faintly to himself and slightly nods. Then he resumes his cold look. Zhao Yunqing also starts to run after Qinyu. He runs in a relaxed manner as if he is taking a walk. His whole body is like the wind and each step covers several meters. Zhao Yunqing conveniently runs behind Qinyu. Qinyu's eyes glitter. He closes his mouth tightly and starts to run. In the past he often climbed the mountain. Since he came to Misty Villa, he has also often run 1000 m every time. This has given Qinyu a very good endurance. In addition, he has frequently soaked in the hot spring of Misty Villa. As a result, his body is far stronger than those of other children of the same age. During the 2000 m down the mountain, because it is a downward journey, Qinyu is not very tired. After finishing 2000 m, he is only short of breath. Then he runs upwards. It is easy to descend from the mountain, but to ascend it is hard. After running only several hundred meters, Qinyu finds it extremely painful to breathe. In order to take a step he has to strain every nerve. But Qinyu can feel that Zhao Yunqing is running beside him. Qinyu's essential characteristics are persistence and pride. Therefore he immediately clenches his teeth and perseveres. He has reached his limits. Breathing has become arduous. His whole chest is taking in fresh air very quickly like a pair of bellows. I'm already finished? Having reached his physical limits, Qinyu is in extreme pain. Father. As soon as he thinks of his father, Qinyu clenches his teeth and persists. The pain becomes greater and greater. Qinyu even feels as if he is dying. But suddenly, as if he has passed the top of a mountain, his breathing becomes a bit easier. After getting through his physical limits this time, Qinyu keeps running in a state that is close to his new limits. When he has been running over 1000 meters and can see the main entrance of Misty Villa, Qinyu has reached his physical limits the second time. I've arrived at Misty Villa. Qinyu relaxes his concentration and wants to stop to have a rest. But run to the training ground, Zhao Yunqing says behind him in an ice-cold voice. Zhao Yunqing is breathing comfortably. Even his voice has not changed a bit. Every ordinary person will be short of breath after walking up a mountain. But Zhao Yunqing's breath is absolutely still the same. Fu Qin Yu does not say anything. He is gasping for breath. He clenches his teeth and finally reaches the training ground. As soon as he gets to the training ground, he feels his legs become weak. He is so tired that he wants to sit down. Keep standing. You're not allowed to sit down. Zhao Yunqing arrives at Qin Yu's face like a flash. He looks at Qin Yu indifferently. His expression is still the same as it was before he went down the mountain. Relying on his distinctive pride, Qin Yu keeps himself standing, then looks at Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing nods and says, "As you was able to run till the end, you must have felt your physical limits. Very well, having finished the run on your first try, you are my disciple from today onwards." Zhao Yunqing's meaning is very clear. If Qin Yu had not finished the run, perhaps he would have left right away and would have taught Qin Yu no more. Qin Yu only looks at Zhao Yunqing. It is not that he does not want to say anything, but at this moment he is simply speechless. Who could have thought that the first run would be so severe? Every external technique, whether the iron sand palm, the iron leg art, or something else, is about training a single part of the human body, making it as hard as steel and giving it terrifying offensive force. They are nothing but attacking methods. It doesn't matter what external technique it is, the body is the basis, the body is the cornerstone. If a person who is quick like lightning and can lift 1,000 jin practices any external techniques, whether the conqueror's divine fist or the iron leg art, he will definitely be much more formidable than a tubercular patient will, says Zhao Yunqing boldly. At this moment, Qin Yu's breathing has slowed down. Hearing Zhao Yunqing's words, he immediately says, "Master, I understand that the body is the basis. A good body is like uncut jade, it can be cut into many good things. And a weak body is like impure jade, even with excellent craftsmanship, nothing good can come from it." A faint, rare smile appears on Zhao Yunqing's face. He says, "Very well. You understand very well. I can only teach you for a year. In this year, I'm going to train you in every aspect of the body: strength, agility, explosiveness, defensive ability, and so on. I'm going to make your body undergo transformations non-stop. As for attacking methods, I'm not going to teach you. I can only teach you the method to train your body to perfection. As for how to attack or kill with this body, you'll have to figure it out yourself. My training method is the limit training art. While you were running just now, you must have felt the existence of the physical limits. But compared to my training, it was just child's play. Of course, you can choose to give up. I won't mind that. Those soldiers of mine should be much more strong-willed than the little kid that you are." Zhao Yunqing looks at Qin Yu and says coldly. There is determination in Qin Yu's eyes. Limits? Qin Yu finds he himself likes that kind of feeling when he transcended his limits. He really likes it. "Master, let's get started." Qin Yu looks squarely at Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing raises his eyebrows. He is amazed that this boy is so strong-minded. There is a faint pleased, smiling expression on his face. But Qin Yu suddenly puts on a painful face and looks at Zhao Yunqing while blinking. He says pitifully, "Master, can you let me rest for a while? After all that running, I'm really very tired. First I'll have a drink of water, then soak in the hot spring, then let Grandpa Wang give me a short massage. My muscles are very tired." Zhao Yunqing is startled. His face stiffens. At this moment the expression on his face is very splendid. It can be said that he finds Qin Yu's request both funny and annoying. End of B1C8. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 9. B1C9, The Essentials. Before training, I have to tell you what the essentials of my training method are. A year later, when I return to the army, you'll have to continue to train according to them. Zhao Yunqing stares at Qin Yu with an ice-cold face and says. Hearing the words essentials, Qin Yu's eyes shine immediately. He concentrates his mind on listening. There are countless external techniques in the world. However, most of their training methods went away from the correct path, says Zhao Yunqing indifferently. At this moment, he looks as if he is an emperor giving directions on national matters and criticizes the other external technique training methods for being worthless. Qin Yu, bear in mind that in practicing external techniques, you must study the art of medicine thoroughly. Zhao Yunqing stares at Qin Yu and says solemnly. The art of medicine? Even though Qin Yu is very curious, he still memorizes it. Zhao Yunqing continues, why practice? First, it is to live long healthily. Second, it is to enhance the offensive force. If people who practice external techniques want to make their own fists and feet become hard like diamond, they accomplished that indeed. But, even though their fists are hard, can that hardness really compare with that of a battle knife that is made of black iron? Qin Yu listens with so much attention that he frowns deeply. Black iron is relatively valuable. Weapons made of it are also much harder and sharper than weapons made of normal iron. The hardness of a black iron battle knife is definitely superior to that of external experts' fists and feet. For example, that man Dong has reached the peak of strength training. His strength is great and his muscles are strong. But his movements are too slow for an external expert. With only a dagger, I can slit his throat in an instant, says Zhao Yunqing coldly. His body automatically gives off a murderous air. At this moment Qin Yu basically does not doubt Zhao Yunqing's words. Instead, his eyes brighten and glare at Zhao Yunqing and he listens to every sentence. Studying the art of medicine can help you understand over 100 muscles in the human body and their respective functions. If you only train a part, this will bring about bad consequences. You may have great strength while your agility is low, or you may have strong hands and feet while your body is not agile, or you may be nimble, but the toughness of your body is inadequate, says Zhao Yunqing boldly. At this moment, Qin Yu fully understands what Zhao Yunqing means. He immediately says with excitement, "Master, I already understand. It's vital to train all the muscles, isn't it?" No, Zhao Yunqing shakes his head and says, "Even if you want to train all muscles, do you know how to do that?" Qin Yu is astounded. There are so many muscles in the whole body. To train every single one of them is not something that can be done by only practicing. It will require the research of no one knows how many human generations to be accomplished. Moreover, even if you knew that method, it'd still be impractical. Hardness and softness must be used in combination. It is also like that in the path of external techniques. You can't train only one part, but at the same time you can't gobble up everything. If you train everything, in the end you will accomplish nothing due to the inadequate allocations of your energy. Zhao Yunqing shakes his head and says. Qin Yu is puzzled. Training only one part is not right. Training every single part is not right either. Then how to train? In a perfect body, strength, flexibility, toughness, explosiveness and agility must all be at a high level, reactions must be quick and resistance to attacks must be strong. Zhao Yunqing talks about so many requirements in succession. For a moment Qin Yu is dumbfounded. With so many requirements, how should he train? Seeing Qin Yu's stunned expression, Zhao Yunqing gives a rare laugh and says, "Don't worry. I have my own method for you to train." Qin Yu suddenly remembers that Eagle Claw King and that Iron Leg expert. Since that claw could easily pinch a blue stone into pieces, how terrifying must the strength of the fingers be? But why does Zhao Yunqing still says that he will not train any particular parts of the body? Why shouldn't I train my hands and feet like that Eagle Claw King, master? Asks Qin Yu in reply. Hearing Qin Yu's question, Zhao Yunqing is very happy instead. He says, "Qin Yu, what you asked is justifiable. If you want to practice such techniques as the Eagle Claw art and the Iron Sand Palm, you will have to train the strength of the fingers. And besides, you will even have to smear your hands with medicinal wine regularly to let them absorb the wine's medicines. In addition, you will have to train non-stop to make your hands hard like steel." Qin Yu nods as he is listening. He has read the practice methods of those external techniques. It is true that the practitioner has to train his strength non-stop, at the same time, he has to apply medicinal wine to make his hands become extremely hard, and so on. Those who practice in this way simply are idiots. Zhao Yunqing suddenly scolds. He disdains this training method very much. Master, the Eagle Claw art is very formidable. Why are they idiots? Even though Qin Yu is more mature than other children of the same age, he is still only a kid. He saw the capabilities of the Eagle Claw art and the Iron Sand Palm, so he cannot understand Zhao Yunqing's meaning. Zhao Yunqing says proudly, "Eagle Claw art? Iron Sand Palm?" They applied those medicinal wines that are even toxic to harden their skin completely in the end. Their hands can't even feel pain now. They are simply nothing but a pair of gloves. Qin Yu, look at this. Zhao Yunqing extends his right hand. His hand is smooth and even feels soft. A white light flashes. A near-transparent pair of gloves appears on Zhao Yunqing's hands. He says indifferently, "Gloves made from heavenly silk." Even though they are considered fairly rare, they are also classified as worldly objects on the same level as black iron. You only need to spend a lot of money to get them. Qin Yu was born into a prince's mansion, so he naturally knows. There are many goods. The relatively mundane ones among them, such as steel, are seen very often. Even though such things as heavenly silk and black iron are rare, they are not considered treasures either. Treasures are generally obtained from the immense wilderness. For example, there are some extremely formidable magical beasts in the immense wilderness which are more fearsome than Xiantian experts, and even than Shangxian. Only those beasts' skins, claws, horns, etc. are first-class treasures. Although heavenly silk's toughness is average, it is still tougher than the hands of the people like the Eagle Claw King. Zhao Yunqing gets a chunk of blue rock. He exerts the strength in his right hand and the chunk is easily crushed into powder. He crushes it even more thoroughly than the Eagle Claw King did. Zhao Yunqing looks at Qin Yu and says, "Qin Yu, my fingers are stronger than the Eagle Claw King's. You must train the strength of your fingers. But you mustn't let your skin become hard. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yu nods. But he asks doubtfully in reply, "Master, you mean I must protect my hands well and prevent them from becoming similar to the hands of the people who practice the iron sandpalm, the eagle claw art and the likes? But, what's the point of this? Moreover, how about the body? Could it be I'll have to wear armor to fight the enemy?" Zhao Yunqing's eyes glitter. He nods in approval. Having a bright disciple makes teaching much easier as he can understand many things when a hint is dropped. Protecting the hands well and keeping them from hardening completely are for the sake of offense. The hands can hold knives and swords. Using various kinds of weapons helps protect the hands well. Keeping the sense of touch of the hands in a perfect state is what an expert must do. Many experts even soak their hands in milk every day, responds Zhao Yunqing. Qin Yu suddenly sees the truth. In offense, it is important to use weapons. Knives, swords, and the likes are all used with the hands. A hand with the sense of touch kept to perfection naturally handles a knife or a sword much more accurately than a hand which has hardened so much that it has lost the senses of touch and pain. It takes perhaps only a moment to kill a person and therefore no carelessness is allowed. As for the legs, their explosiveness and agility must be high, and they must be sensitive. It doesn't matter whether you're fighting an expert or in the middle of a large enemy army, if your legs are extremely agile and terrifyingly sensitive, you won't get a scratch even when surrounded by an army, says Zhao Yunqing. The legs determine a person's body maneuvering skill, therefore their agility, explosiveness and sensitivity are important. At this moment, Qin Yu is even more excited. He seems to see himself flashing around like an illusion in the middle of a large army, killing as fast as a wave of the hand, while the enemies cannot touch him. To have such a body maneuvering skill and such agility, the legs are of unparalleled importance. The hands must be agile. They are inferior to the legs in strength, but you can hold weapons and attack at will with them. The legs have much more muscle strength than the hands and arms, so their offensive force is extremely strong. Moreover, they determine your body maneuvering skill and movements. These body parts are crucial. But the torso is the core subject. In the first day of training, Zhao Yunqing teaches Qin Yu the essentials of his own training method. Qin Yu listens to him carefully and learns every sentence he says by heart. End of B1C9. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 10. B1C10, Limit Training, 1. After discussing for nearly 2 hours, Qin Yu has fully understood the principles of his master's training method. At the same time, he admires him even more. He can totally judge that, if he practices according to Zhao Yunqing's method, he will definitely have a perfect body. Strength, agility, sensitivity, flexibility, toughness and so on will work together perfectly. If a craftsman is to do a good job, he shall need good tools. Qin Yu is going to train until he has a perfect body, then he is going to practice offensive skills, fatal skills, and the likes. Having good steel, why worry that a good knife cannot be made of it? Afterwards, the training begins. On Mount Donglan, there is a beautiful round lake 100 m from Misty Villa. Zhao Yunqing is standing at the side of the lake. There is a mechanical pendulum clock beside him. This pendulum clock was made by a great mechanics expert. Because the making of the clock is loaded down with trivial matters, only noble families can afford it. The pendulum clock is a 24-hour one. There are 60 minutes in an hour. Quick, swim faster. Zhao Yunqing coldly says. A silhouette is swimming non-stop in the round lake. It is Qin Yu. According to Zhao Yunqing, even though swimming is common, it is an extraordinarily good method for training the body's coordination, flexibility, and toughness. Therefore Qin Yu was ordered to swim non-stop in the lake. I so wish to stop. Qin Yu clenches his teeth and continues to throw his arms forward. His legs also flap against the water in coordination. He has been swimming 10 round trips. A round trip in this lake is about 200 m in length. 10 round trips amount to 2000 m. In the past, Qin Yu often soaked in the hot spring in the West Garden. The middle of the hot spring is also very deep and Qin Yu often swam in it. His swimming technique is very good, but this is non-stop swimming. Moreover, he has to finish within a predetermined limit of time. To Qinyu, this is really painful. His arms and legs are aching. His head is pounding. Father! As soon as he thinks about his father's smile, Qinyu clenches his teeth and persists. Even though he has reached his limits, he still does not give up. Hurry up! A bit faster, urges Zhao Yunqing coldly in an unsentimental manner. There is a hint of firmness in Qinyu's eyes. He stares rigidly ahead. Hearing Zhao Yunqing's voice, Qinyu constantly asks himself in his mind to speed up. Right at this moment, his pounding headache suddenly eases a bit, and his arms and legs seem to have strength again. Qinyu feels clearly that a stream of power suddenly comes into being in his body. He does not know where this stream of power comes from, but it is generated automatically. Qinyu's eyes have a hint of excitement. He has overcome his limits. He enjoys this kind of feeling. Every time he transcended his physical limits, a stream of strength was generated again from the deepest part of his already exhausted body. He even felt his body's transformations. That was due to the potential stored up in the deepest part of his body. All right, you're 3 minutes late. Zhao Yunqing looks at the pendulum clock and says indifferently. Qinyu comes ashore with a lot of difficulty. At this moment he can no longer move. His arms, in particular, are basically unable to move. His legs are aching severely. In this state, Qinyu gasps for breath, trying his best to take in fresh air and to make himself recover a bit faster. You're 3 minutes late. As a punishment, now you're going to run to the West Garden from here, then squat down deeply empty-handed 100 times on the training ground of the garden. Zhao Yunqing immediately dictates. Run to the West Garden from here? But Qinyu is breathless and speechless. He looks at Zhao Yunqing in disbelief. At this moment his legs basically cannot run. But Zhao Yunqing just really told him to run and then do 100 deep squats. You have something to say? Asks Zhao Yunqing flatly in reply. Yes, I have. Surpassing the body's limits can train the body. But if surpassing them too much, my body will collapse. I feel that I already surpassed my limits. At the moment I can't continue training anymore. Master, when I was swimming just now, I experienced those limits 2 times in a row. I don't feel I can go through the limits once more. Qinyu looks straight at Zhao Yunqing and says directly. Zhao Yunqing says indifferently, I'm the master. My orders must be obeyed. If you think that my training has any problems and don't like to train, I can leave immediately. I don't care about lazy disciples like you. Qinyu's expression slightly changes. Then he casts a look at Zhao Yunqing. He takes a deep breath and tries hard to urge his legs into running. When he takes the first step, his legs swell up and ache terribly. But after running for a while, the legs get stronger and stronger instead. Oh, what is this? Qinyu is astonished. At his back, Zhao Yunqing smiles faintly, this brat. How can't I determine your true limits? When you were swimming, you used your arms much more than your legs. The muscles of the legs are basically more developed than those of the arms. Since your arms could persist, your legs can at least undergo another round of training, but... As soon as he remembered that Qinyu just criticized his method, Zhao Yunqing is even more amused. This brat, he laughs, shakes his head and keeps following Qinyu. In the evening, in the hot spring of the West Garden. After going through a day of limit training, Qinyu is lying in the hot spring. He feels that his muscles are aching and tingling. He can even feel that the muscles are slowly transforming. There is an expression of enjoyment on his face. Very emotionally, he spreads his arms and yells, "Ah, my goodness, this is real enjoyment, ah." Xiaohei also flaps its wings non-stop on the side as if it is very excited. Zhao Yunqing comes with a cold face, stands on the side of the hot spring and says, "This Misty Villa's hot spring is very effective in healing. It is very good for your body. Also, after soaking for 6 hours, you're going to see old Dr. Wang and apply some medicinal wine. If you can absorb a little of the wine's medicines, it will do your body good, but..." Yes, I know, at this moment Qinyu is very happy. He waves his hands at will as he is saying. Zhao Yunqing does not mind that. He turns around and leaves. On the training ground, Zhao Yunqing is standing upright. Qinyu also came some time ago. This time he was not late. Strangely enough, even though he reached his limits in training yesterday, thanks to the curative effects of the hot spring, and add to that the effects of the medicinal wine, he is actually full of vim and vigor today. No wonder most of the people who could reach the peak of external techniques were children of rich or powerful families. Zhao Yunqing sighs with emotion and thinks. In practicing external techniques, the practitioner surpasses his limits unceasingly, but his body simply does not only generate strength, it also needs to absorb energy. Children of rich families can eat very nutritious foods and special medicinal meals, combined with precious medicinal wines. Moreover, they can ask medical experts to rid their bodies of fatigue through massage. Having such conditions makes practicing external techniques automatically different than usual. Now, we're going to carry out strength training. Grasp that iron stick and do 100 deep squats first. Zhao Yunqing points to an iron stick at will. That stick cannot be considered very thick. It perhaps weighs about 10 jin. It is, of course, light to adults, but to 8-year-old Qinyu it is a different world. Qinyu exerts the strength of his arms and lifts the iron stick to his chest in a breath. He even says laughingly, "Master, it's very light." "Finish 100 squats before saying so," says Zhao Yunqing coldly. Qinyu immediately starts to squat down deeply. At first he finds it very easy. Is it not just squat down and stand up repeatedly? But after doing 30 squats, he feels his legs start to ache. After 10 more squats, his feet get cramp. Doing 100 squats. Qinyu is already feeling unwell at the time of the 40th. Phew! He takes a deep breath and stops for a short time. When the muscles of his feet have recovered, he continues to squat down. But it gets more and more painful to do so. Qinyu's eyes glitter. He continuously clenches his teeth and perseveres. After going on to the 70th squat without a break, he even feels that his legs can no longer stand up. Ha! Suddenly, he utters a low shout and exerts the strength of his back. And unexpectedly, he manages to stand up. Qinyu's eyes are blazing with rays of excitement. Ha! With another shout, Qinyu stands up again. Every time that he shouts is every time that he strives to squeeze out a bit of strength hidden deeply in his legs. His legs gradually heat up. One after another, streams of strength emerge from the depths of his muscles. What is happening is almost a miracle. When Qinyu utters his last shout, he unexpectedly has finished the 100th squat. Even though his legs are shaky as if he can fall down any time, his eyes are blazing with excitement and madness. Zhao Yunqing secretly nods from one side. Now it's time for finger strength training. Zhao Yunqing's expression is as cold as ever. He basically does not allow Qinyu any time to rest and immediately gives the order. In fact, Zhao Yunqing created a good training plan for Qinyu. At this moment, his legs feel the most tired but his hands have not reached their limits, therefore Zhao Yunqing goes on with the finger strength training. "How can I train the finger strength, master?" Even though Qinyu has almost no strength left in his legs, he asks Zhao Yunqing laughingly as usual. Qinyu increasingly loves that exquisite feeling when he transcended his limits. The instant that he transcended his limits, he felt a passion of life. Yes, it was a passion. A blaze of this passion was that madness he showed at his limits. That kind of feeling was very exquisite. End of B1C10. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 11. B1C11, Limit Training, 2. The best way to train finger strength is to practice the one-finger meditation while doing a handstand. But your finger strength is still too weak at the moment, so you're going to train according to the method of the iron sand palm first. These are heavenly silk gloves. You're going to wear them. When training the finger strength you must not injure the muscles and skin of your hands. Zhao Yunqing already prepared a pair of heavenly silk gloves for Qinyu. Qinyu happily receives the heavenly silk gloves and puts them on at once. This is white sand taken from a beach. You have to shovel your hands into it by force. Don't stop. Only stop when I say that you can. Zhao Yunqing points to the sand in an iron cauldron not far on his side and says, "Yes, master." Qinyu takes this training session to be a game instead. But his legs are really aching badly. Only by enduring the pain and clenching his teeth, does he arrive at the side of the iron cauldron. Qinyu, wearing heavenly silk gloves, shoves his hands downward non-stop. Every time he shoves, he tries hard to reach the bottom. Ah! Qinyu cannot help letting out a groan. His fingers are protected by the heavenly silk gloves, but the gloves only prevent the sand from touching his finger, therefore when a hand is shoveled into the sand, the force of the impact affects the hand full on. As he is shoveling very fast like that, the forces caused by the white sand hurt Qinyu's fingers more and more badly. He cannot help reducing the depth of his shoves. In the beginning he shoved his hands to the bottom of the cauldron, but now he withdraws them when they are halfway to the bottom. This makes the training much easier for him. Shove to the bottom. Don't slack off. Zhao Yunqing says coldly. Qinyu is startled, but he has no choice but to clench his teeth and persevere. Even though Qinyu loves that feeling when he transcended his limits, the nerves of the fingertips are linked with his heart. The continual pains in his fingers make him suffer greatly. After all, he is only an 8-year-old kid. Moreover, he is East Vanquishing Prince's third son, who has an exalted, wealthy status and has never experienced that kind of pain before. Pooh! Suddenly the hands are shoved down to the bottom. The acute pain causes tears to come out of Qin Yu's eyes uncontrollably. Zhao Yunqing is coldly watching. He sees the 8-year-old kid before him keep shoveling his hands into the sand non-stop with staring tearful eyes, but he seems to have no compassion and still urges incessantly. Qin Yu can shed tears, but he has to keep shoveling. Having been training every day for a half year, add to that his increasingly redoubled appetite, Qin Yu's body is now much stronger than in the past. At the lower end of a waterfall on Mount Donglan. Ha! With a flying kick, Zhao Yunqing unexpectedly deposits several huge rocks below the water. At this moment, an area on which a man can stand formed by those several rocks has appeared under the waterfall. Because the waterfall comes down from high above, when it hits the rocks on the surface, countless white sprays are scattered around. Your legs must be steady as a mountain and move like lightning. This is not a large waterfall. Having been doing deep squats for so long, your legs should have enough strength for you to take a horse stance under the waterfall. Zhao Yunqing points to a blue rock and says, "Stand on it. You must stand firmly." This is not a large waterfall? Qin Yu looks at the waterfall that dives down from very high above. With huge momentum, the water smashes the rocks, making rumblings that dash to the sky. If this waterfall is not considered large, then which waterfall is? Having been doing deep squats for a half year, Qin Yu's leg muscles are so much stronger than they were in the past. Yes. Qin Yu immediately and slowly stands on the edge of the blue rocks. Because the water comes downward, the pressure on the edge of the rocks is not large. Qin Yu takes a horse stance on the edge of the rocks and he can withstand the pressure fairly easily. "Stand in the center," says Zhao Yunqing coldly. Qin Yu has no choice but to slowly move his legs and go towards the center of the rocks. The nearer it is to the center, the greater the water's momentum. Qin Yu feels that his body is already swaying, but he must reach the center. No good. Qin Yu feels himself shaking. His feet can no longer hold him up. In an instant, he is thrown into the lake. "Continue," says Zhao Yunqing indifferently. In the evening, Qin Yu is lying in the hot spring. He narrows his eyes leisurely. Every day, the time when he is in the hot spring is when he enjoys himself the most. He did not have this kind of feeling in the past. But now, he trains to his limits every day, so when he enters the hot spring again with his body aching and tingling all over, he feels very comfortable. Xiao Hei has grown a bit in the last half year. But some golden feathers suddenly appeared on the top of its head. The other parts of its body are still covered in black feathers. Xiao Hei grows much more slowly than ordinary eagles. At this moment, it is rocking carelessly beside the hot spring. Qin Yu has fallen into sleep. He is sleeping in the hot spring. Every day, he trains during the daytime, then soaks in the hot spring for 6 hours in the evening. He specially set a deck chair in the hot spring so that he can sleep while soaking in it. After midnight, he has medical expert Wang Xian massage him and apply medicinal wine for him. Then Qin Yu can read books. It can be said that he does not waste a single minute. 2 silhouettes suddenly appear beside the hot spring. They are none other than Lian Yan and Zhao Yunqing. The two of them are watching Qin Yu, who is sleeping like a log. Xiao Yu isn't even 9 yet. He's still a kid. Seeing the glistening saliva coming out of Qin Yu's mouth and his still childish little face, Lian Yan feels very sorry for him. Having raised Qin Yu since he was very little, Lian Yan totally considers him to be his own grandson. Zhao Yunqing gives a faint, rare smile, looks at Qin Yu and says with a nod, "Xiao Yu is an exceptionally resolute kid. The training I've given him definitely pushed him to his true limits. When he surpassed a limit, his body would be near the point of breaking down. I couldn't have thought he would be able to persist. At that time, when His Highness let me train the army, I carried out limit training in a 100,000-strong army. But only 1,000 of them could persist for a year and fully reach the peak of a regular soldier. When Zhao Yunqing was in charge of training the army at that time, most of the soldiers were ordinary soldiers. Unlike Qin Yu, they also were not able to eat precious medicinal meals, soak in a hot spring to relieve fatigue, and have a professional medical expert massage them, etc. But those soldiers were all adults, whereas Qin Yu is only a kid. That such a kid has been able to persist makes Zhao Yunqing feel both amazed and satisfied. Seeing how Qin Yu looks in his sleep, Lian Yan and Zhao Yunqing leave with a smile, leaving behind only a sleeping Qin Yu, who totally does not know that he just had visitors. He slightly opens his little mouth and gives a happy, sweet smile. From a corner of his mouth, that thread of saliva glistens. Perhaps, in his dream, he is meeting his father. Father, 2 years has flown by, but he has not visited Qin Yu once. Running while carrying heavy objects, squatting while carrying heavy objects, keeping a horse stance under the waterfall, continuously performing explosive movements while being hindered, practicing unarmed fighting techniques in water, exercising while carrying heavy objects all day long, training the flexibility and toughness, training the finger strength, training the reactions and sensitivity, training the agility. Those are the various training techniques that Zhao Yunqing uses according to a certain rule to train Qin Yu extensively. Under the tutelage of Zhao Yunqing, Qin Yu continuously transcends his physical limits. His body's capabilities also improve at a very fast speed. 1 year later, 9-year-old Qin Yu is bare-chested and wearing pants. His whole body is not bulging with muscles, but it is almost perfectly streamlined and he looks like a hunting leopard. Xiao Yu, you're very strong-willed. In limit training, everything else is unimportant. The most important thing is to be strong-willed. Zhao Yunqing looks at Qin Yu and gives him a smile that has never been seen. It's time your master returned to the army. Remember, the limits, challenge the limits, and surpass the limits. As long as you try hard non-stop, you'll eventually be successful. Qin Yu looks at the master before him. During the last year, Qin Yu even felt very angry that his master was too merciless. Every training session was every time Qin Yu shed tears non-stop. But today, when he sees the delighted smile on his master's face, he suddenly understands everything. Master, I definitely won't disappoint you. Qin Yu looks at Zhao Yunqing and says resolutely. Zhao Yunqing smiles at him and nods. Then he suddenly turns around and leaves in strides, immediately going out of Misty Villa. Following a roar of a fierce tiger, Qin Yu's eyes slightly redden. He knows, from today onwards, he is going to train all by himself. End of B1C11. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 12. B1C12, Aurora, 1. The immense wilderness is covered with high mountain ranges and thick, vast forests. Many magical beasts are hiding deep in it. The wilderness has a large area, which basically no one can measure. The 3 eastern region counties declared to the outside that they have a 600,000 strong army in total, whose 400,000 are stationed on the border with the wilderness. The other 200,000 soldiers are stationed outside the Blackwater Mountain Range. In the Blackwater Mountain Range there are approximately 200,000 bandits. This is the #1 place for bandits in the world. Because these bandits are very familiar with the terrain of the Blackwater Mountain Range and have the advantaged geographical position, the 200,000 soldiers whom East Vanquishing Prince controls have always been stationed outside the mountain range to frighten the Blackwater bandits. In Taifeng City, on the border with the wilderness, there is a forbidding mansion. At this moment, East Vanquishing Prince Qinda is quietly reading a book in a room of the mansion. Your Highness, standing outside the door, Zhao Yunqing bows and says, Yunqing, come on in. Qinda basically says at once without raising his head. Then Zhao Yunqing enters the room with his body bent. He stands quietly on one side of the room waiting for Qinda to talk first. He holds East Vanquishing Prince Qinda in nothing but high esteem. Qinda puts the book in his hand down and turns to Zhao Yunqing. He says with a smile, Yunqing, you have taught Yuer for a year. Tell me, does Yuer have any prospects on the path of external techniques? Your Highness, Third Prince is exceptionally hardworking and persistent. His willpower is stronger than that of many adults, says Zhao Yunqing immediately. Hearing that, Qinda's face has a faint smile. Zhao Yunqing continues, but Third Prince's aptitude can only be considered above average, whereas most of those who have reached the peak of external techniques are highly talented people. But thanks to having the nourishment of Misty Villa's hot spring and eating precious medicinal meals frequently, Third Prince still has a chance of reaching the peak of external techniques. The peak of external techniques is the peak of the Hotian level and close to the Xiantian level. Anyone who has practiced external techniques to that extent can even give early phase Xiantian internal experts a good run for their money. How long will it take? Asks Qin Yu in reply. Zhao Yunqing considers carefully for a while and says, perhaps it will take 30 years. And this will only happen if Third Prince is to persevere all along. On the path of external techniques, the closer one gets to its late phase, the harder it gets to improve. Take, for instance, strength. After practicing for 10 odd years, Third Prince won't have any difficulties lifting 300 or 400 jin with one arm. At the peak of external techniques, he should have 700 or 800 jin of strength in one arm. But it gets harder and harder toward the end. 30 years won't be far from the truth. Qinda shakes his head and sighs. 30 years is too long. But if he can protect himself after 10 odd years, this could still be considered not bad. Alright, Zhao Yunqing, you should return first. Qinda says with a smile. Zhao Yunqing immediately bows and says, "I take my leave, Your Highness." After that, he goes immediately, leaving only Qin De in the room. After a long time, a deep and low sigh rises in it. Qin Yu is standing in a horse stance under the continuous attack of the waterfall. He is persevering on the blue rocks under the waterfall. Feeling the hitting force of the waterfall, Qin Yu secretly rejoices. Luckily for him, when he just started training, Zhao Yunqing attached great importance to the body's resistance to attacks. In addition, he has consistently been having medicinal wine applied to his whole body. These occurrences have given Qin Yu a fairly high resistance to attacks. Otherwise, he basically would not have been able to withstand the hitting force of the waterfall. Persist. Qin Yu constantly asks himself in his mind. Zhao Yunqing is no longer here, so there is no one to demand him. At one time, Qin Yu also had the thought of slacking off. After all, he has been training all by himself, so even if he had slacked off, no one would have reprimanded him. Moreover, he is still a kid. But, as soon as that thought appeared, it was strangled into nothingness by him. His big brother, his second brother, and even his father, none of them is lazy and none of them is a weakling. As a son of the Qin clans and a son of East vanquishing Prince Qindes, he naturally must not become a weakling either. Strive. Persist. Persist. Feeling his legs starting to weaken, Qin Yu continuously encourages himself in his mind. He even feels his legs trembling. Whenever he persists for a long time, there is strength flowing out from the depths of his muscles. Suddenly, Qin Yu's legs go numb and he is thrown into the lake with a loud splash. On the training ground, there are 6 hung sandbags. Qin Yu is quietly standing amid them. Ha! Qin Yu shouts loudly and hits a sandbag with a powerful punch. Almost at that moment, he smashes 3 other sandbags. Those sandbags immediately swing and hit the other sandbags. In an instant, all of the sandbags are swinging around. Their trajectories are totally irregular. A sandbag which originally comes toward him from the front can collide with another sandbag, resulting in a major change in the way it moves. Bam! 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 With glittering eyes, Qin Yu quickly strikes any sandbags coming at him with his hands. This is to train his reaction speed. Reaction speed and arm muscles are related. At the same time, it and the practitioner's reactions are also related. And through training, the reactions can be improved. When experts fight each other to the death, the ones with faster reactions, even by a mere blink, will take the others' lives. Due to Qin Yu's quick attacks, those sandbags swing increasingly faster. In a while, he feels the pressure building up. Suddenly, he is hit in the back. He immediately loses balance and 3 or 4 other sandbags collide with his body all at once. Thud! Qin Yu immediately falls onto the ground, but he stands up after a roll. SS. Qin Yu gasps in surprise, then looks at his knees. At this moment, they have been torn badly by friction and are oozing blood. There is some sand and gravel on the ground. Obviously, the knees hit the sand and gravel as he fell down. Why hasn't it been swept clean? There is nothing Qin Yu can do. He himself gave the ground a sweep before training. Who could have thought it was not swept clean? Continue. Disregarding the injuries, Qin Yu sweeps the sand and gravel away. Then he rushes to the middle of the sandbags and starts the reaction training again. In the middle of the courtyard, wearing only a pair of shorts and lying on a chair, Qin Yu is holding a book. His whole body is covered in medicinal wine. At this moment, there are several bright lanterns in the courtyard, one of which is beside Qin Yu. The lanterns are bright enough for him to read the writing of the book. Even though Master Zhao Yunqing left, Qin Yu has not lowered any requirements in the least. He has even made them stricter. Every day he trains from dawn till dusk. In the evening, he soaks in the hot spring until midnight to absorb its nourishment and let the body recover. This period is also Qin Yu's sleep time. At the moment, after being applied with medicinal wine by Wang Xian, it is his reading time. I haven't been watching the stars on the top of the mountain for so long. Qin Yu shakes his head and looks into the boundless starry sky with a faint smile, but watching the stars in the courtyard is not bad. Xiao Hei, do you think so? Hey, Xiao Hei, are you an eagle or not? Why do you grow so slowly? Why do you have golden feathers on the top of your head? As he is saying, he strokes Xiao Hei, which is next to him. Xiao Hei's eyes glitter. It flaps its wings repeatedly as if it does not allow Qin Yu to stroke its head. Then it raises its head proudly, looking very haughty. Qin Yu bursts out laughing immediately. Alright, I'd better read books seriously rather than waste time on you. Tomorrow I'm going to have to continue training. Qin Yu immediately reads the thread-bound book he is holding. It is a medical book. Xinyu can remember clearly Zhao Yunqing said if he wanted to become a real external expert, he had to become familiar with the art of medicine. At the side of the courtyard's door, Lian Yan is hiding in shadow and kindly watching Xinyu. Especially when Lian Yan heard Xinyu say he did not want to waste time playing with Xiao He, he felt sorry for him even more. Xinyu is only 9-year-old, yet he does not waste a single minute of a day. He has planned to get the most out of every minute. Everything he has done is for his painful training. But what has he been training for? The last time Xinyu visited Misty Villa was a long time ago. While he is reading the book, he does not notice that it is getting light. Some cakes beside Xinyu's chair were already eaten up by him unwittingly. Xinyu puts the book down and looks up. He stretches his sluggish waist very happily and says with a broad, radiant smile on his face, "A day starts off with dawn. A new day has come. Xinyu, try hard. Try hard and you'll succeed. The training of a new day has started." End of B1C12. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 13. B1C13, Aurora, 2. In the hot spring, Xinyu is standing with a resolute expression in his eyes. Of course, he is not soaking in the hot spring. Rather, he is carrying out the explosiveness training under water resistance. Explosiveness training under water resistance is useful for the body's explosiveness. Compared to explosiveness training in lakes, explosiveness training in the hot spring is different because, firstly, the water of the hot spring also has resistance like that of the lakes, and secondly, it can nourish Xinyu's body non-stop. This is killing two birds with one stone. Punch. Withdraw the fist. Kick. Withdraw the leg. Xinyu punches and kicks very fast in the water and he explosively exerts all his strength in every attack to reach the fastest speed. As soon as Xinyu takes a horse stance, he does not sway even in the water. He has this ability only thanks to having been working on the horse stance for a long time. The water is rolling. It has its own path of movement. Every time Xinyu attacks he tries to make his fist or foot reach the fastest speed, so very naturally the way his fists cut through the water and the way his legs move start to change. How should the path of his punch be? Direct? Curved? Neither is correct. Nothing is absolute. Being direct must be coupled with being curved. Everything is for making the punches faster and stronger and minimizing the water resistance they experience. Everything is for pursuing an increasingly stronger offensive force and an increasingly faster attack speed. Xinyu attacks non-stop. At the moment, there are even small pieces of iron tied to Xinyu's arms and legs. On the training ground, Xinyu, dressed in a pair of shorts, is standing in a horse stance. There is a bodyguard man beside him. The man is holding a wooden stick. At the moment, Xinyu is training his resistance to attacks. Only by being hit non-stop and absorbing medicinal wine can the body become tougher and tougher. If Xinyu reaches the peak of resistance training, he will even be able to withstand real weapons. "Uncle Yang, a bit harder," says Xinyu to the man beside him, Yang Shan, very discontentedly. Yang Shan promptly advises, "Third Prince, it's nearly enough already. It's time you finished this hit-taking training." Seeing the various stripe-like red marks on Xinyu's body and then the unconcernedly expression on his childish face, Yang Shan is very distressed. When Xinyu was 6, Yang Shan and his colleagues went to Misty Villa together with him. For the last 3 years, they have been watching this kid grow. Who among them would be willing to hit him? But Yang Shan was forced to hit Xinyu, because this is the attack resistance training in external practice. "I let you hit me, then hit me. Alright, I'll hit myself." Xinyu shakes his head and gives a laugh. As he is saying, he signals for the wooden stick. As soon as Yang Shan sees that, he quickly moves back. Determined not to let Xinyu hold the stick, he says hurriedly, alright, I'll continue to hit you. A bit harder, is that right? I know. Yang Shan does not dare to let Xinyu hit himself. If Xinyu hit himself, he would do it with all his strength. Yang Shan remembers that day when Xinyu's body was even damaged entirely. Pa! 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 The stick hits Xinyu's body continuously. He is standing in a horse stance with his lips closed tightly and taking the hits unflinchingly without letting out a groan. One after another, stripe-like red marks appear on his body, which makes Yang Shan feel unhappy. Even though he is now a soldier, when he was 9, he was still tending cattle at home. But Xinyu, who is East Vanquishing Prince's third son, does not waste any minutes and practices non-stop in order to reach the limits of the human body. Xinyu's eyes glitter like stars. From the look in his eyes, it can be estimated how great his determination is, a determination that is as unshakable as a great mountain. Xiao Yu, today's training load was a bit too much. Tomorrow reduce it a little bit. Qin Yu is lying on a bed. An old man with his head full of white hair is talking to him in a deeply concerned manner while massaging him. This old man is Wang Xian, a medical expert. He was one of the very best medical experts of East Vanquishing Prince's mansion. When Qin Di dispatched him to Misty Villa, the people in the mansion were amazed that their master was willing to send such a medical expert to a villa. No matter, Grandpa Wang, if you massage me with your very special techniques, add to that the medicinal wine, I'll be back to normal the next day. Qin Yu curls his lips. He does not care at all. Wang Xian's hands do not move very fast, but they follow a pattern, either flapping, or kneading, or poking, or stroking. The various techniques are all different from each other. Moreover, Wang Xian's hands are also smeared with medicinal wine. With the help of his special secret massage techniques, this medicinal wine's effective medicines fuse with Qin Yu's body very fast. Wang Xian shakes his head with a smile as he sees Qin Yu's unconcernedly expression. At the same time, he cannot help charging his secret massage techniques with internal energy. It feels so good. Feeling bursts of warm energy entering his body one after another, Qin Yu cannot help shouting leisurely. Wang Xian gives a smile. If he is not willing, even if a person has a higher status, he will not use all his power like this, withholding not even a bit of internal energy. But Wang Xian cares a lot about Qin Yu. After all, seeing the kid train so hard every day, how could he not soften up and become fond of him? Alright, Xiao Yu, later on you don't need to risk your life training. That Zhao Yunqing guy was too much. What the devil is limit training? If it wasn't for Misty Villa's hot spring and my helping you to dredge your channels, fusing the effective medicines of the wine with your body, how could a kid like you have stomached it? Says Wang Xian with a sigh. Obviously he is very discontented with Zhao Yunqing. Qin Yu smiles brilliantly at Wang Xian and says, I know. You're the best, Grandpa Wang. You should go to bed a bit earlier. Goodbye, Grandpa Wang. Wang Xian immediately smiles and nods. He also advises Qin Yu once more. Then Qin Yu leaves Wang Xian's habitation. Tonight, the sky has many stars and is very bright. Master already left. Along with the everyday training, my body has become stronger and stronger. The training load must be increased. Moreover, I should add some other training methods. Looking into the starry sky, Qin Yu thinks. After that, he goes into the secret floor under the north garden. He is very familiar with how to open its various protecting devices. He enters the secret room where the secret books are being kept. Various secret books are lying on the table. Qin Yu has not tidied up these books. After all, only he and Lian Yan know how to open this secret room. Qin Yu immediately looks at the 28 external secret books. These external secret books have various different training methods. Qin Yu wants to find some suitable methods for himself in them. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes are unconsciously attracted by the only golden book among those secret books. In the 96 secret books, only one book is written on gold paper, so it is incomparably eye-catching. It is the ancestral dragon art. An idea suddenly springs to Qin Yu's mind. At that time I couldn't practice internal techniques, but by now I've been training my body for over a year. I'm much stronger than in the past. Maybe my Dantian's problem has automatically disappeared, thinks Qin Yu. After all, generally, people who have problems with their health can automatically cure their illnesses by practicing martial arts. But Qin Yu forgets that his Dantian's problem is different from ordinary people's problems. It is not an illness. Rather, it is an innate disability. But Qin Yu is still a kid. Moreover, he has always hoped that his power would increase quickly. Therefore, it is normal for him to have such an idea. No matter what, I'm going to try it out first. In any case, several hours can't be wasted. Qin Yu immediately sits with legs crossed on the table. He gets the ancestral dragon art, then starts to practice according to the contents of the first page. He enters an ethereal state of mind, then his mind goes into a vague blank. In only a short while, Qin Yu feels that the holy energy of the universe absorbed by him has formed a warm stream in his body. Moreover, compared to the stream of over a year ago, this stream is fairly bigger. As expected, when the body becomes strong, I absorb the universe's holy energy quite faster. Let's start circulating it. Qin Yu immediately uses his mind to make that warm stream move in his body. According to the small round path of the ancestral dragon art, the stream continuously changes direction, then blends with the Dantian. Qin Yu becomes excited. He carefully tries to feel if this small stream of internal energy will be dissipated or not. You must not dissipate. You must not. Qin Yu hopes for the best, so his attention becomes even more focused. He uses his entire mind to feel this small stream of internal energy. In limit training, the thing that is trained the most is the mind. Having been training for so long, Qin Yu's mind is much stronger than those of ordinary people. It is also much stronger than it was when Qin Yu just started his limit training. He feels clearly the internal energy starting to disperse in the dantian. Then it goes away through the body in all directions. Failed again. Qin Yu groans. Suddenly. That's not true. It is as if Qin Yu has just discovered a world-shaking secret. He focuses his entire mind on the dispersing lines of internal energy. Most of those internal energy lines dissipate into the air through the body, but unexpectedly a small number of them fuse with the body's flesh and bones. To draw an analogy, Qin Yu's flesh and bones are like sandy soil and those internal energy lines are like a stream. The stream flows on the sandy soil, but a small part of the water is still absorbed by the soil. This is a fact. Even though Qin Yu's internal energy flows to the surroundings, part of it is still absorbed by him. Qin Yu's eyes immediately glitter. Very good. Very good. Very good. Qin Yu is so excited that his whole body trembles. Even though absorbing the effective medicines of the medicinal wine can reinforce the body's flesh, how can it compare with internal energy? I can't accumulate internal energy, but my flesh can absorb internal energy. The stronger my flesh becomes, the faster I practice external techniques. At the moment, Qin Yu is extremely excited. He can even hear his intense heartbeats. Father, I'll definitely succeed. Qin Yu's eyes radiate rays of light. Never for a moment has he been so confident. Above the bleak, dangerous path of practicing external techniques on which Qin Yu has been treading, dawn is breaking. End of B1C13. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 14. B1C14, High-Speed Transformations, 1. Thanks to his internal energy fusing with his flesh, Qin Yu's flesh and bones immediately undergo transformations non-stop. Absorbing internal energy, the flexibility and toughness of the flesh as well as its potential continuously heighten. This allows Qin Yu's body training to improve at such a fast speed which no one could have thought possible. As time goes by, Qin Yu's overall power also increases at a very fast speed. About a half year later, Zhao Yunqing has left for a year. Qin Yu is already 10. On the side of Mount Donglan, with eyes which look like those of a falcon, Qin Yu is staring forward while running in long strides. Bystanders basically cannot imagine that each of his arms is wearing a 5-gene iron piece of armor and each of his legs is wearing a 10-gene iron piece of armor. His iron undershirt also weighs about 20 gene. Qin Yu is running at his fastest speed. He simply does not stop. The difficulty of weight carrying running varies depending on which body parts the weights are fastened to. If he only carries a weight on his back, at least his legs can still run a bit easily. But if there are more weights fastened to his arms and legs, the legs will require a great amount of his strength to run. Also, this is the method Qin Yu uses to train the explosiveness of his arms. With the top of the mountain already in sight, Qin Yu cannot help having a hint of a brilliant smile on his face. For the last half year my strength has improved more than it did in over a year of training before. The muscles' potential and toughness both have heightened greatly. Moreover, absorbing internal energy is much better for the muscles' flexibility and toughness than the other training methods. Well, keep striving. Qin Yu's eyes are full of excitement. For the last half year, he has been doing internal practice every day. Even though his dantian cannot accumulate internal energy, the flesh of his body has absorbed part of the dispersed internal energy. At this moment, Qin Yu's muscles' explosiveness, flexibility, toughness and even potential have all increased quite a lot. The three great internal experts who have always been following Qin Yu in secret are all extremely astounded. These three great internal experts have always been safeguarding Qin Yu secretly. They have been worried that when Qin Yu trains alone he might get injured due to continuous running or faint. If something happened, they would spring to his aid. But for the last half year, they have only seen Qin Yu raise the level of his training non-stop. The degrees by which the training load increased even shocked the three great internal experts. However, Qin Yu has really been able to endure. Under the waterfall. Still carrying the same weights as before, Qin Yu is standing in a horse stance under the waterfall, enduring the constant attack of the water. Ha! Under the attack of the waterfall, Qin Yu is punching continuously at a very fast speed while uttering low shouts. His punches are fast like lightning and every punch hits the water. This is how Qin Yu is training the offensive force of his arms. The water sprays are being scattered around even more due to his attacks. Sunlight shines down on them, creating dazzling 7-colored rays of light. Once Chinyu takes a horse stance, he is as stable as an old pine. When the weights increased, the pressure on the legs really increased a lot. Chinyu nips his lips and tries hard to make his legs stand more stably. At this moment, not only are Chinyu's legs enduring the hitting force of the waterfall, they are also enduring the pressure of the weights on his body, so it is extremely hard for him to persist. But carrying the weights also increased the force of gravity on Chinyu, stabilizing his center of gravity quite a lot. Under the constant attack of the waterfall, Chinyu's legs endure more and more pressure. If he wants to reach his limits, he must persevere. Reaching the peak of his physical limits, Chinyu feels clearly warm streams coming out from the depths of his muscles one after another. Thanks to them, his legs have strength again. Because his flesh has been absorbing internal energy, every time Chinyu transcends his limits like this time, he feels that the released strength is considerably greater than in the past. This has also enabled him to progress much faster. Night. Chinyu is sitting with eyes closed and legs crossed on the table. He continuously absorbs the universe's holy energy, changes it into internal energy and channels it into the dantian. Soon afterwards, the internal energy disperses and goes away in all directions. But Chinyu's trained muscles still absorb it non-stop like a hungry and thirsty traveler on the road. After a night, Chinyu opens his eyes. Just as I thought, when the training load increases, the amount of internal energy absorbed by the muscles also increases. Today the amount of internal energy absorbed is about a fifth of the total. Chinyu's face is full of excitement. His internal energy disperses very fast. Most of it disperses into the air and only a very small part is absorbed. It is already a very high proportion that he can absorb a fifth of the total at the moment. Chinyu suddenly gets up. He immediately feels that his whole body is full of power. As the internal energy is absorbed into the flesh, it greatly heightens the potential of the flesh. A new day has come. Let's continue training, smiles Chinyu, then dashes out of the room. Training day after day, Chinyu's body has also been changing quietly. As his age increases, he has reached puberty. Puberty. This is the stage during which the human body develops at a very fast speed physically. Immediately, Chinyu's appetite increases greatly, enabling his various bodily functions to improve even faster. The whole year from age 10 to age 11 was the year during which Chinyu progressed the most in the last 3 years of training. During this year, his bones grew and his muscles developed. Moreover, the amount of internal energy his flesh absorbed increased a lot every day. Chinyu is 11 now. He has reached about 1.6 m in height. His overall power can be said to have increased exponentially. On the training ground, Chinyu, dressed in black training clothes, sits down at his convenience, taking a very rare break. Because he is wearing training clothes, just by looking at him, basically no one can tell that he is wearing 2 10-gene arm guards on his arms, 2 20-gene leg guards on his legs and a 40-gene undershirt. All in all, he is carrying 100-gene. However, to Chinyu who has gone through 3 years of limit training, this is simply nothing. This puny strength is still very far from alright. As soon as Chinyu remembers the 8 external experts at that time, he feels he himself is sadly lacking in power. That Mandong could lift 800-gene with one arm and carry 1000-gene easily with his whole body. Compared to him, Chinyu is indeed much weaker. However, Chinyu forgets that he has only been training for 3 years. If he had not discovered the fantastic effects of internal practice after Zhao Yunqing left, it would have taken him a minimum of 6 or 7 years to reach his current level. Moreover, the path which Chinyu takes is different from those of the other external experts. To assess a body, not only does one need to look at strength, he also needs to look at many other things such as flexibility, toughness, agility, explosiveness, attack resistance, and so on. Chinyu's strength is weaker than Mandong's. But in terms of speed alone, that wild man Mandong is even inferior to Chinyu because Chinyu is extremely agile. Moreover, his body's flexibility and toughness are also very good and far superior to ordinary external experts. How much water a wooden cask contains rests on its lowest plank rather than the highest. To keep a balance between different attributes is very important. Chinyu is sitting in a chair. At first glance, his whole body looks like that of a mighty leopard. Thanks to 3 years of training, add to that his reaching puberty, Chinyu is already 1.6 m tall now. He has also become a juvenile from a kid. Moreover, this is a juvenile who is even much more capable than ordinary adults. At the moment, this juvenile is contemplating. Master said, in external practice, first I have to train until my body becomes perfect. Then I will learn different fighting techniques using this body. But close quarters fighting techniques can't be mastered in a mere day or two. I should start to learn them right now. Chinyu's eyes shine with wisdom. For the last 3 years, he has read many medical books and other books in the study. The more books he read, the better his rationality became. And the way he considers a matter now is to the point. Thanks to that, he understands what Zhao Yunqing said at that time even more. From now on, I'm going to use half of the daytime to train my body. During the other half I'm going to try to figure out my own offensive methods. Qin Yu suddenly stands up and leaves the training ground at once. He goes toward the study. His body is still carrying 100 jin of weights. During the 24 hours of a day, Qin Yu seems to never take off the weights, except when he has to take a bath. The basics of a perfect body have already come into being. But how does he capitalize on this body to attack? Zhao Yunqing has his own techniques. Qin Yu can certainly have his own custom-made techniques as well. Only the techniques which are created based on his body are the best, most powerful offensive techniques. What Qin Yu must do now is figure out this kind of offensive techniques. End of B1C14. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 15. B1C15, High-Speed Transformations, 2. As time goes by, except when Qin Yu trains, he spends most of his time trying to figure out the offensive techniques of his own. He determines to break down what he must do in order to figure out his offensive techniques into 3 aspects: body maneuvering skill, close quarters offense, and weapons. Body maneuvering skill. Body maneuvering skill and defensive dodging are related. It is also connected to close quarters offense, pursuit, and fleeing. Qin Yu's requirements for his body maneuvering skill are as follows: quick like lightning, sensitive like a cunning hare. To do research for his body maneuvering skill, he has to study the art of Qi Men Dun Jia, and study various other body maneuvering skills. Close quarters offense. During the course of his training, Qin Yu found that he is fond of challenging his limits and fond of being burning with excitement. Therefore, when it was time for him to choose his way of offense, he chose to practice close quarters combat. In close quarters combat, life or death can be decided in a mere moment. It is extremely dangerous but also full of the passion of life. Weapons. Until now, Qin Yu has not decided his weapons of choice. Each of the 18 standard weapons such as the knife, the spear, and the staff has its own merits, but Qin Yu likes to use his own fists and legs even more. At least he still has not decided what weapons he is going to select. In the study, Qin Yu is reading a book with the name Book of Changes. Oh, this chapter's principles seem to be quite similar to the body maneuvering skill 9 appearances of the Cloud Dragon on page 3 of the Ancestral Dragon art book, mumbles Qin Yu. Then he puts the book down and spontaneously starts to organize some knowledge he just acquired in his mind. The principles of various body maneuvering skills and of Qi Men Dun Jia continuously flow through Qin Yu's mind. The composition of Liuyi, Sanqi, Beiman and Jiujing forms the circumstances of Qi Men. Beiman becomes Du, Shang, Jing 3, Xiu, Shang, Si, Jing 1 and Kai. Qi Men Dun Jia is divided into Tianpan, Menpan and Daipan, which are called Sankai. Some most basic concepts of Qi Men Dun Jia start to take root in Qin Yu's mind. Even though they are the most basic ones, they are the foundation. Countless formation arts and escaping techniques have been developed from these principles. Various mysterious, profound body maneuvering skills are all more or less influenced by Qi Men Dun Jia. Because Qin Yu practices external techniques, there is no internal energy in his body. Therefore, he cannot practice ordinary arts of lightness and body maneuvering skills. He can only create a body maneuvering skill for himself. The 68 internal secret books all have some internal energy-based unarmed fighting techniques, knife techniques, body maneuvering skills, and so on. Even the 28 external secret books also have various offensive techniques. Like an ocean which contains the water of 100 rivers, Qin Yu reads all the various offensive techniques of the 96 internal and external secret books, then combines them with the general principles of Qi Men Dun Jia and the Book of Changes which he already learned. Looking for some hidden essentials of his future body maneuvering skill is exceptionally difficult, but as soon as his body training is finished, Qin Yu makes great efforts to research regardless of day or night. To reach the peak of external techniques, it is vital to study the art of medicine. This is what Zhao Yunqing said on the first day he taught Qin Yu. At the moment Qin Yu is reading medical books. For the last 3 years, he has read many medical books and his knowledge has also increased greatly. Every bit of strength and every attack must make the enemy pay the biggest price. If I make a chop at the opponent's stomach, I'll only hurt his stomach at best. But if the same chop hits the opponent's throat, he'll die. Qin Yu puts the book down. His eyes glitter. The human body has various vital points. Qin Yu knows very well about the body's joints, the intersection points of the channels and the movement paths of blood and energy. Attacking the vital points is to attack the crucial acupoints, to attack the physically weak parts, or to break the joints of the body using grappling techniques, and so on. In short, Qin Yu's offensive principles are, each and every bit of strength causes the heaviest damage and no amount of strength is wasted. Each of his arms has only 100 Jin of strength, but his offensive force must reach the offensive power level of experts with 200 Jin of strength in one arm, or an even more formidable level. To do this, he must try hard using various techniques, using body maneuvering skill, attacking vital points, taking advantage of the surroundings and time, taking advantage of the opponent's psychological changes, and so on. Qin Yu is very confident because he has a body in which agility, explosiveness, flexibility, toughness and so on all exist in perfect harmony. Moreover, he also has various secret books he can consult. At midday, on the training ground, various mechanical wooden dummies have been put on the training ground, forming a wooden dummy lane. This is the highest achievement of mechanics grandmasters. To fight through the wooden dummy lane is highly difficult. It is not something ordinary people can do. Today, Qin Yu decides to use the wooden dummy lane to practice his close-quarters offensive techniques. Qin Yu is standing stock still before the wooden dummy lane. Suddenly, he charges into it. A slight move in one part can affect the whole thing. Soon after he touches a wooden dummy, the other dummies in the lane all start to move. Qin Yu only has calmness in his eyes. Bam! 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 His hands, aimed directly at the wooden dummy's joints, attack quickly like a flash. His legs mostly defend, but if an opportunity arises he breaks the wood in one kick. Qin Yu is moving very fast, but only because he is not carrying weights at the moment. Qin Yu knows very well that if he puts on those 100 Jin of weights, he simply will not be able to defeat this wooden dummy lane. Having taken off the 100 Jin of weights, Qin Yu is surprisingly agile. But, there are too many wooden dummies in the wooden dummy lane. He is even hit in the head by a nearby wooden dummy. Soon after he gets hit, he is attacked several more times in quick succession. Qin Yu has no choice but to do a roll and run out of the lane immediately. Not bad. Every wooden dummy's joints are similar to the human body's joints. Practicing this way is much more effective. Qin Yu's eyes glitter. He charges into the wooden dummy lane again. The wooden dummy lane is no more than a relatively easy training method in Qin Yu's plan. There is still the higher-ranked copper dummy lane. The copper dummies, of course, are not only made of copper. Rather, they are wooden dummies with an outside layer made of copper and iron. In this way, obviously a copper dummy's offense and defense both are stronger than a wooden dummy's by a level. Qin Yu has not determined what weapons he is going to use in the end. Late at night on the same day, in the secret room, Qin Yu is carefully reading the offensive techniques in every secret book. Most of them use the knife or the sword. A small number of them also use strange weapons. Ha! Qin Yu suddenly opens an internal secret book. When he reaches the chapter about swordsmanship, there is a passage in it which catches his attention. Even though our school's afterimage sword is an assassination style of swordsmanship, in terms of close-quarters assassination swordsmanship, the number one is still the Yu clan's one sword. It does not matter who the target is, Assassin Yu sure has never failed. In those days, this assassin was the legendary top assassin of the assassination organization Heavenly Net. Qin Yu is startled. Heavenly Net, Qin Yu has heard of this name. This is an extremely old assassination organization with a history longer than even a millennium. Its influence has spread throughout the whole Qianlong continent. Not even one of the three big dynasties on the Qianlong continent has a history as long as that of the Heavenly Net. This assassin Yashur was known by reputation as the legendary top assassin, so his killing techniques must have been terribly good. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes pop out of his head. Yu clan's one sword, Yu clan's one sword, the backside of page 3 of the Ancestral Dragon Art Book seems to talk about it. Qin Yu read the Ancestral Dragon Art Book carefully before. It has 3 gold pages. Nearly half of the contents are about an internal secret technique. Another half is about the body maneuvering skill 9 appearances of the Cloud Dragon, the unarmed fighting technique Flame Dragon Fist, and the sword technique Heaven-Splitting Ultimate Yang Sword. That so-called Yu clan's one sword is only described a bit at the end, so Qin Yu did not take much notice of it at that time. Only now does he know that the obscure Yu clan's one sword in the Ancestral Dragon Art Book is actually the sword technique of the so-called legendary number 1 assassin. The internal technique Ancestral Dragon Art absorbs the universe's holy energy at an extremely high speed. Among various internal techniques, it is undoubtedly the number 1. The body maneuvering skill 9 appearances of the Cloud Dragon, the unarmed fighting technique Flame Dragon Fist, and the sword technique Heaven-Splitting Ultimate Yang Sword are all terrifyingly formidable, but to practice them requires practicing the Ancestral Dragon Art in coordination. Therefore Qin Yu can only see them without practicing. Opening the last page, Qin Yu finally looks at the piece of information about the Yu clan's one sword. Ah, I didn't think that it even had the practice method of the U-Clan's one sword. Qin Yu's eyes brighten as he goes into ecstasies. No one could have thought that there would be the practice method of the U-Clan's one sword in the ancestral dragon art book. Qin Yu immediately starts reading carefully. But the more he reads, the paler he looks. In the end, he even looks a bit pasty. End of B1C15. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 16. B1C16, High-Speed Transformations, 3. The U-Clan's one sword is an extremely cruel sword technique. This technique has only been passed down in the U-Clan. But for some unknown reason, it is also seen in the book of the ancestral dragon art. In every generation of the U-Clan, all the male newborns are considered heirs apparent of the U-Clan's one sword. When the children have just been born, their appearances are spoiled. Worse still, the U-Clan then secretly orders its servants to take each child to a slum separately. The child will be tormented by the servant, add to that he will be discriminated against due to his disfigurement, and he will suffer all kinds of unfriendliness in the world. His disposition will change to an extent where he will extremely detest the world. When he grows up, the U-Clan will bring him back. He will be taught internal techniques, depending on his specialty. At the same time, he will undergo special training to learn the U-Clan's one sword. The special training is very simple, training to kill people. In the beginning, the clan will train its heirs apparent with corpses, letting these candidates stab the corpses in the vital points non-stop with their short swords. Each corpse will be stabbed into minced flesh, but only when it has gone completely rotten will it be thrown away. After they can hit the enemy's vital points easily with eyes closed, they will continuously carry out missions. The U-Clan's one sword kills in one hit. It has only 2 moves altogether: conceal the sword, draw the sword. If the sword of a U-Clan's one sword user is not drawn, nothing will happen. But as soon as it is drawn, it will surely kill. Simple, very simple, extremely simple, yet it is called the #1 assassination sword technique. Getting disfigured in infancy, then getting tormented, getting discriminated against continuously, unloved and unsupported by anyone, becoming associated with corpses every day after growing up, stabbing corpses into minced flesh nonstop until they are rotten. This kind of sword technique is really too twisted and disgusting. Qin Yu's expression is very unpleasant to look at. As soon as he thinks about the disfigurement of the babies and the use of corpses in training, Qin Yu feels very disgusted with this so-called U-Clan's one sword. Training assassins in this way really is too twisted. The murderous heir is the most freakish and shocking thing that the U-Clan's heirs possess. The ancestral dragon art book's last judgment on the U-Clan's one sword makes Qin Yu startled. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu totally understands why the U-Clan's one sword is so fearsome and why it is called the #1 assassination sword technique. Qin Yu's expression is full of astonishment. Formidable, formidable, the planner of the U-Clan's one sword training is really too formidable. Those babies are disfigured in infancy, so they have completely warped minds. When they grow up, they train by stabbing corpses and stay close to corpses every day. Eventually, they carry out missions non-stop. Babies of this kind have savageness at the bottoms of the hearts from childhood. When they stay close to corpses every day later, the savageness increases terrifyingly. When they kill someone, just by having an outburst of savageness at that moment, they can greatly discompose the opponents. Qin Yu takes 2 deep breaths and calms down. Because Qin Yu is usually alone, he is in the habit of pondering over some matters. This U-Clan's one sword is called the #1 assassination sword technique because of 2 reasons. First is, the user has to cultivate a terrifying air of savageness. Second is, the sword is drawn in the simplest manner. Qin Yu concludes to himself, the savageness that is cultivated at the bottom of his heart from childhood will become utterly terrifying in his adulthood. When he kills someone, that air of savageness will probably discompose the opponent greatly. At the right moment, drawing the sword extremely fast, he can kill the enemy in one hit. The U-Clan's one sword has only 2 moves, concealing sword and drawing sword. This is very noteworthy. Concealing sword is to make people unable to feel the existence of the sword. Drawing sword is to make people simply unable to react. At the same time, the enemy must be killed in one hit. No error is allowed. Cultivating that terrifying aura is to increase the certainty of success when drawing the sword. Actually, without that terrifying aura, the U-Clan's one sword is still a formidable assassination sword technique. Qin Yu praises it highly in his mind. This concealing sword, drawing sword process is very simple, but it is incomparably refined. However, Qin Yu knows, without that fearsome air of savageness, the U-Clan's one sword is only a relatively formidable assassination sword technique and cannot be called the #1 assassination sword technique. I don't want to be warped like that. But the so-called concealing sword, drawing sword of the Yu-clan's one sword totally tickles my fancy. Xinyu is very excited. In normal situations, I'll conceal the sword and engage in close quarters combat. But when I have no choice, I'll draw the sword. Alright, my weapon is going to be a short sword. Using fists and legs to fight is what Xinyu likes the most. Xinyu selects the short sword because it is also used in close quarters combat. The moment the sword is drawn, it can directly take the enemy's life. Life or death to be decided in a moment. Xinyu loves this kind of passion-burning, blood-boiling fighting method. In close quarters combat, he will tear the enemy's muscles apart and distort their bones, or attack their vital points with his fists. The hand can become a fist, a claw, a palm, a chopper. The leg can become a whip, a knife, a stick, an axe. Close quarters combat is the most exciting thing. Xinyu looks at a wooden dummy which were created based on the entire human skeleton before him. Immediately, he changes his hands into claws and tears a couple joints of the dummy into pieces in one grab. At the same time, his hands move like illusions, and in just a moment, all the joints of the wooden dummy have been completely shattered into tiny bits. In the hot spring in the West Garden. Xinyu is strolling in the water like a wandering dragon. At the same time, he punches continuously. Other people can even see the unceasing blurs of his fists underwater. Xinyu's punching speed is extremely fast. After nearly 3 years of training, Xinyu has almost grasped the characteristics of water. When in water, he can make use of its forces. Water basically cannot become a hindrance to him. When in water, Xinyu is like a fish, very difficult to hold. Xiao Yu. Lian Yan enters the West Garden with a smiling expression. Bang! Xinyu suddenly takes a leap. He unexpectedly gets out of the water directly. As soon as his hands are propped up against the ground, he does a flip and falls onto the ground in a beautiful manner. Grandpa Lian. Xinyu goes toward Lian Yan while laughing. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows onto his body. He unconsciously makes a swinging movement with his body, and all of a sudden he unexpectedly appears beside Lian Yan. This speed was terrifyingly fast. Lian Yan cannot help being shocked. Xinyu's eyes suddenly glitter with astonishment. His whole body stands stock still as if he has been struck by lightning. Just now. Xinyu is extremely amazed by what has just happened. When he was in the water, he tried every means to make use of its forces to increase his speed. After he got out of the water just a moment ago, when the wind reached him, he was thinking about Lian Yan, so he unconsciously acted as if he was still in the water. He once again attempted to make use of water's forces, but in fact it was the wind. Water resistance, wind resistance, air resistance, actually they are all resistance, except that water resistance is much stronger. I can make use of water's forces, then why can't I make use of the wind's forces to prevent strong winds from becoming a hindrance when I'm moving fast? Xinyu gets even more excited. Xiao Yu, seeing this situation, Lian Yan is startled. Xinyu simply does not look up. He waves his hands and says, Grandpa Lian, let's talk later. As he is saying, he totally immerses himself into his enlightenment. He shuts his eyes completely. He uses his body to feel the wind's resistance even more clearly. Speed. In the end, how fast can a person be? When running at normal speeds, he feels as if there is no wind resistance. But when dashing at very high speeds, the faster he goes, the stronger the resistance he experiences. And when he reaches top speed, the air resistance reaches a shocking level. If I even consider these kinds of resistance to be assistance rather than hindrances, then how fast will I be? Thinking about this matter, Xinyu immediately has a goal. This period of time, he has always been searching for his own body maneuvering skill. At this moment, Xinyu suddenly understands that this is perhaps the way for his body maneuvering skill. He closes his eyes and slowly walks about to feel the wind's resistance, just like how he felt water resistance in the water before. But air resistance and wind resistance are obviously weaker than water resistance. It is much harder to go along with the forces of the wind. However, Xinyu has previous experience with water, so at this moment he is learning about the wind through feeling much faster than normal. At the same time, he consciously combines the principles of Qi Men Dun Jia with his knowledge of the wind. Day after day. Enduring the water pressure under the waterfall, long-distance running while carrying weights, training the finger strength, reaction training in the sandbag formation, training the body's toughness with wooden sticks, practicing close quarters combat in the wooden dummy lane, practicing the Yu-clan's one sword on a model of the human body, through feeling developing the body maneuvering skill which makes use of winds and air's forces. Absorbing internal energy to enhance the flesh's solidity, toughness, and potential. As Xinyu's appetite is redoubled, his bones and flesh also transform at very high speeds. Xinyu, who is experiencing his period of bodily growth, uses several near-perfect forms of limit training to enable his own body to quickly approach a state of perfect harmony. His overall power also increases at very high speeds. His body maneuvering skill is also nearing completion. The air resistance and wind resistance he experiences when he moves at his top speed has become increasingly smaller. In the mansion of East Vanquishing Prince in Taifeng City, Qinde is looking at a military map on the wall. The map has various markings of different colors. The 3 eastern region counties are black and the other regions of the Chu Kingdom are red. As Qinde is looking at the military map, his eyes radiate killing intent. Every day he looks at this map while standing still for nearly 4 hours. Your Highness, there is a message from Misty Villa. Black-clad Su Yuan arrives. Hearing the words Misty Villa, Qinde finally shifts his attention away from the map. He turns his head and says unenthusiastically, "Say it, what's the message?" Su Yuan immediately replies, "Your Highness, the message says that the 3 internal experts who have been specifically protecting Xiaoyu in secret according to your order at that time have decided to return to the army." Qinde cannot help feeling doubtful. He knows those 3 people very well. Even though they are only Hotian experts, when working together, their offensive force is very powerful. Moreover, they are very loyal and absolutely do not dare to disobey his orders at will. "Say, what's the reason?" asks Qinde in a cold voice. Su Yuan takes a look at the letter in his hand again. With a strange expression he says, "The letter says, Your Highness originally sent these 3 internal experts to secretly protect Xiaoyu." But, saying to hear, Su Yuan seems to have something he cannot express. In the end, what's the reason? Quickly say it, asks Qinde while staring at Su Yuan. With a strange expression Su Yuan can only say, "Your Highness, this letter says, you chose the 3 internal experts, but now they basically can't keep up with Xiaoyu's movement speed, therefore they have no way to protect Xiaoyu secretly." What? Can't keep up? How is it possible? Even if Qinde was calmer, at this moment his eyes would still pop out of his head. This year, Xinyu just turned 12. End of B1C16. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 17. B1C17, The Yuchang Sword. Qinde cannot believe this outcome. Su Yuan also finds it very unbelievable. But how could the people at Misty Villa dare to deceive Qinde? Your Highness, Su Yuan looks at Qinde. Qinde has calmed down. He ponders for a while, then stares at Su Yuan and says, "Those 3 internal experts who secretly protect Yuer can return now. From now on, no one has to protect Yuer in secret." Qinde looks into the sky through the window. With a faint smile he mumbles, "Yuer has grown up. He no longer needs to stay under my wing. What he needs is to experience hardships. And eventually he will flap his wings to hover over the 9 levels of the sky." Your Highness, should we let Xiaoyu participate in the plan? Asks Su Yuan suddenly. Qinde's face hardens. He says directly without any hesitation, "No. Xiaoyu's power is not bad, but in the middle of a battle with the participation of several 100,000 soldiers or even 1 million soldiers, if surrounded, an individual is simply of no use. Only when the individual has reached the Xiantian level, will he be able to save his little life in the middle of a large army. Moreover, Yuer has never marshaled soldiers. Therefore, he has to reach the Xiantian level. Otherwise he definitely can't take part in the plan." "Yes." Su Yuan replies. "Su Yuan, it is Jingyi's death anniversary in a few days, right?" Qinde is suddenly upset. Standing at one side, Su Yuan nods and keeps silent. Xinyu trains non-stop assiduously. Late at night, he circulates internal energy using the ancestral dragon art to make the energy fuse with his flesh and bones, enhancing the toughness and flexibility of the flesh and skin of his whole body. During the daytime he works hard to train his body. At the same time, he practices close quarters offense and continuously perfects his body maneuvering skill and practices the Yu Clan's one sword. Every day, only the nearly 6 hours during which he soaks in the hot spring is his time for sleep and rest. Time goes by as he keeps training fiercely like that. In the blink of an eye, Xinyu has turned 13. Late at night, the sky is full of visible stars. At the moment, Xinyu is taking a rare break from practicing his internal technique and absorbing internal energy. He is looking into the starry sky. There is an extremely intimidating black eagle beside him. This black eagle is not like ordinary eagles. It looks even faster and fiercer. Regardless of the crown resembling golden feathers atop its head, the shiny black feathers, or the cold light radiating pointed beak and sharp claws, Xinyu is amazed by Xiao Hei's capabilities. But he still has not found out what kind of bird Xiao Hei actually is. Xiaohei, I took you in when I was 7. It's been 6 years, but I've never been clear about what kind of bird you are. Are you an eagle? Qinyu strokes Xiaohei's head and says amiably. Xiaohei enjoys Qinyu's caresses very much. Its sharp eyes look at Qinyu and radiate an intense attachment. The limit training has been going on for 5 years. Qinyu's body has been experiencing world-shattering transformations. If Zhao Yunqing came here, he would definitely find it hard to believe. After all, internal energy fusing with his flesh has allowed Qinyu's body to transform even faster. He has been undergoing limit training for only 5 years, but these 5 years can be comparable to ordinary people's 10 years of limit training. In addition, he has been helped by the special hot spring at Misty Villa, by medical expert Wang Xian, who has been massaging him and applying medicinal wine for him, and by the various precious medicinal meals which he obtained thanks to East Vanquishing Prince's powerful influence. Of course, the most important thing is Qinyu himself has been trying very hard. It does not matter what the circumstances are, individual effort is still the most important thing. Qinyu has been training with the same resolution every day for the last 5 years. This has made 13-year-old Qinyu an external expert. Qinyu is currently about 1.7 m tall. His body's muscles work in harmony and are streamlined. Just by looking at his body, other people will probably think about the words explosive power and speed involuntarily. Xiaohei, I've been at Misty Villa for 7 years. Father has also visited me 4 times. Qinyu looks into the starry sky. His eyes are calm. During the 5 years of limit training, Qinyu's mind has also been trained. Even an ordinary person would mature a lot mentally if put in this kind of situation. As Qinyu grew, he also slowly understood his father and noticed some matters. Father actually cares about me. I can feel that. Since he's always been working hard to handle that plan, he's had no time for me. Big brother and second brother are also taking part in that plan. Only I am living in comfort nonchalantly at Misty Villa. Qinyu's eyes have a hint of powerlessness. I don't know what that plan is. Father has never told me either. I see father overworking like that, but I can't offer him any help. Qinyu shakes his head and says with a forced smile. Qinyu does not even know what the plan is, how can he help? Moreover, his father Qin De has simply not told him anything about it. Father is with the army in the wilderness. Big brother is also there. Second brother went there too. They've been trying hard to carry out that mysterious plan, and yet I can't help in anything. Qinyu still remembers the last time Qin De visited him. He said, don't ask. When you become a Xiantian expert, father will let you take part in this plan. Oh well, Xiantian. Qinyu turns skywards and sighs. Then he bursts out laughing. All right, let's forget about it. So what if I can't join the plan? Training hard is the most important thing. Qinyu's face has an utterly unconcerned expression. But does he think so from the bottom of his heart? Qinyu raises his head and looks into the starry sky. Xiaohei beside him is also looking up. As the night passes slowly, a human and an eagle watch the sky quietly. Suddenly, the sky brightens. One after another, a number of meteors flash through the sky. At first sight, there are at least several tens of them. This is exactly a meteor shower. It's a meteor shower. Qinyu shouts in a pleasant surprise. His face is full of excitement. It is extremely hard to come across a meteor shower. At least Qinyu has never seen one before. He has only heard about its enchantment and gorgeousness from Lian Yan. Sure enough. Every single one of the meteors is so dazzling and effulgent. They outshine all the stars in the sky. Each meteor is radiating the last light rays of its life and burning the last bits of its energy, producing a thrilling radiance. Qinyu is watching calmly. Various hints of mystery appear in his eyes. Meteors, even though their lives are short, they radiate the brightest lights. They are dazzling. As for human, not even a Xiantian expert can live longer than several hundred years. Instead of living my whole life in mediocrity, why don't I learn from the meteors? In my limited life, I'll burn my passion of life and stimulate the blood in my veins, making my life radiate the most dazzling light. Only in this way will I die with no regret. Seeing the meteors disappear successively, Qinyu cannot help saying emotionally. The limit training has been burning that passion at the bottom of his heart, causing him to love the feeling of blood boiling even more. This is also the reason why he chose close quarters combat. And at this moment, when he sees the meteor shower, he gains some more understanding of himself. Xiaohei, I haven't visited Yen City for about a half year. Let's go for a stroll in Yen City tomorrow. By the way, I'm going to fetch that short sword, the Yuchang sword, from the prince's mansion, says Qinyu while stroking Xiaohei's head. Xiao Hei looks at Qin Yu then utters a cry which resounds through the sky. It is obviously very excited. The Yu Chang sword is a short sword which is made of meteoric metals. As Qin Yu has been practicing the Yu clan's one sword, it is the most suitable to use this kind of short sword. Having heard about the sword story from Lian Yan, Qin Yu has decided to fetch that Yu Chang sword from the mansion. The sky is gradually getting darker. This is the darkness before dawn breaks. Qin Yu waits until it starts to get light then returns to Yen City. End of B1C17. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 18. B1C18, First Kills of Fury, 1. Ha! Qin Yu, dressed in fitted black clothes, is galloping along the highway on tall black horse, heading directly for Yen City alone. In the sky above his head, a black eagle is soaring with wings spread. It is Qin Yu's pet Xiao Hei. Feeling strong winds blowing on him, Qin Yu's face is full of enjoyment. Ha, this feeling is really invigorating. After taking off those 200 Jin of weights, my whole body feels light as if it's floating. Qin Yu excitedly props his hands against the horse and does a high flip on its back. He spreads his arms, feeling the strong winds, and falls down precisely on the horse's back. He started training when he was 8 and has been undergoing limit training for 5 years. He has almost never wasted any time. In addition, the flesh of his whole body has been continuously absorbing internal energy and transforming. Therefore, his 5 years of training is at least equal to ordinary people's 10 years of limit training. Qin Yu already became a veritable external expert. His body maneuvering skill is light, elegant, and effective. His speed is fast like a cunning hare. His explosiveness, strength, and so on all cannot be matched by those of ordinary experts. Ha! Ha! Qin Yu accelerates in excitement. The horse gallops more vigorously and in an instant there is only a trail of dust left on the highway while his silhouette has already disappeared toward its far end. As the horse gallops, the scenery on the sides of the road is quickly left behind Qin Yu. He suddenly decelerates and stops. Then he gets off the horse and runs directly toward a village. Qin Yu goes to town for a stroll twice every year. The first time he went to town from Misty Villa, he had a drink of water in this village and became friends with some local children. Xiao Lu, calls Qin Yu as soon as he reaches the entrance of the village. Xiao Yu. A robust youth with an iron shovel in his hands runs out in excitement. This youth is bare-chested, revealing his chunks of muscle. These muscles contain in them an explosive strength. This is none other than Qin Yu's good friend Tai Shan, who just turned 16 this year. Brother Yu. A little girl with a ponytail also runs out and abruptly embraces Qin Yu. This little girl is Tai Shan's little sister Xiao Lu, who is only 8 this year. Xiao Yu, how are you? Some villagers around him also enthusiastically greet him. They all know Qin Yu fairly well. After all, he has visited here several times. Qin Yu is dressed differently from normal people but he treats other people extremely nicely. And this is the reason why the villagers like Qin Yu. Xiao Lu, Deshan, I haven't come here for about a half year. How are you doing? Inquires Qin Yu after them with a smiling expression as he strokes Xiao Lu's head tenderly. We're doing fine. Tai Shan says laughingly. Next to him, Xiao Lu, with her big round black eyes brightening, suddenly says, Brother Yu, are you thirsty? I'm going to fetch water. As she finishes saying, she runs directly towards her home without waiting for Qin Yu to reply. When Qin Yu first came to this village at that time, it was because he was thirsty and wanted a drink of water. Deshan, I'm going to town right now. If you want to buy something, I'll help you buy it, asks Qin Yu. As soon as Tai Shan hears that, he thinks for a while and says with an uncomfortable smile, I want to buy a somewhat good battle knife. I've saved nearly enough money to buy one. There's no need to mention your savings. I'll buy one and give it to you as a present. Qin Yu says laughingly while patting Tai Shan's shoulder. Tai Shan is a bit stupefied. Then he says immediately, how is it going to be alright? A good battle knife is very expensive. How can? Brother Yu, water. Xiao Lu runs up to him while holding a bowl of water. Qin Yu receives the water. With his eyes narrowed, he smiles and looks at Xiao Lu. You couldn't have done me a favor for no reason. Say it. What do you want your brother Yu to do for you? In a glance Qin Yu sees through the mind of this crafty little girl Xiao Lu. Oops. I'm caught. Xiao Lu winks her big eyes several times and blushes. Then she says uncomfortably, Brother Yu, I want a cloth doll. That kind with a big red flower embroidered on the head. Qin Yu laughingly squeezes Xiao Lu's nose once and says, I got it. A cloth doll with a big red flower embroidered on the head, right? Don't worry. I'll definitely buy it for you. Xinyu likes this little girl Xiao Lu very much. When he first came here, she was only 5 years old. After drinking the water, Xinyu returns the bowl to Xiao Lu and says to her in Taishan, Deshan, Xiao Lu, I'm going first. When I get back I'm going to bring you the things you want. Xiao Yu, this money. Taishan is holding some copper coins in his hands, not knowing what to say. However, Xinyu is already running to the horse. After a jump, which is about 2 to 3 m high, he sits firmly on the horse's back. Then, after a neigh of the horse, Xinyu disappears in front of them. Goodbye, brother Yu. Xiao Lu immediately waves her little hand. After entering Yan City, Xinyu goes directly to the East Vanquishing Prince Mansion. Uncle Li, help me take care of the horse. With a push of the hands, Xinyu immediately jumps into the air from the horse's back. Then he does a flip and falls down. His movements are extremely fast. A black eagle, which has been staying in the sky, dives down and stands directly on Xinyu's shoulder. It is Xiao He. When the two men who are guarding the East Vanquishing Prince Mansion see Xinyu, they immediately kneel down and say respectfully, Third Prince. Every time Xinyu went to Yan City he returned to the prince's mansion, so the people in the mansion all know him and know that he comes to the mansion perhaps because he wants to see if his father is at home or not. The mansion's manager Gumin immediately walks out with a smiling expression. Xiao Yu, His Highness has not returned yet. Gumin says immediately. He knows every time Xinyu returned to the mansion he wanted to inquire after the prince, so he tells him in advance this time. Oh. Xinyu is slightly dejected. Then he says with a smile, Grandpa Gu, take me to the weapon storing warehouse. Then you follow me, says Gumin with a smile. The weapon storing warehouse is not something ordinary people can enter. The mansion has several secret places such as the weapon storing warehouse and the secret book archive. But there are some people who can enter these places as they wish. They are Prince Qinda, the 3 younger princes, Su Yuan, Lian Yan and the mansion's manager. Not even the vice manager of the mansion is eligible to come into these places. They go through various pavilions, terraces, towers, richly ornamented structures, winding corridors and paths, and one courtyard after another. The princely mansion occupies a very large area. Only after following Gumin for a long time does Xinyu come into a secret underground warehouse. This secret underground warehouse is called the Weapon Storing Warehouse. Each and every weapon in this warehouse is an outstanding one. Xiao Yu, you can choose whichever weapon you want. I'm leaving first, says Gumin laughingly. Grandpa Gu, please help me prepare a battle knife, a black iron battle knife. Also, prepare a cloth doll for me. Just remember one thing, the doll must have a big red flower embroidered on its head. Xinyu hurriedly entrusts those things to Gumin. Yan City is very big. Xinyu knows where to buy a battle knife, but he does not know where to buy a cloth doll. Therefore, it is easiest to let the mansion's people prepare them. Gumin is startled, a cloth doll? And even with an embroidered big red flower? He examines Xinyu all over several times. However, no matter how Gumin looks at him, he cannot imagine that Xinyu, who has the same height as his, actually likes cloth dolls. But because Xinyu asked him to do so, he cannot refuse either. Alright, Xiao Yu, because you like cloth dolls, and even like embroidered big red flowers, I'll send someone to buy one for you, says Gumin laughingly. After that he walks out of the weapon storing warehouse immediately. This, Xinyu is stupefied for a moment. I like cloth dolls, and even like embroidered big red flowers? Only after a while can he react. He immediately turns around and says hurriedly, Grandpa Gu, but by this time Gumin has already left. There is nothing Xinyu can do. What is the matter? He himself is unexpectedly mistaken for a lover of dolls with big red flowers embroidered on the heads. It's not important. Xinyu gives an unconcerned laugh, then starts to look for that Yuchang sword carefully. This weapon storing warehouse has several tens weapons, which all belong to the so-called Xian grade of goods. Most of them are made from some good minerals taken from the wilderness. Generally, weapons are divided into mundane grade ones and Xian grade ones. Mundane grade items are made from ore of minerals and materials which can be found easily on the Qianlong continent. Xian grade items are extremely hard to acquire. They either are found in the wilderness or are weapons made from ore of materials taken from the bodies of the wilderness's magical beasts. Of course, the mundane grade is divided into high, middle and low. Likewise, the Xian grade is divided into high Xian grade, middle Xian grade and low Xian grade. The Yuchang sword is a low Xian grade short sword. However, among all the weapons it is the only short sword. Yuchang sword, says Xinyu as he looks at the short sword before him. This sword is 1 cun wide and a bit over 7 cun long. It is pitch black and unnoticeable. It is very hard to see a sword which is so black. Perhaps this is the special characteristic of the meteoric metals? Qin Yu is holding the short sword. This pitch-black Yuchang sword basically does not reflect light. If it is used to kill someone in the dark, it will be absolutely difficult for the target to detect it. Whiz! Qin Yu makes a very rapid movement with his hand. As he finishes, the Yuchang sword has already disappeared completely. It has disappeared in his hand. Qin Yu has been practicing the concealing sword, drawing sword principle of the Yu clan's one sword for about 2 years. He has almost mastered the concealing sword move. When he conceals the short sword, other people basically have no way to detect it. Moreover, this Yuchang sword is only a bit longer than 7 CUN, it does not affect Qin Yu's close quarters combat at all. Suddenly Qin Yu's right hand makes a movement. 2 sharp noises can be heard in the air, but Qin Yu's right hand is still empty as before. If there was an expert here, he would have been able to see that in a moment. Just now the Yuchang sword appeared in Qin Yu's hand, he made 2 extremely fast cuts with it, then it instantly disappeared in his hand. His speed was extremely fast. This goes to show the speed of concealing sword. The sword concealing method of the Yu clan's one sword is really outstanding, but the concealing sword part in the Ancestral Dragon art book says it will take 10 years to reach my current level in concealing sword, while I only needed 2 years to achieve it. It looks like the description in the Ancestral Dragon art book isn't completely correct. Qin Yu sighs and says emotionally. He was wrong. Ordinary experts will really need 10 years, but the flesh on Qin Yu's body has been absorbing internal energy, so its flexibility and toughness have become extremely high. Moreover, Qin Yu often trains the speed and sensitivity of his fingers, giving him an exceptionally good control of his muscles. With good muscle flexibility and muscle toughness, add to that a good control of muscles, and Qin Yu can easily conceal the Yuchang sword by means of his muscles. How could ordinary experts train their bodies to this extent? It is very normal that his 2 years of practicing the concealing sword is equal to ordinary people's 10 years. It can be seen from this that Zhao Yunqing was absolutely right when he said Qin Yu had to train to have a perfect body first, then practice offensive techniques later. Grinding the axe does not harm the firewood chopping skill, it is this principle. There are other weapons in the weapon storing warehouse such as knives, spears, sticks and so on, but Qin Yu simply does not care about them. It'd be better if there was a pair of gloves to enhance the knuckles' offensive force. Qin Yu looks around carefully. Even though his knuckles have a powerful offensive force, and are also extremely tough, he cannot fight users of extremely good weapons with bare hands. If his knuckles are protected by a good pair of gloves, then he will be able to fight them. End of B1C18. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 19. B1C19, First Kills of Fury, 2. After searching for a while, Qin Yu gives up sorrowfully. There is a pair of gloves in the weapon storing warehouse, but they do not have separate parts for each finger. Qin Yu simply does not like this kind of gloves because if he were to put them on, he would not be able to use some attacking techniques. Alright, I'll make them when I obtain good minerals and materials later. Qin Yu has no choice but to console himself. Then he leaves the weapon storing warehouse. Horse hooves are running very fast, as if flying. More than 100 horsemen are galloping at top speed on the highway. The leader is a barbarous man who is about 2 m tall and extremely muscular. This man is dressed in a black robe. His whole body is covered in it. His eyes radiate cold rays of light, looking very eerie. Stop! The leading barbarous man suddenly makes a wave with his hand and utters a cold shout. Immediately, the troop of over 100 horsemen suddenly stops. Third bro, lead a group of horsemen and seize all the money and women of this village. I'll give you 5 minutes. Second bro and I will be some way ahead. We'll wait for you at Mount Louding over there. The leading horseman instantly gives his order. This is just a small village. 5 minutes? This is too much time. Big brother, don't worry. Brothers, go. A very thin one-eyed man with a long narrow scimitar hung on his back utters a loud shout and leads 50 men toward the village not far from there. Then the barbarous muscular man leads the 2 remaining groups of horsemen and heads directly for Mount Luoteng. Taishan, wearing no clothes on the top half of his robust body, is digging the ground in front of the village. Beads of sweat have stood out on his strong back. On one side of him, Xiaolu is watching the roadside flowers. She is moving her eyes around and indulging in a fantasy. Big brother, when will brother you return? Xiaolu looks into the sky. There is a layer of dark clouds in it. The weather is obviously not very nice. Taishan says with a smile, Xiaolu, don't worry. Xiao Yu won't forget. At this moment, Taishan cannot help remembering he asked Qin Yu to help him buy a battle knife. Taishan usually likes to practice martial arts in his spare time. What he wishes for the most is a sharp battle knife. Ah, horses, brother Yu has come. Xiao Lu becomes excited as she looks into the distance. Taishan feels the fierce vibrations on the ground. Wrong, it's not one person. He takes a careful look and only sees that several townspeople are coming at full gallop in the distance. An idea springs to his mind. He cannot help feeling so frightened that he is out of his wits. Run fast, Xiao Lu. Taishan grabs Xiao Lu in a movement and rushes toward the village, then turns his head around to take a look. At this moment, several tens mounted bandits have drawn near the village. Every one of them is holding a battle knife in his hand. Taishan immediately shouts to the village, "Mounted bandits are here! Mounted bandits are here!" Mounted bandits are even more fearsome than ordinary bandits. Because they ride horses, they come without any warning and go without a trace. In addition, they are also more bloodthirsty. Ordinary bandits economize to avoid running short of money, therefore they only rob the surrounding villages a bit. However, it is common for mounted bandits to slaughter a whole village. Mounted bandits are here. The whole village gets panicky. All the strong adults stay in their rooms with weapons in their hands, whether iron shovels or firewood chopping knives, while children, old people, and women hide behind them. Ha! The one-eyed man suddenly urges his horse to accelerate. His eye radiates ice-cold rays of light. The horse runs very fast and will catch up with Taishan very soon. All the people in the village fear for Taishan and his little sister. But none of them dares to come forward. There is still a 500 m distance between Taishan and the village, but the galloping one-eyed man is only 10 m from his back now. With a flash of a light, the long narrow scimitar appears in the one-eyed man's hand. His eye shines with a hint of bloodthirstiness. Stop! Suddenly, a robust man charges forward. It is Taishan's father. A hint of coldness appears at the corners of the one-eyed man's mouth. His wrist suddenly makes a movement. The long narrow scimitar immediately spins out of his hand and slashes at Taishan like a bolt of lightning. Taishan is paying attention to his back. Seeing what is happening, he immediately does a very quick roll on the ground. Luckily, he usually trains himself in martial arts, so he successfully dodges this blow. The one-eyed man's face changes color. Stop! Following a cold hump, with a push of his legs, he jumps high into the air from the horse's back. The spinning scimitar has unexpectedly spun back and he gets hold of it in a grab with no difficulty. Whiz! A light flashes. Taishan hurriedly does a roll and barely avoids the blow of the scimitar. But... ah! Xiao Lu utters a miserable cry. Taishan lowers his head to take a look and sees that Xiao Lu's right arm has been cut off. The severed arm is lying at her side. Xiao Lu is in so much pain that her face has turned very white. Just now when Taishan was dodging the scimitar, that arm of Xiao Lu in his bosom stuck out and was cut off by chance. Only at this moment does Taishan's father reach them. Seeing what has just happened, the corners of his eyes wish to crack. Pooh! The scimitar flashes through Taishan's father and his head flies up. He has been killed in an instant. How can a peasant compare with the number 3 man of a troop of mounted bandits? All of you listen. Bring out all the money and young women and I'll spare your hamlet. Otherwise, I'll slaughter everyone, says the one-eyed man with a cold laugh. His hand is holding that scimitar which is dripping with blood. All the other mounted bandits ride forward and look down at the villagers. Die! A gust of wind suddenly blows. An iron shovel fiercely smashes down onto the head of a mounted bandit with an extremely strong force, creating a very resounding noise. Bang! The head of that mounted bandit is smashed. His blood splatters over a large area on the ground. With a ferocious, distorted expression on his face, Taishan is holding an iron shovel in his hands, his arms muscles twisting together. He looks at the mounted bandits before him in hatred. Oh, you really killed a brother among us. Brothers, let's slaughter this village. Only the women can be left alive, the one-eyed man says dully. By now he has become angry. The other mounted bandits are also angry. In their eyes, a normal village is nothing but a piece of fish meat. Who could have thought a brother among them would die here? Father, Xiao Lu, because his father has been killed and his sister's arm has been severed, Taishan cannot think calmly at all. There is only rage in his mind. At the moment he only wants revenge. With the corners of his eyes nearly cracking, he looks at the one-eyed man before him. Severed arms fly. Blood splatters. The one-eyed man murders one villager after another with ease. Those villagers' dying blows do not pose any threat to him. How can ordinary people compare with an internal expert? One after another, the villagers Taishan knew well in the past have been murdered like this, such as his own big uncle and his big uncle's wife. Taishan's eyes are very red. He is staring so hard that the corners of his eyes have cracked. Come to kill me. Taishan lifts the battle knife on the body of the mounted bandit he killed and slashes at the one-eyed man. But that one-eyed man seems to be playing with Taishan. Instead of killing him, he uses a smart art of lightness to kill other people easily while letting Taishan chase after him non-stop. Seeing the people he knows well being murdered successively, Taishan is in so much pain that he wants to go crazy. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous shout resounds through the whole yard. Everyone is startled and stops for a moment. Holding a black iron battle knife in one hand and a cloth doll in the other, Chinyu thus appears on the yard. The one-eyed man takes a look at Chinyu. He slightly narrows his eye then says with a smile, "Hello, friend. I am Bai-san, the number 3 man of the Black Wind mounted bandit troop. People call me Scimitar-san. May I ask who you are?" This Bai-san is also an internal expert. He knows in a glance that the juvenile before him is not an ordinary person. Xiaolu. Chinyu looks at Xiaolu, whose right arm has been cut off. His heart aches with pity. Fortunately, Chinyu is proficient in the art of medicine. He immediately pokes some acupoints to stop the wounded arm from bleeding. Xiaolu slowly opens her eyes. Seeing Chinyu, a faint smiling expression appears on her very well face. Brother Yu. When Xiaolu sees the bodies of father and of other villagers she knew well around her, her tears cannot help streaming out of her eyes. Father, big uncle, uncle. Xiaolu's tears keeps rolling down. At the same time, she convulses. The pain of having an arm cut off is really too terrifying to a little girl. Seeing that many of the villagers who greeted him warmly a half-day ago have died, the sanguinary determination contained in the blood of the Qin clan's people starts to boil in Chinyu's veins. His eyes start to blaze with anger. Chinyu carefully puts the cloth doll beside Xiaolu, then he suddenly stands up and throws the black iron battle knife in his hand to Taishan. Deshan, catch the knife. Taishan immediately receives the black iron battle knife in a grab. As a fight is going on, a black iron battle knife comes in very useful. Chinyu sees a little severed arm on one side. He knows it is Xiaolu's severed arm. From now on, Xiaolu will forever be a disabled person. The one-eyed man Bai-san promptly says laughingly, "Friend, you're an expert at any rate. Why bother fighting us Black Wind for a bunch of ordinary people? Instead, you can pick one that you like from these women. What do you think?" Bai-san can see that Chinyu is an expert. Experts generally have their masters or schools behind them, so Bai-san does not want to casually offend them. Moreover, in his eye, the juvenile before him is no pushover. If he is to kill this juvenile, he does not know how many mounted bandits will die in the process. Chinyu coldly looks at the several tens mounted bandits in front of him, all die. Chinyu forcefully utters these few words through his teeth. Suddenly, Chinyu appears beside a mounted bandit. His hand changes into a claw and grabs the bandit's throat in a movement. Chinyu coldly looks at the mounted bandit, whose eyes are filled with terror and astonishment. He exerts the strength of his hand and the bandit immediately dies with a clack. At the same time, Chinyu charges toward another mounted bandit like a flash. His legs move like rolling thunder. He performs a fierce kick across the sky. His leg pierces the air and lands heavily on the bandit's head. With a bang, the head is smashed. One more mounted bandit is dead. Brothers, don't hold back. Kill. By now Bai-san has become angry. All the mounted bandits charge at Chinyu murderously at once. Chinyu is very fast. He gets away with just a swaying movement of his body. Bang! Chinyu sends a man flying with a heavy kick. Then he crushes the opponent's head immediately with a high cleaving kick. Clack! Chinyu raises his tiptoes and kicks a bandit directly in the throat. The bandit is killed in one kick. Ha! Chinyu shouts loudly. His spear hand strike, which has the most powerful penetrating force, hits an opponent in the stomach. His internal organs are immediately ruptured. That mounted bandit stares until his eyes are round like a ball. He is already dead. Bang! Chinyu turns around and executes a kick. His tiptoes hit a vital point of a mounted bandit's spine. The bandit is immediately paralyzed stock-still on the ground. With his profound body maneuvering skill, Chinyu moves like the wind and attacks extremely fast using his legs and fists. Not even a single mounted bandit is able to withstand his attack. In general, he kills an opponent with only one move. And it takes him at most 2 blows to kill an opponent. Because his blows hit vital points, they are extremely devastating. Chinyu has planned everything perfectly since the beginning of his training. Today he can lift in over 100 gene weight and hold it in the air with one arm. Normally he can caper freely with 200 gene of weights on his body. The offensive force of his fists and legs has become extremely formidable. They can absolutely hit a person to death with ease. In addition, thanks to Qin Yu's body maneuvering skill, wind is no longer a hindrance to him. Because he fused the art of Qi Men Dun Jia with it, add to that his body's agility and explosiveness, his body maneuvering skill has become something with which these men have absolutely no hope of keeping up. How is this possible? How is this possible? Holding his scimitar, the one-eyed man is watching the scene before him in stupefaction. A silhouette is moving at a terrifying speed. His fists are fast like lightning. His legs are as stable as a mountain. When a punch is thrown, someone falls down. When a kick is executed, someone is sent flying. Each dead mounted bandit was killed in an instant. After a short period of a half-minute, nearly half of the 50 mounted bandits have been killed. Stop. Fight me. The one-eyed man very quickly uses his art of lightness to pursue Qin Yu. But Qin Yu's body maneuvering skill is too profound for him. With a swaying movement, which is very strange yet at the same time seems to contain some profound principles, he gets away several meters. The one-eyed man Bai San simply cannot keep up with him. Bai San raises his scimitar and chases after him like a madman. But he fails to touch even a corner of Qin Yu's clothes. As he keeps chasing, he sees one mounted bandit after another gets killed with his eyes wide opened. Fight me. Don't run if you have skill. Don't run. Bai San yells madly. But even if he yells more, it will still be useless. The mounted bandits are killed successively. Even though some mounted bandits try to flee on their horses, their attempts prove to be pointless. Because Qin Yu is even much faster than horses. Qin Yu jumps into the air and performs a tornado kick which ruthlessly hits a panic-stricken mounted bandit in the side of the head. It is exactly the temple. The mounted bandit's head is crushed on the spot. He falls down onto the ground and dies instantly. Qin Yu lands lightly as if floating and coldly looks at the last mounted bandit, Bai San. In a mere minute, 50 mounted bandits are all dead except for one Bai San, the number 3 man of the Black Wind mounted bandit troop. Bai San is holding his scimitar. His only eye glitters non-stop while his throat utters low yowls. In a mere minute, his subordinates are all dead. The Black Wind mounted bandit troop has lost a third of its power. How would Bai San not become terrified? Die. Using his lightness art, Bai San charges at Qin Yu at top speed. The scimitar in his hand radiates ice-cold rays of light. Qin Yu stands stock still and watches Bai San charging. Bai San's eye has reddened. The entire internal energy of his body is bursting forth and the scimitar in his hand is radiating rays of light. His body has also reached the maximum speed. He comes up to Qin Yu's face in just a moment. Seeing that Qin Yu still does not make a movement, all of the surviving villagers around become worried. But at this moment, in just a swinging movement of his body, Qin Yu has unexpectedly arrived at Bai San's side. From there he directly hits Bai San's knee with a kick. Clack! The sides of the knee have the weakest resistance and therefore it is smashed in an instant. Ah! Bai San immediately utters a miserable cry. His body shakes. At the same time Qin Yu's right hand forms a claw and catches hold of Bai San's wrist in a grab. The powerful strength of the fingers is suddenly exerted. Along with the sound of bones being shattered, Bai San's right wrist is completely destroyed. Bang! Using a spear hand strike, Qin Yu directly hits a vital point on Bai San's throat. He focuses his entire power on the tip of the spear hand and explosively sends forth the most powerful penetrating force he is capable of. After a clear sound is heard, Bai San, with his eyes popping, falls down on the ground with a loud sound. He can never get up again. In just a bit over a minute, an entire 50-strong group of the Black Wind mounted bandit troop has been exterminated. End of B1C19. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 20. B1C20, Life or Death, 1. Various horse neighs rise non-stop. Because the mounted bandits are all dead, these horses get confused. They scatter and gallop away, creating tumbling clouds of dust which cover the former battlefield for a while. The dust enfolds Qin Yu in the middle of the battlefield. The living villagers all look at the blur of Qin Yu's body in the middle of the dust in astonishment. Originally, in the eyes of them, Qin Yu was only a kind-hearted polite juvenile. Who could believe that just now this juvenile annihilated an entire group of mounted bandits which they think was extremely terrifying in just a little while? The mounted bandits could not even put up any kinds of resistance. Everybody's eyes all focus on Qin Yu. But at this moment, he is gasping for breath with his head held low. No one knows what Qin Yu is thinking. Because he is gasping for breath with his head held low, no one sees his facial expression. They have no way to imagine the turmoil in Qin Yu's heart at the moment. Even though he was extremely resolute when he was killing the bandits, this is after all the first time he has ever killed someone. The first time. Qin Yu treats people very sincerely, so it is very difficult for him to have an intention of killing someone. Just moments ago, because he saw that lovely Xiaolu had her arm cut off and that several tens pure and simple villagers had been killed, his killing intent surged up. In the heat of his fury, he killed every single mounted bandit. Did I do the right thing? Qin Yu's mind is a bit terrified. Even though he is strong-willed, after all he is still only a 13-year-old juvenile, only a juvenile. If a juvenile who normally treats people sincerely and kindly killed 50 people in one go, even if he was more strong-willed than Qin Yu is, he would still become terrified. Qin Yu's body cannot help starting to tremble. Xiaoyu Taishan runs up to Qin Yu and strokes his shoulders. Qin Yu raises his head. His eyes are having a hint of irresolution. Xiaoyu, I know what you are feeling because this is also the first time I've killed someone. But you must understand they were fiends. They deserved to die. If you hadn't killed them, they would have slaughtered the whole village. Killing an evil man can save 100 people. Evil men of this kind should be killed. Moreover, they should be exterminated. Taishan says while staring at Qin Yu. The bottom of his heart is still filled with hatred as before. The death of his father and the severed arm of his sister have made him even more furious at those mounted bandits. Qin Yu's body slightly shakes once. Killing an evil man can save 100 people, Qin Yu mumbles to himself. His head is being held low as before. Taishan cannot see the expression on head-bowing Qin Yu's face, so he does not know what Qin Yu is thinking. After a while, Qin Yu finally raises his head. His eyes are shining brilliantly. He turns to Taishan on his side and says, "Thank you, Dishan. I already understand." Suddenly, Qin Yu has a faint smile on his face. "Dishan, why haven't you quickly gone help other people?" "Ah, you're right." Taishan's mind has also been completely clouded by hatred. After being reminded by Qin Yu, he immediately starts to help the seriously injured villagers together with the other villagers. In Xiaolu's home. With a very white face, Xiaolu is lying on the bed. Qin Yu is quietly watching her from a side of the bed. With a very complicated expression he thinks, "Xiaolu, sorry. I was late. Sorry. I'm really sorry." After getting the black iron battle knife and the cloth doll in the princely mansion, he went for a good stroll in Yen City before returning. If he had come back a bit faster, perhaps Xiaolu would not have had her arm cut off. "I'm sorry." As soon as Qin Yu remembers how Xiaolu held a bowl of tea in both hands and gave it to him to drink, his heart aches and his eyes are full of mournfulness. Suddenly, Qin Yu stands up. His eyes glitter with startling cold rays of light. Staring outside the window, Qin Yu's resolute face emits an indescribable radiance. "Father, big brother and second brother said, there are 10 billion people on the Qianlong continent, including all kinds of people. I mustn't take advantage of anyone's benevolence and should treat people sincerely. But these few malicious people ought to be killed until none of them is left." Qin Yu's eyes are blazing. Qin Zhang, Qin Feng, and East vanquishing Prince Qin De have all been worried about Qin Yu because he is too kind-hearted, and on the Qianlong continent where only the fittest survive he will be at a big disadvantage with this kind of mindset. But Qin De, Qin Zhang and Qin Feng also believe that Qin Yu will grasp how to conduct in society because in the history of the Qin clan there has never been anyone who was so kind-hearted. The Qin clan's people all have a sanguinary determination in the depths of their veins. But, the fight just now really made my blood boil with excitement. Qin Yu's eyes glitter. His head is full of the scenes of the fight just now. Used the minimum amounts of power, hit the most vital points, made every bit of strength explosively send forth the most powerful offensive force, used the top speed, directly killed the opponents. In close quarters combat, life or death is decided quickly in a moment. Among them, only the one-eyed man was a bit difficult. The other men were too weak. Only by fighting experts of the same level as mine can I experience the passion of fighting. Unleashing the most powerful fighting power on the border between life and death, burning the passion of life, this is just like a meteor. Qin Yu recalls the sight of the meteors. At this moment Taishan enters the room. He goes directly to the side of Xiaolu's bed, then looks at her little face. Their mother passed away when she was giving birth to Xiaolu due to difficult labor. Now that their father is also dead, Xiaolu has become Taishan's only one relative. "Xiaolu, I'm sorry." "Big brother is really sorry." Taishan gently strokes Xiaolu's face. His expression is very mournful. Dishan. Qin Yu walks to Taishan's side and pats his shoulder to console him. They both tenderly look at Xiaolu, who is still sleeping deeply. They cannot imagine how she will take all of this after she wakes up. At the moment, the Black Wind mounted bandit troop is taking arrested Mount Luoting not far from the village. "Big brother, it seems wrong. Why hasn't that brat Baisan come? It's been a long time. A middle-aged man whose body is fully covered in a black robe comes to that barbarous man's side and says with a frown. This middle-aged man is none other than Gu Ming, the number 2 of the Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop. His internal energy is very profound. It is said that he has reached the late phase of the Hotian level. He is far superior to the third brother of the Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop. The barbarous man has a very strong and large body. His muscles are also extremely developed. In theory, a person of a muscular build is simple-minded. But even the second brother Gu Ming of the Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop is extremely frightened of this big brother, not only because he is powerful, but also because he has a savage heart. Wu Tuan, the big brother of the Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop, has reached the peak of the Hotian level. His internal energy is exceptionally terrifying. The third brother Baisan could not even take a strike from him. Humph! Wu Tuan utters a cold humph and stands up. Suddenly he gives the rock beside him a slap. That rock shakes once, then completely shatters into pieces with a boom. Countless rock fragments scatter over a wide area on the ground. In terms of overall power, this Wu Tuan can be comparable to the 8 external experts from whom Qin Yu could choose his master at that time. He is much more powerful than the current Qin Yu. It can be thought that the Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop's notoriety has been gained by Wu Tuan alone. Cold rays of light radiate from the eyes of black-robed Wu Tuan. Trash, this piece of trash Baisan has really wasted so much time. Everybody follows me to take a look and see what has happened. After Wu Tuan gets on his horse, he immediately gives an order. His voice sounds extremely chilling. Following the order, 100 mounted bandits including the second brother Gu Ming mount their horses at once. Go! Wu Tuan gives an order and 100 mounted bandits immediately urge the horses to accelerate. They head for that village, which was just struck by disaster, at a gallop. End of B1C20. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 21. B1C21, Life or Death, 2. With his arms crossed on his chest, Qin Yu is watching the boundless sky through the window. A black eagle is quietly standing on his shoulder. Not long ago, when he was on the way back after leaving Yin City, the black eagle went to somewhere else. It only returned for a short while ago. Qin Yu knows the black eagle went to look for food. At Misty Villa, it is out to look for food during most of the time of the day. Mounted bandits are here again. Various terrifying noises come in from outside the village. Qin Yu cannot help frowning. His feet can feel clearly the faint vibrations on the ground. Mounted bandits are coming again. Tai Shan beside Xiao Lu suddenly stands up as soon as he hears that. He catches the black iron battle knife beside him in a grab. Qin Yu is already going toward the door of the room. Deshan, very many people are coming. Perhaps there are about 100 of them. As Qin Yu finishes saying, he has disappeared. The black eagle on his shoulder soars high into the sky. Tai Shan immediately grasps the black iron battle knife. He charges toward the outside of the village while burning with killing intent. Outside the village, the barbarous-looking black-robed Wu Tuan goes to the side of Baisan's corpse and examines it carefully. Oh, who could have thought this small place actually had an external expert? Wu Tuan slightly raises the corners of his mouth and casts a disdainful look at those villagers before him. Those villagers have become extremely frightened. The axes and choppers in their hands are also trembling. Wu Tuan gives a disdainful laugh, then he glances over them. Suddenly his eyes totally focus on Qin Yu, who has just appeared, and carefully examine the clothes on Qin Yu's body. Wu Tuan bursts out laughing. Amigo, it seems you don't live in this small village. Even though the style of Qin Yu's clothes is common, Wu Tuan is shrewd and he can tell in a glance that Qin Yu's clothes are made from extremely valuable materials and cannot be worn by ordinary people. Correct, replies Qin Yu. You're the leader of the Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop? Smart, is it you who killed Baisan? Wu Tuan points at the body at his feet and asks in a very unconcerned manner. Qin Yu slightly nods. Seeing Qin Yu's nod, Wu Tuan smiles broadly, but the look in his eyes turns ice cold. Knowing he was in our Black Wind Mounted Bandit Troop, you still dared to do him in? The energy on Wu Tuan's body unexpectedly surges. The black robe he is wearing flutters in the air at once, revealing the terrifying muscles on Wu Tuan's body. Brothers, what should we do? Wu Tuan looks at the men behind him. Kill. All of the mounted bandits have become extremely furious after seeing those 50 corpses. At this moment they all raise their battle knives. Wu Tuan looks at Qin Yu. Little brother, we two will play with each other. The loser will die, alright? Qin Yu's body slightly moves. His whole body emits cracking sounds. His 10 fingers slightly curl up. With blazing eyes, he looks at Wu Tuan in front of him. You must be stronger than that, Bai-san, right? Don't disappoint me. Second bro, slaughter this village. Let me play with this brat. Wu Tuan gives the order very nonchalantly. Yes, big brother. Gu Ming's eyes immediately shine. He says with excitement, brothers, slaughter this village. Remember, leave some women alive. Ha, let's roll. A flexible sword suddenly appears in Gu Ming's hand. He stands aside and watches Wu Tuan and Qinyu. He unexpectedly does not intend to take part in the forthcoming massacre. In his eyes, killing the ordinary people in the village is simply not worthy of the participation of a late-phase Hotian expert like him. What? Slaughter the village? Qinyu is shocked. His mind immediately becomes very anxious. No matter what, I won't let them massacre the village. To catch the bandits, first catch the leader. I'll kill this big brother first and talk later. Qinyu makes a dash. Like a floating cotton fiber in a breeze, his body follows a fantastic path of movement and arrives at Wu Tuan's face. Very fast speed, very exquisite body maneuvering skill, thinks Wu Tuan to himself, secretly startled. But his body remains motionless. Pooh! A low sweeping kick is executed. Qinyu usually trains the strength of his legs under the waterfall, add to that he often does weight-carrying deep squats or weight-carrying long-distance running, therefore his legs has been experiencing the largest strength training load possible. On Qinyu's whole body, legs are the parts with the most powerful offensive force. Right in his first attempt, Qinyu uses his strongest strike. Bang! Qinyu's right leg ruthlessly hits Wu Tuan's foot. What? Qinyu's face suddenly changes color greatly. A terrifying stream of energy suddenly transfers to his leg from Wu Tuan's foot. Not only does it ward off Qinyu's strike easily, it also proceeds to attack Qinyu. Go die! Using a high cleaving kick, Wu Tuan slashes his leg downward like a big chopper. Qinyu immediately makes a push with his hands and his whole body shoots up into the air like a bird. Soon afterwards he does a flip and runs away. Wu Tuan's leg fiercely smashes onto the ground, creating a resounding thunderous noise and causing a lot of dust to fly up. When the dust has disappeared, a large hole is revealed before everybody's eyes. Since a mere kick was already so powerful, Wu Tuan's real power, no doubt, is extremely terrifying. Rotten brat! Wu Tuan suddenly rages. Clack! Qinyu extends his hand and forms a claw. He immediately grabs and breaks a vital point of a mounted bandit's spine. His body continuously makes dashes. Agile like a catkin in a breeze, and fast like lightning, Qinyu's body, whose flexibility and toughness have reached a very high level through training, performs his body maneuvering skill perfectly. He flashes back and forth through various mounted bandits. One strike, someone dies. Basically, no time is wasted. Wherever he goes to, the mounted bandits at that place will only die. That guy is so terrifying. Having practiced his internal technique to that extent, according to Grandpa Lien, he should be one of those experts who have reached the peak of internal practice. Perhaps he's in the same league as the 8 external experts at that time. He is really too strong. My attack simply can't break his defense. Qinyu is shaken up. I must take care of these normal mounted bandit first. Qinyu's original plan was to catch the bandits, first catch the leader, but it later failed. Worried that too many villagers will be killed, he has decided to annihilate the normal mounted bandits first. All the normal mounted bandits have become extremely frightened. This juvenile is really too terrifying. He can destroy any one of them with a strike, whereas they are not internal experts. These normal mounted bandits are much weaker than Bai-san in overall power. Even Bai-san was killed by Qinyu with ease, then how can these men put up any resistance? Brothers, let's kill him together, a mounted bandit shouts loudly. The other mounted bandits suddenly come to their senses and stop bother themselves with killing villagers. Then so many people join together and attack Qinyu. Be careful, shouts Tai Shan hurriedly. The other villagers who are watching also fear for Qinyu. But Qinyu gives an unconcerned smile. Attack together? When the speed of my body maneuvering skill reaches its limit, I wouldn't get a tiny scratch even if surrounded by a large army. Now there are no more than several tens mounted bandits. What do they amount to? Qinyu's body charges into the middle of the mounted bandits like lightning. Even though these mounted bandits hurriedly slash at him in a chaotic manner, Qinyu avoids their strikes with no difficulty. Every time he executes a kick or throws a punch, he can kill a mounted bandit with ease. Brat, if you have skill then don't hide. Wu Tuan rushes at him at a very fast speed. This fellow is too strong. It's better to get away first. Qinyu spreads his body and greatly increases the range of his movements. From the periphery of the crowd he successively kills the normal mounted bandits. Even though Wu Tuan's overall power is very great, in terms of body maneuvering skills, he seems to be inferior to Qin Yu. "Second bro, quickly come here!" Wu Tuan shouts loudly. That Gu Ming immediately charges forward. Unlike in the other aspects, his lightness art and body maneuvering skill are a bit better than Wu Tuan's. But facing Qin Yu's unusual body maneuvering skill, he still cannot do anything. He sees Qin Yu in front of him, but at the next moment Qin Yu has gone several meters away to one side. With his eyes wide opened, a mounted bandit utters a miserable shrill scream, but his head immediately flies into the air because Qin Yu's extremely fast piercing kick has unexpectedly decapitated him outright. This is the last normal mounted bandit. In just about 5 minutes, nearly 100 mounted bandits have been annihilated. Qin Yu had to slow his attack speed down to this extent mostly because there have been two great experts Wu Tuan and Gu Ming around him. Whiz! Qin Yu makes a push with his feet. His body shoots up into the sky. Unexpectedly he jumps onto a fork of a tree outside the village and stands on the tree's fork. Qin Yu coldly looks at the two great experts below him. This bastard dared to kill all of my brothers. I'll definitely tear him apart. Wu Tuan is extremely furious. His entire power bursts forth. The black robe on his body is unexpectedly blown up into rags, which drift up in the air. There are various visible streams of energy revolving around Wu Tuan's body. The muscles of his whole body are still vibrating. Impertinent bull power. Even though it is an internal technique, it is one which combines muscle strength with internal methodology. In addition to being born with great strength, Wu Tuan has been practicing the impertinent bull power. Therefore, thanks to the combination of internal and external strengths, he has really reached the peak of the Hotian level. His overall power is terrifyingly strong. Big brother, let me cut him up alive. Gu Ming's eyes radiate with coldness and cruelty. His internal energy is rolling in his body. In terms of internal energy alone, he and Wu Tuan are on a par. Only thanks to the combination of internal energy and physical strength can Wu Tuan be more powerful than he is. How can ordinary people like Bai San compare with these two great experts? Looking at the two great experts before him, Qin Yu complains bitterly to himself that big brother of the mounted bandits has reached the peak of the Hotian level and can compare with the 8 external experts at that time. This flexible sword-wielding second brother of the mounted bandits isn't far from him in power. Moreover, his weapon is the flexible sword of the heterodox schools. If he channels internal energy into it, his attack will definitely be extremely odd. End of B1C21. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 22. B1C22, Life or Death, 3. It doesn't matter which one of them I'll fight head-on, I won't have much chance of winning. In a short while, Qin Yu makes a comparison between their power levels. At the present he also does not know what he should do. After all, he is still no more than a 13-year-old juvenile. Even though he can be considered an external expert, he is still far from reaching the level of external greatmasters such as Zhao Yunqing. The only things on which Qin Yu can depend are his body maneuvering skill and close-quarters offensive techniques, which he has researched and figured out on his own. Die, brat! Gu Ming shouts furiously. His eyes radiate ice-cold rays of light. He straightens his sword tightly and points it at Qin Yu. His whole body shoots up into the sky like an arrow, leaving a bow, and flies directly toward the tree fork where Qin Yu is standing. Qin Yu's body immediately moves. Agile like a monkey, he moves around the big tree down onto the ground. Stay where you are. Gu Ming immediately charges down from the tree fork. However, Qin Yu gives a cold laugh. Never knew a mounted bandit leader can also use a sneak attack. As he is saying, he has already gone away 10 meters. The place where he was standing just now has been smashed into a large hole by Wu Tuan with a kick. You actually knew I was attacking from behind. You've got some skill. Wu Tuan raises his eyebrows. But Qin Yu feels confident. What are the principles of his body maneuvering skill? They are to feel wind's forces, and to turn wind resistance into assistance. It can be said that even with his eyes closed, Qin Yu can still use his body to feel the wind forces around him easily. Whenever a person around him makes a movement, it causes the wind to change, and naturally Qin Yu can detect that. This is also the secret of how, when Qin Yu was being ganged up on by a lot of people, he could still evade easily and kill fast like a wave of the hand. Want to sneak up on me? Dream on. Qin Yu stares at the two big enemies. He is extremely furious. Second bro, this brat's body maneuvering skill is strange, let's attack together. Wu Tuan gives an order. Gu Ming and Wu Tuan immediately activate the internal energy in their bodies and charge toward Qin Yu together at top speeds. At their top speeds, Gu Ming and Wu Tuan cause strong winds, but Qinyu is the contrary. He makes swinging movements with his body in a very skillful and relaxed manner. Even though his speed is fast, he is creating very few sounds of wind. Only someone near him can hear the sounds. My body maneuvering skill is not completed yet. If it was completed, I would be fast like lightning without causing any wind, Qinyu secretly sighs. But at this moment he hears the sharp sounds of the winds caused by the two men at his back. Qinyu gives a disdainful smile. In just a while, he has already gone away several hundred meters, leaving the two men far behind him. Don't run! Wu Tuan and Gu Ming are extremely furious, but they can do nothing. In front of them, Qinyu's whole body is powerful like a hunting leopard and nimble like a cunning hare. They cannot even hear the wind sounds caused by the very fast movements of his whole body. Hey, two old farts, catch me if you can, says Qinyu laughingly. Taking on two opponents, he has no chance of winning. Therefore he can only depend on his body maneuvering skill. Qinyu runs away. The two men at his back hurriedly chase after him, but the more they chase the more furious and exasperated they get. They simply have no way to catch up with Qinyu. Furthermore, as they chase him, the distance between them and Qinyu grows longer. Qinyu continuously mocks them with words. Suddenly, "Brat, if you keep running I'll slaughter the whole village," Wu Tuan suddenly shouts loudly. As if struck by lightning, Qinyu's body stops moving. What do you want to do? Qinyu slowly turns around and coldly looks at the two men not far from him. Ha, finally you've stopped running, Wu Tuan raises his head and says with loud laughs. Then he stares at Qinyu like a poisonous scorpion. You still asked what I want to do? You killed those 100 brothers of mine and you still asked what I want to do? Ah, this is really laughable, man. Gu Ming beside him laughs coldly while looking at Qinyu. Just keep running. You can run yourself, but those villagers won't get away. This small village also has several hundred people. It'll be very easy to kill them all. Why aren't you running, brat? Asks Wu Tuan while looking at Qinyu. He seems very doubtful. Seeing the expression on Wu Tuan's face, Qinyu has only one word to describe him in his mind: psycho. Xiaoyu, quickly run, don't care about us. Quickly run! Tai Shan shouts loudly. He is so worried that his whole face has reddened. Just now he saw Wu Tuan smash a large hole into the ground with a mere kick. Then he saw that Qinyu had no intention of killing him in one blow as he did ordinary mounted bandits. Instead, Qinyu kept running. Therefore, he knows that Qinyu is obviously no match for these two mounted bandit leaders. Qinyu's face is expressionless. He only stares at Wu Tuan and Gu Ming before him. You're very good, very chivalrous, right? Who could have thought you wouldn't run because of these worthless people? Wu Tuan clenches his fists, creating various cracking sounds immediately. He laughs coldly while looking at Qinyu. Brat, you're very righteous. I don't want you to tie your own hands and surrender. I only want you to stop running and have a fight with me. Cut the crap. If you want to fight me, then fight me. Qinyu's face is still expressionless as before. Wu Tuan is startled. Then he laughs out loud. I respect you. You're a little juvenile, but you're so righteous and chivalrous. Too bad, chivalrous men will all die in the end, as he is saying he takes one step after another toward Qinyu. Qinyu's mind is calm. He focuses all of his attention on Wu Tuan's body. He knows Wu Tuan's overall power is far superior to his, therefore he must be calm and must get hold of the enemy's weak points. He has no choice but to wait for the opponent to make a mistake to deliver a fatal blow. Ah, taste my fist. Wu Tuan has come near Qinyu. Suddenly his body charges ferociously at him like a buffalo. The internal energy of the Picotian impertinent bull power internal technique inside his body completely bursts forth. All of his muscles bulge out and his blue veins stick out even more. There are various streams of energy revolving around his right fist. No one can have any doubts about the power of this fist. Qinyu suddenly narrows his eyes. His body suddenly flies up with the wind like a butterfly. At the same time he extends his hand, forms a claw and fiercely grabs the joint of Wu Tuan's right wrist. Break for me! Qinyu violently opens his eyes and utters a furious shout. At the same time the power of his right claw's fingers totally bursts forth. His terrifying finger strength as a result of 5 years of limit training can easily rend a brick in a grab of a hand. Qinyu's finger strength is undoubtedly very great. At this moment, the place Qinyu is grabbing is exactly the joint of the right wrist. Humph! Wu Tuan gives a cold laugh. What? Qinyu feels that his 5 fingers are attacked by a powerful sphere of energy and they tingle as if he is getting an electric shock. No good. Qinyu simply has no time to continue to attack. He immediately squats down at a very fast speed and throws a palm strike at the ground with his left hand. His whole body springs up from the ground obliquely and escapes to one side. Ha! Wu Tuan's heavy leg whizzes to the place where Qin Yu was at a moment ago. If Qin Yu had been a bit slower, he would have been hit by Wu Tuan's kick. Qin Yu's face suddenly changes color. He also immediately makes a dash. Feeling an acute pain coming instantly from his left shoulder, he makes 2 more dashes. After getting away 10 meters, he turns around and coldly looks at Gu Ming, who has just sneaked up on him. So dangerous, Qin Yu stares at Gu Ming. However, his left shoulder is hurting terribly and also leaking blood non-stop. When he just escaped from Wu Tuan's attack a moment ago, that Gu Ming had already prepared a sneak attack. Soon after Qin Yu stood still, Gu Ming's flexible sword, aimed directly at a vital point of his heart, also reached his back. Luckily Qin Yu's body made a movement sideways and therefore this fatal sword blow only pierced his left shoulder. Your reaction was really quite fast. Even this couldn't kill you. Gu Ming sticks out his tongue and has a taste of the blood on his sword. Then with his eyes wide opened, he says in excitement, "Your blood tastes really good. Very fresh and clean, without another taste mixed into it. You must be a virgin boy, right?" But Qin Yu is thinking about how to deal with these 2 men. Even though his own power is pretty good, he cannot compare with Wu Tuan, who has been practicing the impertinent bull power to the peak of the Hotian level and was born with great strength. That man Gu Ming is even more like a poisonous snake. That flexible sword can attack sneakily at any time. Don't run. If you run I'll slaughter the villagers. Wu Tuan walks up to him while laughing menacingly. Looking at Wu Tuan in front of him then looking at those pitiful villagers, who do not seem to have any power to resist, Qin Yu cannot help clenching his fists. But he feels the continual burning pains coming from his left shoulder. At least, his left hand's offense will be negatively affected. Speed, that Wu Tuan's speed is slower than mine. Use speed, Qin Yu secretly decides. Die, brat. Wu Tuan gives a cold laugh and suddenly smashes his bull rush fan-like big hand down. Agile like a monkey, Qin Yu moves to one side and throws a punch at Wu Tuan's armpit with his entire power. Wu Tuan easily blocks this blow simply by withdrawing his arm. Bam! Qin Yu's right fist hits Wu Tuan's shoulder but it seems to have hit a rock. Your attack is too weak, says Wu Tuan disdainfully. Indeed, the impertinent bull power fuses his internal energy with his muscle strength so his defense is extremely strong. He is as effective in defense as one who has reached the peak of the violent training of the 13 Great Protectors. Qin Yu's attack basically cannot break his defense. Bang! 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 Qin Yu's whole body is moving extremely fast. With his hands, he uses various forms of hand strikes such as punches, knife hand strikes, and spear hand strikes to try to attack different vital points non-stop. But Wu Tuan's defense is too terrifying. He carefully protects the points which are truly fatal. As for the other places such as joints, Qin Yu is simply unable to overcome their defense. Die! While Qin Yu is facing Wu Tuan, a cold light suddenly flashes in his eye. His killing blow is finally executed. He has been waiting for this opportunity, an opportunity to attack a vital point. The Yu clan's one sword must kill the enemy in one hit because if the first strike fails, the second strike will encounter the enemy's preparations. What? Wu Tuan can only feel a shaft of black light flashing by. Yu clan's one sword, concealing sword, drawing sword. When Qin Yu was delivering a knife hand strike with his right hand, a black short sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This happened so fast that Wu Tuan was not even allowed any time to react. The Yu Chang's sword turned into a shaft of black light and directly slashed at Wu Tuan's throat. The impertinent bull power energy inside Wu Tuan's body automatically bursts forth, but the Yu Chang sword is definitely not an ordinary sword. It is one of the Xian grade swords, albeit only low Xian grade. The Yu Chang sword easily cuts through Wu Tuan's impertinent bull power energy and slits his throat. Pooh! Blood splatters. Wu Tuan's eyes are full of unwillingness. Originally he could kill this brat with ease. He was only playing with Qin Yu. In his eyes, this brat simply had no way to even scratch his defense. But by playing with Qin Yu, he threw his own life away in the end. He has been killed by a juvenile. Die! Gu Ming, who has been waiting for a chance, utters a loud shout. When Qin Yu's Yu Chang sword has just slit Wu Tuan's throat, Gu Ming's flexible sword has already reached his back. Qin Yu simply has no time to dodge. It looks like he will get killed soon. Gu Ming's eyes are filled with cruelty and bloodthirstiness. All of the villagers become terrified. At this moment Qin Yu does not even have enough time to think. Gu Ming's eyes even radiate excitement as he knows the juvenile before him will die at his hands. Ah! Suddenly a pair of sharp claws descends from the sky and ruthlessly grabs Gu Ming's head. Gu Ming has his whole body pulled up into the air and dies on the spot. At the same time, a series of eagle cries resound through the sky. At this moment, Qin Yu is looking at the body of Wu Tuan, who died due to having his throat slit, in front of him. Then, as he looks at the body of Gu Ming, whose head was crushed by a grab, he gets frightened in retrospect. He looks up. Xiao Hei is looking at him with its sharp eyes. "Thank you, Xiao Hei." Qin Yu lets out a deep sigh. Only at this moment does his back break a cold sweat while his heart skips a beat. He was a hair's breadth away from being killed. There is no way to describe clearly the feeling of struggling on the border between life and death. Qin Yu's heart has also changed gradually. Perhaps I should modify my training methods a bit. Looking into the boundless sky, Qin Yu secretly makes a decision. In this battle Qin Yu killed 150 men and, moreover, he almost died. Other people simply cannot imagine the effects that this battle has on Qin Yu. End of B1C22. End of Book 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 1. B2C1, Qin Yu after 8 years, 1. Time goes by. It has been 3 years since that great battle between only one person and more than 100 mounted bandits at the hamlet. Qin Yu has also changed from an 8-year-old kid who clenched his teeth to train very hard into a real 16-year-old external expert. 16 years old is the standard age at which a person is considered an adult on the Qianlong continent. Xiao Lu was seriously injured and Qin Yu took her to Misty Villa to recuperate. Tai Shan was also taken to Misty Villa to start to train in martial arts under the guidance of the experts at Misty Villa. The father and mother of the two had both passed away, so they moved into Misty Villa free of burdens, only that they often returned to the village to take a look. Breezes are blowing and sweeping fallen leaves up in the air. Outside the main entrance of Misty Villa, two guards are chatting to each other in a relatively relaxed manner. "Xiao Tian, this time Third Prince seems to have been out for a half-month without returning, right?" A guard with a relatively advanced age looks at the 20-something-year-old guard on the other side of the entrance and says laughingly. The young guard nods and says with a smile, "Since Third Prince returned 3 years ago, he has often gone out. It's usual for him to go out for 10 days or a half-month. But Third Prince has been trying real hard in practice. Every time he returns from the outside world, he stays at Misty Villa for a few days, but he even spends every single one of those days to train desperately until it is late." Saying up to here, the young guard sighs emotionally. The elderly guard shakes his head and says, "Xiao Tian, you don't know about this. You've been here for only a few years, so you still don't know how hard-working Third Prince actually is in training. At that time Third Prince was just 8-year-old, but his training then was so terrifying that us crack soldiers couldn't even bear to see it. 8-year-old, you couldn't have imagined. At age 8, the kids of the other families are all playing, but Third Prince trained from dawn till dusk. That kind of training must have been much more painful than the training of the fierce Tiger Corps." The young guard nods. All of the crack soldiers and servants at Misty Villa have liked and felt sorry for Qin Yu since the beginning. After seeing his limit training, these crack soldiers and servants even started to admire him in their minds. But for the last 3 years, East vanquishing Prince Qin De has only visited Misty Villa once. "Xiao Tian, see, Third Prince has returned." The elderly guard's eyes suddenly brighten as he points high toward the sky and says. The young guard also looks up promptly. High in the sky, a huge black eagle is soaring with wings spread. This black eagle is even over one size bigger than a normal eagle. The golden feathers on its head look like a crown. The eagle glances over various places down below with its lightning-like sharp eyes, radiating an extremely startling haughtiness. Its sharp claws shine with ice-cold rays of light. No one can have any doubts about their sharpness. Such a huge eagle perhaps will be taller than even humans when it stands upright on the ground. A black-clad young man is sitting with legs crossed on this black eagle, only that the eagle is flying too high, so for the moment no one on the ground can see clearly how this young man looks. Suddenly the huge black eagle dives down. The young man on back of the eagle also stands up. At this moment, the guards below can totally see the appearance of the young man. He is about 1.8 m tall and has well-defined facial features. There is always an amicable smiling expression on his face. However, he is only wearing a black undershirt made from special materials and a pair of black pants. That black undershirt makes the young man's muscles completely stand out. Xiao Hei, you can go find food yourself, says the young man as he pats the black eagle's back in a friendly manner. From approximately 100 m high in the air, he unexpectedly jumps off the back of the eagle directly and dives down at an extremely fast speed. His body is like a bolt of lightning and he lands on the ground in just a moment. He dived down at such an extreme speed, yet he did not cause any sounds of wind. Third Prince. The two guards kneel down and say respectfully at once, Uncle Lon, Asian, you are on duty today? Alright, I'll come in first. Let's talk later, Chinyu says to the two guards with laughter. He does not insist that these guards, who he knows well, should not kneel down because he also understands that this is a rule of the princely mansion. Chinyu heads directly for the West Garden. The servants he meets on the way are all pleasantly surprised. Training hard outside is still not as comfortable as staying at the villa. Chinyu takes off the black undershirt on his body and throws it onto the ground, creating a bang. The noise of the undershirt smashing on the ground is unusually loud, as if a massive iron has been smashed down. This undershirt is made of black gold threads and is strangely heavy. Black gold is extremely valuable, 100 times as valuable as gold. Forging experts were asked to pull black gold into threads, then make an undershirt with them. This 100 Jin black gold undershirt therefore is a priceless item. The last time Chinda visited Misty Villa, he gave it to Chinyu. Even if the black gold undershirt could not protect the body, it is still an exceptionally useful piece of equipment for weight-carrying training. Chinyu naturally was very delighted to receive it. Having taken off the guards on his arms and legs, Chinyu relaxes his entire body. A pair of black iron arm guards and a pair of black iron leg guards, added to that a black gold undershirt, and the total weight reaches 300 Jin. Chinyu never took them off even when he was out training hard or went to sleep. But at this moment he is going into the hot spring to take a bath. Without the 300 Jin of weights on his body, Chinyu feels very comfortable. Haha, hot spring, I've missed you to death. Chinyu laughs out loud and says. Wearing only a pair of shorts and with nothing on the top half of his robust body, he jumps into the hot spring. Phew, it feels good, really good. Chinyu lets out a deep sigh comfortably. Even though Misty Villa's hot spring can transform a body fantastically, Chinyu is often soaked in it since he was little and therefore it can no longer improve his body. However, its fatigue-relieving effect is still as good as before. When he has been soaking in the hot spring for a half hour, Lian Yan comes to the West Garden. Xiaoyu, I knew you would come here once you returned. Almost your entire body has become relaxed, right? It's time to get out. However, Lian Yan has been specifically waiting for a half hour. Only after estimating that Chinyu's whole body has become all but relaxed does he come here. Wait a minute, Grandpa Lian. Chinyu washes the black gold undershirt, leg guards and arm guards on the shore of the hot spring, then rushes directly into a room beside the hot spring. It is a locker room. In a short while, Chinyu, having changed completely into clean clothes, comes out. As Lian Yan looks at Chinyu, his eyes are filled with kindness. Seeing that Chinyu has become an adult from a kid, Lian Yan's heart is full of satisfaction. Xiaoyu, it is your 16th birthday in 3 months. At that time your father will invite a lot of guests to the princely mansion and carry out a ceremony of adulthood for you. You must remember this. Don't stroll about outside so far that you won't be back in time for the ceremony of adulthood, says Lian Yan with a smile. Don't worry. How can I forget my own birthday? Ceremony of adulthood, there'll surely be a shocking number of people in the princely mansion at that time, Chinyu says with emotion. He remembers his second brother's ceremony of adulthood 4 years ago. At that time there were also so many people that he was shocked. There's no need to mention it. This is the ceremony of adulthood for a son of East vanquishing princes. Even the emperor will send people to attend it. Most of the rich and powerful people in the whole Chu kingdom will also come, says Lian Yan with a laugh, but also with a hint of haughtiness. After all, East vanquishing prince has a high status in the Chu kingdom. It can be said that he is second only to the Chu emperor. Alright, Xiaoyu, I won't trouble you anymore. Xiao Shan and Xiao Lu both have returned to the village for a visit. You're really unlucky with your return this time. Well, I even found it strange just now. Every time I returned before, Xiao Lu immediately came to find me. But today she hasn't come yet. So that's the reason, Chinyu nods and says laughingly. Then Lian Yan leaves. Chinyu immediately goes to his familiar training ground. On one side of the training ground, there are various blue rocks. The smallest of them weighs only 100 Jin, but the heaviest is over 1000 Jin. Ha! Chinyu's eyes suddenly brighten. Uttering a low shout and using a kick with his tiptoes, he unexpectedly sends a 300 Jin blue rock flying 7 or 8 meters up in the air. Chinyu extends his right hand and with only this hand he grabs and stops this 300 Jin blue rock completely. After holding the rock in the air for about 10 seconds, he makes a shaking movement with his right hand and conveniently throws it to one side. Supporting 300 Jin with one arm while carrying weights is almost my current limit, Chinyu secretly makes a judgment. Because his arm can lift 300 Jin, when he throws a punch, the offensive force of the punch will be really terrifying. It can even be heavier than 1000 Jin. After all, what weight an arm can lift and the offensive force of a punch are totally different things. Today, if Qin Yu encountered Wu Tuan again, he would definitely be able to kill Wu Tuan without resorting to the Yuchang sword. Still wearing weights on his body, Qin Yu goes into the middle of the sandbag formation. Sandbags are hung all around him. If a sandbag moves, the other sandbags will move as well. Therefore, the sensitivity requirement of training with them is very high. Bang! Qin Yu suddenly throws a punch. The sandbag he hit immediately moves. The other sandbags also move. The sandbags around Qin Yu ram into each other. Qin Yu, however, closes his eyes with a smile. His fists easily punch any sandbag which approaches him. If the truth be told, Qin Yu's speed at the moment is not fast at all, but he is still warding off the attack of all the sandbags. He can do this thanks to his profound body maneuvering skill. Whenever a sandbag comes at him, it causes changes in the wind. Depending on the changes of the wind, Qin Yu can easily ward off every single strike of the sandbags. In fact, at the moment Qin Yu would not be able to move faster even if he wanted to because he is carrying 300 jin of weights. If he could still move like lightning under these conditions, he would be too terrifying. Bang! 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 Following a series of explosive noises, every sandbag has been burst by Qin Yu with a single punch. At this moment, Qin Yu finally opens his eyes. There is a hint of a satisfied smile on his face. The body maneuvering skill I created myself, the 7 North Stars Moonlight Dance, is really not bad after its completion. At this moment Qin Yu remembers the battle that night, how he himself killed the opponent with the Yuchang sword in the moonlight. Because this body maneuvering skill uses the 7 North Stars principle of Qi Men Dun Jia as its foundation, and it was completed in the moonlight, it has been named the 7 North Stars Moonlight Dance. After this body maneuvering skill was completed, not only can Qin Yu confuse the enemy with the effects of Qi Men Dun Jia, he also does not experience any wind resistance and does not cause any wind noises when moving. End of B2C1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 2. B2C2, Qin Yu after 8 years, 2. A month later, on a street of a city, it is already late at night so there is not a soul to be seen. The cold winds, which are sharp like knives, cause sumptuously dressed Hao Tan, who is standing in the middle of the street, to narrow his eyes uncontrollably. His entire attention is being focused on a silvery masked man before him. This silvery masked man is about 1.75 m tall and is standing with his arms crossed on the street. The silvery mask only reveals his mouth, nose and eyes. Hao Tan, quickly prepare. Well, I'll get started soon, says the silvery masked man with an ice-cold voice. Oh, since when have the Heavenly Net's silver card assassins been so righteous? Hao Tan says with a cold laugh. Silver card assassins, only the assassins who have killed Picotian experts can have the qualifications to get a silvery mask. Too bad, assassins all hide in the dark and use sneak attacks. If you had sneaked up on me, you might have been successful, but you intercepted me on the street. Hao Tan is confident. His power has reached the peak of the Hotian level. A silver card assassin is also a Picotian expert, so the two of them are on a par. This assassin before him must be out of his head to have intercepted him openly. Hao Tan thus feels confident. This is bad. Who holds such a grudge against me that he issued a mission to kill me at the Heavenly Net? If it's true, then this is terrible. Hao Tan's head cannot help breaking a cold sweat. The Heavenly Net is undoubtedly the #1 assassination organization. Its history is longer than 1,000 years and its influence has spread throughout the whole Qianlong continent. Its foundation is even more profound than that of the 3 big dynasties. The 3 big dynasties also have no way to find out who the leader of this Heavenly Net organization is. The Heavenly Net is powerful, and no one has ever had any doubts about this. The Heavenly Net is divided into Inner Net and Outer Net. The Inner Net is made up of the assassins whom the Heavenly Net trains by itself and who are absolutely loyal to the Heavenly Net. The Outer Net consists of some mercenary experts. These experts do not want to pledge allegiance to and join the Heavenly Net, therefore they have become members of the Outer Net. The membership of the Outer Net is very complicated. Even a great master might be one of its members. But it does not matter who a member is, they do not know the identities of the other Outer Net members. Even the Heavenly Net itself has never investigated the real identities of the Outer Net members. The assassins are divided into Gold Card, Silver Card, and Copper Card. Copper Card assassins are the ones who can kill middle-phase Hotian experts. Silver Card assassins are the ones who can kill peak Hotian experts. And Gold Card assassins are the ones who can kill Xiantian experts. The 2 great systems, Inner Net and Outer Net of the Heavenly Net, have enabled the organization to become an extremely terrifying entity. The Chu Kingdom, the biggest kingdom on the Qianlong continent, has no more than approximately 100 Xiantian experts altogether, but the Heavenly Net's outer net already has over 20 gold card assassins. As for the inner net, no one knows how many gold card assassins there are in it. But no one doubts that the inner net's experts are very fearsome. This is the Heavenly Net, an assassin organization with more than 1,000 years of uninterrupted history and more influence on the Qianlong continent than any of the three big dynasties has. Because his own name has appeared on the mission board of the Heavenly Net, Hao Tan is worried. "Are you ready?" says the silvery masked man indifferently. Hao Tan immediately focuses his entire attention on the silver card assassin before him. His internal energy starts to circulate at a very fast speed. In an instant he is ready to deliver the most powerful strike. The corners of the silvery masked man's mouth slightly curve up all of a sudden. He is smiling. After images. Two afterimages of the silvery masked man's entire body unexpectedly appear all of a sudden. One afterimage is ahead of the other. One is on the right-hand side and the other is on the left. In a moment, a strong gust of air has reached Hao Tan's face, causing his hair to flutter up. Hao Tan cannot help narrowing his eyes. What a frightening speed! Hao Tan is startled. Only by concentrating energy in his eyes can he barely see the man's shape. Unable to see anything else, Hao Tan starts to attack the shape in front of him madly. The various silhouettes of his legs spread all over the air and attack the whole body of the silvery masked man. Ah! Hao Tan suddenly feels an acute pain in his right foot. He cannot help uttering a miserable shout with his eyes protruding. At the same time he hears a clack sound of bones being broken while his whole body is sent flying. It subsequently smashes fiercely onto a wall on one side of the street. The silvery masked man's frosty voice rises. "Your speed is still alright, but your explosiveness is too bad." In a mere moment, the silvery masked man actually broke Hao Tan's right ankle directly. Humph! With one hand Hao Tan props himself against the wall and stands up. He looks at the silvery masked man in front of him with hatred. "Your fingers are really strong. Your speed is also very fast. Too bad they're not enough for you to kill me." Hao Tan could feel how strong the enemy's fingers are. They even broke the defense of his internal energy in a grab. Really? The corners of the silvery masked man curve up again. At the same time, his body becomes a blur and creates another afterimage. Hao Tan immediately opens his eyes wide like two balls. His entire body's internal energy is completely activated. He stares at the silvery masked man with all of his attention. "It doesn't matter if my lifespan will greatly decrease, I must execute this one strike." There is a hint of ruthlessness in Hao Tan's eyes. His face becomes pasty at once. The silvery masked man seems to also notice Hao Tan's changes, but he continues to attack. Soul-destroying claw. Hao Tan suddenly shouts loudly. His whole face becomes savage. His two claws attack the silvery masked man before him at an extremely fast speed. The speed of the claws has reached a terrifying level. There are even various black streams of energy between the two claws which connect them to each other. Both of them have excellent claw techniques, but it seems Hao Tan's soul-destroying claw is more freakish. In terms of speed, he is inferior to the silvery masked man. He cannot even touch his enemy, but... Gotcha! A black stream of energy has unexpectedly tied the silvery masked man's hands up in front of Hao Tan, who has become extremely excited. "Ha, I can see that you're fast. But even if you were faster, would you be as fast as my soul-destroying silks? Your two hands have been tied up, now prepare to die." "Ha ha, ha? Why aren't you using internal energy to resist?" Hao Tan looks doubtfully at the silvery masked man. "You got excited too soon." A shaft of black light flashes by. Hao Tan's eyes pop out of his head, then he falls down powerlessly with a loud thud. That claw technique was really fantastic. It even generated a silk-like kind of energy. The silvery masked man takes off his silvery mask. He is an unfamiliar man. This man's body suddenly stirs repeatedly while emitting cracking sounds. The body unexpectedly becomes taller and his face also starts to change. After a short while, the silvery masked man, who was about 1.75 m tall, has changed into 1.8 m tall Qinyu. If someone saw the scene, they would surely be extremely shocked. Just now Qinyu used the appearance and bone-changing art, which can be considered the peak of disguising arts. By means of controlling the muscles and bones of the whole body, the appearance and bone-changing art allows the user to alter his face and height. Generally, only Xiantian experts can manage to change their appearances thanks to Xiantian energy, which means, in the eyes of other people, the appearance and bone-changing art can only be used by Xiantian experts. However, Qinyu has been trying hard to control his entire body's muscles and bones since he started training as a little kid. He has been training for 8 years and, moreover, has often been absorbing internal energy into his flesh and bones, therefore the flexibility and toughness of his whole body's muscles and bones have reached a shocking level. Depending on his muscles and bones alone, Chin Yu can still change his appearance. Evildoers will cause their own violent deaths. When Chin Yu has taken Hao Tan's head, his body shoots up into the air. There seems to be something high up on one side. It is none other than Xiao Hei. There is a small box on its body. Chin Yu puts the head into the box, then sits down on Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, let's go. Chin Yu warmly pats Xiao Hei's neck. Xiao Hei immediately utters a happy cry and soars into the sky. Sitting on Xiao Hei's back, Chin Yu looks down at the boundless ground below, then looks up and feels the strong winds of the late night. Following the great battle that day, Chin Yu determined to practice outside through fighting. His targets were mostly some evildoers. After a period of time, Chin Yu joined the outer net of the heavenly net and became an assassin named Lu Xing. The targets of the missions he has chosen were all evildoers who had provoked the fury of both heaven and men. In this way, firstly, he can eliminate some scums and, secondly, he can practice real close-quarters combat techniques as well. Xiao Hei, after turning in this mission, will return to Misty Villa directly. Let's go, says Chin Yu laughingly. Uttering a cry, the Black Eagle speeds up greatly at once and flies eastward like a beam of light. End of B2C2. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 3. B2C3, Secrets, 1. The East Vanquishing Prince Mansion in Yen City today is decorated with lanterns and streamers. It is only the early morning at the moment, but there is already heavy traffic on the outside of the mansion. Rich and powerful people, aristocrats and noblemen from every part of the whole Chu kingdom all exchange cordial greetings, then enter the mansion carrying their gifts and invitation cards. Today is the ceremony of adulthood for Chin Yu, the third son of East Vanquishing Princes. In terms of importance, there is very little difference between a ceremony of adulthood and a wedding ceremony on the Qianlong continent. Compared to them, a birthday is not important at all. When Chin Yu celebrated his 10th birthday, some people in the princely mansion only congratulated him a bit. However, to prepare for his ceremony of adulthood, invitation cards were sent out extensively. Even the Chu emperor may attend it. 8 years ago, when the ceremony of adulthood for Chin Yu's big brother Qin Feng was held, the Chu emperor Xiang Guang personally gave him his compliments. In the morning, the three brothers Qin Feng, Qin Zhang and Chin Yu come to the outside of Qin Da's room together to send their father their greetings. Among the three brothers, the big brother Qin Feng is the tallest, about 1.9 m. His body has an air of chilliness and his face rarely has a smiling expression. Only when he is with his brothers can he smile. Qin Zhang and Qin Yu are nearly as tall as each other. Their heights are common. Your son pays his respects to father. As soon as the three brothers see Qin Da, they kneel down and greet politely. Looking at the three sons before him, Qin Da feels delighted because they are all handsome and refined. His eldest son Qin Feng chose the path of martial arts. Not only is he a general in the army, he also became a Xiantian expert last year. His name has become known very quickly. There are no more than 100 Xiantian experts in the whole Chu kingdom, so to become a Xiantian expert at the age of 23 is an extremely outstanding achievement. His second son Qin Zhang is better than even Qin Da in such areas as governance, politics and so on. Today, his second son is in charge of nearly all the matters of the three eastern region counties, whether important or simple. As for his third son Qin Yu, Qin Da casts a look at Qin Yu. Seeing Qin Yu, Qin Da cannot help feeling a bit guilty in his mind. No matter how he practices external techniques, at best he can only reach the peak of the Hotian level. Since he can't become a Xiantian expert, his path is a dead end after all. Qin Da secretly sighs. In Qin Da's view, his third son Qin Yu will not have much chance of success even if he worked harder. If he can reach Zhao Yunqing's level, even though it isn't the Xiantian level, his offensive force will be as good as that of an early-phase Xiantian expert. What a pity it will take him 30 years to reach that level. Until now Yor has been training for 8 years, so there are still 22 years to go. Too bad, Qin Da does not know that Qin Yu's flesh has been absorbing internal energy and that he has been improving fast, much faster than Zhao Yunqing's estimation. All of you stand up first, says Qin Da with a smile. Then he looks at Qin Yu and says, Yor, today is your ceremony of adulthood, a big day of your life. After this day you'll be an adult and, whatever happens, you'll have to strive to face it on your own. Don't worry, father. Qin Yu nods and says with a smile. Facing his life alone? Qin Yu has been soaring in all directions on his Black Eagle alone for 3 years. Thanks to the speed of the Black Eagle, he has roamed around nearly the entire Chu kingdom. Having experienced many things, Qin has already gained his own understanding of life. Alright, there are already many guests outside at the moment, all of you follow me to greet them, as Qin is saying he goes out first. The three brothers Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, and Qin Yu also go out after him. Today, the East Vanquishing Prince Mansion is extremely noisy. Every aristocrat, nobleman, and also magnate and the like comes forward to congratulate. These people of course show absolute respect for East Vanquishing Prince in front of him. However, there are still two other princes with the same level of authority as East Vanquishing Prince. One is South Vanquishing Prince and the other is North Vanquishing Prince. South Vanquishing Prince Mulan of the three southern region counties personally congratulates Qin. North Vanquishing Prince Shangwan Hong of the two northern region counties also congratulates Qin personally. The four western region counties are under the complete control of the Xiang royal clan. This time Emperor Xiangguang does not come personally. Instead, he let his own younger brother Xiang Shua congratulate Qin. Qin does not know how many tables have been set for the feast and how many guests there are in the end. But he knows one thing, that is, the gifts he received have filled 2 whole rooms, and therefore he can imagine how large the number of the guests is. After all, this is the ceremony of adulthood for a son of East Vanquishing Princes. After a noisy day, late at night, the princely mansion is very quiet because all of the guests have left. In a secret room. Qin has never entered this secret room. It is already after midnight at the moment. There are only 5 people in the secret room, Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Qin Yu and Su Yuan. Except for Qin, who has a doubtful expression on his face, the other people all seem to know something. Qin De first goes to an armchair and sits down, then he waves his hands and tells the other people, everybody sit down first. Qin and the other 3 people also sit down around the long table. Su Yuan, who is still holding a folding fan, slightly smiles at Qin. Father, what do you let me come here for? Asks Qin. At the moment his mind is still in a fog. Qin De calmly nods and says, haven't you always been wondering what your father is doing and what plans I'm carrying out? Indeed, I've been concealing quite a few things from you. Today you already turned 16, so I'll tell you some secrets. Qin Yu's eyes immediately brighten. He knew early that his father is carrying out some plans. He has also been wondering why Qin De has never told him anything. Now, having heard his father's words, he realizes there seems to be many things he himself does not know about. But today his father has finally decided to tell him about them. Do you know that in the history of the Qianlong continent there was once a dynasty which unified the whole Qianlong continent? Qin De asks Qin Yu. Qin Yu says with a smile, this goes without saying. A long time ago, the Qianlong continent had always been in a state of fragmentation. It was not until 300 years ago that the whole Qianlong continent was brought into a state of unprecedented unity. It was none other than the Qin dynasty which unified the whole Qianlong continent. Qin Shi Huanging Zhang's famous name is still reverberating like thunder, only that the Qin dynasty was too short-lived. 100 years after its unification of the continent it fell to pieces. Then the Ying clan of the Qin dynasty was eliminated completely. Qin De slightly nods and says, the first secret I'll tell you today is, our Qin clan is made up of Qin Shi Huang's direct descendants. Qin Yu only feels as if his head has been struck by a series of thunderbolts. For the moment he was dumbfounded. Only after a long time has Qin Yu become a bit more clear-headed. He looks at his father in disbelief, then looks at his big brother, second brother, and uncle Su Yuan. But all of these people are all looking at Qin Yu. He totally understands the implication in their eyes. Shouldn't Qin Shi Huang's direct descendants have the last name Ying? Even though Qin Yu is somewhat stirred, he still asks. Qin De shakes his head and says with a sigh, after the destruction of the Qin dynasty, people in the whole world tried to eliminate the Ying clan. How could we still dare to use the last name Ying? We changed out last name to Qin also to prevent us from forgetting that Qin Shi Huang was our ancestor. You may know that our Qin clan's heirloom internal technique wasn't called the ancestral dragon art originally, but it was called the Shi Huang ancestral dragon art. Remember that the blood flows in the veins of the Qin clan's people is the same as Qin Shi Huang's. Qin De's eyes radiate sharp rays of light. End of B2C3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 4. B2C4 Secrets 2. Qin Yu's mind is in turmoil uncontrollably. In the mind of every person on the Qianlong continent, Qin Shi Huang represents supremacy. Not only did he unify all the lands, his personal power also reached a very high level. In both controlling power and personal power, Qin Shi Huang reached his limits and no one could even remotely compare with him. Now Qin Yu has just discovered that he himself is actually a descendant of Qin Shi Huang. How can he not be shaken up? As a descendant of Shi Huang, you mustn't forget the glories of the Qin dynasty. Do you know how Shi Huang died? Asks Qin De while staring at Qin Yu. Qin Yu recalls what he has read in books and says, Shi Huang's internal energy was extremely profound. It is said that he reached the Shangxian level. In theory he would have lived more than 1,000 years, but later he was killed by Xiang Yu, the West Chu conqueror and a peerlessly powerful man. He was also the first emperor Xiang Yu of our Chu dynasty, Yes, it was Xiang Yu, the conqueror of West Chu. Qin De's eyes radiate dazzling rays of light. The 4 western region counties were all strongholds of the Xiang clan. It had been running them for more than 1,000 years. It got rich thanks to the 4 western region counties and started to fight for the control of all the lands. Among Shangxian-level experts at that time, Xiang Yu was known as the number 1. The West Chu conqueror Xiang Yu killed our ancestor. If Shi Huang had not died, how would our Qin dynasty have possibly been destroyed? But Qin De says with a cold laugh, but 1 year later, that West Chu conqueror was also killed by the combined effort of 2 great Shangxian experts of the Qin dynasty. His Jindan was destroyed and he died after falling into a river. Even though the Chu dynasty was founded by the West Chu conqueror Xiang Yu himself could not enjoy the high position and great wealth of a peacetime emperor. As descendants of Shi Huang, the few of us must restore Shi Huang's glory. But we can't rush things. We must select a target. At that time the number 1 culprit in the Qin dynasty's destruction was the Xiang clan. Therefore the first thing we must do is exterminate the Xiang clan to take control of the whole Chu kingdom. Qin De's eyes radiate terrifying rays of light. To exterminate the Xiang clan to take control of the entire Chu kingdom. At this moment, Qin Yu is trying hard to calm down. What Qin De has said today is really too shocking to Qin Yu. Xiang Yu killed Shi Huang and destroyed the Qin dynasty. Then top experts of the Qin dynasty joined forces and killed the West Chu conqueror Xiang Yu. Otherwise, with Xiang Yu's terrifying might and the real power of the Xiang clan's great army, he would have possibly eliminated the other 2 powers and unified the entire Qianlong continent. Because of this, today the Qianlong continent is divided into 3 kingdoms. Qin Zhang puts a hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu turns his head and looks at his second brother. Qin Zhang says cordially while staring at Qin Yu, 3RD brother, big brother and I, and father as well, have always been trying hard for so many years because of the school. Third brother, remember that we are descendants of Qin Shi Huang and we must restore Shi Huang's glory. Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang and Su Yuan beside them all look at Qin Yu. Seeing the look in his father's eyes, Qin Yu thinks for a while then finally nods. In 5 years, everything will be ready. At that time our Qin clan will spring into action. We'll definitely eliminate the Xiang clan and unify the whole Chu kingdom in due course. At this moment, Qin De's body automatically radiates killing intent. His eyes also radiate very astonishing rays of light. After hearing, Qin Yu raises his eyebrows because he too knows the situation in the entire Chu kingdom. The Chu kingdom is mostly divided up between 4 big clans. First is the Xiang royal clan. It totally controls the 4 western region counties and has charge of 800,000 troops. The 200,000 strong armored cavalry of the Xiang clan is very well known. Second is the Qin clan of the 3 eastern region counties, which has charge of 600,000 troops. The 50,000 strong fierce tiger corps in its army is held in awe by every entity of power. However, because the Qin clan has 200,000 troops stationed at the Blackwater mountain range to keep the number 1 bandit headquarters under threat, it actually has only 400,000 troops to deploy. Third is the Mu clan of the 3 southern region counties with 500,000 troops. Fourth is the Shangguan clan of the 2 northern region counties with 400,000 troops in total. This is because in the beginning the Xiang royal clan made a regulation that every county can only recruit 200,000 troops. The whole Chu kingdom is made up of 12 counties, which are divided up between the 4 big clans. However, the other 2 big clans border the Xiang clan and they both have satisfactory relations with the Xiang clan. Father, if we are to eliminate the Xiang clan, won't the other 2 big clans hinder us? Moreover, even if they don't hinder us, if after we have eliminated the Xiang clan, they take advantage of our forces' heavy losses to eliminate us, what should we do? In a short while, Qin Yu sees the problem. Qin De slightly smiles. However, Qin Zhang says to Qin Yu, 3RD brother, don't worry about this matter. Of those 2 big clans, the Mu clan is very loyal to the Xiang clan. But the Shangguan clan of the 2 northern region counties is a fence-sitter. It should be easy to draw it in. Moreover, on the surface our Qin clan has 600,000 troops, but we've been around for so many years, how can we only have that many? Qin Yu shakes his head and says, no, second brother, as the Xiang royal clan is ruling, it must have an intelligence agency to supervise the kingdom. Our Qin clan has 600,000 soldiers. If we want to recruit more troops, say, only 100,000 more, we'll have to prepare an awful lot of food, armor, weapons, and so on for them, and it will really be too hard for us to hide this from the investigation of the Xiang clan's intelligence agency. Also, the Mu clan is loyal to the Xiang clan, so they'll have 7 counties together. That Shangwan clan is a fence-sitter, but it definitely won't depend on us. After all, our power is still inferior to the Xiang clans. Qin Yu is somewhat unconvinced by his own family's plan to unify the Chu kingdom. Moreover, the Blackwater Mountain Range is the #1 bandit headquarters. On the surface, those bandits claim there are 200,000 of them, but no outsider knows how many bandits they actually have. 200,000 troops of our forces must be deployed to deter them. Otherwise, the 3 eastern region counties will be in chaos once so many bandits rush every place of the region like locusts. Therefore, we'll be able to use only 400,000 troops. Even if we have 100,000 troops in secret, there will be merely 500,000 troops in total. How are we going to fight the Xiang clan? Our Fierce Tiger Corps is formidable, but the 50,000 Fierce Tiger soldiers are equivalent to 230,000 troops at best. The 200,000 armored cavalrymen of the Xiang clan are really no pushover, says Qin Yu again. In a short while, he has found many problems. Moreover, if there is a civil war in the Chu kingdom, the Han and the Ming dynasties definitely won't cause any trouble. If these 2 big dynasties come on the scene, there will be real chaos, says Qin Yu again. Having said this, it is obvious he cannot imagine how his own clan will unify the entire Chu kingdom. Qin De, Qin Zhang and Qin Feng all looks at Qin Yu with a smile. Not bad, I couldn't have imagined that you had a pretty good view of the overall situation and would think about so many matters in such a short time. But war is not as simple as you think at all. It's definitely not just to compare who has more power. Such matters as army provisions, military operations and so on are all very complicated. Moreover, the 4 big clans of the Chu kingdom are not what they look like. Don't worry, our Qin clan has been preparing for several hundred years. Various plans specified early on what to do. Wait till 5 years later, you'll see how we'll destroy the Xiang clan, says Qin De resolutely. But Qin Yu looks at his father doubtfully. He cannot understand how his father can be so confident one of the 4 big clans, the Mu clan and the Xiang clan, are on the same side, and the Shangwan clan will definitely not rely on the Qin clan. So what if they have been preparing for several hundred years? Could it be several hundred years of preparation would turn 600,000 troops into 800,000 troops? Moreover, the troops stationed at the Blackwater Mountain Range cannot be mobilized. Otherwise, the 3 eastern region counties will be plunged into chaos, which will really be terrible. After all, this region is the base of the Qin clan. Don't worry, your father has taken everything into consideration, says Qin De with a smile. Qin Yu does not know what his father is thinking, but in his view, it will be very difficult for the Qin clan to unify the entire Chu kingdom. After all, the Han and Ming dynasties both are not incompetent. However, seeing the look in his father's eyes puts Qin Yu's mind at ease a lot. End of B2C4. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 5. B2C5, Meteoric Tier 1. The Qin clan's people have been subjects of the Chu kingdom for several hundred years without putting their plans into action. Why, after several hundred years, have they decided to spring into action? Wondering about this point, Qin Yu looks at Qin De and asks doubtfully, Father, our Qin clan hasn't done anything for the last several hundred years. Why must we spring into action 5 years later? Could it be we'll really need several hundred years of preparation to destroy the Xiang clan? If we're going to fight, why don't we take action early? Qin Yu is naturally not convinced that this is right. Qin De's face suddenly looks a bit upset. Now that you asked, I'll tell you another secret. At this moment, big brother Qin Feng looks even colder. There is also no smiling expression on the face of second brother Qin Zhang while Su Yuan stops waving his fan. Qin Yu also feels that the whole atmosphere in the secret room has changed. He knows the matter his father is about to mention is unusually important. Qin De's look seems to be able to go through spacetime. He says in an indistinct voice, 14 years ago, when your big brother turned 10, your mother died. On that day, a very large fire broke out. In the past I told you that, your mother died in the fire. But the truth is, your mother was murdered. The muscles on Qin De's face all start to tremble. There are only sorrow and hatred in his eyes. Bang! Qin Yu feels as if there is a series of explosions in his head. His face suddenly turns very pale. Mother was murdered? For the moment, Qin Yu's mind is in complete chaos. He lost his mother when he was 2 years old. At that time he was still very little and simply could not remember his mother's appearance. Thinking about mother. The first thing emerges in Qin Yu's mind is that picture. Not long after he was born, when he was just 1 month old, a painter was asked to draw that picture. In the picture, there is a young married woman holding a baby. The young married woman is smiling at the baby in her bosom. Her loving eyes are emitting a motherly radiance. When Qin Yu was very little, there were countless times when he stood foolishly viewing the picture and said to himself, "This is my mother," while his mind tried hard to remember his mother's appearance. There were many times when his mother's appearance lingered on in his dreams. Whenever Qin Yu saw other children with their mothers in Yin City, he wished his mother had been living. How he wished his mother had been alive as well. When he was very little, he wept to his father time after time, asking for his mother. As he gradually grew, Qin Yu did not weep asking for his mother anymore. Every time little Qin Yu thought about his mother, he watched the stars, because Grandpa Lian had said deceased people would go up into the sky and become stars. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Yu likes to watch the stars. Now that little Qin Yu has become an adult. But at this moment, he is unexpectedly told that his mother did not die because of the fire and, moreover, she was murdered. Who killed my mother? Qin Yu stares at Qin Di and shouts. His eyes have reddened. His only mother, that pulsating emotion at the bottom of his soul, the picture of mother in Qin Yu's mind suddenly shatters into pieces like glass. A stream of wrath erupts from the depths of his soul and reaches his chest in an instant. This is hatred. This is absolute wrath. Who? In the end, who murdered my mother? The muscles of Qin Yu's hands all start to tremble. His whole body has started to boil. Qin Feng's and Qin Shang's eyes also radiate hatred. Could it be, as if a ray of light suddenly flashes through Qin Yu's mind, he immediately suspects one possibility. He stares at his father. Father, could it be mother's murderer is Xian Clan's? Yes, it must have been so. Yes, it's Xian Clan's. Moreover, the murderer is the current Chu Emperor Xiang Guang. It's he who murdered your mother. Also, your big brother witnessed this incident with his own eyes, says Qin Di in an ice-cold voice. For the moment, there is a complete silence in the secret room. Xiang Guang, he thought that after driving Jing Yi to death then faking a fire, what he did will be shrouded in absolute secrecy. He thought he had put me off the scent and I would never discover what happened. But, he didn't know Fenger, 10-year-old at that time, was in Jing Yi's room. Qin Di's killing intent surges up. At that time, if it hadn't been for Uncle Feng, I would have died and no one would have known the truth about mother's death, says Qin Feng coldly. Everything has come to light. Everything has been made clear. Even though the Qin clan's people are Qin Shi Huang's descendants, for the last several hundred years, they have had complete control over the 3 eastern region counties and have been enjoying life without worrying about things. Quite a few ancestors of the Qin clan advocated for a peaceful life. After all, it would be too difficult for them to usurp the Chu dynasty and the Qin clan would possibly be finished instead. For the last several hundred years, the Qin clan has always been unable to make up its mind to give up its current lifestyle and overthrow the Chu dynasty. However, the death of the wife of the current clan head Qin Di caused him to make up his mind. Therefore, 14 years ago, Qin Di started to arrange a seizure of power, and he even set in motion some plans prepared several hundred years before. Father, I want to join the army. I'll definitely avenge mother's death. Qin Yu says resolutely while looking at Qin Di. There are only 2 ways for him to seek revenge. First is to use assassination. Second is to use the army to destroy the Xiang clan directly, then it will be easy to kill Xiang Guang. Assassinate Xiang Guang? Qin Yu thought about it for a while then gave up. As the Chu emperor, Xiang Guang is protected closely by countless experts. Even a Xiantian expert will have absolutely no chance of killing him. Needless to say, Qin Yu practices external techniques. Therefore, he has no choice but to join Qin Di's plan. Nonsense. Qin Di stares at Qin Yu and reproves him. You're just a boy. You haven't learned the art of war or the art of ruling. How will you lead the army? Then I'll be a vanguard soldier. I'll be a small soldier, replies Qin Yu immediately. He understands he knows nothing about leading soldiers in combat, but he cannot bear the thought of standing idly by on one side. After all, this is a blood feud over the murder of his mother. A vanguard soldier? A small soldier? Qin Di shakes his head and says, if we are to destroy the Xiang clan in a war, the soldiers will have to be mobilized by the 100,000. On the battlefield, after the soldiers are lined up, you basically won't even see the ends of a row. With so many people fighting together closely, what will be the use of you? As long as you're not a Xiantian expert, you won't be able to save your own little life in the middle of a large army. Qin Yu is speechless. But, he wants to dispute. Qin Di walks to his side, strokes his shoulder and says sincerely, you must understand, you're a son of the Qin clan. The blood of our Qin clan absolutely doesn't tolerate mistakes. Your big brother is a general and has also reached the Xiantian level, so I'm certainly not worried about him. Your second brother will stay far back from the front line to handle political affairs, so I'm not worried about him either. You want to become a vanguard soldier. If you were to die, how would I explain it to the ancestors? How would I explain it to your deceased mother? Don't be stubborn. If you joined the army, you would only make me more worried about you. You've become an adult, you must learn to consider the big picture, says Qinda while staring at Qinyu. Qinyu thinks for a while. He understands he himself cannot help in handling political affairs. If he became a normal vanguard soldier, his father would be negatively affected when marshalling forces because he would not be able to ignore his own son in a certain troop. Moreover, the offensive power of an individual like him would be negligible in the middle of a large army. Qinyu has made a judgment in his mind. If he joined the usurpation plan, he would be of no use. Worse still, he would have negative effects on it. Father, I already understand. I won't become a hindrance to all of you, says Qinyu with a nod. Then he turns around and leaves immediately. Seeing Qinyu leaving, Qinda cannot help feeling unhappy. Qin Feng, Qin Zhang and Su Yuan all stand up and follow his back with their eyes. When Qinyu reaches the door, he suddenly stops, turns around, looks at the other people and says, Father, big brother, second brother, Uncle Su, please avenge my mother's death. Third brother, don't worry, we'll definitely eliminate the Xiang clan, says second brother Qin Zheng resolutely. Qin Feng also nods solemnly to Qinyu. Su Yuan and Qin Di also look at Qinyu to let him totally understand their intentions. Thank you. As Qinyu finishes saying, he goes out of the secret room directly without looking back and gets in the corridor. It is already late at night. The sky is filled with countless visible stars. The cold winds of the late night are blowing, causing Qinyu's whole body to slightly tremble uncontrollably. Qinyu suddenly turns around and looks at that room beside the corridor. The secret room is under the ground of that room. Perhaps father and the others are discussing some important plans, but I can't offer them any help. Qinyu smiles bitterly, then turns around and leaves immediately. End of B2C5. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 6. B2C6, Meteoric Tier, 2. In the morning of the next day, Qinyu leaves the princely mansion alone and returns to Misty Villa. Only Xiao He goes with him. After getting back to Misty Villa, Qinyu trains even harder. In his plan, even the time for him to go out to execute assassination missions is sharply reduced. Most of his time is spent on improving his power non-stop. When Qinda hears about this, he can only smile bitterly. He does not know what to say. Late at night, a half-month later, Qinyu walks out from his room and stands in the middle of the courtyard. Making a swaying movement with his body, he gets to the top of the room in a flash. Sitting on the top of the room, Qinyu watches the boundless sky in silence. Xiao He also stays quietly beside him. Misty Villa is located on the side of the mountain. On the top of the room, Qinyu can even see a cliff not far from there. One cold wind after another reaches him from the depths next to the cliff, but Qinyu feels nothing. Xiao He, I feel that I'm too useless, extremely useless. Qinyu looks at Xiao He beside him and says in a low voice. With its shiny black eyes fixed on Qinyu, Xiao He spreads its huge wings and puts them around Qinyu as if it is consoling him. Looking into the sky, Qinyu says in a voice which is a bit indistinct and a bit bitter, when I was little, I thought father didn't care about me, so I trained very hard only for him to spend more time with me. When I grew up, I discovered father truly cared about me. But he has his own business and doesn't have time to stay with me. To destroy the Xiang clan to avenge mother's death is indeed very difficult. Father, big brother and second brother have always been trying hard, but I'm absolutely useless. I'm not proficient in political affairs. And I can't command troops either. My body doesn't have any internal energy, so I'll be of no use in the middle of a large army. Qinyu cannot help clenching his fists. Actually, I want to help father as well. Actually, I also want to make myself a bit useful to them. Any bit will do. He hates the fact that he cannot power up at once. He hates himself for being useless. Qinyu is an adult now, but since childhood, he has always felt lonesome. Even though he can feel that his father cares about him, in 10 whole years between age 6 and 16, the time he and his father met does not amount to more than 1 month. He does not hate his father. He only hates himself for being useless. Now that he already knows what his father is doing, he wants to do something. He also wants to help his father, but he really cannot help in anything. In father's eyes, perhaps I'm a burden. The Xiantian level, when will I reach it? At the moment my power is improving very fast, but to reach the peak of external practice it'll take me at least 5 or 6 more years, sighs Chinyu. After a long time, he suddenly stands up and lets out a deep sigh. His eyes glitter with resolution. Big brother, second brother, father, all of you are trying hard non-stop to prepare for the war 5 years later. Therefore in the next 5 years I'll train hard as well. At least in 5 years. I'll reach the level of Master Zhao Yunxing, reach the peak of the Hotian level. Chinyu sets himself a goal. Merit, anyone living in the world should have merit. At least, they must be of some merit in the eyes of their parents, otherwise their life will be a waste. Chinyu does not like to depend on his father's status like a profligate son of a rich family. He wants to achieve something worthwhile. At the minimum, being able to help his father will be enough. The Qianlong continent is extremely large. However, the ocean beyond the boundary of the Qianlong continent is 10 to 100 times as large as it is. Suddenly, the boundless ocean heaves up and down violently. There is not a hurricane at the moment, so how can it be heaving up and down without a reason like this? At the same time, the holy energy in the whole world starts to shake in an instant. The ocean waves surge to 100 zhang high, then smash down with a loud noise. All of the martial art practitioners in the world can feel that the world's holy energy has become so chaotic that for the moment they simply cannot absorb any of it. Whiz. In the sky, an exceptionally bright meteor suddenly appears out of thin air and flashes toward the Qianlong continent in an oblique straight line at an extremely fast speed. It is even making sharp buzzing sounds. In a short while, the meteor has disappeared. Then the holy energy in the world reverts to its stable state. The boundless ocean also goes back to normal. Meteor. Chinyu sees a meteor coming through the sky at an extremely fast speed in the distance. He immediately watches it carefully from the top of the room. That meteor unexpectedly comes directly toward Chinyu. With his eyes brightening, he says laughingly, "Impossible. This meteor can't be flying directly to Misty Villa." Chinyu, however, knows that some meteoric metals have mostly been created by the meteors which have landed on the ground. Maybe I can still find a big chunk of meteoric metals. Chinyu thinks to himself. But Chinyu is somewhat disappointed because when that meteor is halfway down in the air and when there is still a very long distance between it and him, it disappears. Forget about it. But I was pretty lucky to be able to see a meteor. Chinyu slightly smiles. Then he takes a leap to get down from the top of the room. But when he is leaping, his eyes suddenly brighten. What is that? Chinyu vaguely sees a light shining faintly in the west garden. He cannot help feeling doubtful. He immediately goes to the west garden. After entering the west garden, he searches carefully in all directions, but he does not find anything unusual. He takes several steps on the side of the hot spring. Suddenly he notices a gleaming light on the ground. What's that? Chinyu vaguely sees a crystalline object on the ground. He squats down and looks carefully. It is a red crystal which looks like a pendant gem. After picking it up and putting on his hand, he sees that this crystal has the shape of a tear. A blood-red crystal in the shape of a tear, it should be a piece of glass. Chinyu looks at the crystal in his palm. His mind unconsciously takes a liking to this piece of glass. Let's embed this piece of glass in something to dress it up. A necklace will be pretty good. Xiao Lu will definitely like it very much. If so, what should it be called? Chinyu frowns and thinks. Then his eyes brighten. I got it after watching a meteor and it has a tear shape, so let's call it the meteoric tear. The meteoric tear. Chinyu is very satisfied with this name. Chinyu even tries it a bit on his chest, then he nods in satisfaction. But suddenly Chinyu's hand feels a bit lighter. The piece of glass he found just now has unexpectedly disappeared strangely. It was right in the palm of Chinyu's hand, yet it has just disappeared like that. Chinyu's eyes cannot help popping out of his head. What the hell has happened? Chinyu is shocked. He has never seen such an odd occurrence. An object in his hand has disappeared without a reason, as if it has never existed. But he is absolutely certain that just now he found a blood-red crystal in the shape of a tear, and he even named it the meteoric tear. How come I can't see it? Could it be some Xiantian expert or Shangxian took it directly using telekinesis? Chinyu ponders. No, it couldn't. I was grasping it in the palm of my hand. Even if someone had used telekinesis, I would have felt that piece of glass moving in my hand. Could it be it just disappeared without a reason? Chinyu cannot imagine what kind of magic power can move an object away in such an inexplicable manner. Not even Shangxian have this kind of magic power for certain. Moreover, why would such a super expert play tricks on me in the middle of the night? He is filled with bewilderment. In the West Garden, bewildered Chinyu thus ponders for a long time. Then, after finding absolutely no reason, he has no choice but to leave the West Garden in bewilderment. End of B2C6. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 7. B2C7, Leaping Through the Sky, 1. I've never felt so good, so fresh and cool. Shinyu stretches his sluggish waist and takes a fresh and clean breath. Suddenly his eyes flash with fierceness. Alright, let's start to try hard. In 5 years I'll definitely reach the peak of the Hotian level. His heart is full of enthusiasm. He immediately starts his morning training session. Shinyu has always been carrying 300 jin of weights on his body. He thus runs out of Misty Villa and heads directly for the foot of the mountain. From the foot of the mountain, he runs up to its peak. Then he runs from the peak down to the foot of the mountain again. He keeps running back and forth like that. As usual, Shinyu wants to run non-stop until he has no strength left to run. Only then will he stop. Phew! Shinyu is constantly gasping for breath. One after another, beads of sweat are falling down from his chin. At this moment he has reached his limit. Because he runs like this every day, he already knew his limits early. But who could have thought today he would unexpectedly run one more lap than yesterday? Moreover, he is not completely exhausted yet. Even though at this moment he is extremely tired, he feels very excited. My condition today is really not bad. If I can improve like this every day, I soon won't be far from reaching the level where I can lift 800 jin with one arm and deflect weapons with my body. It seems heaven is helping me. Shinyu cannot help giving a faint smile. Shinyu can feel clearly the reactions of his entire body's muscles. He also knows at this moment he has reached his physical limit the first time. Suddenly, an extremely comfortable clear stream of energy starts to flow to every place in his entire body. Shinyu feels that his entire body's muscles, which have reached their limits, vying with each other to absorb this clear stream as if they are a thirsty traveler in the desert who can drink water all of a sudden. Shinyu is completely dumbfounded. He can feel clearly that his body, which has reached its physical limit, and his muscles, which are tired and aching, are suddenly recovering quickly. He can feel his whole body's muscles regaining strength, and they are even being enhanced to some extent. What's going on? Shinyu suddenly stops. Where does this clear stream of mysterious power come from? What is really going on? This is too strange. Shinyu has been training for 8 years, but he has never experienced anything like this. Every time he reached his physical limit, he had to try hard to overcome them. But today, who could have thought a mysterious stream of energy would suddenly appear? Shinyu basically did not feel its existence in his channels, as if it disregarded the channels. Instead, it directly spread throughout his body. When his muscles absorbed this clear stream, they also became stronger. Shinyu frowns deeply while pondering about the sudden appearance of this clear stream. But after thinking for a long time, he still does not know how this could happen. Let's continue to train. Let's see what will happen when I reach my physical limit again. Shinyu immediately continues to run. This time he even runs a longer distance than he did last time. In today's morning training session, Shinyu has run a longer aggregate distance than he ever did in any previous session. I've finally reached it. Shinyu feels that he has reached his physical limit again. Even though his legs are still running very fast, his mind and energy are mostly concentrated on the inside of his body. A stream of energy starts to be generated. It's the chest. Shinyu's eyes brighten. The source of that mysterious energy is in the chest. Shinyu feels clearly how comfortable it is when this stream of energy spreads throughout his body. This feeling is more comfortable than how he feels while soaking in the hot spring, and much more comfortable than how he feels while massaged by old Dr. Wang Xian. Shinyu suddenly pulls open the black gold undershirt, which covers his chest. He stares at his chest. There is a faint mark on the chest. If he had not looked carefully, he would not have noticed this mark. It has the shape of none other than the meteoric tear. But there were never any marks on Shinyu's chest. He remembers very well he did not see it while soaking in the hot spring yesterday, but now it is here. The meteoric tear, yesterday evening's meteoric tear. Shinyu's eyes pop out of his head. He is so astonished that he is basically speechless. The sudden disappearance of the meteoric tear yesterday shocked him and made him doubtful for a long time. But now, with the appearance of the meteoric tear-shaped mark on his chest, Shinyu cannot help thinking about one matter. Could the clear stream of mysterious power appeared just now have something to do with this mark? Is this mark related to the mysterious meteoric tear yesterday? Shinyu simply has no way to know everything about what is going on. But he is not a country bumpkin. As East vanquishing Prince's son, he knows that some rare treasures in the world can fuse with the body. Objects which are superior to both mundane grade and Xian grade weapons and are equal to Shanxian's weapons can fuse with the body. But Qin Yu has never heard of a crystal which can fuse with the body. However, as soon as he thinks about what happened just now, he knows. He has struck it rich. Limit training is to break through the body's limits time after time. But every time a limit is broken through, the body's flesh and bones are put under a great deal of stress and will require various recovery methods later. In the past, Qin Yu would try to persist until he surpassed his limits, and when it was impossible for him to go on, he would have to use various recovery methods such as soaking in the hot spring, applying medicinal wine and so on. However, now that he has the fantastic clear stream of energy, Qin Yu will not have to waste time on recovery. He can transcend his limits non-stop. Moreover, when that clear stream fuses with his flesh, it seems to also enhance his flesh's capabilities. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping me. Qin Yu clenches his fists. His eyes radiate a shocking fierceness. Even heaven is helping me. At first I thought it'd take me 5 or 6 years to reach Master Zhao Yunxing's level, but with this meteoric tear, perhaps 2 years will be enough. Qin Yu's eyes glitter with excitement. From his childhood to his adulthood, in his father's eyes, he has always been inferior to his big brother and second brother. Not only can big brother lead troops in battle, he is also a Xiantian expert. And second brother is proficient in governance. Only he, the third brother, born with a dantian which cannot accumulate internal energy, is the most useless. However, the meteoric tear has given him an opportunity. An opportunity to change his life. Father, I'm not useless. I don't want to hide and live shamefully behind your backs. I'll let you know that I'm as good as big brother and second brother. The most resounding sounds rise in his mind. At this moment, his great ambition soars as high as the sky. Alright, let's start training. Qin Yu starts his training immediately. He trains like crazy, much crazier than in the past. Even if Zhao Yunxing came here personally, he would be scared stiff upon seeing how Qin Yu is training. The reason is that Qin Yu's current training does not take into account his body's endurance. He is totally torturing himself. However, other people simply cannot know that every time Qin Yu reaches a physical limit, that mysterious clear stream will permeate through his muscles and relieve their fatigue. And whenever he transcends a limit, the muscles become stronger. As Qin Yu can continuously surpass his limits, he is improving extremely fast, like a shooting star leaping through the sky. In the evening, Qin Yu returns to Misty Villa. His face is full of confidence. He has been going through a day of mad training, with the training load being over 10 times as heavy as in the past. However, at this moment his entire body's muscles are unexpectedly still full of vitality. End of B2C7. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 8. B2C8, Leaping Through the Sky, 2. That night, Qin Yu sits with legs crossed in his room. Every night he executes the ancestral dragon arts technique to turn the world's holy energy into internal energy, then, as it automatically disperses, lets his entire body's muscles absorb some of this internal energy. Tonight is the same. Qin Yu executes the ancestral dragon art again. If there were an observer, he would see. Various endless streams of the world's holy energy start to whirl around Qin Yu at a very fast speed. Their number is shockingly large. Because there are too many of them, these holy energy streams unexpectedly form a blue mist. It looks as if Qin Yu's entire body is wrapped in a hazy layer of blue mist. His body is only a blur through the blue mist. Materialization of holy energy. The materialization of holy energy according to legend. If an internal expert or a Xiantian expert saw this, they would be scared stiff. Holy energy absorption speed naturally represents a person's power improvement speed. And when the materialization of holy energy is achieved, the practice speed of that person will reach a terrifying level. According to legend, Shanxian's holy energy absorption is at a level where the holy energy is materialized. And even Xiantian experts are definitely below this level. At the moment, however, the materialization of holy energy is happening on the body of a young man who is only 16 and practices external techniques. At this moment Qin Yu's face is very red. His body is slightly trembling, as if he has received a very great provocation. Beads of sweat have even stuck out on his forehead. The expression on his face shows that he is both in pain and shocked. However, the surging holy energy is still entering Qin Yu's body non-stop. Why is this happening? So much holy energy. Qin Yu is so shocked that he is speechless. When he executed the ancestral dragon art, the holy energy in his vicinity was very obedient and let itself be absorbed by him at a very fast speed. But because it was too obedient and too easy to maneuver, Xinyu has unexpectedly absorbed an amount of holy energy over 10 times as much as usual in a short while. Could that meteoric tear be the reason? Xinyu automatically thinks about this. But he immediately smiles bitterly. My goodness, you're killing me. At this moment, the surging holy energy in his body starts to roll into his channels. If a footpath which can only accommodate 3 people walking abreast is suddenly walked on by people 10 abreast and, moreover, the number of people taking this footpath increases non-stop, it is easy to imagine how overcrowded it will become. At this moment, the channels in Qinyu's body are exceptionally overcrowded. The amount of holy energy which far exceeds those of the past is totally clogging his channels. Absorbing too much holy energy isn't a good thing. What should I do now? Xinyu can feel continual tearing pains in his channels. He makes every effort to circulate the holy energy in the channels. But because there is too much holy energy, even starting to keep it under control is hard for him. This is like how while an instructor can still easily control the movements of 100 people, he will not be able to direct the movements of 1,000 people by himself. So painful, will I die because of the channels breaking into pieces? Xinyu smiles bitterly in his mind. At first I thought this mysterious meteoric tear was a treasure. Now it seems to be a disaster for me instead. So much holy energy is already enough to squeeze into my channels until they break. Xinyu can feel that every place of the channels in his entire body is in continuous pain. Xinyu's channels have adapted themselves to those smaller amounts of holy energy of the past, but today's amount has increased to 10 times the normal amounts, so how can they endure it? His channels have been overfilled. Moreover, they seem to be about to break apart because of that. Xinyu can only see everything happening without being able to do anything. Fizz, fizz. A place of his channels finally can no longer endure the pressure of the squeezing and starts to tear. No good. Xinyu's face immediately goes very pale. Fizz, fizz. In a short while, the channels in his entire body continuously tear in every place. Father, I thought I was still of some use and would be able to help you. But now it looks like I'm completely useless as before. Xinyu is disappointed. However, despite facing death, he has absolutely neither fear nor sorrow. Maybe father will grieve for me after I die? For some odd reason, Xinyu unexpectedly thinks about this. However, while he is having a bee in his bonnet, the meteoric tear in his chest sends out various clear streams of energy which immediately flow throughout Qinyu's body. These mysterious clear streams have some unknown power which unexpectedly lets those tattered channels easily take shape again. Moreover, the newly formed channels are considerably wider than the previous ones. Ah! Xinyu is astonished. He watches this scene in stupefaction. It seems, the meteoric tear is not as simple as he thinks at all. However, because the current amount of holy energy is 10 times, or even over 10 times, larger than the normal amounts, the newly formed channels are still too narrow for it. In a short while, following the increasingly slower circulation of energy, the blockage in the channels becomes more and more serious, and the channels even tear again. This time Xinyu does not despair. He attentively waits for those mysterious clear streams from the meteoric tear. As expected, the meteoric tear does not disappoint Xinyu. Once again, a clear stream comes out from the meteoric tear with no difficulty, and he can feel clearly that wherever it goes to the channels they recover quickly. After a short while, all of the channels have been formed again. This time they are even wider than before. Tearing, mending. Even though there is too much holy energy, after experiencing the tearing-mending process continuously, the channels have finally become able to withstand it. Xinyu finally succeeds. However, the pain of having his channels tearing again and again was much more terrifying than the pain of practicing external techniques. Various vigorous streams of internal energy swarm into his dantian, then move outward in all directions. Like dry sandy soil, the flesh in Qinyu's entire body draws internal energy off non-stop. The more internal energy his flesh and bones absorb, the more formidable they become. However, as time goes by, the flesh and bones absorb less and less internal energy. After 4 hours, Xinyu opens his eyes. Sure enough, just as I anticipated, when the training load increases, the flesh and bones become stronger and also absorb more internal energy. A day ago my training load increased to over 10 times the normal load. Now I've only been absorbing for 4 hours, but the amount of internal energy absorbed was already about 10 times larger than in the past. Xinyu's face is full of sweat. The pain of the channels tearing just now has caused his entire body to be drenched in sweat. After my flesh and bones absorbed so much internal energy, now I feel. Xinyu kicks fast and fiercely with his legs, causing whizzing wind sounds. He also punches continuously with his fists, splitting the air before him. Now I feel, my entire body is full of power. Qin Yu's eyes glitter with extreme excitement. After going through this one day of training, he can totally notice that his own improvement speed is extremely fast. 2 years, will I need that much? There is a hint of a confident smile on the corners of his mouth. It is pointless to guess how long it will take to reach the peak of the Hotian level. He can only undergo real training and wait for the facts to speak for themselves. Time goes by. Qin Yu starts to train like crazy. He throws caution regarding daily training load to the winds and completely attacks the endurance limit of the human nerve. Even if Xiantian experts came to see how he trains, they would be horrified to death by this madman. This kind of training is suicide. With 300 jin of weights on his body, he holds high 2 huge rocks which weigh several hundred jin each using his hands. He thus runs at his fastest speed for 1 hour. Afterwards, he throws the rocks away and swims in the lake while carrying 300 jin of weights more than 100 round trips. Then he repeats these forms of training. This is totally beyond the human imagination. There is simply no way to explain it. Is this really what a person can endure? However, Qin Yu is happy and lively. His body's toughness, flexibility and agility improve day by day. His eyes also become increasingly swifter and fiercer. Qin Yu always tests his arm strength while carrying 300 jin of weights. From lifting 300 jin with one arm, the weight he can lift with one arm continuously increases to 400 jin, 450 jin, 500 jin, 550 jin, 600 jin, 700 jin. However, even though his arm strength improves, there does not seem to be an upper limit on Qin Yu's one-arm strength. A peak Hotian expert has 700 to 800 jin of strength in one arm? To sum up, in just a year Qin Yu's one-arm strength has surpassed this so-called peak of one-arm strength. His strength, agility, and even his body's attack resistance have all been continuously challenging the presumptive peaks of external practice on the Qianlong continent. Qin Yu is still improving very fast without showing any sign of deceleration. Moreover, he does not feel any bit of Xiantian energy at all, which means he is still a Hotian expert. No one knows how great Qin Yu's attributes will be at the peak of the Hotian level. In conclusion, the current Qin Yu's achievements cannot be predicted using common sense. A miracle of external practice is being initiated by him. End of B2C8. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 9. B2C9, Rock Within Rock, 1. Mount Donglan is 3,000 m high. Such a high mountain is naturally thickly wooded. There are even wild beasts hiding in the depths of the forests on the mountain. However, at the moment, in a very remote wood on Mount Donglan, a silhouette of a man is moving back and forth extremely fast. He is agile like a panther and skillful like a monkey. In an instant he even leaps up several tens meters onto a tree fork, then easily leaps from this tree fork to another. The most extraordinary thing is that while this man is moving extremely fast he does not cause any wind sounds at all. The silhouette suddenly dives down from several tens meters high like lightning. With a ferocious splash he gets into the small lake in the depths of the wood. The lake, which is clear and beautiful as if made from jade, immediately ripples. This nameless small lake is very clear and it is even possible to see clearly the cobblestones at the bottom of it. It feels really good. Qin Yu suddenly emerges from the bottom of the water. He spontaneously shakes his head, scattering water sprays around. Qin Yu has had the meteoric tear for 1.5 years. A half year ago, his strength reached the level of Man Dong, a man born with great physical strength. His agility is even more peerless. And because normal weapons can no longer hurt him a bit, it is obvious how great his flexibility and toughness are. Even though Qin Yu is not wearing gloves, his fingers can still grab blue stones into pieces with ease. Moreover, his finger skin has not been hardened in the slightest. This is totally out of line with Zhao Yunqing's theory. How can a person's fingers remain sensitive and become extremely tough at the same time? In theory, because Qin Yu has reached Zhao Yunqing's level or has even surpassed it, he should have reached the so-called peak of the Hotian level. However, Qin Yu's various bodily capabilities are still improving at an extremely shocking speed. Feeling that his progress was too terrifying, he went directly into the depths of the forests to train lest the people at the villa chatter about him. In the depths of the forests, huge rocks are seen everywhere. Moreover, training here is even more beneficial to his 7 North Stars moonlight dance body maneuvering skill. After all, there are basically no roads in the depths of the forests, only a great variety of obstacles. This kind of conditions is very useful for practicing body maneuvering skill. In only 1.5 years my one-arm strength has reached 1,000 jin. If I talk about this, Qin Yu gives a faint smile. The lifting strength of an arm and the impact force of a punch are totally different concepts. It is much more difficult to lift than to punch with one arm. If an arm can lift 1000 Jin, the impact force it generates when throwing a punch will definitely exceed the weight of 10,000 Jin. Even Man Dong, who is known by reputation as the strongest external expert, would be dumbfounded by such a terrifying force. For the last half year I've almost never taken off these 300 Jin of weights. How fast will I be after taking off these weights? Jin Yu thinks to himself. If other people heard about this, they would have no way to believe it. Just now in the wood, Jin Yu was moving back and forth extremely fast. His speed was even faster than those of ordinary external experts. However, this was merely his speed while carrying 300 Jin of weights. Bang! Following several loud noises, the black iron arm guards and leg guards and the black gold undershirt have already been shed to one side. Haha, let's try it now. Jin Yu suddenly shoots into the sky like an arrow leaving a bow. He leaps out of the water directly, then makes a swinging movement with his body in a relaxed manner in midair. Unexpectedly, he comes to rest. Yes, he comes to rest, albeit for only about 2 or 3 seconds. This is the subtlety of how Jin Yu's body maneuvering skill makes use of wind forces. Whiz! With a shaking movement of his body, Jin Yu dives down extremely fast and lands on the ground. Bang! Following a push with his feet, his entire body disappears with a schwa noise. Then the large trees in the surroundings start to shake continuously. A vague noise is shuffling back and forth in the wood like lightning. Landing! Jin Yu suddenly appears beside the lake. His face looks extremely excited. After taking off 300 Jin of weights, my speed has increased by more than one level. Really extremely fast, but Jin Yu frowns. Only that at such a fast speed, wind resistance becomes too terrifying. Even with my current level of the 7 North Stars Moonlight Dance, I still can't neutralize the resistance completely. The faster the speed is, the stronger wind resistance becomes. Jin Yu's speed just now reached an unprecedented level. He could neutralize wind resistance with ease in the past, but with such a fast speed, he has no way to nullify wind resistance perfectly. Well, looks like I'm not strong enough. I must keep trying hard. I even want to see what my limit is in the end. Jin Yu's eyes are blazing with excitement and passion. Jin Yu continues to train hard in the depths of the forests on Mount Donglan. Late at night, in Huayang House of the Imperial Palace in the Chu dynasty's capital. Huayang House is where Imperial concubine Yu lives. Tonight the Chu Emperor Xiangguang is paying a visit to Imperial concubine Yu's Huayang House. After being intimate with each other, Xiangguang and Imperial concubine Yu have been sound asleep. The two ladies in waiting outside the door have been drowsing, but they are still trying hard to keep their eyes opened. Xiangguang, who has been sleeping deeply, suddenly starts to shake. Beads of sweat have stuck out on his forehead. It seems he is in a state of extreme panic and agitation. No. Don't, Xiangguang continuously says in a very low and confusing voice. It is simply impossible to hear clearly what he is saying. However, next, even Xiangguang's entire body shakes and Imperial concubine Yu beside him is woken up with a start. Your Majesty, are you alright, Your Majesty? Seeing that Xiangguang's face is very red, Imperial concubine Yu cannot help panicking. Die! With his eyes still closed, Xiangguang suddenly shouts and brandishes his arms, which immediately smash on Imperial concubine Yu's body. Bang! Imperial concubine Yu is knocked down from the bed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she looks at Xiangguang in disbelief because she is the Imperial concubine the Emperor pampers the most. At this moment Xiangguang also wakes up. He sees that Imperial concubine Yu has been seriously injured by himself, but his expression is still frosty. Someone call an Imperial doctor. After saying, Xiangguang stops paying attention to Imperial concubine Yu. He gets dressed and goes right past heavily injured Imperial concubine Yu without even looking at her. In a short while, Xiangguang has appeared in the Imperial study. A hawk-like hook-nosed man dressed in black is respectfully standing on one side. Yang Li is in charge of the 3 Eastern Region counties, right? Xiangguang asks coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The hook-nosed man replies respectfully. Xiangguang suddenly stands up, stares at the hook-nosed man and says, integrate all the intelligence about Qinda, then let me know. Also, increase the supervising force in the 3 Eastern Region counties. I don't believe he only has 600,000 troops. You must investigate and ascertain what tricks he has up his sleeve. Yang Li has only found out so little info after so many years. He's really useless. From now on, let Chen Su have charge of the entire secret service in the 3 Eastern Region counties. Transfer Yang Li back. Yes. The hook-nosed man gets down on one knee and says, you can go. Xian Guang dismisses him with a wave of a sleeve. The hook-nosed man bows then disappears directly in the imperial study with shaking movement of his body. Xian Guang looks forward, but his mind is thinking about something else. If I don't investigate and ascertain everything about Qinda, I won't be able to sleep and eat well. Xian Guang has a recurring nightmare in which he is killed by Qinda. What he is worried about the most is that Qinda discovers that past incidents, so he wants to wipe out the Qin clan. However, the Qin clan has been controlling the 3 eastern region counties for several hundred years, and therefore, to Xian Guang, it is a deep-rooted problem which he cannot eliminate simply as he wishes. At the moment, Xian Guang's tactic is to investigate Qinda clearly. If Qinda gives any indications of rebellion, he will mobilize the entire kingdom's forces to destroy the Qin clan. If Qinda is still unaware of that past incident and does not rebel against him, then this matter will be over. This idiot Yang Li is completely useless. But Jinsu will surely find out everything. Qinda, you better not know about that incident. You should know your place as East Vanquishing Prince. If you really want to rebel, then, Xian Guang's eyes radiate ferocious cold rays of light. End of B2C9. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 10. B2C10, Rock Within Rock, 2. Beside a small lake in a wood on Mount Donglan. It's been 10 whole days. Xinyu is resting his back against a huge rock. Holding a blade of grass in his mouth, he looks at the lake in front of him with a powerless expression on his face. Xinyu is now 18 years old. For 10 whole years from age 8 to age 18, his body continuously improved and transformed. After obtaining the meteoric tier, he improved especially fast, like a meteor leaping through the sky. However, some time ago Xinyu discovered that his progress started to slow down. And for the last 10 days, he has rarely seen any improvement. It looks like I've finally reached the peak of my Hotian level. Xinyu suddenly bursts out laughing. At the peak of the Hotian level, other people have 700 to 800 gene of strength in one arm. Today, with 300 gene of weights on my body, I can still lift a 1400 gene object with one arm. If I take off the weights, perhaps I'll be able to lift even 1500 gene. Agility. Compared to his strength, his agility is even at a higher level. Relying on the body maneuvering skill he created himself, he can even neutralize the wind resistance at his fastest speed. If Xinyu moves with his entire power, his whole body will become a blur. Those with insufficient power will not even be able to see his silhouette. Strength, agility, sensitivity, body's resistance, Xinyu has reached an inhuman level in every aspect. In terms of strength alone, even Xiantian experts are far inferior to him. However, if Xiantian experts use the Xiantian internal energy in their bodies, it will be difficult for Xinyu to defeat them. Those who have Xiantian energy are Xiantian experts. In spite of everything, they belong to the Xiantian level. Xiantian and Hotian are essentially different. After breaking through the peak of the Hotian level, I should be at the Xiantian level. But I practice external techniques. What must an external practitioner do to reach the Xiantian level? Xinyu whispers. For the moment he cannot come up with any solutions. After all, no one has ever reached the Xiantian level through body training. Suddenly a resounding eagle cry rises. Then the sharp whizzing sounds of an incoming gust of wind reach Xinyu. A huge black eagle descends from the sky and lands beside him. You've arrived, Shohei. This time you unexpectedly went out for 3 whole days. Brat, I even thought you'd forgotten me. Xinyu strokes the black eagle's crown cozily and says. Only he can stroke the black eagle's crown. Other people simply cannot touch it. The black eagle is even 1 size larger than 2 years ago. It reaches 2 m in height by merely standing. Once it spreads its wings, Xinyu can even turn his body round while lying on the back of the black eagle. The crown was pure golden in the past, but now there is a tint of red in it, which makes it look like a flame. The black eagle looks at Xinyu resentfully and even flaps its wings hurriedly. As soon as Xinyu sees this, he laughs. He and the black eagle have been together for so many years, so he can totally understand the meaning of every expression in the black eagle's eyes. Alright, you haven't forgotten me. I misunderstood you, okay? Says Xinyu laughingly. Only now does the black eagle nod its head. Xinyu cannot help giving a laugh. Shohei, come, I haven't fought you for a long time. Let's spar. As Xinyu is saying, his body instantly charges toward the black eagle. He turns his hand into a claw and grabs at the eagle. The black eagle gives a shake of its big head as if it is in a jolly mood. With a wave of its wing, it easily blocks Xinyu's blow. When Xinyu's eagle claw smashes on the black eagle's wing, it unexpectedly makes a noise which sounds as if it has just hit steel. Chinyu's fingers are even stronger than that Eagle Claw King's, yet the offensive force of his fingers cannot hurt the Black Eagle. Your black feathers are already even comparable to black iron. Chinyu retreats a step. Seeing that his fingers' powerful offensive force could only leave a mark on some outermost feathers, he cannot help feeling powerless. The Black Eagle's feathers are shiny black and extremely sharp. Its wings are covered in a thick layer of feathers, but Chinyu's fingers' offensive force could not even break a small area of the feathers, therefore it can be imagined how terrifying the Black Eagle's defense is. The Black Eagle shakes its head proudly while flapping its wings in a disorderly manner. Don't be cocky. It looks like I'll have to use this one move. Chinyu quickly takes off his black iron arm guards and leg guards and the black gold undershirt. He immediately feels light as if his entire body is a swan feather. The Black Eagle's defense is awfully strong, but its offense is even more shocking. Those two claws can even break black iron into pieces easily. They are definitely comparable to extremely good Xian-grade weapons. But the defense of Chinyu's body has difficulty withstanding even black iron weapons, not to mention the Black Eagle's claws. Haha, are you ready to be plucked? Chinyu's whole body starts to move like a flash. Yes, his only solution, use speed. The Black Eagle's speed in midair is fast. Its agility on the ground is also pretty good. But compared to Chinyu, who has extraordinary agility, it is still a bit slower. However, only after taking off the 300 gene of weights did Chinyu become faster than the Black Eagle. Whiz! With a push of his feet, Chinyu's entire body turns into a blur. As soon as his feet touch the surrounding trees or rocks, he changes direction extremely fast. When he reaches his fastest speed, it looks as if he is attacking the Black Eagle from all directions at the same time. With a wave of its wings, the Black Eagle starts to move extremely fast as well. It can also change direction very easily with a wave of the wings. The eagle's body is designed entirely for the sake of speed, so the wind resistance it experiences is minimized. One man and one eagle are attacking each other extremely fast. Taste my vigorous diamond finger. Chinyu's forefinger pierces the air like a sharp arrow and hits the Black Eagle's chest hard. This is his strongest finger force, but it can only damage a small area of the feathers, while there is a thick layer of feathers on the Black Eagle's chest. The Black Eagle seems to be very angry. It unexpectedly redoubles its speed. In an instant, only various blurs can be seen at the site of the fight. Whoa, have you gone mad? Chinyu shouts loudly. His speed has also reached its limit. Using the 7 North Stars moonlight dance, he looks like a dancer in the moonlight. He easily moves extremely fast beside the Black Eagle while attacking it non-stop with his hands. Even though the Black Eagle's speed is fast, every strike it executes is spotted very early by Chinyu. This is because the basis of Chinyu's body maneuvering skill is to make use of wind forces, but every time the Black Eagle attacks, the winds automatically change, which is also detected by Chinyu. Suddenly, a resounding eagle cry rises. The Black Eagle has finally gone mad. It flaps its wings extremely fast like crazy. In an instant, a typhoon seems to have started at the site of the fight. All of the nearby trees are bent toward the ground by the wind. Then, with several clack sounds, some branches are continuously broken. Naturally, this terrifying wind speed adversely affects Chinyu's movements. Chinyu gives a smile. Still the same old move. Chinyu's body rushes northward very fast. Having fought each other frequently, he and the eagle are extremely familiar with each other's techniques. Therefore, upon encountering this skill of the Black Eagle, he wastes no time rushing to a place. The Rocky Forest. The Rocky Forest's name says it all. This is a place where rocks stand in great numbers. However, because this place have gone through several great fights between Chinyu and the Black Eagle, all of the smaller rocks have already been blown away or broken into pieces. Now there are only some huge rocks which weigh several thousand gene left. In the Rocky Forest. Chinyu is shuffling back and forth in the Rocky Forest easily. The Black Eagle is chasing him like a black thunderbolt. In terms of speed alone, the eagle is actually just a bit inferior to Chinyu. But it is much less sensitive than him. Chinyu can easily change direction while moving. Even if he is running eastward extremely fast, he can turn westward in an instant. Bang! 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 Chinyu continuously attacks the Black Eagle with different forms of hand strikes, including knife hand, fist, and spear hand, while the eagle attacks him using a combination of its beak and wings. Those sharp claws, however, are not used to attack because, after all, only by flying up can it attack Chinyu with the claws. But if it flies up, Chinyu will not be able to do anything other than get attacked passively, as he cannot fly, and the fight will become boring. Bang! The black eagle makes a wave of a wing. After Chinyu dodges the wing, it smashes on a huge rock on one side. Because the hardness of the eagle's wings is really excellent, that wing actually shatters the huge rock. Chinyu suddenly throws a palm strike at the eagle's neck, but the eagle flashes away with a movement of its wings. Chinyu's heavy palm strike then fiercely hits a huge rock. Naturally, that huge rock is broken into pieces by this palm strike because, whether in terms of force or in terms of toughness, Chinyu's palm strike is even more formidable than that of the iron sand palm expert among the 8 great external experts at that time. A man and an eagle keep fighting this way. It is really unlucky for the entire rocky forest because they blow up various huge rocks wherever they go to. Ha! Uttering a loud shout, Chinyu suddenly shoots up into the air, then strikes down toward the black eagle. At this moment, the eagle is resting its back against a huge rock and basically has no way to dodge. But with an easy movement of its wings, it, unbelievably, moves away sideways several meters. Chinyu's heavy palm strike therefore hits the huge rock the eagle was resting its back against. Boom! The rock is shattered, but Chinyu stops moving. Xiaohei, let's stop. When Chinyu's palm strike hit, he felt something wrong because there was an intense reaction from this huge rock. There were also reactions when he shattered other huge rocks before, but they were nothing special. However, this huge rock's reaction was really so tremendous that even his palm tingled. Hearing Chinyu shout, the black eagle also comes to see in doubt. What is this? Chinyu looks at the flaming red rock before him in astonishment. No, it should be called a crystal rather than a rock. Can a rock which radiates flaming red rays of light still be called a rock? Who could have thought that after a 10,000 gene huge rock was shattered there would be a flaming red crystal inside? This crystal is very large, almost half as tall as Chinyu, and is a near-perfect cylinder. To be exact, it is a rod, only that this rod is much shorter and thicker than normal rods. It is as thick as a human thigh. Chinyu holds this crystal with both hands and feels that it is warm. Oh, so heavy. He is amazed to discover that the crystal is unusually heavy. He immediately exerts the strength of his hands. Suddenly, with a low shout, he lifts the flaming red crystal up. Chinyu's eyes pop out of his head at once. Oh my goodness! Who could have thought such a small cylinder would weigh about 2000 gene? End of B2C10. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 11. B2C11, Forging Grandmaster, 1. What is this thing actually? Frowning, Chinyu examines the flaming red crystal in his hands carefully. This crystal is unusually heavy and even radiates flaming red rays of light. The crystal itself is also warm. Chinyu has seen quite a lot of treasures in the princely mansion and has also read many books at Misty Villa, so there are only few treasures on the Qianlong continent he still does not know about. However, when it comes to this flaming red crystal, he has absolutely no idea what it is. Chinyu drops the flaming red crystal. It causes a bang as it falls on the ground. Obviously it is shockingly heavy. Let's test its hardness first. This crystal is so heavy, moreover, that rock-shattering palm strike of mine couldn't break it, so it should be very hard. Chinyu forms a claw with his hand, then executes the eagle claw art technique. He fiercely grabs at the flaming red crystal. A loud metallic noise rises. The flaming red crystal does not get even a scratch. Chinyu takes a deep cold breath. He feels the 5 attacking fingers tingling. That claw strike was executed with his entire power, yet he could not even scratch the crystal, therefore it is easy to imagine how great its hardness is. Chinyu frowns and thinks. Suddenly he turns around and says, Xiaohei, you come and test how hard this crystal is. Xiaohei shakes its head a couple of times in excitement. With a wave of the wings, it flies up then dives down. Using those sharp claws it grabs at the crystal ruthlessly. A loud metallic clatter rises again, but the crystal still does not get even a scratch. Xiaohei lands on the ground and gives Chinyu a wink, looking very disheartened as if it feels aggrieved because its claws have been defeated. Chinyu is dumbstruck. Only after a long time do his eyes glitter with excitement. Ha, I struck it rich. I struck it rich. Xiaohei's claws can even tear black iron easily like paper. Their hardness can match Xin-grade weapons. Since even his claws can't break the crystal, it's at least a precious forging material. Well, let's test again with the Yuchang sword. Whiz! Chinyu makes a wave with a hand. A shaft of black light flashes by, hacking fiercely at the flaming red crystal. A clang is heard. Holding the Yuchang sword in his hand, Chinyu looks at the flaming red crystal before him in excitement. Such a huge piece of first-class ore is definitely a priceless treasure. Perhaps it can even be forged into high Xian-grade weapons. The Yuchang sword is a low-grade weapon. Ores have to undergo many complex processes to be finally forged into weapons. But weapons are much harder than the ores they are made from. For example, the meteorites from which the Yuchang sword was forged would definitely not be able to withstand the chops made with the sword. Even the Yuchang sword cannot leave a mark on this flaming red crystal, therefore its hardness must be at a shocking level. Not even middle grade ores can remain unblemished after being chopped with the Yuchang sword, then how can this flaming red crystal? This is high grade ore, or perhaps, even better. Qin Yu's eyes shine. It is simply impossible for normal people to imagine how much a martial art expert craves for a first-rate weapon. Qin Yu, of course, has been dreaming about an absolutely excellent weapon. The crystal itself is already so much harder than the Yuchang sword. If it is forged into weapons, then... Xiao Hei, let's return to the villa. Qin Yu takes off his coat and covers the flaming red crystal with it. Then he lifts the crystal up in a hug. He also knows that he cannot let everyone know about such a treasure as this crystal. Even though he does not mind, he knows the rules of the princely mansion. In the mansion, even weapons of the Yuchang sword's caliber are kept in secret, not to mention this much more precious flaming red crystal. Hugging the 2000 gene crystal, Qin Yu immediately runs back to Misty Villa. Perhaps only he, who is so extraordinary, can carry this crystal. At Misty Villa, Qin Yu walks out from an underground secret room in a relaxed manner. Carrying 2000 gene back from the depths of the forest was really a bit tiring. With a smiling expression on his face, he moves his arms about. Having obtained such a treasure, Qin Yu is in high spirits. If father hears about this, he'll definitely be delighted. With a smile, Qin Yu goes toward Lian Yan's habitation. Suddenly two people are approaching him from behind. One of them is a young man who is a bit taller than Qin Yu. The other is a delicately pretty young girl dressed in green. The young man is very robust while the young girl has dainty facial features. The most attractive thing about her is that air of delicacy. Brother Yu. Seeing Qin Yu, the green-clad young girl's eyes immediately brighten. She quickly runs up to him. Brother Yu, this time you've already gone out for almost several days. Why don't you see me for a while? The young girl mutters. Xiaolu, wait until I'm free, I'll definitely spend more time with you. Qin Yu tenderly strokes Xiaolu's head. This green-clad young girl is none other than Xiaolu, and the young man beside her is Taishan. The brother and sister have asked to become Lian Yan's disciples. Xiaolu does not like fighting or killing, so she has only been practicing her internal technique and usually spends her time piping. The jade pipe on her waist was given to her as a present by Qin Yu. You're always saying when you have free time, but you're always busy. Brother Yu, why can't you take a break? Xiaolu looks a bit discontented. Her brother Yu usually says he will spend time with her when he is free, but heaven only knows when he will have free time. Take a break? Qin Yu is slightly startled. From age 8 to age 18, the number of breaks Qin Yu really took can be counted on the fingers of one hand. He has always had a single-minded determination to train hard so that he can help his father as soon as possible and become a capable assistant to his father. Xiaolu, don't fool around. Taishan reproves her, then turns to Qin Yu and says with a smile, Xiao Yu, you're looking for master, right? He's taking a rest in the courtyard. Good, then I'll go find Grandpa Lian first. Qin Yu bids them a farewell, then goes toward Lian Yan's place. Xiaolu, however, follows his back with her eyes. She slightly wrinkles her nose and says, Brother Yu has always been busy. When will he ever have a rest? Xiaolu has been staying at Misty Villa for nearly 5 years, so she naturally knows how hard Qin Yu trains. Xiaolu, don't say that. Xiao Yu is different from us. Even though he's East Vanquishing Prince's third son, he chose external practice, the most painful path in martial arts. I remember when I first came here I saw him shoving his hands into iron grains. Taishan seems to be recalling that scene he saw. Shoveling iron grains could only be used as a form of training after Qin Yu's finger strength had reached a very high level. If he had used iron grains from the beginning, his fingers would have been finished. Taishan's eyes are full of wonderment. Shoveling iron grains, his fingers must have hurt as if pierced by needles. The nerves of the fingertips are linked with the heart. Xiaolu, you simply can't imagine the pain he had to endure. However, finger strength training was only one of the numerous forms of limit training he underwent every day. From dawn till dusk, every form of training he did challenged the human body's limits. His body has always been enduring the torment of defying limits. And he's been training like this since he was 8. Following Qin Yu's back with his eyes, Taishan has nothing but admiration for him. Following Qin Yu's back with her eyes, Xiaolu's eyes glisten. In her heart, Brother Yu is always carefree, big-hearted, and warm like the sun. However, this brother Yu, despite being East Vanquishing Prince's son, has been experiencing those utmost tortures to the body since 8 years old. Despite having the meteoric tear, if Qin Yu wants to make use of its positive effects, he also has to train until reaching a physical limit. He has to train his fingers until they hurt as if broken off. He has to do deep squats until his legs have muscle cramps and his head is pounding. Only when he reaches a physical limit will the meteoric tear release its fantastic power. If he wants to get something, he has to pay first. In order to reach his current level, Qin Yu has paid a lot, an awful lot. In Lian Yan's courtyard, Lian Yan is lying in a deck chair, drinking tea, and enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Grandpa Lian. As soon as he hears Qin Yu's familiar voice, Lian Yan smiles to the point where his eyes start to narrow. He turns to Qin Yu and says with a smile, "Xiao Yu, it's so hard to see you. It's still light now, yet you already returned from training." Lian Yan is always unable to suppress his delight when he sees Qin Yu, just like how a grandpa can never help rejoicing at seeing his grandson. Qin Yu goes up to him through the door of the courtyard. He wants to find a forging expert to handle that flaming red crystal. Naturally, when he wants to find a forging expert, the first thing he thinks about is to ask Lian Yan. End of B2C11. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 12. B2C12, Forging Grandmaster, 2. Grandpa Lian, I've obtained an extremely precious piece of ore. According to my estimation, it should be a high Xian grade ore. Qin Yu's first sentence makes Lian Yan suddenly jump up. Lian Yan's eyes are full of astonishment. He looks at Qin Yu in disbelief. Only after a long time does he says, "Xiao Yu, you can't joke about this matter. High Xian grade ores are what even Xiantian experts dream about. The weapons forged from them will definitely be marvelous. How can first-rate ores of this kind be obtained easily?" To people on the Qianlong continent, weapons are simply divided into mundane grade ones and Xian grade ones. The Xian grade is then divided into 3 subgrades. And it is the same with ores. Even East Vanquishing Prince with such a great influence only has several tens weapons hidden in the weapon storing warehouse. Most of them are low Xian grade, some are middle Xian grade, but only 2 of them are high Xian grade. Grandpa Lian, how can I deceive you? I made a chop with the Yu Chang sword to test and couldn't even leave a mark. What can it be if it's not high Xian grade? Qin Yu immediately explains. You couldn't even leave a mark when chopping with the Yu Chang sword? Lian Yan understands, if even the Yu Chang sword cannot leave a mark, this piece of ore is definitely high Xian grade. Xiao Yu, what does this piece of ore look like? How large is it? About the size of a fist. In general, the size of a piece of ore is inversely proportional to its value. If it is about the size of a fist, it will already be enough to forge such a weapon as a short sword or a short knife. A fist? Qin Yu says in surprise. The flaming red crystal he obtained is approximately 1 m high and as thick as a human thigh. It is much larger than a fist. Is it even smaller than a fist? Then it can only be made into a weapon such as a dagger and the like. But that's still pretty good. At least you'll have a high Xian grade weapon. Lian Yan says laughingly. Only now does Qin Yu beside him understand what he means. He cannot help bursting out laughing. You're wrong, Grandpa Lian. The piece of ore I found is very big and looks like a rod. It is 1 m high and as thick as a human thigh. It's much bigger than a fist, says Qin Yu while gesticulating with his hands. Lian Yan's eyes immediately pop out of his head. His cheeks even redden. A rod, even 1 m high? Lian Yan is not Qin Yu. He thinks about many other things. Such a large piece of ore, and even of the high Xian grade, will probably be enough to make several tens weapons. And they will be the most marvelous weapons of the high Xian grade, no less. Several tens weapons, what kind of idea is this? Of course it's true. You needn't ask. Qin Yu feels at a loss when Lian Yan keeps asking again and again. However, he does not understand that this is because Lian Yan cannot believe what he said. If a pie was dropped from the sky, anybody would find it very hard to believe temporarily. Quick, let me have a look at it. Lian Yan immediately says to Qin Yu, who nods his agreement at once. He then hurries Lian Yan to that underground secret room. In the underground secret room, Lian Yan's eyes glitter as he sees the flaming red crystal. The flaming red crystal radiates a light red glow. It is very lustrous and clear. And even the grain inside the crystal can be seen. As soon as Lian Yan sees the crystal's appearance, he knows this piece of ore is a priceless treasure. When compared with it, pearls and agates pale into insignificance. Lian Yan gives his waist a pull. A purple flexible sword unexpectedly appears. He makes shaking movement with his hand and the purple flexible sword is straightened out perfectly at once. It then turns into a purple shaft of light and slashes at the flaming red crystal. As expected. Lian Yan's eyes shine with fierceness as he stares directly at the flaming red crystal before him. Even my purple core flexible sword cannot damage it. It's definitely high Xian grade. Lian Yan turns to Qin Yu on one side and says seriously, Xiao Yu, such a priceless treasure must be taken to the princely mansion at once. If you want any superb weapons, you can ask Mr. He, a forging grandmaster, to make them for you. With such a big crystal, after you forged your weapons and suit of armor, there'll surely be some remnants. I think giving your father the remnants is not a bad idea, don't you think? Hearing Lian Yan's words, Qin Yu immediately understands everything. The weapons made from such a priceless piece of ore will definitely be superb weapons. If these weapons are sent to his father will surely be able to unleash their power in war. And Qin Yu never cares about money or treasures. No problem, I only need 1/10 of this flaming red crystal. I'll give father the rest. Qin Yu says with a smile. Looking at Qin Yu, Lian Yan's eyes are full of approval. Xiao Yu, you're so young but you're not bewitched by such a priceless treasure. Your mind has really far surpassed ordinary people's minds. When a person can stay unconcerned in front of such a priceless treasure, this person's mind definitely cannot be matched by those of ordinary people. If a martial artist wants to make breakthroughs, their mind must be well matched to their martial prowess. Seeing the look in Lian Yan's eyes, Qin Yu says, Grandpa Lian, don't look at me like that or I'll get embarrassed. He even looks very shy as he is saying. Seeing this, Lian Yan cannot help laughing out loud. A person must cultivate their mind. As he has gone through difficult times, Qin Yu is such a person. Every time he breaks through a limit, his mind is trained, and he has been doing limit training since 8 years old, therefore his mind is much tougher than ordinary people's. Generally, people who are alone are independent and self-reliant. This is because if a person is usually alone they will naturally ponder. Pondering about life, pondering about their own values, the more they ponder, the more thoroughly they can understand things. Qin Yu is also like that. As a child, oftentimes he was alone and watched stars by himself. Later, after experiencing some events, his mind has fully matured. Now he totally understands what kind of person he should be. To him, nothing in the world is as thick as blood or as important as family relationships. As far as money and treasures are concerned, if he already has enough to meet his basic needs, what is the use of having more? When 20,000 liang of silver are enough for a person to spend all their life, what is the point of wanting 100,000 liang? Therefore, he is naturally not greedy. People have dreams. Qin Yu also has a dream. To him, family love comes first and his dream comes second. As for his own life, without family love and dreams, living would be no different from being a zombie. Qin Yu likes the blood-boiling feeling he has after every time he breaks through a limit. He likes close-quarters combat and the intense emotions the moment life and death are decided. Qin Yu's dream is to burn his passion of life like a meteor. To him, life must be blood-boiling like this. Grandpa Lian, have you arranged for someone to deliver this flaming red crystal to the mansion? Qin Yu says with a smile. Right, I'll make arrangements immediately. Lian Yan says hurriedly. In dealing with serious matters, he must not relax his concentration a bit. He goes to make arrangements at once. Qin Yu takes a look at the flaming red crystal and thinks, I didn't think this crystal would be so useful to father. This can also be considered a benefit. Then he turns around and leaves the secret room while smiling. In a separate courtyard in the East Vanquishing Prince mansion, quite a few people have gathered together by this time, including East Vanquishing Prince's 3 sons, Lian Yan and manager Gumin. There are also 3 bare-chested large men and a black-clad middle-aged man. All of them are looking at the flaming red crystal in the center. Is it possible to forge it, Mr. He? Lian Yan asks the black-clad middle-aged man. The black-clad middle-aged man does not reply. He goes up to the flaming red crystal, opens his eyes wide and carefully examines every place of the crystal. His attention is being concentrated highly. Seeing him acting like that, Qin Yu and the others on the side are all consciously unwilling to disturb this forging grandmaster. End of B2C12. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 13. B2C13, Forging Grandmaster, 3. The black-clad middle-aged man examines for a long time, then, with his face full of extreme satisfaction, he turns to Qin Yu and exclaims in admiration, Originally I thought this kind of priceless treasure could only be seen in the immense wilderness, the most dangerous place in the world. But Third Prince found this priceless treasure on the ordinary Don Lan mountain. This is really unbelievable. I was just lucky, says Chinyu with a smile. The black-clad middle-aged man turns to Lian Yan and says, Senior Lian, since Mount Donglan had such a priceless treasure, you've searched again in the surroundings of this crystal, haven't you? Of course I searched. Lian Yan shakes his head and says with a sigh, but this kind of rare natural treasure can only be obtained by people with a predestined affinity with it. Xiaoyu found this treasure accidentally, but the several hundred experts I sent didn't see a bit of or even after turning the whole rocky forest over and shattering all the huge rocks. But Qin Feng says, this flaming red crystal alone should already be enough for us. It was Xiaoyu's destiny to find this flaming red crystal. So, when we searched again relentlessly, we shouldn't be disheartened despite getting nothing. That's right. I've never heard of such a big chunk of first-class ore. The black-clad middle-aged man stares at the flaming red crystal as if he is a cat looking at a fish. Mister. Hey, are you sure you can forge this flaming red crystal? Xinyu on one side asks. All the other people immediately stare at this forging grandmaster. Forging is not simple at all. Even when good materials are ready, it still requires a good forging expert. East Vanquishing Prince actually had to pay a very high price in the past to obtain the services of this Mr. He. He has been staying in the princely mansion for over 10 years. Mr. He shakes his head. All the others are stupefied. I can't be certain without trying first. With a grab, Mr. He takes off his black gown, revealing the naked top half of his body. He cannot help smiling slightly. It is only because he is extremely excited that he smiles. It's been a long time since I was in action with my entire power. Bring me the blue flaming water. Mr. He gives an order. Yes. A bare-chested large man immediately goes back to his room. After a while, he brings out a glass bottle. The bottle is containing a blue liquid. The strangest thing is that there is unexpectedly a light-colored layer of flames on the surface of this blue liquid. Mr. He receives the glass bottle. Suddenly his hands start to redden. A heat flow starts to permeate through the air. The eyes of the three bare-chested large men on one side all glitter. Master is finally getting into action. It's been a very long time since we saw he was this serious. Master's sky burning art has already reached the highest level. How formidable it is in action, I wonder. The three large men are discussing with each other. These men are none other than Mr. He's three personal disciples, so naturally the East Vanquishing Prince Mansion has placed emphasis on training them as well. Xinyu, Xinfeng, Xinjiang, Lian Yan and Gumin are all also watching this Mr. He. Mr. He removes the glass bottle stopper. At the same time, he slightly tilts the bottle in his hand. The blue flaming water immediately drops onto the flaming red crystal at once, causing a series of SSSS noises. The blue flaming water is changing violently. This flaming red crystal is truly formidable. Even the blue flaming water can't leave a mark on it. A disciple of Mr. Hayes says in amazement. After a while, that blue flaming water has turned into a membrane which completely covers the flaming red crystal. Humph! Mr. Hay utters a cold humph. His eyes suddenly glitter. His two hands immediately spew two streams of incandescent flames out directly onto the membrane on the surface of the flaming red crystal. That membrane is what the blue flaming water changed into. However, the flaming red crystal unexpectedly remains unaffected. Martial brother, even Master's sky burning flames coupled with the blue flaming water couldn't leave a mark on it. How is this possible? A disciple of Mr. Hayes is shocked. Not even high grade crystals can remain intact under Master's sky burning flames. This, another disciple also becomes doubtful. The excitement in Mr. Hayes' eyes heightens. Suddenly his face becomes very red, then turns ashen. At the same time, the flames on his hands start to shrink. However, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly increases. So strong. Xinyu is shocked. He can totally feel how terrifying the flames are. In his mind, he has a feeling that he is definitely no match for Mr. He. He even feels that the air in the entire courtyard has started to vibrate because of the high temperature. Xinyu's guess is totally correct. Not only is this Mr. He a forging grandmaster, he has also reached the peak of the Xiantian level. He is one of the very best experts among East Vanquishing Prince's subordinates. The special flames produced from Xiantian internal energy are much more formidable than ordinary flames. General Xian grade ores can only be melted by flames like these. Xinyu praises Mr. He highly in his mind. But as soon as he takes a look at that flaming red crystal, he is dumbfounded. Under such conditions, the flaming red crystal is still unimpaired. Humph! Mr. Hayes' face suddenly blackens. Bang! With a loud bang, Mr. Hayes' entire body sends forth flames, which even burn away all of his clothes, except for his shorts. This pair of shorts is unexpectedly made of black gold threads. Mr. Hay's school obviously knew that when he utilized his internal energy to the utmost his whole body would send forth flames, therefore this black gold pair of shorts was passed down to him. Because they were knitted out of black gold threads, they are a real masterpiece. Only after saving for a long time did the elders in Mr. Hay's school have that much black gold. That pair of shorts seems to be made of the same material as my black gold undershirt. Xian Yu thinks to himself. At the same time, the flames on Mr. Hay's hands shrink even more, but they also become increasingly more incandescent. Heat waves start rolling in the entire courtyard one after another. All of the people around cannot help backing away a long distance. What flames! Even Xiantian experts' bodies will be burnt up by them without leaving any ashes. Xian Yu praises highly in his mind. Such flames can even melt Xian-grade ores, not to mention the human body. Xian Yu and his two brothers, Lian Yan, and the three disciples as well all stare at the flaming red crystal, hoping that this crystal can melt. If it cannot even be melted, how are they going to forge something out of it? As every second goes by, everybody's eyes totally focus on the flaming red crystal. Suddenly, pooh! Mr. Hay spits out a mouthful of blood. The color of his face changes from being black to very white. In an instant, the flames on his whole body disappear as well. Master! A disciple from behind immediately hands clothes to him. After getting dressed, Mr. Hay looks at the flaming red crystal and lets out a deep sigh. Then he turns around, looks at Xian Yu and the other people and says, "Gentlemen, I have no way to deal with this flaming red crystal." Seeing that Mr. Hay's face is so pale, everybody knows that this forging grandmaster has tried his best. How is this possible? Mr. Hay, didn't you forge this superb high-Xian grade weapon for me some years ago? How come you can't even melt the crystal now? Qin Feng, grasping the battle knife on his waist, asks Mr. Hay. When Qin Feng reached the Xiantian level, in order to reward him, Qin De had a chunk of a high Xian grade ore forged into a superb weapon and gave it to Qin Feng. Mr. Hay looks at the battle knife, shakes his head and says with a smile, "Idiot, you still don't get it? This is certainly because this flaming red crystal is already superior to the high Xian grade." But startled, Xian Yu asks doubtfully, "Could it be the highest grade of ores isn't the high Xian grade?" In Xian Yu's mind, weapons are divided into mundane grade ones and Xian grade ones. In theory, the high Xian grade should represent the best quality possible. How can there still be something ranked higher than the high Xian grade? All of you know nothing. Mr. Hay's eyes radiate loftiness. In the forging business, he is definitely a figure at the top of the pyramid. That so-called division of weapons into the mundane grade and the Xian grade only applies to us mortals. I'm asking you, what weapons do Shangxian use? Humph, even a high Xian grade battle knife, when coming up against a Shangxian's flying sword, will be pierced through easily like paper. There is a hint of loftiness on the corners of Mr. Hay's mouth. Everybody present is immediately shocked. That is true. Because Shangxian can hover on the 9th level of the sky and kill an enemy from thousands of li away, what must the grade of their weapons be? Actually, Xian Yu and the others have heard that those flying swords can fly extremely far and kill someone from thousands of li away and, moreover, not even high Xian grade weapons can withstand them. Mundane grade and Xian grade are merely terms coined by us mortals. The scope of our understanding is only that big. It's simply impossible for us to imagine the world of Shangxian. This flaming red crystal, if I guess correctly, should be a material to forge Shangxian weapons. Staring at the flaming red crystal, Mr. Hay says very firmly. Xian Yu looks at the flaming red crystal. It is still intact and emits a light red glow. What's the use of this flaming red crystal? It can't even be melted. How can it be forged into weapons? Qin Feng shakes his head and says. Everybody, including Lian Yan and Xian Yu, has a powerless expression on his face. That is right. They cannot even melt it, how can they make weapons out of it? Xian Yu shakes his head and says with a smile, forget it. When even Mr. Hay can't melt it, there aren't any people in the world who can melt and forge it. Well, don't be so disappointed, Third Prince. I have no way to melt it. But there's still a real forging grandmaster who can melt and forge it, says Mr. Hay with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looks at him in doubt, including his three disciples. A real forging grandmaster? There's still a forging grandmaster more capable than Mr. Hay? Xin Zhang says doubtfully. All the people present are looking at Mr. Hay in doubt. Mr. Hay says with a confident smile, all of you don't know about this so I'll tell you a secret, but don't spread it. Actually, not only is a Shangxian an invincible expert, at the same time, he is definitely a forging expert as well. But oh? All of the people present know that Shangxian are invincible and that their flying swords can kill people very easily. However, they do not know anything about Shangxian's level in forging. All Shangxian can use a kind of flame. That flame is much more formidable than the flame of my internal energy. With that kind of flame, won't it be very easy to forge a weapon? In fact, you'll all understand if you think about it. Every Shangxian has at least a flying sword, but where do their flying swords come from? Could they be dropped from the sky, or are they forged? Mr. He says to everyone in a mysterious manner. Only now does everyone realize what he means. Right, I'll send for Shangxian Fenjiuzi at once, says Lian Yan immediately. However, Qin Yu looks up and gives a whistle. He then looks at everyone and says, Xiao He has the fastest speed. Xiao He and I will go to invite Uncle Feng. In a moment, a beam of black light shoots down directly from the sky. It is none other than the Black Eagle. Qin Yu gets on its back like a flash. The Black Eagle then utters an eagle cry and flies outward directly extremely fast. End of B2C13. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 14. B2C14, The Xiuzhen World, 1. The Qianlong continent has a strangely large number of species of wild beasts. Quite a few people have tamed wild birds and beasts. However, these tamed birds and beasts in general are only loyal to their own masters, therefore other people basically cannot ride them and, moreover, it is difficult to domesticate wild beasts on a large scale. Ordinarily, their job is to help deliver messages or invitations as Qin Yu is doing. When war breaks out, most of those bird owners will become military intelligence personnel or form airborne raiding squadrons. There is a wide variety of ways to fight a battle on the Qianlong continent. The use of various kinds of birds and beasts makes the fighting even more colorful and unpredictable. Moreover, everyone in an army does internal practice. For example, in the army under East Vanquishing Prince's command, any junior soldier who has joined the army for a year is eligible to practice the lowest consummate technique of the 5 consummate military combat techniques. Every junior soldier in this army is powerful enough to kill 7 or 8 ordinary people. When a soldier has more military merit, he will have a higher status, which will also allow him to practice the higher levels of the 5 consummate military combat techniques. On the Qianlong continent, when war breaks out, urgently recruited soldiers simply cannot compare with regular soldiers. At least in terms of quality, they are so much inferior to regular soldiers. A 200,000 strong regular corps can eliminate a large army of 1 million ordinary people who have been enlisted forcibly. Sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, Qin Yu looks down at the ground. In a short while he has already gone out of Yen City. In terms of speed, it seems I've never heard of any kind of bird which can match the Black Eagle. Qin Yu strokes the Black Eagle's neck while smiling. The speed of the Black Eagle is astonishingly fast. At least according to Qin Yu's knowledge, there are no birds as fast as the Black Eagle. After all, eagles are already always extremely fast, and Qin Yu's Black Eagle is a special kind of eagle which is even 2 or 3 times faster than ordinary eagles. The Black Eagle dives down, heading directly for a thatched cottage. This thatched cottage is exactly where Fenjiuzi usually lives. There is a lake in its surroundings. The area around the cottage is very quiet. Since it shows no signs of human habitation, no one will come to disturb him. At this moment, a Xian crane flies up from the lake nearby on one side of the house. It is none other than Fenjiuzi's transport. Fenjiuzi himself is standing outside the thatched cottage. Looking up at Qin Yu, who is descending from the sky, he smiles broadly. Uncle Feng, shouts Qin Yu in excitement after jumping down directly from the back of the Black Eagle. Xiao Yu, why have you come to my place? Fenjiuzi says with a smile. Fenjiuzi himself is so much older than even Lian Yan, but he and Qin Yu treat each other like brothers. He is the kind of person who does not regard age as important. When Qin Yu is about to say, he suddenly notices that Fenjiuzi's eyes are unexpectedly totally focusing on the Black Eagle. Uncle Feng, what's the matter? You know what Xiao He is, don't you? Asks Qin Yu doubtfully. Fenjiuzi is staring at the Black Eagle, but the Black Eagle simply does not give him a look. After a long time, Fenjiuzi shakes his head and says, that's strange. Judging by the crown of its head, this seems to be a golden flame eagle, the king of eagles. But not only does a golden flame eagle have a flame-like golden crown, its entire body's feathers are also golden. Moreover, it is covered in blazing flames while this Black Eagle's body is pitch black and its claws also have an ice-cold black color. For the present, Fenjiuzi still cannot tell what it is. Moreover, the golden flame eagle is extremely powerful. Even when it's just a few years old, using its body-protecting golden flame alone it can already cope with Jindan-stage Xiationists. But obviously this Black Eagle is equal to a Xiantian-level mortal at best. It's much weaker than a golden flame eagle, says Fenjiuzi while frowning. Hearing Fenjiuzi's words, Qin also knows he cannot recognize what kind of bird the black eagle is either. Uncle Feng, you mentioned Jindan stage Xiationists or something, who are they? According to your meaning, they seem to be even more formidable than Xiantian experts. Aren't Shangxian the one superior to Xiantian experts? Asks Qin doubtfully. Only now does Fenjiuzi shift his attention away from the black eagle. Seeing Qin doubtful expression, he shakes his head and says with a smile, Jindan stage Xiationists, your Uncle Feng, am a Jindan stage Xiationist. Uncle Feng? Qin immediately frowns deeply. In his mind, Xiantian experts are already extremely formidable and Shangxian, who are superior to Xiantian experts, are invincible beings. Now that Qin has heard Fenjiuzi say he is only a Jindan stage Xiationist, he is wondering what Fenjiuzi means. What is a Xiationist? And what is the Jindan stage? Fenjiuzi says with a smile, alright, let's talk about this later. Why have you come to find me? You can't be here just to see your Uncle Feng, right? Only now does Qin remember why he has come here. He quickly puts the matter regarding the Jindan stage and Xiationists aside and says, Uncle Feng, I obtained a flaming red crystal. That crystal is too hard. Even Mr. He using his entire power couldn't leave a mark on it. Mr. He said. What? Fenjiuzi suddenly says in astonishment. Qin is startled by Fenjiuzi's amazement. In his mind, Fenjiuzi is always collected with a smiling expression as if nothing in the world, not even world-shattering events, would be able to shock him. However, unexpectedly the eyes of this Shangxian are popping out of his head in front of Qin. Even that brat with the last name He in the princely mansion couldn't leave a mark on it? Fenjiuzi asks again to confirm. Qin can only nod without understanding Fenjiuzi's meaning. Fenjiuzi's eyes immediately glitter, that brat He's sky-burning art or something has reached the highest level, added to that his school's unique blue flaming water, then even pretty good ores can be melted easily. But this flaming red crystal didn't even get scratched. What precious kind of ore is this flaming red crystal actually? Where is this flaming red crystal? Fenjiuzi stares at Qin and asks. In the princely mansion. Qin immediately replies. Good, let's go now. Fenjiuzi does not call the Xian crane. A flying sword suddenly appears under his feet and expands. He grabs Qin and makes him also stand on the sword. Then, paying no attention to the black eagle, he thus flies directly toward Yen City. Uncle Feng, we want you to come to, Qin hurriedly says. Even though he came to ask Fenjiuzi to forge the flaming red crystal, he has not told him about this yet. Fenjiuzi says with a smile, you needn't say. I know why you came. That precious kind of ore simply isn't something any of you can forge. Only the Samadhi flame of Xiationists can help forge it. Qin also understands what Fenjiuzi says. However, he is curious about what the Samadhi flame is. In just a while, Qin attention has totally been shifted onto the flying sword. As for the black eagle, he is not worried about it. He knows the black eagle can find him easily. It does not matter where he is, the eagle can always find him. This is perhaps because a special telepathy has been formed between him and the eagle after being together for the last 11 years. So this is a flying sword. Qin stares at the huge flying sword in wonderment. There are written talismans and markings on the sword. At the same time, the sword sends forth fierce gusts of air successively. In his mind, Qin is certain that, if Fenjiuzi wants to kill someone, the fierce sword air of his flying sword alone can put to death Shintian level experts. The flying sword is alterable in size, which is extremely marvelous. And it is very fast, even much faster than the black eagle. In only a short while, the two of them have already arrived in the princely mansion. Without waiting for Qin to say anything, Fenjiuzi lands directly on that courtyard. Seeing Fenjiuzi, all the people in the courtyard including Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Lian Yan and Mr. He hurriedly salute. It is an honor to see you, Shangxian. Fenjiuzi's eyes, however, are totally focusing on the flaming red crystal before him and shining very brightly. My heaven, it is in rock flaming iron. Fenjiuzi remembers that, when he was still practicing in the overseas Immortal Islands, an elder of his school was so happy after finding a chunk of in-rock flaming iron in the depths of the ocean. A flying sword was then forged from it and given to a Yuanian stage senior of his as a reward for meritorious service. But that in-rock flaming iron chunk was not like the chunk of in-rock flaming iron before him. It was only a tenth as large as this one. Whose is this? Fenjiuzi immediately asks the people around. Xiao Yu accidentally found this on Mount Donglan. Lian Yan immediately replies. Fenjiuzi turns to Qin, his heart full of disbelief. He once spent a good few years searching in the immense wilderness but could only find ordinary ores. He has always thought that no place on the Qianlong continent other than the wilderness has an ore of this caliber. Good, I'll forge this crystal. Xiao Yu, as the owner of this crystal, you are to decide what to do with it. So follow me. Fenjiuzi makes a wave of his hand. A vigorous stream of energy instantly covers the flaming red crystal. The 2000 gene crystal thus flies up. Yes. Even though Qin Yu is doubtful, he still follows Fenjiuzi. In the princely mansion, Fenjiuzi has some specialized secret rooms. Without his permission, even East Vanquishing Prince Qin De cannot enter these rooms. At present, Fenjiuzi takes Qin Yu into a secret room which is specifically used for forging holy objects. End of B2C14. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 15. B2C15, The Shojin World, 2. Holding a teacup in his hand, but Qin De is looking outside through the window. Su Yuan, that Shangguan Hong has already come as well, hasn't he? Qin De slowly asks. Standing in the dark behind Qin De, Su Yuan says with a nod, according to intelligence, North Vanquishing Prince Shangguan Hong has already arrived. Since tomorrow is the day of negotiation, given this Shangguan Hong's foxiness, he definitely can't arrive on the last day, but... Su Yuan suddenly says, Your Highness, there are still 3 years until our great undertaking is started, why do you want to meet Shangguan Hong this urgently? Su Yuan also knows that South Vanquishing Prince's Mu clan is very loyal and will definitely stand by the Xiang royal clan. East Vanquishing Prince Qin De simply has no hope that he will be able to persuade South Vanquishing Prince to join him. Only a fence-sitter like North Vanquishing Prince can be persuaded. Therefore, he wants to draw the Shangguan clan to his side. Qin De puts the teacup down. The corners of his mouth slightly curve upward. Su Yuan, there's no other way. Today leader of the Xiang clan's secret service in the 3 eastern region counties has been replaced with Jinsu. Jinsu. Su Yuan immediately has a mental picture of an eerie cold pair of eyes. Yes, it's exactly Jinsu. In the past I knew very clearly about the level of that leader. He definitely wouldn't be able to find out the real power of our army. But this Jinsu isn't useless like him. In my estimation, a half year will already be enough for him to discover the real number of troops we have in the 3 eastern region counties, says Qin De with a somewhat solemn expression. Su Yuan is also very intelligent, so he instantly understands what Qin De means. Your Highness, then this time isn't your trump card in negotiation. In his mind, Su Yuan cannot help admiring Qin De. Yes, it's just like that. Qin De's face only has a smiling expression. After seeing his reactions following this event, I'll have to decide which side this Shangguan Hong will go to and seek refuge with. Of course, we mustn't entrust our hope to him regardless. Su Yuan nods and says, to be able to make Shangguan Hong remain neutral will already be enough. Your Highness, I still have a piece of good news. Su Yuan is all smiles as he hands Qin De a letter. Oh. Qin De receives the letter. As soon as he looks at it, his eyes brighten. He then laughs out loud, Your has been a big help to me. It's such a big chunk of ore, and it's even the high Xian grade. Many superb weapons can be forged out of such a big chunk of ore. This is really good news. This letter was written by Lian Yan. Lian Yan also wrote for Qin Feng and Qin Zhang, who then returned to the princely mansion. However, Qin De has not returned because of an important matter. He simply does not know that the flaming red crystal is definitely not a high Xian grade ore. Rather, it is in rock flaming iron, which is even much more precious than high Xian grade ores. Good, when I return I'll definitely give you a handsome reward. Qin De is immediately in high spirits. Su Yuan, you go make careful arrangements for tomorrow event once again. There mustn't be a mistake. Yes, I take my leave. Su Yuan folds his hands and says. Then he leaves the room. Qin De grasps the letter in his hand. His face has a faint smile of an affectionate father. In Yen City, in Fenjiuzi's specialized secret forging room in East Vanquishing Prince Mansion. The roof of the secret room is a dome and its floor is square, implying the notion that the sky is round and the ground is square. In the center of the room, there is a gold-plated symbol of the 8 diagrams. Various rays of light are moving between the 8 diagrams. A billowing current of air is naturally spreading out from the symbol and sweeping through the entire secret room. There are 3 bulrush mats outside the 8 diagrams. At the moment, Fenjiuzi is sitting on the middle mat while Qin Yu is sitting on one side. Go! Fenjiuzi points with a hand and the in-rock flaming iron chunk is sent flying directly into the center of the 8 diagrams. As it arrives, he withdraws his internal energy. That chunk of in-rock flaming iron unexpectedly keeps floating above the 8 diagrams as if being supported by a miraculous power from the gold-plated 8 diagrams. Seeing this miraculous scene, Jinyu is very shocked and becomes even more curious about the world of Shangxian. Flying swords, Jin downstage Xiationists, the Samadhi flame, and the miraculous 8 diagrams before him. Any of those things makes Jinyu wonder in curiosity what the world of Shangxian actually is. Xiaoyu, you found this chunk of in-rock flaming iron, so it's naturally yours. I wonder if I can take a small piece of it, about the size of a fist, say Fenjiuzi in a somewhat embarrassed manner. As a Shangxian, he is very ashamed to ask his junior for a piece of the treasure. However, Fenjiuzi really thirsts for a piece of in-rock flaming iron. Even though his flying sword is pretty good, in terms of material, it cannot compare with in-rock flaming iron. To Xiationists, both medicinal pills and good crystals are the most desirable things. Of course you can. Just take as you wish, Uncle Feng. Jinyu is no longer a kid. He understands very well that this Fenjiuzi is the ultimate expert on his father's side. Moreover, if Fenjiuzi has an even better flying sword, his overall power will increase. In addition, since the chunk of in-rock flaming iron is so large, Jinyu does not care about a piece as small as a fist. Of course, since I can take a piece of in-rock flaming iron the size of a fist, I now owe you a great favor. If you have any request, just say it. Uncle Feng will promise you anything, says Fenjiuzi hurriedly. As a Shangxian no less, he naturally has to return the favor after being given a piece of treasure by another person. Any request is possible? Jinyu's eyes brighten. Fenjiuzi nods smilingly, yes, any request that I can fulfill is possible. Then please tell me about the world of Shangxian. You've mentioned things like Xiationist and Samadhi Flame, I'm very curious about them, says Jinyu hurriedly. Only this request? Fenjiuzi is startled. Jinyu says smilingly, yes, only this request. In fact, what I want the most is that my Dantian will become normal so that I can accumulate internal energy and become a Xiantian expert, or even a Shangxian. Uncle Feng can pick one of these two requests. Jinyu gives a hee-hee laugh. Fenjiuzi shakes his head with a forced smile. I too can do nothing about your Dantian. Alright, then I'll explain the world of Xiationists to you. Fenjiuzi arranges his mind a bit then says, actually, the so-called Shangxian on the Qianlong continent are not real immortal beings at all. They are merely Xiationists, that is, people who seek to become immortal beings. Xiationists? Jinyu says doubtfully. Fenjiuzi says, yes, if a mortal wants to become an immortal, he'll have to go through countless tribulations. At the completion of the Xiantian level he will encounter the 4 and 9 minor heavenly tribulation. If he can overcome this minor heavenly tribulation, he will join the ranks of Xiationists and become a Jin downstage Xiationist. Your Uncle Feng is none other than a Jin downstage Xiationist. 4 and 9 minor heavenly tribulation? Jinyu does not understand this name at all. Fenjiuzi says with a smile, practicing is an act of rebellion against heaven, so the practitioner of course must endure heavenly tribulations. The 4 and 9 minor heavenly tribulation is even much easier than the succeeding 2 major heavenly tribulations. The extent of Xiationist's power is divided into the Jindan stage, the Yuanying stage, the Dongshu stage, the Kongming stage, the Dujie stage, and the Desheng stage. Each stage is divided into 3 phases, early, middle and late. Only by going through countless tribulations and reaching the Desheng stage will the practitioner be able to ascend to a higher world and finally become an immortal. To be frank, I've joined the ranks of Xiationists for only a short time, but on the Qianlong continent I'm already called Shangxian. I'm really deeply ashamed. Only now does Jinyu understand. It turns out these experts who are thought to be Shangxian on the Qianlong continent are merely Jin downstage Xiationists. They are still a long distance from becoming immortals. The path of a Xiationist is beset on all sides by dangers. After going through the 4 and 9 minor heavenly tribulation, his lifespan will increase to over 1,000 years. A Yuanying stage Xiationist can live more than 5,000 years. After reaching the late phase of the Yuanying stage, upon his completion of this phase, he will call forth the 6 and 9 major heavenly tribulation. Only by overcoming this 6 and 9 major heavenly tribulation can he enter the Dongshu stage, where his Yuanying and his soul can merge together. Only from this point can his Yuanying leave his body, which makes him practically immortal. Fenjiuzi's eyes glitter. Pity the 6 and 9 major heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. Moreover, the 6 and 9 heavenly tribulation is not something everyone can encounter. To reach the Dongshu stage from the Yuanying stage, the practitioner's soul must experience the most fundamental transformation. Many experts have reached the late Yuanying stage for several thousand years. Eventually they will only die if they can't make a breakthrough in their souls and call down the 6 and 9 major heavenly tribulation, says Fenjiuzi with a sigh. Jinyu's mind is in turmoil. 1,000 years? A Zionist's lifespan is counted by the thousand, and upon reaching the Dongshu stage he is practically immortal. What kind of world is that? End of B2C15. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 16. B2C16, The Shojin World, 3. Moreover, the 4 and 9 minor heavenly tribulation and the 6 and 9 major heavenly tribulation simply can't compare with the last one, the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation. The terrifying dangers of the 9 from 9th tribulation simply aren't what a little Jindan stage Zionist like me can imagine. Dujia stage experts all have enough power to shake the world, but under the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation, there may not be even one who can definitely survive it in every 10 of them. Failure means that their souls will be destroyed completely and they will never be reincarnated. Fenjiuzi's eyes are full of fear. According to his school's elders' exaggerations, the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation is an absolute disaster. Less than 1 out of 10 survives? Complete destruction of the soul? Chinyu is totally shocked. Now he totally understands what kind of beings Zionists are. They are a group of people who go against heaven. In order to overcome the human limits, they fight heaven and hell. They are not afraid of anything. When tribulations descend from the sky, Zionists can only risk their lives to endure them. If they succeed, they will continue to advance on the way to the ultimate universal principle. If they fail, their souls will be destroyed completely. Having totally understood, Chinyu cannot help sighing. Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, Dongshu stage, Kongming stage, Dujia stage and Desheng stage, it seems to be difficult to break through any of them. To enter the Jindan stage, one must endure the minor heavenly tribulation. To enter the Dongshu stage, he must endure the major tribulation. When he reaches the Dujia stage, he must endure the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation. With the 3 heavenly tribulations blocking the 3 critical points on the road of Shojin, perhaps only very few people can finally become real immortal beings. Hearing Chinyu's words, Fenjiuzi's indignation seems to be aroused. He says with a cold laugh, "It's far worse than there being only very few of them. All who want to overcome the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation to become immortals are extremely talented, but they still have to protect themselves with top-grade holy weapons and use holy pills and so on. But how can ordinary people obtain top-grade holy weapons and a large number of holy pills? When I reached the Jindan stage, my school bestowed a flying sword on me, but it was merely a low-grade holy weapon. To someone like me, overcoming the later major heavenly tribulations is no more than a dream without high-grade holy weapons. But I don't have an advantaged background. In my school I'm only an insignificant disciple, how can I obtain a high-grade holy weapon?" But as soon as Chinyu hears that, he totally understands. He thinks to himself, looks like Uncle Feng was not valued while practicing in the Immortal Islands originally. These holy weapons and holy pills, what are they actually, Uncle Feng? Asks Chinyu. Fenjiuzi takes a deep breath to calm down, then says, "Xiaoyu, there's a similarity between a Zionist's power and a martial artist's internal power to the extent that you can make a comparison between holy weapons and normal weapons. With a good holy weapon, the overall power will increase greatly." Chinyu totally understands this analogy. It is just like when he fought that mounted bandit leader Wu Tuan at the age of 13. His overall power was obviously inferior to Wu Tuan's, but thanks to the Yuchang sword, eventually he was able to penetrate Wu Tuan's body, protecting internal energy, and kill him directly. This is the benefit of weapons. Zionists use very many weapons. Most of them are flying swords, but there are also some strange weapons. All of them are uniformly called holy weapons. Holy weapons are divided into 4 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. As for holy pills, they are various kinds of medicinal pills with different effects. When undergoing a tribulation, your body's elemental energy will be drained most seriously, so it's best to take medicinal pills to replenish it. Similarly, holy pills are divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high and top. Fenjiuzi explains carefully. Chinyu absorbs every bit of information about Zionists' power stages, the subdivision of the stages and the effects of holy weapons and holy pills while continuously arranging them in his mind. He remembers clearly that there are 3 heavenly tribulations and there are 6 stages from the Jindan stage to the Desheng stage. Elemental energy? Could it be how the energy of a Zionist's body is called? Asks Chinyu. Yes, upon forming the Jindan, a Zionist's internal energy will transform from Xiantian energy into elemental energy, says Fenjiuzi smilingly. Then he says with a sigh, "Xiaoyu, the world of Zionists isn't as nice as you think. In the Shojin world, they can kill each other because of natural treasures or because of a piece of a good ore. For example, this chunk of in-rock flaming iron can even lead to a great battle between many Zionists. A great battle between Ziationists, especially those experts who have reached the Dongshu stage or the Kongming stage, can turn the ocean over and shake the world. Natural treasures, holy pills, holy weapons and so on can all drive Ziationists crazy, says Fenjiuzi with a smile. But Qin Yu's mind is in turmoil. He is totally imagining how a great battle between Ziationists looks like. When a Jindan stage Ziationist is already so formidable that he is absolutely invincible on the Qianlong continent, then how terrifying will a great battle between Ziationists of the Yuanying stage, the Dongshu stage, or even the Kongming stage, the Dujie stage and so on, be? Once a Ziationist gets so furious that he goes on a killing spree, mountains will collapse and the ground will crack, rivers and the ocean will be turned over, and countless mortals will die as well. Even if a Ziationist's hands are tied, flying his sword, he can soar to the 9th level of the sky and disappear on the horizon, and mortals simply cannot catch up with him. To sum up, Ziationists and mortals are basically on two different levels. Regardless of who a Ziationist wants to kill, mortals have absolutely no way to resist. Perhaps in the eyes of Ziationists, the people on the entire Qianlong continent are no different from ants. These are two different worlds. The world of Ziationists is about pursuing the endless way of heaven and striving to overcome tribulations to become immortal, whereas mortals kill each other for power, thinks Qin Yu emotionally to himself. Qin Yu has totally understood what a Ziationist is. At the same time his mind has been broadened. The Qianlong continent's Shangxian? They are no more than some most common Jindan stage Ziationists from the overseas immortal islands. In the world of Ziationists, the Jindan stage is merely the lowest level, yet these few Jindan stage Ziationists are called Shangxian and are supreme beings on the Qianlong continent. An idea suddenly springs to Qin Yu's mind. Uncle Feng, as far as I can see, Ziationists seem fight heaven and hell to overcome the human limits. But, to pursue the human limits, is the way of entering the Jindan stage then forming the Yuanying as you said the only way? Could there be another way? Says Qin Yu doubtfully. According to his thinking, because Shojin is about pursuing the human limits, there should be various ways. Uncle Feng thinks for a while, then shakes his head and says with a smile, Xiaoyu, forget about it. I don't know who the first Ziationist was. Perhaps there were already Ziationists several million years, or even several tens million to 100 million years ago. You mentioned different ways. There are different ways. Humans can choose either Xiuxian or Xiuma, while most animals take the Xiuya way. Ziaxionists and Ziamoists go different ways, but they all form the Jindan then the Yuanying. Animals form the Niden, but I don't know too well about the Xiuya way. Is it a must to form the Jindan then the Yuanying? Qin Yu whispers. Could this be a manifestation of the fact that different ways lead to the same ultimate universal principle? Ah, right. Fenjiuzi suddenly says. Xiaoyu, a long time ago, of course I hadn't been born at that time, a great incident happened on the Qianlong continent, the War of Immortals. Perhaps that mysterious man who fought in the War of Immortals didn't follow a way of practice which forms the Jindan and Yuanying. End of B2C16. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 17. B2C17, The Three Diagrams. War of Immortals? Qin Yu asks doubtfully. With his eyes glittering, Fenjiuzi says, yes, I heard about it from my seniors when I was still practicing in the overseas immortal islands. The participants in that event consisted of several loose immortals and several Tens Kongming stage and Dujie stage experts. Their leader was even a Deshang stage Ziationist. Hold on, what's a loose immortal? Qin Yu says hurriedly. Fenjiuzi shakes his head and says with a smile, I even forgot to talk about loose immortals. While enduring the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation, some Ziationists knew they wouldn't be able to overcome it, so they tried their best to save their own Yuanyings and souls. Because their physical bodies then got destroyed, they could only keep practicing as loose immortals. You should know that loose immortals are very powerful. Generally they're a bit more powerful than even Dujie stage experts. Loose immortals are this powerful? A Deshang stage Ziationist, who had overcome all the tribulations, several loose immortals, and even several Tens Kongming stage and Dujie stage experts, why did they gather together? Asks Qin Yu. To kill a man. Only to kill a man. Fenjiuzi's expression becomes solemn. To kill a man? So many experts only to kill a man? Qin Yu cannot imagine that so many people gathered just to kill a man. Who was this man? Qin Yu even thinks about a real immortal. Fenjiuzi says with a nod, yes, according to the Shojin world's legends, that mysterious man basically wasn't a Yuanying Ziationist. In the end, he went mad and burst forth an incandescent kind of energy, as if he was the sun. This energy was world-shattering. It killed all of that many experts at that time, including the Deshang stage Ziationist. Saying to hear, Fenjiuzi even becomes excited. Xiaoyu, do you know what happened next? Do you know? Fenjiuzi's entire body has become excited. He holds Qin Yu's shoulders with a movement and asks him while staring at him. Qin Yu hurriedly shakes his head. He cannot imagine there was such a powerful person, who could kill even a Deshang stage expert in addition to several loose immortals. Those weak Xiationists who were hiding very far away unexpectedly discovered that, after killing so many people, that mysterious man started to undergo a heavenly tribulation. It was the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation. My goodness, he killed a Deshang stage expert, he killed so many loose immortals and Dujia stage experts, but that mysterious man hadn't even gone through the last tribulation. Fenjiuzi's entire body becomes excited. He hadn't gone through the last tribulation, Xiaoyu. Without going through it, his power was already at such a great level. If he had overcome the tribulation, then. Qin Yu is also shocked. Who would have thought that a man who had not experienced the last tribulation would kill a Deshang stage expert and even kill so many loose immortals and several tens Kongming stage and Dujia stage experts? This is simply unimaginable. If he had been practicing the Jindan Yuanying way like the other people, how could the difference between their power levels have been so enormous? Countless elders have confirmed one thing: this mysterious man was also a Xiationist, but he definitely wasn't a Xiamoist, a Xiaxionist, or a Zuyoist. He was a new kind. The sun-like incandescent energy he burst forth from his body in the end alone simply isn't something Dujia stage experts are capable of. Even if Deshang stage experts faced such a great power, they would also get killed. Fenjiuzi seems to be imagining the War of Immortals that year. Qin Yu is also imagining it. After a long time, Fenjiuzi slowly calms down. He looks at Qin Yu and says smilingly, Xiaoyu, the story about this War of Immortals has always been circulating. The people in the overseas immortal islands all seem to know about it. Even many people on the Qianlong continent also know about this event. Oh, many people on the Qianlong continent know about this? Qin Yu is slightly startled. If it had not been for Xiationist's narration, how could people on the Qianlong continent have known about it? Fenjiuzi nods and continues, don't worry. At that time many overseas immortal islands elders were watching from afar and saw with their own eyes how this mysterious expert underwent his tribulation. Did he overcome it? Qin Yu somehow was somewhat worried about this mysterious man. Fenjiuzi shakes his head and says, he failed. When the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation came down, the mysterious man's entire body turned into a sun. Unlike the other Xiationists, who use holy weapons and so on to resist heavenly tribulations, he always used his own body's power to resist the tribulation directly. After fighting several tens Xiationists in a great battle, this mysterious man basically had to endure the heavenly tribulation without being able to take a break. When the 9th thunderbolt struck down, the mysterious man couldn't persevere anymore. His body was shattered and his power suffered a huge loss. But he didn't die immediately. He gathered the last bits of energy and gave his final talk to the entire Qianlong continent's population, including the Xiationists around. Fenjiuzi seems to be enwrapped in his memories. Qin Yu does not dare to disturb Fenjiuzi's recollection, but he is curious about it. I've been roaming the boundless space and experiencing the cosmos's evolution. I've been drifting around for some 1,000 years and visited countless celestial bodies. How come today my soul is falling apart? Heaven doesn't help me. Stellar transformations. How can the sun be the final destination? How? Everyone on this continent listen, today I'll leave behind the 3 trans-heaven diagrams. Anyone who can obtain them and figure out their secret will inherit my technique. Ha ha. Oh blessing, oh disaster. With an indistinct voice, Fenjiuzi recites every sentence. Qin Yu continuously ponders about the meaning of these few sentences. What is the boundless space? What is the cosmos? What are celestial bodies? And what are stellar transformations? He cannot understand their meanings, but he understands the meaning of the mysterious man's last sentence. Obviously those 3 trans-heaven diagrams contain the mysterious man's entire technique. However, what is the meaning of the "oh blessing, oh disaster" exclamation afterwards? Could it be obtaining this technique is also a disaster? Before the mysterious man died, using a great amount of energy, he created 3 diagrams. They were none other than the 3 trans-heaven diagrams. The 3 trans-heaven diagrams were scattered on the Qianlong continent. As countless years went by, even people from the overseas immortal islands were able to collect the 3 diagrams. For so many years, so many people have also been able to bring the 3 diagrams together. But no one has ever been able to discover the secret of these 3 diagrams and obtain the mysterious man's legacy, says Fenjiuzi with a sigh. It is not difficult for Xiationists to gather the 3 diagrams, but no one has been able to figure out the 3 trans-heaven diagrams' secret. Your ancestor Qin Shi Huang once gathered all the 3 diagrams as well, but he couldn't find out their secret either. If he had been able to figure out the secret, perhaps he wouldn't have died, says Fenjiuzi with a smile. Qin Yu, however, is having a sudden impulse. That is a yearning from the bottom of his heart, a yearning for the world of Xiationists. Xiationists can fly their swords to the 9th level of the sky, or dive into the boundless deep ocean, or explore the immense wilderness, or fight the wilderness's demonic beasts. Ordinarily, they absorb the world's holy energy. To pursue the human limits, they fight heaven and hell. Disregarding life and death, they fight experts of the same level. This kind of life is really enjoyable, thinks Qin Yu and sighs emotionally. Having heard about the world of Xiationists, he yearns for it badly from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yu heaves a sigh. After withdrawing his mind from this description of the Xiozhen world, he understands he is merely a mortal. Worse still, he has not reached the Xiantian level. Even among the Qianlong continent's 10 billion mortals, he cannot be considered a figure on the top of the pyramid either. He needs to be realistic because those 3 trans-heaven diagrams or something are very vague. At the moment Qin Yu's greatest pivots are the meteoric tear and his own effort. Relying on the fantastic meteoric tear and his own effort, he must reach an unprecedented level in external practice, the Xiantian level. Xiaoyu, what holy weapon do you want? I'll forge it for you. Fenjiuzi looks at Qin Yu and asks. The things regarding the Xiozhen world are just like an indistinct legend to Qin Yu. At the moment he is still very, very far from that world. He is only a son of the Chu Kingdom's East vanquishing prince on the Qianlong continent and a common expert who does external practice, the most painful path in martial arts, and has not even reached the Xiantian level. Holy weapon? Qin Yu is startled. Weapons forged out of in-rock flaming iron are certainly holy weapons. But you don't have elemental energy, so you can only make use of a holy weapon's physical sharpness without being able to alter its size or use some special strikes. Fenjiuzi shakes his head and says. But a holy weapon can fuse with the body. Moreover, its sharpness is far superior to that of you mortals' weapons. Having a holy weapon, you won't have any problems protecting yourself. I think you'd best forge a suit of armor as well. Qin Yu says with a smile, that's not necessary. Please help me forge a short sword based on the Yuchang sword's measurements. Also, please forge a pair of gloves to protect the knuckles for me. And just forget about the other things. I want to leave my father a bit more. Only these? Fenjiuzi asks in disbelief. A short sword and a pair of gloves use very little in-rock flaming iron, whereas, after all, this chunk of in-rock flaming iron belongs to Qin Yu. They're already enough. I practice external techniques. If I depend too much on external objects, it won't be good for my training. Uncle Foam, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first. Qin Yu immediately bows, then turns around and leaves. Fenjiuzi follows Qin Yu's back with his eyes. Only now does his mind become clear. He immediately says, it'll take quite some time to forge these weapons, about 35 days. After Qin Yu has left, Fenjiuzi lets out a sigh. Perhaps this brat wants to forge only a few things just to give his father a bit more of this in-rock flaming iron chunk. After exiting the secret room, Qin Yu looks skyward. It is dark at the moment. Cold gusts of wind are blowing. I've never helped father in anything since childhood. This can also be counted as the first time I've helped him. Qin Yu's face has a faint smile. It then disappears suddenly. Well, there are still 35 days. During this period of time I'll still have to train hard and, moreover, with an extremely heavy training load. I want to see if I can reach the Xiantian level through external practice or not. With that thought in his mind, Qin Yu immediately gives a long whistle. In a short while, a black eagle dives down. Qin Yu gets on its back in a jump. They then leave the princely mansion and Yen City directly. End of B2C17. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 18. B2C18, Stratagems, 1. The Chu Kingdom is the #1 kingdom on the Qianlong continent. At the moment, the clan heads of Qin clan and the Shangguan clan among the 4 big clans are in a secluded small courtyard. Qin De is sitting at a stone table with a calm expression on his face. Su Yuan standing by his side is also waiting calmly. Ha ha. Brother Qin De. Long time no see. A white-haired old man walks to him in strides. This old man is unexpectedly wearing a pair of gold earrings. His eyes are very cold and sinister. However, at this moment they are full of enthusiasm. Qin De stands up, points to one side and says smilingly, Brother Shangguan, please sit down. Shangguan Hong, the Chu Kingdom's north vanquishing prince, controls the 2 northern region counties. At the moment, there are 4 people in the courtyard including Qin De and Su Yuan. The other 2 people are Shangguan Hong and his subordinate Zhuang Jun. However, outside the courtyard, a large number of experts are secretly guarding it. Brother Qin, why do you look for an old man like me this time? Only after slightly fixing his silver hair does Shangguan Hong sit down. Obviously he cares a lot about his own hair. His subordinate Zhuang Jun stands behind him. Qin says smilingly, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Please help me. We'll seize the Chu Kingdom together. Shangguan Hong is startled. He did not think that Qin would be so straightforward even though he has already guessed why Qin secretly meets him this time. Shangguan Hong then bursts out laughing, Brother Qin, you shouldn't joke like this. This can cause you to lose your head. I can act as if I've never heard about this matter. Qin slowly shakes his head and says, I ask you, you'll do it or not? Shangguan Hong, however, does not reply. Only after pondering for a long time does he raise his head and ask, even if we join forces, how much certainty will you have? 80%. Says Qin indifferently. But Shangguan Hong says laughingly, Brother Qin, don't fool me. That Mu clan has 600,000 troops. The 4 western region counties have even more than that, 800,000 troops. They amount to 1,400,000 troops. My 2 northern region counties only have 400,000 troops altogether and yours have no more than 600,000. So how can you be 80% certain? I want to destroy the Xiang clan so I can only show 600,000 troops, says Qin with a smile. Shangguan Hong's eyes glitter, oh? It seems Brother Qin also has quite a lot of troops in secret. But the Xiang clan and the Mu clan have 1,400,000 troops together. How many troops do you have in secret that you dare to say you're 80 certain? Moreover, when your troops secretly increased, how could this have escaped the detection of the Xiang clan's intelligence service? Shangguan Hong is obviously very unconvinced. I still have 200,000 troops in secret. Qin says with a smile. This brings the total amount to 800,000 troops. My fierce tiger corps is only 50,000 strong, but in terms of real offensive power it is equal to 200,000 to 300,000 troops. Shangguan Hong's eyes brighten. He certainly knows how formidable the fierce tiger corps is. He calculates in his mind at once, then says with a smile, if we only talk about quality, then your 3 eastern region counties' army is the best. If you really have 200,000 troops in secret, then we'll still have some hope. But according to what I know, 200,000 troops must be used to threaten the bandits in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Otherwise, those bandits will wreak havoc on the 3 eastern region counties and plunge your den into chaos. Qin says in a totally unconcerned manner, you needn't worry about this. They're merely bandits. It's hard to exterminate them because the Blackwater Mountain Range is so vast, but the thing is, the Blackwater Mountain Range's bandits are no more than bandits. We only need to negotiate with them and give them some benefits, they will quiet down. Qin's eyes suddenly brighten, so, my entire army can attack. You must know that my 3 eastern region counties are next to the wilderness and my army often trains here. Compared to the attack of the wilderness's demonic beasts, the army of the 4 western region counties, which hasn't fought a real battle for several decades to 100 years, means absolutely nothing. Qin is very confident. Shangguan Hong nods his confirmation. Indeed, among the armies of the 4 big clans, the 3 eastern region counties' army is definitely the strongest in terms of fighting power. The reason for this is that the 3 eastern region counties' army is based in the immense wilderness and often fights the wilderness's ferocious beasts, so its troops have really experienced bloodshed. In contrast, the armies of the Xiang clan, the Mu clan and the Shangguan clan have never seen real action for several decades to 100 years. Shangguan Hong keeps thinking non-stop. After a while he raises his head and says, then how am I going to benefit from this? How can you assure me that you won't destroy me after destroying the Xiang clan? Qin smiles slightly, very simple, among the 4 western region counties, the 2 counties next to the ocean in the north will go to you. Together with your 2 original counties, you'll have 4 counties in total. None of these 4 counties is separate from the rest and, moreover, the ocean is behind them. You'll have these 4 counties and have the ocean at your back, so you don't have to worry that I'll go back on my word. What do you think? The 4 counties next to the ocean? Shangguan Hong's eyes glitter. Obviously his interest has been aroused. These 4 counties are linked together. If they all go to him, even if Qin later wants to eliminate him, it will be a difficult thing to do. After all, when having the natural barrier which is the ocean at his back and holding the 4 counties in his hands, at least defending himself will not be a problem. Moreover, after the war, the Qin clan will probably not have enough power left to deal with him next either. Then if the Han dynasty takes advantage of this and attack, what can we do? Shang Guanhong continues to ask. Qin De stands up and says with a wave of a hand, "You don't have to be worried about this. The Han dynasty will definitely have no chance to interfere. As for the Ming dynasty, I believe that weak kind of dynasty which has only got attacked and has never dared to attack won't ask for much." Shang Guanhong considers. After a long time, he nods, "I promise you my support. But my two northern region counties troops definitely won't be the vanguard." "Good, that settles it." Qin De and Shang Guanhong slap each other's hands to pledge allegiance. Ha! Qin De and Shang Guanhong look at one another and burst out laughing. However, nobody knows what these two men are actually thinking. Must a pledge made by slapping hands definitely be fulfilled? On the Qianlong continent, no one believes in making a pledge by slapping hands. The next day, in a manner, Shang Guanhong is sitting at an escritoire and writing fast. Zhuang Jun is standing respectfully on one side. After a while, Shang Guanhong finishes writing. He reads everything carefully once and cannot help feeling satisfied. Humph, that idiot Qin De actually wants to rebel. He even wants to pull me into the water. Won't it be very good for me if I keep contentedly being North vanquishing prince? For counties are also very attractive, though. What a pity. Looking at the sheet of paper on the escritoire, Shang Guanhong cannot help bursting out laughing. Zhuang Jin on one side says, "Your Highness, this Qin clan's offer is not bad. Moreover, it's sincere. Are you really not giving them a chance?" Shang Guanhong turns his head and looks at Zhuang Jun. He then burst out laughing, "Zhuang Jun, we can't lose. Do you understand? Therefore we must put money on both sides. It doesn't matter if the Qin clan wins or the Xiang clan wins, we'll always benefit." Zhuang Jun still does not understand. Shang Guanhong gives a smile. Zhuang Jun is his most loyal subordinate and is also the number 2 man in the 2 northern region counties. He has saved Shang Guanhong's life twice, so Shang Guanhong naturally values him to the utmost. "Zhuang Jun, I feel certain about this matter. You needn't worry. You can leave now." Shang Guanhong says with an indifferent smile. "I take my leave." Zhuang Jun immediately leaves the room. Shang Guanhong's face suddenly turns cold. "Deliver this letter to the emperor." A black silhouette suddenly flashes by and the letter on Shang Guanhong's escritoire has already disappeared. Shang Guanhong narrows his eyes and looks outside through the window. He thinks to himself, "Qin De, you simply can't imagine the relationship between my Shangguan clan and the Xiang clan. You can only blame your bad luck. Even if I don't help either side, how can your clan contend against the Xiang clan and the Mu clan? After the 3 eastern region counties are exterminated, maybe I'll gain some benefits." Shang Guanhong's thinking is so optimistic, but will the Qin clan entrust its hope to him? End of B2C18. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 19. B2C19, Stratagems, 2. In the study of the imperial palace in the capital. Ha! Grasping 2 letters in his hand, Xiang Guang cannot help laughing out loud. Jinsu really doesn't disappoint me. 200,000 more troops in secret. With so many troops, their expenses alone amount to a huge number. If Qin De didn't have it in mind to rebel, why would he play with so many more troops? Could it be he dislikes having a lot of money? Xiang Guang laughs coldly. Jinsu has been in charge of the intelligence service in the 3 eastern region counties for only a half year, but he has discovered the truths behind many things. Your Majesty, by now the Qin De has secretly recruited 200,000 more troops, but the Black Water bandits have been keeping him at bay. He won't dare to mobilize his entire army. Otherwise, the Black Water bandits will plunge his den into chaos. So, basically we don't have to be worried about anything, says the hook-nosed man from a dark corner behind him. Xiang Guang puts the letter in his hand down and says, "What do you know?" Even though the Black Water bandits' leadership has been rendered ineffectual by unruly subordinates, they are after all merely bandits. He only needs to give them some benefits and they won't cause any trouble. That Qin De can still declare war on the Xiang clan with 800,000 troops. Your Majesty is brilliant. The hook-nosed man bows and says. Jinsu has found out the evidence that in the 3 eastern region counties army provisions, materials and so on have all been prepared to a certain extent. Add to that 200,000 more troops have been enlisted and, moreover, they have been enlisted for over 5 years and have become crack troops. Everything shows clearly that Qin De really wants to rebel. Xiang Guang's eyes immediately radiate cold rays of light. The hook-nosed man does not dare to make a sound. Very well, this is rebellion. Xiang Guang unexpectedly has a hint of satisfaction on his face. Remember, immediately send someone to negotiate with the Black Water Bandits, offering them gold, jewels, or treasures and so on, and telling them to plunge Chinda's den into chaos when war breaks out. The hook-nosed man thinks for a while and says, "What if those bandits are too greedy?" Idiot. Xiang Guang suddenly turns around and stares at the hook-nosed man. No matter the price, you must make them agree. You can even promise to give them a county after the war. Offer a county? The hook-nosed man is startled. Then he also understands. Your subordinate already understands. Even if we give it to them, they won't have the luck to enjoy it. Having been following Xiang Guang for so many years, he knows very well about Xiang Guang's character. Xiang Guang nods in satisfaction. You're clever. After Qin has been removed, there'll be no more than a gang of insignificant black water bandits. I only need to give an order and they'll be wiped out, only that I can make use of them at the moment. Your Majesty is brilliant. Now I already know what to do. The hook-nosed man responds. Xiang Guang reads the other letter and says, Uncle Shangguan's letter has also confirmed everything Jinsu has found out. The hook-nosed man moves his eyes in a circle, then suddenly says, there is an alternative, Your Majesty. To catch the rebels, we had best catch the leader first. We can secretly send someone to assassinate Qin. In this way, they will be a group without a leader, so if we send our army out next, we can surely destroy the Qin clan easily. Stupid. Xiang Guang says with a cold laugh. The hook-nosed man's body immediately trembles. If we sent an assassin now, needless to say we wouldn't even sure he would succeed. Even if he succeeded, the Qin clan could change its head immediately. According to what I know, among his 3 sons, except for the third son, who isn't up to much, the other 2 sons both are really outstanding. Moreover, when the assassination happened, the Qin clan would go mad and attack. Its 800,000 strong army is really no joke, says Xiang Guang with a cold laugh. Moreover, if we assassinated him, the Qin clan would definitely suspect that Shangguan Hong has sold them down the river, so we would lose more than we gain. Do you understand? Xiang Guang stares at the hook-nosed man and says, I have been an imbecile. The hook-nosed man hurriedly says. A hint of complacency appears on Xiang Guang's face. We won't assassinate him. We'll let the Qin clan rebel and let the Shangguan clan help them. After the Qin clan has totally put their guard down, the Shangguan clan will suddenly switch sides at a crucial moment during the war and stab the Qin clan hard in the back. Humph, let's see if that Qin clan will still be able to avoid destruction. The hook-nosed man's eyes brighten at once. He says hurriedly, Your Majesty is brilliant. If we give them a stab in the back at a crucial moment during the war, then attack with our armored cavalry, we will be able to destroy the Qin clan easily. Xiang Guang is very satisfied with his own stratagem. He nods and says indifferently, All right, you should go do your work now. Try every means to pull in the Black Water Mountain Range's bandits. Gold, jewels, beautiful women, treasures and so on, anything can be used. You must make them agree to wreak havoc on the Qin clan's den during the war. As for the Qin clan and the Shangguan clan, we'll just pretend we know nothing. I understand. I take my leave. The hook-nosed man bows and says. Then his body disappears like a flash. After a while, the hook-nosed man appears in a manner. You have returned, darling. A beautiful married woman walks to him. Daddy, a lovely boy also runs to him. The hook-nosed man lifts his son up in a hug. He also hugs his wife and says, Honey, let's go back to our room. It's cold out here. Every servant in the manor is very respectful to him. After entering the room, the beautiful married woman quietly asks, Hasn't the emperor asked you to do something, darling? When can you decline to do what you're told? It's always like this and I always feel anxious. The hook-nosed man tenderly embraces the beautiful married woman to his bosom and says, Don't worry, honey. How can I know that this work is dangerous? But I know too much about the emperor's secrets, so I absolutely can't refuse to do what I'm told. Don't worry. Given that Xiang Guang has so little wisdom, I'm still certain I can deal with him. The hook-nosed man suddenly frowns and ponders. Judging by Xiang Guang's character, when he knew that Qin would rebel for real, he would have sent someone to assassinate Qin early. How come this time he unexpectedly calmed down and even pretends not to know anything to let the Shangguan clan eventually switch sides? As the chief of Xiang Guang's secret service, how can the hook-nosed man really be such an idiot? Everything he did in the imperial study was just an act. If he wants to be trusted by Xiang Guang, he has to let Xiang Guang detect his weaknesses. However, how can he really let the emperor detect his own weaknesses? Therefore, it is best to deliberately pretend that he has some weaknesses. The hook-nosed man's guess is correct. There is actually still someone behind Xiang Guang. If Xiang Guang was really this intelligent, he would not have done that idiotic thing in the past. In the previous courtyard, Qin is looking into the sky with his hands folded behind his back. Given Xiang Guang's character, perhaps he'll try to kill me directly. Qin gives a smile. In his mind, Xiang Guang is absolutely not worthy of attention. Even though Xiang Guang is not a fool, in terms of strategy, he is still very far from being considered an expert. Su Yuan on one side says, Your Highness, even if that Xiang Guang sends an assassin, we still can't tell if the Shangguan clan is unreliable. Because that Jinsu can find out some information, Xiang Guang can also conclude from what Jinsu finds out that we want to rebel and send someone to assassinate Your Highness. Indeed. Even if there is an assassination attempt, it will still be impossible to say that the Shangguan clan has betrayed them. Do we need to know for sure if the Shangguan clan will betray us? Qin says with a smile. Su Yuan also bursts out laughing. Yes, do they have to know clearly about that? The goal of this negotiation is not to pull in the Shangguan clan but to create some diversions. It only needs to produce the effects desired by the Qin clan. Su Yuan nods and says, Indeed, we came to this negotiation only to cause some diversions. It doesn't matter if the Shangguan clan will betray us or not because this clan's ending has been decided. We aren't going to give the Shangguan clan any chance to stab us in the back during the war. It does not matter what happens, the Qin clan does not tolerate mistakes. It is not going to take a chance on the Shangguan clan. In my estimation, Xiang Guan will offer the Black Water Bandit some materials and so on, says Qin with a laugh. Su Yuan also laughs. There is a secret letter from the princely mansion, Your Highness. A man runs into the courtyard and hands over a secret letter. Su Yuan immediately receives it then passes it to Qin. What's happened in the mansion again? Qin opens the secret letter and glances at it. His eyes immediately brighten. Heaven has helped me. This time Yuer has done me a great service. I've always been worried by the Xiang clan's Tu Shangxian. Now, having such a priceless treasure, I'm assured. This is really wonderful. At this moment, Qin's excitement is simply indescribable. Has something very exulting happened? Su Yuan on one side is very curious. Qin immediately gives him the letter to read. As soon as Su Yuan reads it, he is very happy. He says at once, Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. Qin laughs out loud and says, This time Yuer has done me such a great service. When I return I'll definitely reward him very nicely. Well, Su Yuan, quickly dispatch people. We're returning to the princely mansion at once. Yes. Su Yuan immediately bows and says. Qin cannot help laughing. He never thought that his third son would give him such a great pleasant surprise. At first he thought it was only a chunk of a high Xian grade ore, but now it turns out to be a treasure which can be forged into holy weapons. Holy weapons, no less. Su Yuan on one side totally understands how important this chunk of in-rock flaming iron is to Qin. In terms of importance, it is even equal to 200,000 troops, so how can Qin not get excited like crazy? End of B2C19. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 20. B2C20, Completion of the Holy Weapons, 1. The East Vanquishing Prince Mansion is full of carved railings, marble steps, pavilions, terraces and towers. It is really imposing and magnificent. Every one of its guards is glancing around its surroundings while leading along a fierce tiger. One can deduce from this how strictly the mansion is guarded. It is late at night right now. A man and an eagle are sitting on the top of a pavilion. Even though the guards know about this, they pretend not to see anything. I've been training hard for 3 days, but my body's power has increased just a little. Qin groans in his mind. He has been training hard alone since Fenjiuzi started to forge the weapons. He knew Fenjiuzi would need 35 days to forge them, therefore he trained hard outside and did not return until 3 days ago. For the last 3 days, Qin has been at his utmost limit, training desperately. Despite having the recovery power of the meteoric tier, his body still has not made much progress. He knows very well that he has truly reached the peak of his Hotian level. Xiaohei, in internal practice, one can consult various methods left by his seniors when advancing to the Xiantian level from the Hotian level. But I practice external techniques. What method should I use to make a breakthrough? I can't consult any senior's methods. Qin talks to Xiaohei beside him. Even though he asks Xiaohei, is it any different from asking himself? Xiaohei pats Qin with its huge wings while staring at him. Qin also feels Xiaohei consoling him. He smiles because Xiaohei seems to also know that his spirits have sunk to the bottom. Suddenly, Qin is startled. Consult? That's right. His eyes suddenly brighten. He gives his own head a fierce slap and says, "Xinyu, you're such a fool. You can't consult any external seniors, but you can still learn from internal practitioners and how they break through to the Xiantian level in internal practice." Some sentences Lian Yan once said to Xinyu immediately echo in his mind. To become a Hotian expert, one only needs a suitable practice method. But to become a Xiantian expert, it is extremely difficult. There are two requirements that must be met to become a Xiantian expert. First, you must complete your Hotian level. And second, you must have some intuitive enlightenment on the natural way of heaven. Xinyu talks to himself in a low voice. Complete the Hotian level. My current level in external practice can also be regarded as the complete Hotian. As for the intuitive enlightenment on the way of heaven, this is really mysterious. Xinyu does not know how to have intuitive enlightenment on the way of heaven. It is simply unable to be explained in words. If it could be imparted, Xiantian experts would not be so rare, so precious on the whole Qianlong continent. Xinyu continuously ponders. Intuitive enlightenment on the way of heaven, intuitive enlightenment on nature. Alright, I'll try feeling what nature actually is. Suddenly, Xinyu closes his eyes. His entire body and mind enter a state of vague blankness, just like when he was trying to feel his internal energy in the past, only that he does not absorb the world's holy energy this time. In this state of blankness, Xinyu starts to feel the natural airflow. Quiet. As every second goes by, Xinyu remains motionless. His body is motionless and his mind is motionless. He does not hear, does not smell, does not see. Xinyu does not notice that, slowly, as he seems to become completely non-existent, various streams of holy energy deliberately converge at his body. To be exact, they converge at the meteoric tear. Xinyu thus has become the center of a maelstrom. He has a wonderful feeling, as if he is soaking in the hot spring. He can even feel the holy energy streams in his surroundings. That feeling of closeness is so captivating. While Xinyu, with his mind cleared of all thoughts, is immersing himself in that wonderful, warm feeling. The meteoric tear sends out a warm stream of energy. This energy stream is different from the clear energy streams in the past. It is a warm stream of energy. Like a warm stream of water, it slowly enters Qinyu's mind. In the depths of his mind, there is a mass of energy which looks like a disk. Moreover, various electric sparks are zigzagging around that disk. It is none other than the most basic component of the human body, the soul. As a person trains, his soul becomes stronger and stronger. Xinyu has been doing limit training since he was little, so his soul is much stronger than ordinary people's. In a short while, this flowing water-like stream of energy has already arrived at the depths of his mind. As soon as his soul comes into contact with this stream of energy, it seems to get excited and continuously gobbles up this energy. In just a short while, that disk has become even deeper in color and also more materialized. Originally the disk was merely rather indistinct, but now it radiates clear 7-colored rays of light and is also somewhat real. The electric sparks around the 7-colored disk have become more powerful as well. Second brother, that lowlife Xiang Guang has made Jinsu the head of the intelligence service in the 3 eastern region counties. This has made it a bit hard for us to act. That Jinsu also has a gang of specialized subordinates. They are very formidable in investigation. Worst of all, our activities will get bigger with time, so it will be really difficult to escape their detection in the future. Big brother, don't worry. When father went out this time, he must have had a solution to this problem. However, this Jinsu fellow is really quite difficult to deal with. He just sticks to us like a plaster. Xinyu suddenly wakes up with a start. The moment he opens his eyes, the holy energy in the surroundings goes back to normal and Xinyu can no longer feel it clearly. At the same time, the meteoric tear reverts to its usual form and that warm energy disappears. But Qinyu's body has undergone a huge transformation. Good ears and keen eyes, this is an expression which describes a person who can hear clearly and see very far. But the current Xinyu can even hear clearly what his big brother and second brother are saying quietly from several tens meters away and the sounds of an earthworm's movements from afar. Moreover, his eyes can even see clearly every movement of the earthworm. So, can the good ears and keen eyes expression still be used to talk about him? Big brother, second brother, for the moment, Xinyu still does not notice this. His mind is full of his big brother's and second brother's words. Xinyu knows that his father's plan is to destroy the Xiang clan to seize the kingdom of the Chu dynasty. But now, it seems the chief of the Xiang clan's intelligence service in the 3 eastern region counties is a difficult person to deal with. For a moment, Xinyu thinks about many things. He considers what his big brother and second brother have said. His father's departure, the relationships between the 4 regions and that intelligence chief. His mind has made a complete and clear list of all of these matters. Xinyu is immediately astonished because in just a moment ago he unexpectedly thought about many things. Since when has my mind become so quick? He finally discovers that he himself has undergone a huge transformation. As he looks around, he is dumbstruck. What happened just now? How come I've transformed so much? Only now does he notice his astonishing transformation. After a long time, he finally calms down. He lowers his head and looks at the meteoric tear mark on his chest. He then shakes his head and jumps down from the top of the pavilion. His whole body flashes through the air, creating two afterimages. He has already landed on the ground. I can feel wind several times more clearly than in the past as well. Xinyu feels that his body maneuvering skill has become even more perfect. Moreover, my body's flexibility and toughness and so on are much better than they were. It is impossible for other people to know, but Xinyu himself knows how natural his movements were and how relaxed his body was when he finished just now. The whole thing was like a walk in the park. He can feel that a fundamental transformation has occurred in his body. Could it be I have touched the door between the peak of the Hotian level and the Xiantian level? Xinyu thinks to himself. But he has no way to confirm it because he still cannot feel Xiantian energy being generated in his body. Suddenly his eyes turn to a courtyard far away. There is a secret room under that courtyard, which is none other than Fenjiuzi's secret forging room. Just now, Xinyu unexpectedly heard the sound of that secret room's door opening. Have the holy weapons been completed? Xinyu immediately goes to that courtyard. End of B2C20. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 21. B2C21, Completion of the Holy Weapons, 2. No sooner does Xinyu enter the courtyard than Fenjiuzi comes out of the secret room. Because he immediately sees Xinyu, he cannot help feeling stupefied. He then says with a smile, Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. I just finished forging and you immediately appeared. As soon as Xinyu hears that, he becomes excited. Holy weapons, no less. These are the weapons which only Shangxian possess. When Xinyu is getting excited, Xin Feng and Qin Zheng quickly come out of the room on the side. Seeing Fenjiuzi, the two of them immediately say with their faces full of excitement, Uncle Feng, have Xiaoyu's weapons been completed? Completed, Xiaoyu, these are the gloves to protect the knuckles and the Yuchang sword-like short sword that you want. Fenjiuzi extends his hand and a pair of gloves and a short sword immediately fly toward Xinyu. The gloves are dark red and even have light-colored flames on their surface. The short sword is also dark red but the flames are condensed inside completely. Its surface absorbs and emits sword air just like a normal flying sword. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xinyu receives the gloves and short sword. Fenjiuzi says with a sigh, Xiaoyu, Uncle Feng's power is limited and the level of my samadhi flame is insufficient, so, even with such a precious chunk of in-rock flaming iron, I can only forge middle-grade holy weapons from it. If a Dongxu stage expert came here to forge, he'd surely be able to make high-grade holy weapons. Also, holy weapons are different from mortals' weapons. Just drop your blood on them and you'll be able to suck them into your body. They will appear on your hands entirely as you wish. In-rock flaming iron is indeed a precious forging crystal. Fenjiuzi is merely at the middle phase of the Jindan stage, so his samadhi flame is still at the weakest level. Therefore, naturally, he cannot bring forth the efficacy of in-rock flaming iron completely, and can only forge middle-grade holy weapons. That's enough. Middle-grade holy weapons are already enough for me. Xinyu knows what middle-grade holy weapons mean in the Xiuzhen world. Even Fenjiuzi's flying sword in the past was merely a low-grade holy weapon. What makes Xinyu excited the most is that after establishing his ownership of them by blood he can suck them into his body as he wishes. Xiaoyu, why don't you forge a suit of armor? Qin Zhang says while slightly frowning. Xin Feng also says, that chunk of in-rock flaming iron is so large, even if you forge a suit of armor, perhaps 3/10 of it will be enough. With the suit of armor, most of your body's vital points will be protected. Why did you forge a short sword? And why a pair of gloves which only protects your knuckles, and not that kind of glove which covers the whole fist? Together these two things will only take a little more in-rock flaming iron. To Qin Feng and Qin Zhang, the most important thing in the world is this third brother of theirs. Their mother passed away early and, moreover, Xinyu cannot practice internal techniques, so the two brothers naturally care a lot about Xinyu. Xiaoyu wants to use a bit less in-rock flaming iron so that he can leave his father a bit more of it. Fenjiuzi on one side says. Qin Feng's and Qin Zhen's bodies tremble. They are immediately speechless and can only look at Xinyu. Their eyes have slightly reddened. Xinyu says with a smile, big brother, second brother, there's no problem. Both of you also know that I practice external techniques. If I'm protected by armor, my progress in practice will naturally slow down. So, it's better not to wear armor. Moreover, having a pair of gloves and a short sword is already enough. This is fooling himself and others. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang both are outstanding people, so naturally they are not fooled by such simple reasons given by Qin Yu, because it is a holy class suit of armor they are talking about. If he does not want to be protected by it, it would be sucked into his body. And if he encountered unavoidable dangers, he could protect his body with it. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang both can see through Qin Yu's mind. Xiao Yu, you found this chunk of ore, so it's yours. It doesn't matter how many holy weapons you want to forge, no one will say anything about that. Not even father will say anything. Qin Zhang says while staring at Qin Yu. Qin Yu shakes his head with a smile, but he says nothing. Holy weapons are really outstanding. Qin Yu laughs out loud and changes the subject of the conversation. By now he has already dropped some blood on the gloves and the short sword respectively. In just an instant, as soon as he thinks about them, the gloves and the short sword completely disappear in his hand. For the present, Qin Feng and Qin Zhang also shift their attention onto the holy weapons. They're really formidable. In a fight, if your hand, which is empty at first, suddenly has a weapon out of thin air, you can definitely take the opponent by surprise and kill him. Qin Feng's eyes brighten. He has figured out the benefits of holy weapons at once. Qin Yu can feel clearly that the gloves and the short sword are in the immense space of his dantian. The dantian is only a small component of the human body, but it works according to the grain of sand, a world principle. Just like the reflections of the sun and the moon in a lake, the gloves and the short sword are only some points in a corner of the dantian. Qin Yu suddenly clenches his fists and the gloves immediately appear on his fists. These dark red gloves are protecting his knuckles. The optimum offensive parts of a fist are the knuckles. With the protection of these middle-grade holy gloves, Qin Yu can meet some superb weapons head-on using his fists without worrying about hand injuries. What makes Qin Yu feel most comfortable is that the gloves are like skin and do not hinder the flexibility of the knuckles in the slightest. Whoo! A shaft of black light flashes by, but Qin Yu's hand is still empty as before. Just a moment ago, a black short sword suddenly appeared on his hand, then disappeared. They were forged from in-rock flaming iron, so these gloves will be called flaming gloves and this short sword will be called flaming sword, says Qin Yu smilingly. At the moment, his heart is filled with excitement. To a martial artist, obtaining his favorite weapons is definitely a very happy occasion. Fenjiuzi says with a smile, Xiao Yu, I carved some restrictive spells on that short sword so its radiance disappeared completely, giving it a dark color. Alright, I'm returning to the secret room to continue forging. This time Fenjiuzi returns to the secret room to forge a flying sword of his own. Having obtained in-rock flaming iron, his original low-grade holy flying sword can already be abandoned. Xiao Yu, Qin Feng and Qin Zhang look at Qin Yu. Big brother, second brother, Qin Yu cannot help giving a forced smile as he sees his big brother's and second brother's expressions. He immediately says, Xiao Hei, let's return. A black eagle dives down from the sky at once. Slightly pushing his feet, Qin Yu jumps on its back. They then leave the princely mansion as if fleeing from a calamity. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang give each other a look, feeling powerless. We've been caring too little about Xiao Yu. Qin Feng lets out a deep sigh. Qin Zhang says nothing either. As big brother and second brother, together with their father Qinda, they have always been busy with their own matters and have not had time to care for this third brother. Were Qin Yu finding in-rock flaming iron this time not such an important matter, perhaps Qin Feng and Qin Zhang would still be busy doing their own things right now. 3 days later. With his face full of gladness, Fenjiuzi comes out of the room. He has finally finished forging his own flying sword. This sword is a middle-grade holy weapon. Even though there is only a 1-grade difference between the middle grade and the low grade, their power levels are several times different. With this middle-grade holy weapon, Fenjiuzi can even give late Jindan stage experts a good fight, of course, provided that those late Jindan stage experts use low-grade holy weapons. Brother Feng, congratulations, congratulations. Qin folds his hands and says to Fenjiuzi. He returned to the princely mansion last night. That dark red flying sword hovers around the top of Fenjiuzi's head, then fuses with his body directly. Ha, Your Highness, I must thank Xiao Yu for this. Only by having in-rock flaming iron could I forge this treasure. Fenjiuzi is obviously very excited. Qin also nods. Fenjiuzi continues, Your Highness, you've been worried by the 2 Shangxian on the Xiang clan side, haven't you? One of these 2 fellows is at the middle Jindan stage and the other is at the late Jindan stage. With this in-rock flaming iron weapon, I can handle that low-life Wu Di. As for that middle Jindan stage Wu Xing, letting several Xiantian level experts attack him together using middle-grade holy weapons will be just as effective, says Fenjiuzi smilingly. Whether an expert is at the Jindan stage or at the Yuanying stage, if his physical body is destroyed, his soul, whose existence is dependent on this body, will automatically break apart. Only when he has reached the Dongshu stage, at which his soul can merge with his Yuanying, can he live practically forever. However, without their physical bodies, even Dongshu stage experts, Kongming stage experts, and Dujie stage experts can only keep practicing as loose immortals. Therefore, physical bodies are very important to Zayashinists. Fenjiuzi's meaning is that they can send some Xiantian experts to attack middle Jindan stage Wuxing together using middle-grade holy weapons to destroy his physical body. If those experts succeed, Jinda's great undertaking will be successful as well. A Zayashinist's body-protecting elemental energy cannot be breached with normal weapons, but with middle-grade holy weapons they can defeat it. The chunk of in-rock flaming iron Qinyu found is as important as 200,000 troops. Xiaoyu has done a really great service this time. I've always been worried by the enemy's Tu Shangxian, but now I'm somewhat assured, praises Qinda highly. Then he responds, Xiaoyu, why hasn't he come out? When Qinda just returned, he sent people to find Qinyu. Xiaoyu rode his Black Eagle back to Misty Villa once. After that no one knows where he went. That Black Eagle can fly very high and very fast, so it's simply impossible to trace Xiaoyu, replies Lian Yan on one side immediately. Qinda nods, this time I must reward Xiaoyu very nicely. Qinda suddenly turns to Fenjiuzi and says, Brother Feng, how much of the in-rock flaming iron is left? Have we still got half of it? Xiaoyu and I together used no more than a fifth of it. Fenjiuzi makes a movement with a hand. A stream of elemental energy flies directly towards the secret room at once. Then, with the sound of its door opening, the chunk of in-rock flaming iron flies out. One can deduce from this scene how magnificent a Zayashinist's abilities are. The chunk of in-rock flaming iron looks a bit shorter, but in the other aspects it basically has not changed. What did Xiaoyu choose to forge? How did he use so little ore? Qinda asks doubtfully. In Qinda's opinion, this chunk of in-rock flaming iron was found by Xiaoyu, so it will be pretty good even if he uses a half and leaves his father the other half. However, Qinyu used so little ore, which baffles Qinda. Xiaoyu only wanted a short sword and a pair of knuckle-protecting gloves. He didn't even want a suit of armor, Qinfen says with a sigh. He just wanted to leave father some more of the in-rock flaming iron. Qin Zheng sighs and says. But Xiaoyu even said he wanted to train his body, so being protected by a suit of armor would make it hard for him to improve. All of the people present are extraordinary people, so they naturally know a middle-grade holy suit of armor can be sucked into the body. Moreover, among the most powerful experts of external practice, has there ever been anyone whose body's defense can match that of a middle-grade holy suit of armor? At the peak of external practice, the body's defense is still not as good as a middle-grade holy suit of armor. Then why did Qinyu act like that? This question simply does not need answering. Everything he did was only for the sake of his father Qinda. A wave of mixed emotions surges uncontrollably in Qinda's heart. This chunk of in-rock flaming iron is such a priceless treasure, but his son did not care about it and only used a little ore, leaving most of it to him. Xiaoyu, Qinda is also speechless for the moment. He remembers when he told Qinyu his secrets in that secret room. Qinyu strongly asked for his permission to join the army so that he could also fight, but was not allowed to do so by him. Qinda can remember clearly how lonely his son's back looked when he was leaving that room. This son of his has always been training hard since childhood. In fact, he has suffered a lot more than his big brother and second brother have. I hate heaven for being so unfair. Even if Yuer trains harder and reaches the peak of external practice, he still can't become a Xiantian expert. According to Zhao Yunqing's estimation, Xiaoyu's current external power is only around the Hotian level's middle phase. Qinda groans in his mind. Other people can estimate the power level of an internal expert based on his internal energy. But even Zayashinists cannot guess how much power an external expert has in his muscles. After all, it is really difficult to estimate how strong or weak the muscle's power is. It can only be estimated based on how many Jin the expert can lift with one arm. In Qinda's mind, his third son Qinyu is only a child who works hard in external practice but eventually will not succeed. Find Yuer and tell him to come to see me. As for what to forge from this chunk of in-rock flaming iron, let's discuss again in the evening. As Qinda finishes saying, he turns around and leaves immediately. At the moment, his mind is a bit confused. End of B2C21. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 22. B2C22, Gold Card Mission 1. It is late at night. Qinyu is sitting with legs crossed on the back of the Black Eagle, which is flying through the clouds. Cold winds are whizzing and hitting Qinyu in the face like sharp blades, but he remains motionless. His whole body is being surrounded by thick holy energy streams which are astonishingly real and look like smoke. The world's holy energy continuously permeates into Qinyu's entire body. Using the method of the ancestral dragon art, he transforms the holy energy in his body into internal energy, then lets it permeate through his entire body. Every fiber in his entire body, and even every cell of his body, is transforming non-stop. His body is undergoing changes which other people cannot know. This kind of change has started since he absorbed that warm stream from the meteoric tear on the top of a pavilion in the East vanquishing Prince Mansion that day. Suddenly, Xinyu opens his eyes, shooting out two fierce rays of light which are extremely shocking. What a wonderful feeling! Xinyu's eyes glitter. This is a kind of feeling he has never experienced before. As an external practitioner, he has always been pursuing this feeling. However, by now he has already found it. My entire body has achieved unity. Flexibility, toughness, strength, sensitivity, and so on, everything has been united into one. Now everything is in the palm of my hand. Control, Xinyu is having a feeling of control. Even if his body is trained better, his strength is greater, and his bones are tougher, it will be pointless if he cannot make good use of them. Therefore, Xinyu has continuously been training his flexibility and toughness so that he can control his every movement more easily. However, after experiencing that indescribable transformation, the current Xinyu's flexibility and toughness have reached a level which Xinyu himself considers perfect. Everything in his body is just like one thing. When he throws a punch, his body's entire power can be concentrated in a point. His control of the body has reached a new level. Xiaohei, go down. Xinyu suddenly burst out laughing. The black eagle immediately dives down. Gradually, Xinyu sees a huge city below. He once bought a house in this city under a false identity. All of a sudden, the muscles and bones in Xinyu's entire body start moving slowly. His face's muscles, however, only move a bit. In a short while, he is changed from a manly, sunny, 1.8m high young man into a 1.75m high cold man. The appearance and bone-changing art. Xiaohei, you can go play alone, but don't expose my identity. Hada Xinyu gives a laugh, then jumps down from several hundred meters high in the air. He would not have been able to jump down from such a height in the past. However, now he is very confident of himself. He closes his eyes, enjoying the winds of his extremely fast fall. Suddenly, with a swaying movement, Xinyu's body starts drifting in the air like a falling leaf. His terrifying falling speed unexpectedly decreases in an instant. Xinyu's body then makes another swaying movement and he unexpectedly accelerates again. Moving extremely fast and slowly alternately, Xinyu, however, is coming down without causing any wind sounds. Xinyu, whose eyes have always been closed, suddenly opens his eyes. Whiz! Like a sharp arrow, he shoots down toward the ground directly in a completely straight line, causing a sharp whistle through the air. At this moment, he is simply not using his body maneuvering skill. The moment Xinyu lands, he props a hand on the ground skillfully and easily like a wild cat. By simply discharging the kinetic energy into the ground through the muscles of his legs and hand, the pressure of the dive on his entire body is unexpectedly removed completely. Indeed, I can control every muscle in my entire body finally. Xinyu looks at his palm. A happy expression appears on his face. If Zhao Yunqing were here, he would have totally understood how formidable this move by Xinyu was. This is also Zhao Yunqing's idea about the peak of external practice, but it is a pity that he has never been able to reach this level for several decades. By simply using the muscles of the legs in a hand, Xinyu could even neutralize the impact force of such a dive. This shows that his control of the muscles has reached an extremely high level. The feeling at the Xiantian level is really different. Xinyu gives a faint smile. Suddenly, he slightly frowns because he hears clearly a bandit running toward him very fast from several hundred meters away. Not wanting to meet this person, his body immediately disappears like a flash on the street in the middle of the night. The Xiantian level. After leaving the princely mansion a few days ago, Xinyu guessed that his sudden transformation could mean he was on the threshold of the Xiantian level, but he had no way to confirm it. Afterwards, he remembered that Xiantian experts are capable of one thing: Xiantian fetus respiration. Xinyu immediately jumped down to the bottom of a lake and held his breath. However, he did not know that in fact he had barely reached the threshold of the Xiantian level. He held his breath until his entire face was very red. Eventually, he could only rely on his willpower to persevere. He then even felt dizzy at the bottom of the lake, to the extent that he lost his sense of direction. When his mind was in a state of extreme confusion and obliviousness, his entire body finally shook once. Every single pore in his body seemed to open wide and started to absorb the world's holy energy. Xinyu had finally transcended that limit. Xinyu does not know it all that, even though his soul was very strong thanks to his external limit training, only after his mind inexplicably entered a state of vague blankness in the mansion, causing the fantastic meteoric tear to send out a stream of a mysterious warm energy and allowing his soul to absorb that energy stream, did he start to undergo very fast transformations. Qin Yu's soul was very strong, even stronger than ordinary Xiantian experts' souls. Therefore, in theory, had things gone on like this, he would have been able to enter the Xiantian level after some time. But Qin Yu was so impatient that he forced himself to that extent at the bottom of the lake. Luckily for him, he succeeded in the end. Thus, Qin Yu became the first Xiantian external expert in the history of the Qianlong continent. How powerful is a Xiantian external expert? No one on the Qianlong continent knows the answer to this question, not even Qin Yu's father Qin De. At the moment, because of Zhao Yunqing's estimation, Qin De even thinks that Qin Yu is merely a common external practitioner who can lift about 300 jin at most with one arm. Not even Zayationists can estimate how strong the muscle power of an external expert, especially Qin Yu, is. His muscles have been absorbing internal energy and the meteoric tear's miraculous clear streams, so their power is concentrated inside completely. Judging by his appearance alone, one can only say that Qin Yu looks powerful like a leopard. Qin Yu stops outside a grand residence. At the moment, he is wearing a silvery mask. Bang! 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 After he knocks several times, a person opens the entrance in a short while. Seeing Qin Yu's silvery mask, they instantly stand aside to let him come in. This grand residence is none other than a relatively important branch of the #1 assassination organization, the Heavenly Net. So powerful, there are 5 Xiantian experts and many Hotian experts as well. As soon as Qin Yu comes in, he senses that there are some experts in the grand residence. When his soul absorbed that mysterious stream of energy in the princely mansion, Qin Yu's perception became much stronger than before. Now, no one can escape his sense within a radius of several hundred meters, except when that person has a better sense than his. Qin Yu does not know that this marvelous kind of perception is none other than the holy sense, which can only be seen in Zayationists. The Heavenly Net has made several important large branches of its known to the public, one of which is this place. However, for over 1,000 years, no one has ever been able to find out the location of the Heavenly Net's headquarters. At the moment, because there are already 5 Xiantian experts in this important branch alone, Qin Yu can imagine how powerful the Heavenly Net actually is. When Qin Yu is still shocked by the true strength of the Heavenly Net, he has already entered a specialized small courtyard where assassins receive their missions. There is a stunning woman in the center of the courtyard. Silver Card Assassin, this is the list of missions. You can choose one you like, says the stunning woman in a very cold and clear voice while putting a list of missions before Qin Yu, who immediately opens the list of missions. A Silver Card Assassin can receive any gold card mission. If he succeeds, he will become a gold card assassin. Of course, silver card assassins generally do not risk their lives doing so because gold card missions are all claimed by the Heavenly Net to be achievable only to Xiantian experts. Today, Qin Yu turns directly to the gold card mission section. There are not many gold card missions, only 13. Among them, only 5 are Chu Kingdom-based missions. And there is only one of these whose location is in the 3 eastern region counties. Jinsu. Qin Yu raises his eyebrows. He immediately remembers the discussion that day between his big brother and second brother, which he overheard without doubt. This Jinsu was obviously the intelligence chief of the Xiang royal clan in the 3 eastern region counties. However, there is very little information in this mission's introduction to Jinsu. After reading the data on Jinsu, Qin Yu slightly frowns. This mission is really very difficult. In principle, as someone who just reached the Xiantian level, he should perform a simple mission first, but after thinking for a while, he says coldly, the 12th gold card mission. As soon as the stunning woman hears that, her eyes brighten. She then says smilingly, please wait a minute. I'm sorry. The information about Jinsu's movements isn't at my place. Almost as she finishes saying, an old man appears. He gives Qin Yu a look, then puts a letter before him. This is the information about Jinsu's movements in the last few days. Tut tut, challenge a gold card mission. Too bad this mission is very difficult. A gold card assassin even died while carrying it out. Do you want to give up? Says that old man while staring at Qin Yu. Qin Yu takes the letter and gives the old man a cold look. He then turns around and leaves immediately. The beautiful woman takes out a black book whose front cover has 2 words, Lu Xing. On the 8th of the 11th month, at 2:10 a.m., assassin Lu Xing received a gold card mission to kill Jinsu. A beautiful line of a small regular handwriting appears on a new page. End of B2C22. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 23. B2C23, Gold Card Mission, 2. In a gloomy room of an old house, there is a candle on a desk. The candle, with its dusky light, is shining on one side of the face of a man who was sitting at the desk. Under the flicker of the candlelight, that man's face is only a vague shape. The only exception is that pair of eyes which radiate so much eeriness and grimness that they are both pronounced and frightening. At the moment, this pair of eyes is staring at the top of the desk where a hand is writing non-stop with a pen. After a while, the pen is put down. Suddenly, the candle's flame brightens, lightening the face of this man clearly. It is a handsome and pale face. At first sight, even though this man is already in his 40s or 50s, there is an air of a sickly beauty about him. However, when coupled with that pair of eyes, the entire bearing of this man changes. This man is none other than Jinsu, the absolute genius of the Xiang royal clan's intelligence service. Even the head of the intelligence service will tremble upon seeing him. He is also the one person Xiang Guang appreciates the most. Jinsu takes out from his bosom a square block of jade, which radiates gentle rays of light. There seems to be some marks on this square block of jade. Jinsu examines the marks carefully, then slightly shakes his head and says, "Trans-heaven diagrams. This is the first trans-heaven diagram. Pity after a half year of research I haven't achieved anything. I better give it to the emperor. Perhaps I've been delaying for so long that he can't wait anymore." Jinsu gets an iron case from the side of the desk. At the same time he puts the secret letter and the square jade black in it. Then he closes the lid of the iron case and locks it up using a key. Bang! 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 Suddenly Jinsu continuously pokes the iron case several times. The case gives a series of clacking sounds, then the keyhole disappears. This case uses the same security mechanism as the iron case the Qin clan used to keep the secret books. Someone who does not know the method of opening simply cannot get anything from it. However, at this moment outside the room, a silvery masked man is standing in the center of this old house's courtyard. Qin Yu's eyes are closed. Trans-heaven diagrams. Qin Yu's interest is aroused. His marvelous perception allows him to sense clearly everything happening in the room, which is several tens meters away from him, including the several places Jinsu poked it on the iron case. Qin Yu commits them to his mind completely. Thanks to the benefit of the meteoric tear, Qin Yu's soul is now as strong as a Ziotionist's. His strong soul has given him a marvelous perception, which is also a Ziotionist's holy sense. As the soul becomes stronger, the range of the holy sense will also become longer. Qin Yu does not make any wind sounds when walking and he is holding his breath, so, for the moment, Jinsu in the house actually does not know that he is outside. "Little brother, take this iron case into the palace at once. You must be quick and this key must be hidden carefully. There's a trans-heaven diagram in the case, so you mustn't be careless," says Jinsu suddenly. A man who has been staying in a dark corner walks out. This man will make other people feel as if he is a juvenile. However, Jinsu knows this juvenile-looking man is already over 40 years old because he has been following him for more than 20 years. Jinsu's two subordinate generals, Nalan Feng and Nalan Dan. The Nalan brother and sister are very weird. Despite being in their 40s, they still look like juveniles. According to the Nalans' guess, this has something to do with their eating a kind of holy fruit during their adolescence. The Nalan brother and sister only listen to Jinsu's orders and do not even care about Emperor Xiangguang in the slightest. "Don't worry, big brother. I'll attach this key to my keychain." Nalan Feng takes out a keychain and strings the iron case's key on it. He also suddenly takes another key out from the keychain and puts it in his chest as if it is very important. "Little brother, you're still the same," says Jinsu smilingly. Nalan Feng raises his eyebrows and says, "Big brother, precautions avert perils, right? Even if someone killed me, he would surely think the key in my chest is the right one and wouldn't think that the real key is on my keychain. Moreover, I'll even let a subordinate of mine carry this keychain." "Feng, you're always thinking that you're so clever." A cold and clear voice rises. A grim girl also comes out from a dark corner of the room. She sticks her tongue out and gives her palm a lick. In the palm, there is a heart. Outside the room, Qin Yu's body suddenly trembles once. A hint of solemnity flashes in his eyes uncontrollably. Through his holy sense, Qin Yu knows clearly what that young girl is holding in her palm. It is a very small heart and cannot be the heart of an adult. Nalan Feng slightly frowns and says, "Dan, can't you change your habit? When you eat a child's heart, don't eat it in front of us, okay? I've been telling you so for so many years, but it has all come to nothing. You know it is useless, then why bother saying it? Moreover, you've been saying it for so many years. You seem to have never stopped for the last 22 years. Feng, you're really ridiculous," says Nalan Dan coldly. "Pal, why have you come to my place in the middle of the night?" Jinsu says coldly all of a sudden. His loud and clear voice resounds through the entire house. However, the strange thing is that every servant in the house is still sleeping like a log and no one wakes up. Qin Yu gives a faint smile. Just now, because his holy sense discovered that there was a child's heart in the palm of the young girl, he was shocked and his breathing was disrupted. Jinsu, therefore, immediately detected him. Why? I'm a heavenly net assassin. You think why I've come here? Says Qin Yu coldly. Since he started to undertake assassination missions, he has never assassinated anyone sneakily. He has always killed his targets fair and square. This time is no exception, even though Qin Yu has discovered that Nayland Feng and Nayland Dan are also Xiantian experts. Bang! The room's door suddenly opens. A black silhouette shoots up into the sky, then lands on the center of the courtyard. It is a black-clad juvenile. At the same time, another black silhouette shoots up into the sky, then lands beside the black-clad juvenile. It is none other than a black-clad young girl. Afterwards, a wild-clad, pale-faced, handsome middle-aged man slowly walks out. At first sight, his entire body seems to be very weak, but when combined with that cold, grim pair of eyes, he looks like a frightening lone wolf. Silver Card Assassin? Jinsu slightly frowns while looking at Qin Yu. To be exact, it's Silver Card Assassin Lu Xing, says Qin Yu coldly. He has never been afraid of telling his opponents his assassin name. After all, they will all die at his hands soon, so he should let them know who will kill them, should he not? Lu Xing? The corners of Jinsu's mouth slightly curve upward into a smile. You dare come to kill me, and just now you even stayed in the courtyard for so long without being detected, so you should be a Xiantian expert, right? But that's strange. Who would have thought I wouldn't be able to see through you? Says Jinsu in a slightly amazed manner. Qin Yu casts a glance at the Nayland brother and sister, then looks at Jinsu and says, I'm also amazed. It's already unbelievable that a Xiantian expert took up a lowly post like the intelligence head of the 3 eastern region counties. But he even has 2 Xiantian experts as subordinates. There are no more than 100 Xiantian experts in the entire Chu kingdom, but you even have 3 here. You talk too much. Nayland Dan suddenly says. Assassins shouldn't talk too much. Assassins shouldn't kill people fair and square either, right, Miss Baby Heart Eater? Qin Yu says laughingly. Ah, right, you must actually be older than a miss. Perhaps I should call you Auntie. Nayland Dan's face immediately changes color. What she loathes the most is that other people mention her real age. Qin Yu takes a look at that room whose door is wide open. He knows there is an iron case on the desk in that room which contains a trans-heaven diagram. Of course, in order to obtain the trans-heaven diagram, he must kill all of the 3 people before him. Worse still, they are all Xiantian experts. Nayland Dan casts a look at Jinsu, who slightly nods. Assassin Lu Xing, right? Too bad, the life of a meteor is always very short. Nayland Dan laughs coldly, then, with a movement of her body, she seems to turn into a gust of cold wind and sweeps across Qin Yu's surroundings completely. For the present, there are unexpectedly several afterimages in his surroundings. This is the first time Qin Yu has had a deathmatch against a Xiantian expert, but there are even 2 other hostile Xiantian experts watching on one side. End of B2C23. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 24. B2C24, Lu Xing rises. Nayland Dan is using her body maneuvering skill, which is what she most excels in, to move around Qin Yu very fast. She wants to make it impossible for Qin Yu to tell where her body actually is. But Qin Yu is still standing stock still. Because he is wearing a silvery mask, other people simply cannot see that he is giving a faint cold smile. Competing in speed? As a result of Qin Yu's body training, speed has always been his strongest point. When he was 13, he could only lift 100 jin with one arm, but his speed was already superior to that of an ordinary Hotian expert. The current Qin Yu just became a Xiantian expert at one stroke, and his entire body's muscles and cells have been undergoing transformations since. When he was still at the peak of the Hotian level, he could already lift 1500 jin with one arm. Now, his one-armed strength must not be lower than 2000 jin, then what level has his speed reached? Moreover, in terms of control, muscles are naturally easier to control than Xiantian energy. And in terms of endurance, muscle power is much more durable than Xiantian energy as well. I detest being called Auntie the most. Nayland Dan's ice-cold voice comes into Qin Yu's ears. Using her beautiful hands, with which she rips babies' hearts out, she creates countless illusions, which together look like a full-blown lotus, and attacks Qin Yu. How great is the strength of the first Xiantian external expert since antiquity? Qin Yu thinks to himself. He then smiles as he looks at the countless attacking illusions. I'm testing it on you now. he immediately throws a punch with his entire power. Straight line. Whiz, an extremely sharp whistle rises. Qinyu's right fist comes at Nalan Dan directly with a mountainous force. As Nalan Feng and Jinsu hear that terrifyingly sharp whistle, their faces change color. When Nalan Dan is still unprepared, the fist has already come close to her face. The wind of the punch hurts her face like needles. Having no time to think much, she suddenly withdraws the full-blown lotus-like illusion into her hands and starts to madly channel the Xiantian energy in her body to the midpoint between her hands. But she basically cannot concentrate more Xiantian energy at the midpoint because the fist has already arrived. Bang, dot. It hits the midpoint between Nalan Dan's palms fiercely like a smash of a great iron hammer. Nalan Dan's body swiftly retreats, but her expression has become very ugly. Qinyu has over 2,000 gene of strength in one arm, and yet he executed this one punch with all his might. Strength in fact has never been Nalan Dan's strong point, and, moreover, she is only at the early phase of the Xiantian level, so this punch has hurt her arms to the point where they tingle. All of a sudden Nalan Dan does not dare to continue her attack. This bloke is a freak. He's too strong, says Nalan Dan in a frightened voice. Jinsu says with a faint smile, with so much strength, he must be a Xiantian expert who has been practicing a technique which puts emphasis on strength, such as the impertinent bull power. If Qinyu did not exist in the world, then Jinsu's conjecture would probably be correct. After all, it is extremely hard even for Xiantian experts to reach such a terrifying level in strength. Little brother, little sister, both of you must attack together. Jinsu gives an order. After circulating her Xiantian energy, Nalan Dan's arms are no longer in pain. Even though they are still a bit uncomfortable, she can continue to fight with them. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng exchange a look, then suddenly turn into two blurs and attack Qinyu again, only that this time they both use weapons, scimitars. The scimitars are crescent-shaped and radiate ice-cold rays of light. Qinyu slightly narrows his eyes. At the same time, he suddenly clenches his fists and throws two fierce punches in two different directions. Carrying the extremely great power of a Xiantian external expert, his fists seem like two aquatic dragons coming out of water. Afterwards, with two bangs, Qinyu's fists smash on one side of the scimitars precisely. Bang! Nalan Dan's and Nalan Feng's bodies get a shock. Dan, how can this scumbag be just a silver card assassin? Even among gold card assassins, this bloke would definitely be considered a high-class figure, says Nalan Feng using controlled sound transference. At the moment he also feels that his opponent's punch carried a terrifying force. That fierce strike has made him feel uncomfortable in the chest. Feng, let's use speed. We can only rely on speed. Nalan Dan's voice is transferred confidentially to him. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng are very distressed. Qinyu's fists are really too heavy. Being hit with a punch from him is as uncomfortable as being smashed on by a huge rock. When a 2,000 gene rock smashes down, at least the interface will be very large. But Qinyu focuses the force equivalent to the weight of 2,000 gene in a fist, so the impact pressure he causes is even stronger. Qinyu still remains motionless despite two people moving extremely fast around him. Bang! 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 Qinyu is punching in a relaxed manner, but every punch from him is heavy like a huge rock falling or an iron hammer smashing. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng are about to go mad because whenever they approach him to attack, he sends them backing off with a punch each, forcing them to keep moving so fast all the time, which has also been causing them to consume huge amounts of Xiantian energy. By contrast, Jinsu is coldly watching. There are only images of Qinyu's strikes in his pupils. It is impossible to know what he is T-King. I just reached the Xiantian level. In principle, I'm also at the early Xiantian level, but I'm an early phase Xiantian external expert. You're merely early phase Xiantian internal experts. Qinyu thinks. But they're too weak. Alright, let's finish them off quickly. Qinyu has always been fooling around. After all, this is the first time he has fought a Xiantian internal expert. However, Qinyu is wrong. It is not that the opponents are too weak, but that a Xiantian external expert is really so extraordinary. To other external practitioners, being able to lift 700 to 800 gene with one arm at the peak of the Hotian level is already an outstanding achievement. But Qinyu could lift 1500 gene with one arm at the peak of the Hotian level. Now that Qinyu has reached the Xiantian level, how can ordinary early phase Xiantian experts compare with him? Let's end this. Qinyu's eyes suddenly shine brilliantly. No good. Only at this moment does Jinsu discover that everything is far from all right. But it is already too late. He only sees Qinyu's body turn into several afterimages, then the afterimages merge into one. Qinyu is still standing at his original place, as if he has never moved. But Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng are now motionless like two statues. Suddenly. Thud. Thud. Nalan Fong and Nalan Dan unexpectedly fall on the ground directly. The reason is that in just a moment ago Chinyu, like a flash, used his spear hands to smash two vital points of the two's throats, killing them instantly. Actually, my strongest point isn't strength at all, but speed. Chinyu's indifferent voice rises in the silent courtyard. Little brother, little sister. Looking at the dead Nalan Dan and Nalan Fong, Jinsu slowly says in a low voice which has a note of extreme grief. Then he raises his head and stares at Chinyu. The coldness radiated from his eyes makes Chinyu's whole body feel chilly. At the same time, his entire bearing suddenly becomes fierce. Nalan Dan and Nalan Fong have been following Jinsu for over 20 years. During these years, the Nalans only listened to Jinsu's orders. The three of them have been treating each other like real brothers and sister. But just now Chinyu attacked too fast, so, when Jinsu reacted, it was already too late. A deep and low yowl of extreme hatred rises. Boom. The air suddenly starts to vibrate. Jinsu's hairband breaks abruptly. His long hair starts to flutter freely. An extremely terrifying force bursts forth from inside his body like a volcano eruption. A furious Xiantian energy then spreads over the outside of Jinsu's body. Under the covering of the Xiantian energy, Jinsu's entire body is only a blur, but his ice-cold eerie eyes still look frightening. Even though Jinsu is not the chief of the Xiang royal clan's intelligence service, his status is not lower than the chief's in the slightest. For so many years he has never disappointed Xiang Guang, and Xiang Guang also always believes in this mysterious general to the utmost. However, no one knows his real power. How powerful is this sickly-looking man actually? Jinsu stares at Chinyu like a viper and only says curtly, "Prepare to die." Boom! The air shakes quickly for a short while and becomes chaotic like ripples. Jinsu's body suddenly disappears, then appears again at Chinyu's face. Bang! Chinyu is totally astonished. At the same time he retreats extremely fast. A raging force hits his body squarely. The silvery mask he is wearing is broken into pieces at once with a bang. At the same time, the coat on Chinyu's body is reduced to shreds, which scatter all over in the air. After backing away a long distance, Chinyu looks at Jinsu in front of him in astonishment. With just a strike, there is only the black gold undershirt left on Chinyu's body. Even his mask has been destroyed. Very fast speed and very terrifying energy. With such strong body protecting energy, he must be a late-phase Xiantian expert. Chinyu confirms in his mind. Even if Nalan Dan and Nalan Fong faced Jinsu together, they would still get killed with 2 blows. This Jinsu is really too formidable. 2 early-phase Xiantian experts are simply no match for a late-phase Xiantian expert. Jinsu stares at Chinyu and says coldly with a smirk, "Your speed is not bad. What a pity, your fastest speed is inferior to mine. Your strength is pretty good, but when I attack with Xiantian energy, my offensive force is even stronger than your punches. In offense, speed, and defense you're far inferior to me, this time you'll surely die." Jinsu has declared his judgment. My speed is only not bad? Chinyu suddenly laughs. Sorry, please wait a minute. As Jinsu watches in amazement, Chinyu takes off the black iron arm guards and leg guards on his arms and legs. Bang! He throws the black iron arm guards and leg guards on the ground, causing a series of heavy deep metallic noises. This shows that the guards are very heavy. Jinsu is astonished. Only now does he understand that even though Chinyu's original speed was so fast, it was merely his speed while carrying the black iron arm guards and leg guards. After taking them off, how much faster has Chinyu become? Taking off 200 Jin of weights has lightened my entire body by half. Even if my speed can't double, at least it must have increased by 50%. Now I can nearly match that guy in speed. Let's not take off this black gold undershirt. Reducing 200 Jin is already enough. Moreover, this black gold undershirt's defense is very strong as well. Chinyu thinks to himself. Looks like I have to reassess you, says Jinsu with Chinyu's body reflected in his pupils, but his mind is scheming precisely. Chinyu, by contrast, is staring at Jinsu before him with full attention. Shwa! Shwa! The 2 bodies suddenly disappear. At the same time, an extremely urgent wind whistle starts to be heard. Yes, there is exactly only one whistle. Even though Jinsu is moving extremely fast and his body maneuvering skill can also be considered ingenious, he is experiencing an extremely strong wind resistance, which is causing the whistle. Chinyu, however, is moving fast like lightning without causing any sounds. The 2 of them are chasing each other, but because of the wind resistance, Chinyu is slightly faster than Jinsu. Break! Chinyu suddenly utters a low shout. He executes a lightning kick with his right leg and hits the side of Jinsu's left leg directly. Even though Qin Yu has 3,000 gene of strength in one leg, after shaking for a while, Jinsu's body-protecting energy has unexpectedly withstood Qin Yu's heavy kick. Pooh. 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 Sharp noises of the air being pierced through can be heard. Qin Yu's face changes color, conceal projectiles. This is Qin Yu's first reaction. However, his holy sense discovers clearly what caused those piercing noises, the fingers of Jinsu's sharp claw. A claw looks like that of an eagle. Jinsu's left hand's 5 fingertips are all radiating golden rays of light and are piercing through the air to come at him. Back. Qin Yu throws a palm strike and backs away very fast. Whiz. Qin Yu hears 5 sharp whistles. His holy sense discovers clearly that the light on Jinsu's fingers has unexpectedly left the fingers. 5 golden shafts of light are continuously shooting at him at an extreme speed. Qin Yu is fast, but even if he was faster he would not be able to outstrip those shafts of light. He only has enough time to make a movement. Among the 5 shafts of light, 2 miss but the other 3 hit Qin Yu in the stomach. The black gold undershirt really deserves to be called a defensive treasure. Even though the shafts of light hit it with a bang, it unexpectedly remains intact. However, the impact force still penetrates the black gold undershirt and gives Qin Yu's body a shock. Your power is not bad, worthy of my using weapon. This is a high Xian grade weapon, the Bloody Soul Claw. This claw is made from a claw of a demonic beast in the wilderness. It could only be completed after going through several tense forging procedures, says Jinsu suddenly. A huge blood-red claw appears on his right hand. Qin Yu slightly narrows his eyes. That claw is really forged from a demonic beast's claw and not from ordinary steel or in the like. There's only one chance. I must grab it. Qin Yu thinks to himself. I'll let you taste my strongest special skill, the heart-piercing 10,000 claws. In only an instant, Jinsu's eyes have reddened like blood and have the same color as that bloody soul claw. At the same time, the fingertips of the bloody soul claw shoot out various shafts of light. Pooh. 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 Using some unknown technique, Jinsu continuously shoots the surging Xiantian energy in his body out from the fingertips of the bloody souled claw in the form of golden shafts of light like spraying bullets. In an instant, several 10 shafts of light have been shot out. The strangest thing is that those shafts of light seem to be controlled by Jinsu. What technique is this? Qin Yu simply cannot understand how it works. Forget it. There's no time left. He clenches his teeth. His body suddenly dashes obliquely in a different direction. Then he pauses and dashes in another direction. Qin Yu is moving like lightning but he does not cause any wind sounds. However, with time there are more and more shafts of light attacking him. Even though these shafts of light cannot penetrate his black gold undershirt, his head is unable to resist them. Therefore, Qin Yu can only keep moving like a flash with all his might to evade them. Whenever he cannot dodge, he uses the black gold undershirt to defend. The final blow. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly brighten. His entire body turns into a beam of light and charges directly at Jinsu. Instead of running away using your speed, you come to get killed. Jinsu's heart is extremely excited. He cannot help having a faint complacent smile on his face. The bloody soul claw pierces the air and comes at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu's eyes flash. Flaming gloves. A light flashes on Qin Yu's hands. The gloves suddenly protect the surface of the fists. With a movement, he extends his left hand and boldly moves it on a collision course with the bloody soul claw. Just a death wish, thinks Jinsu disdainfully. His bloody soul claw is high Xian grade, why should he be afraid? He even accelerates the bloody soul claw a bit. Jinsu is shocked all of a sudden because Qin Yu's left hand has unexpectedly grasped the bloody soul claw on his right hand. The glove on Qin Yu's left hand seems to be very strange. Not even the extremely strong tearing force of the bloody soul claw can damage it in the least. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Yu's right fist has already got close to him in a strike. Bang! Jinsu's left hand also blocks Qin Yu's right fist with a movement. However, there is a flaming glove on Qin Yu's right fist whereas Jinsu can only use his vigorous Xiantian energy to defend. Brat, you think this can stop me from killing you? The corners of Jinsu's mouth suddenly have a faint smile. Golden shafts of light again appear between the bloody soul claw and Qin Yu's left-hand fingers, which are in a deadlock with each other. At such a close distance, when those shafts of light are shot out, Qin Yu simply cannot dodge. Jinsu cannot help getting excited. He seems to be picturing Qin Yu's head being shot into pieces on the spot. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly brighten, the middle-grade holy-class flaming sword. Whiz! Cries Jinsu miserably. Just now a dark short sword suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's right hand, which was being locked in a stalemate originally. The dark short sword, which is extremely sharp, unexpectedly cut off Jinsu's left hand in a slash and, moreover, it is proceeding to slash at his throat. Jinsu simply has no way to dodge it at such a close distance. He utters a loud shout and chokes back the agony of having a hand severed. His body-protecting energy suddenly intensifies. Die! Jinsu's eyes flash with fierceness. Knowing it is too late to dodge, he can only rely on his own body-protecting energy. Moreover, as Jinsu becomes ruthless, the golden light on the bloody soul claw becomes more luminous and shoots out at Qinyu's head ferociously. Naturally, Qinyu's head cannot withstand such sharp golden shafts of light. At this moment, when his fate is hanging in the balance, Qinyu resolutely and ruthlessly cut through the body-protecting energy using the flaming sword, then slashes at Jinsu's throat. At the same time, using his left hand, which is wearing a flaming glove, he executes a strike with the most powerful penetrating force, a spear hand strike, and aims directly for the center of the bloody soul claw's palm. Pooh! Blood splatters. It is the blood spouting from Jinsu's slashed throat. At the same time, it also contains the blood spouting from the holes on Qinyu's pierced left arm. There is also the blood spurting from Qinyu's mouth in it. Just a moment ago, relying on a flaming glove, Qinyu executed a spear hand strike and gave Jinsu's palm and the bloody soul claw a shock. Naturally, the bloody soul claw was affected and the direction of those shooting shafts of light was also suddenly altered. Two of them hit Qinyu's left arm while the others hit him in the chest. Two holes immediately appeared on his left arm, spurting blood. Moreover, even though his chest is protected by the black gold undershirt, because this time the distance was too close and the impact force was too strong, Qinyu was still injured internally and could not help spouting blood from his mouth. So dangerous. Qinyu looks at Jinsu, who has already died because his throat was cut, and takes a deep breath. He channels the fresh air into his stomach, then heaves a sigh of relief. The flaming sword must be used at the right time. If Qinyu had used it from the beginning, given Jinsu's sharpness, he surely would not have given Qinyu any chance to harm him with the short sword. Qinyu succeeded in killing Jinsu also thanks to the flaming gloves and the flaming sword appearing in quick succession near the end of the fight, which caught Jinsu off guard. Even so, Qinyu was almost finished. Xiao Hei! Qinyu suddenly sees a black eagle appear in front of him. The eagle is staring at Qinyu. When Qinyu and Jinsu fought just now, the distance between them was so short and life and death were decided in just a moment, so the black eagle simply could not come in time to help Qinyu. However, as an exceptional animal, it knows that Qinyu was in serious danger and now it feels unhappy because it could not help him. Xiao Hei, I'm alright. Qinyu draws a cold breath and takes a look at the holes on his arm. His internal injury is not bad, but it is very difficult to tell if such serious wounds as the two holes in his left arm can heal. Moreover, Qinyu feels that it seems his left arm's bones, tendons and channels have all been seriously damaged. After casting a look at the three dead bodies, he quickly gets the iron case which contains the Trans-Heaven diagram and the key to it. Then he takes Jinsu's head and gets on the black eagle's back. With a shake of its wings, the eagle soars directly towards the horizon, leaving this city. In the depths of a nameless canyon, there is a manor with a great number of experts, including more than 10 Xiantian experts. Outside the manor, there is a bamboo forest and a creek. A middle-aged man is sitting in a bamboo chair beside the creek, quietly drinking tea and enjoying the scenery. No one can know what he is thinking. Suddenly, a grey-clad old man and a blue-clad old man approach the middle-aged man from behind. The shocking thing is that these two old men are Lei-Fei's Xiantian experts. Leader, Jinsu is already dead, says the grey-clad old man respectfully. Oh? The teacup and the tea-drinking middle-aged man slightly jerks. Tell me the facts in detail. Leader, at the place where Jinsu was killed, there were also the corpses of his two subordinates Nailan Dan and Nailan Feng. Moreover, there were even fragments of a silvery mask where this incident took place. It must have belonged to Silver Card Assassin Lu Xing, who was on the mission, says the blue-clad old man. Silver Card Assassin? Lu Xing? That middle-aged man puts the teacup down and stands up. Well, no, now that Lu Xing should already be considered a gold card assassin. You two quickly checked the data on him once. Even the head of the Heavily Net is interested in such a gold card assassin who killed one late-phase Xiantian expert in addition to two early-phase Xiantian experts. Leader, but Assassin Lu Xing still hasn't submitted the head to complete the mission ever since. Moreover, an examination of the blood at the scene showed that it contained the blood of another person besides the three dead people. We are sure that Lu Xing was seriously injured, says the blue-clad old man while bowing. Oh, but he could leave the scene, so he's obviously still alive. This kind of person won't die so easily, says the middle-aged man with an indifferent smile. Then he says indifferently, all right, get ready at once. It's time I return to Yen City. Yes. The two old men bow and take the order. The middle-aged man mumbles in a low voice, Yuer has gone out for so long. Why isn't there any news about him? He turns around while still frowning. This mysterious leader of the heavenly net is shockingly none other than East Vanquishing Prince, Qinde. End of B2C24. End of Book 2. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, 4 in 9 Heavenly Tribulation. B3C1, the first trans-heaven diagram, 1. Trash. 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 Bang. The inkstone is thrown on the ground fiercely and shatters completely. Xiangguang stares at the hook-nosed man like a wild beast that wants to swallow people and angrily rebukes, "You piece of trash." Even Jinsu has already been killed. What happened actually? You must tell me everything in detail. Otherwise, you won't be the Secret Service's head anymore. Xiangguang is so angry that he has become muddled. The hook-nosed man's heart skips a beat. As a Secret Service chief who knows a lot of secrets about the Emperor, if he no longer held this post, there would be only one result: he would be erased. An idea springs to his mind. He immediately bows and says, "Your Majesty, according to my investigation, killing Jinsu was exactly one of the Heavenly Net's gold card missions. Even though we don't know who undertook the mission, judging by the scene of the incident, we can confirm one thing, that is, the murderer of Jinsu was a silver card assassin." Trash, I know very well about Jinsu's power, silver card assassin? Bullshit, even his subordinates, the Nalan brother and sister, would have been able to deal with a silver card assassin easily. Both of them were Xiantian experts and Jinsu was even much stronger than them in overall power. You said such 3 people had been killed by a silver card assassin. Do you think I can believe it? Or perhaps, you think I'm an idiot, says Xiangguang while staring at the hook-nosed man. The hook-nosed man smiles bitterly in his mind. He told the truth, but the Emperor does not believe it. Your Majesty, Jinsu was extremely powerful. His personal security was totally taken care of by himself, so I know nothing about it. This time there was the mask of a silver card assassin left at the scene after he was killed, but I think the murderer must be a gold card assassin who confused Jinsu by wearing a silvery mask. Jinsu was only murdered after being led to underestimate his enemy, says the hook-nosed man hurriedly. Xiangguang ponders for a long time. Seeing that Xiangguang seems not to believe him, the hook-nosed man comes up with an idea and says, Your Majesty, there is another possibility, that is, East Vanquishing Prince Qinde disliked being hindered by Jinsu, so he sent top-class experts to kill him. Even those fragments of a silvery mask were probably used by East Vanquishing Prince to confuse us. The hook-nosed man thinks to himself, East Vanquishing Prince, sorry. At this crucial moment I can only force everything on you. The hook-nosed man understands very clearly that, because Xiangguang has always been suspicious of Qinde, if he blames everything on Qinde he will probably succeed. Indeed. Correct. It must have been Qinde. He wants to rebel, but he worried that Jinsu would find out about this, so he sent someone to kill him. He was afraid that I would discover this as his deed, so he tried to fool me with a broken silvery mask. Humph, this idiot, why didn't he use a broken golden mask? Wouldn't it have made the whole thing more believable? Xiangguang talks to himself, his eyes glittering with coldness. However, I'm not that easy to deceive. Qinde, you want a rebel, I have no doubts about this. This time you killed Jinsu, breaking one of my wings. Good. Good. Xiangguang is extremely furious. Jinsu was very important to him. During the last over 20 years, whenever Xiangguang experienced difficulty in finding out if someone was disloyal or hostile to him or had a great treasure and so on, he always sent Jinsu to investigate and handle the matter. And Jinsu never disappointed him. Having Jinsu, Xiangguang could just sit back and relax. Despite Qinde's artifices, Jinsu was still able to find out many secrets of East Vanquishing Prince. Jinsu was obviously very important to Xiangguang. However, Jinsu is already dead. Even though there are still many spies under the command of the intelligence chief, these spies are far less formidable than Jinsu. To Xiangguang, the death of Jinsu is equivalent to the loss of one wing, so how can he not be furious? How can he not gnash his teeth? Moreover, he directs all of this intense hatred of the murderer towards Qinde. He has been suffering from a recurring nightmare for so many years. Then recently he discovered that Qinde wants to rebel. Now the person he values the most, Jinsu, has also been killed by Qinde. Qinde, if I don't destroy your Qin clan, how can I be satisfied? Xiangguang crushes the teacup in his hand with a firm grip. His eyes are blazing with fury. At this moment, Xiangguang makes another decision in his mind. Tell Yan to come to my place. You can leave first. The hook-nosed man secretly lets out a sigh of relief because Xiang Guang obviously will not take out his anger on him because of this matter. To him, being in a monarch's company is just like being in a tiger's company. Every time he does something near the emperor, he must be extremely careful. Yes, I take my leave. The hook-nosed man bows and says. Xiang Guang then stays motionless in the imperial study, staring at the shattered inkstone. Even though his eyes are focusing on the shattered inkstone, he is obviously thinking about something else. In a short while, footsteps can be heard outside. Ian, come on in. Xiang Guang's voice rises. The door opens and an unusual and evil-looking young man comes in. This is none other than Ian, the head of the dominant Dragon Corps. While those spies only investigate and gather information, this dominant Dragon Corps is the secret force which destroys every single enemy of the Xiang royal clan in the dark. Ian looks extremely evil and unusual. He has the face of a young man, but actually he has reached the Xiantian level for over 40 years. This is mostly because a Xiantian expert can live 500 years, and once they reach the Xiantian level their aging will slow down. Your Majesty. Ian slightly bows and says. Xiang Guang thinks for a while, then gnashes his teeth and says, alright, tell that Zhu San that I have agreed. But every material in the body of that demonic beast saber-toothed tiger must go to me, especially those 16 sharp swords. Not even one of them can be missing. Ian raises his eyebrows. With the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward, he bows and says, Your Majesty is brilliant. That Zhu San has guaranteed that as long as he has a trans-heaven diagram he will deliver the whole corpse of the demonic beast saber-toothed tiger without keeping anything back. This is good. Xiang Guang gives a cold smile. I don't think that Zhu San will dare to pull any tricks on me. Zhu San is known by reputation as the #1 magnate on the Qianlong continent and is based in the Ming Kingdom. His business has spread all over the whole Qianlong continent. His influence is extremely great. Using some unknown method, a group of his elite subordinates was able to kill a demonic beast. A demonic beast saber-toothed tiger looks like a huge tiger with 16 sword-like sharp spikes on the back. All of the spikes are extremely sharp and can match high Xian-grade weapons in power. Furthermore, the sharp claws of a saber-toothed tiger can be turned into weapons. Therefore, killing a saber-toothed tiger is just like finding a living treasure store. Perhaps only Shangxian can be as formidable as saber-toothed tigers. Heaven knows what method Zhu San used to kill one. Your Majesty, Magnate Zhu San has a whole lot of secret bases. Because this time they killed the saber-toothed tiger in the wilderness, they are currently staying in a secret base in a city near the wilderness. They can't openly transport the tiger to the Ming dynasty, so they will have no choice but to cut it up in that city first, then bring the body parts back in turn. However, that city is located in none other than the 3 eastern region counties. Ian bows and says. Hearing this, Xiang Guang also understands that this matter is rather troublesome. The immense wilderness is in the easternmost part of the continent and the Chu Kingdom is next to the wilderness. The 3 eastern region counties of the Chu Kingdom are the 3 counties adjacent to the wilderness. Generally, anyone who wants to enter the immense wilderness will have to pass the 3 eastern region counties. However, these 3 eastern region counties are under Qinda's control. In the past, Qinda would not have dared to snatch the tiger's body openly, but it is hard to tell what the current Qinda will do. Ian, tell your father Elder Yi to personally lead a group of experts to the 3 eastern region counties and trade with them. Xiang Guang solemnly gives an order. Ian says respectfully at once, yes, as long as my father goes into action, nothing can go wrong. Xiang Guang suddenly bursts out laughing, I only have the second trans-heaven diagram. Without gathering all 3 trans-heaven diagrams, it's simply impossible to find out that vague mysterious technique from it. Moreover, throughout history, many talented people including even Zayashinists have obtained the diagrams or collected all 3 of them, but no one has ever found out their secret. I only have 1 diagram, so it's useless. Trading 1 useless trans-heaven diagram for a saber-toothed tiger can also be considered something worth doing. Ian bows and says that Zhu San is just fond of collecting treasures. He only wants to collect 1 diagram to satisfy his curiosity. Alright, Ian, there must be no mistake this time. By getting that saber-toothed tiger, I'll have quite a lot of high Xian-grade weapons. Not only Elder Yi, you must also dispatch several more Xiantian experts. Remember, there must be no mistake, says Xiang Guang again. If the saber-toothed tiger's body is snatched by Qinda, it will be no different from Xiang Guang himself giving Qinda a wedding present. Giving Qinda a batch of good weapons instead of getting them for himself, Xiang Guang definitely cannot allow this possibility to happen. Don't worry, Your Majesty. When my father goes into action, he shall not disappoint you. Ian bows and says. Thinking about Ian's father Elder Yi, Xiang Guang also feels assured. End of B3C1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 2. B3C2, the first trans-heaven diagram, 2. In a town of the 3 eastern region counties there is a small private house bought by Chinyu. When he became a silver card assassin he had earned a lot of money, so he bought more than 10 dwellings in the 3 eastern region counties in order that ordinarily they would provide housing for him. Auntie Zhang, there's no need to bring it into the hall. Just put it directly on this stone table. Today I'll have dinner in the courtyard, says Chinyu with a smile. By now Chinyu has already changed back to his real appearance. The Black Eagle, however, has gone somewhere to find food. An auntie dressed in a large white cotton padded jacket puts the meal on the stone table beside Chinyu while smiling broadly. Xiaoyu, then enjoy your meal here. I'm going back now. This Auntie Zhang is from a nearby hotel. When Chinyu stays here for his body to recover, he usually tells the people of the hotel to bring the meals to his house directly. He is also very free. After all, his father Chinda, his big brother and his second brother are making preparations for the army together, whereas Chinyu simply cannot take part in it. Luckily I have the meteoric tears' mysterious clear streams. Otherwise heaven only knows when my left arm will be able to recover. Chinyu cannot help groaning in his mind as he takes a look at his own left arm. Chinyu's left arm was pierced 2 holes by the light Jinsu shot out from his fingers before his death. These injuries were very serious, but thanks to various clear streams from the meteoric tear permeating through the arm, these shocking injuries unexpectedly recovered very fast. In only 3 days, there are only shallow scars left on Chinyu's left arm and not 2 shocking holes as in the past. Not long after he finishes dinner, the Black Eagle returns. Xiaohei, you still remember to return, brat? You went out yesterday but only now do you get back. Really, you found a pretty female eagle, didn't you? Seeing a female eagle, you forgot me instantly. You're really a perverted eagle. Chinyu strikes the Black Eagle's head with a chopstick and says laughingly. As soon as the Black Eagle hears that, it cannot help raising its head, looking very disdainful. It is obvious that the Black Eagle simply looks down upon ordinary female eagles. Ha, you're still so arrogant. Ah, I've been recovering for the last 3 days so I haven't examined the trans-heaven diagram. Chinyu's eyes brighten. He immediately goes inside the house. The Black Eagle blinks curiously a couple of times and also follows him inside the house. Ha! Chinyu extends his hand and forms a claw. He makes a grab at a huge brick-like stone on the floor of the house. With an easy wave of the hand, the stone block is thrown on one side. Under the original place of the stone block, there are 2 iron cases. Chinyu takes out one of them. Trans-heaven diagrams, I've heard of them but I've never seen any. Chinyu gives a ha-ha laugh. His hand continuously pokes the iron case several times. Following a clack, a keyhole appears on the iron case. Chinyu raises his eyebrows and smilingly takes out from his bosom a key, which was taken from Nalan Feng's body. When Nalan Feng was hiding this key at that time, he saw very clearly. After inserting the key in the keyhole, Chinyu gently turns it. Clack! Hearing the expected sound, Chinyu gives a smile. After opening the iron case, he sees 2 things inside. One is a confidential letter and the other is a square jade block. That jade block radiates a gentle multicolored light and is obviously different from ordinary jade blocks. It is very extraordinary. A secret letter? To Xiangguan? Chinyu rips the envelope open and takes out the letter. As he reads the letter, his face slightly changes color. The contents of this confidential letter are mostly about 2 things. First is the trans-heaven diagram. And second is Chinda's rebellion. It describes in great detail some rebellious acts by Chinda and even has information about some special armies of the 3 eastern region counties. Chinyu thinks with a sigh, phew, really dangerous. This Shinsu's investigation is very clear and detailed. There are many things that even I don't know about. If Xiangguan knew about them, it'd be terrible. Luckily I stopped this letter. Chinyu, however, does not know that General Li Jinsu could only review his information and write a confidential letter about his investigation's most recent results after quite some time. The account of some special armies of the 3 eastern region counties in this letter intercepted by Chinyu is Jinsu's greatest achievement during his stay in the 3 eastern region counties. Some special armies will produce special effects in war. A surprise army must catch the enemy unawares. However, if the enemy knows about the existence of these armies and makes preparations first, then the element of surprise will no longer exist. Too bad, Xiangguan will never know these pieces of information. After all, Jinsu is already dead and this letter was also intercepted. Even if he sends someone else to the 3 eastern region counties to be the intelligence head here, it will be difficult for them to find out something. The fellow who was Jinsu's predecessor was the intelligence head of the region for over 10 years, but he could not gather any important information. It is very hard to find an espionage genius like Jinsu. Wham! His right hand makes a grasp. A powerful blast of air encircles his palm and turns the letter into powder. The letter has been destroyed. That dirty dog Xiang Guang will never know jack about it, thinks Qinyu. His eyes cannot help radiating coldness. He knows his mother was murdered by that dirty dog Xiang Guang and he must avenge his mother's death. How can he not detest Xiang Guang? Bang! Bang! 2 loud and clear noises rising arouse Qinyu's attention. As soon as he takes a look, he becomes very worried. Xiao Hei, don't mess around. Your beak is very sharp. Do you want to smash this trans-heaven diagram? As Qinyu is saying, he makes Xiao Hei move away with a push. Good, it's not broken. Qinyu looks at the trans-heaven diagram. Only when he sees that the square jade block of this trans-heaven diagram still remains intact does he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He turns around and looks angrily at Xiao Hei. However, Xiao Hei flaps its wings a couple of times and shakes its head, looking very self-satisfied. The 3 trans-heaven square jade blocks have been around for heaven knows how many years. These treasures are not ordinary jade, so they will not be destroyed that easily. I won't waste time on you. Now I'm going to research this trans-heaven diagram once. Holding the trans-heaven diagram, Qinyu comes out of the room and enters the courtyard. At night, he likes to be bathed in starlight the most. Staying under the starry sky late at night gives him a distinct feeling. It got dark not long ago, but Qinyu has no problem seeing the trans-heaven diagram. This is the trans-heaven diagram. What's the big deal? There's nothing else except for some pictures. Qinyu looks at the diagram carefully for a long time and even performs a minute examination of it with his holy sense, but he finds nothing other than those pictures on its surface. The surface of the square jade block has the words, First Trans-Heaven Diagram, which are even written in the common language of the Qianlong continent. There are various small pictures on the square jade block below those words, 36 unusually small pictures altogether. Each picture is a man performing a movement. All of the movements are very strange. At least Qinyu thinks so. Except for these 36 pictures, there is nothing else. What is this trans-heaven diagram actually? The first trans-heaven diagram has only 36 pictures. The man in these 36 pictures doesn't even have any paths for internal energy circulation. There are only 36 strange movements. Could it be I only need to learn these movements? Says Qinyu doubtfully. He knows that for so many years the 3 trans-heaven diagrams have come into the possession of countless people, but no one has ever found out their secret. If the secret was merely to learn the movements in the pictures, perhaps it would have been mastered in less than a year. Qinyu racks his brains and tries every means to research the diagram, but by the time the moon rises above the trees he still has not come up with any solution after wasting half an entire night. Forget it. Let's try learning these movements first to see if they have any benefits. Qinyu suddenly stands up. Thanks to his formidable holy sense, he remembers every single movement of the 36 pictures completely. He starts to learn those movements in proper order at once. His body's flexibility and toughness are absolutely very good. But even so, he still feels very strange as he learns these strange movements. However, he controls his temper and learns one movement after another. Because his body's flexibility and toughness are extremely good, even though these movements are strange, he learns them very fast. One after another, the movements are executed. What's going on? What's happened to the world's holy energy? Qinyu is shocked to discover that, as he performs the movements with his body, various streams of holy energy enter his body from all directions, then permeate through his flesh and bone directly. The absorption speed is extremely fast, much faster than the speed of absorbing internal energy. When his internal energy disperses from the dantian, his flesh can only absorb some of it. By contrast, the world's holy energy is permeating through his body directly and basically does not disperse. What is actually happening? Is the secret of the trans-heaven diagram so simple? Qinyu does not know the answers to those questions. But he knows one thing, at least, he likes these movements. End of B3C2. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 3. B3C3, A Bolt from the Blue, 1. The human body is a treasury. Many people have failed to completely unravel its mysteries in their lifetimes. In the depths of Qinyu's body, his most basic cells are already different from those of ordinary people. He has been doing limit training for so many years, added to that his body has been absorbing internal energy in those fantastic clear streams from the meteoric tear, therefore his body cells have undergone some miraculous transformations. However, as Chinyu continuously performs those movements, his cells unexpectedly absorb the world's holy energy non-stop and start to transform again. Every single cell is like a bottomless pit because the holy energy streams which swarm into his body are swallowed up instantly. Even though holy energy is engulfing Chinyu and has even turned into mist around him, so much holy energy is still very far from enough for his body to absorb. There are so many cells in Chinyu's body and each of them has been absorbing so much. This goes to show that a human has limitless potential. These 36 mysterious pictures of this trans-heaven diagram are really miraculous. Chinyu restrains the excitement in his heart and concentrates his entire mind and energy on learning the 36 movements. He tries to perform every single movement to perfection, including the subtle movements of his fingers. He wants his movements and the pictures to be exactly alike. Chinyu discovers that, the more precise his movements are, the greater his holy energy absorption speed is. He felt very awkward when he started to learn these 36 movements. However, as he continuously performs these movements, they become more and more perfect and eventually he finds doing these 36 movements so much comfortable, even to the point where all of the muscles and bones in his body feel comfortable inside out. The moon slowly goes down from above the trees and it gradually gets light, but Chinyu is still immersing himself in this set of movements. His movements are also becoming increasingly natural. Even though the movements are strange, Chinyu no longer feels awkward or strange performing them. Flowing and natural. Chinyu finally has this wonderful feeling. He has reached the most basic level in performing the 36 movements, where everything is flowing and natural. At this moment, the thing which shocks Chinyu the most is that the holy energy engulfing him has transformed. It is no longer a mist as in the past. Rather, it has formed 36 streams which are as thick as a human arm and are permeating into his body at a speed much faster than before. However, by the time he reaches the level where the holy energy around him turns into 36 arm-sized streams, it has been 3 nights and 3 days. 3 whole nights and days, Chinyu has not eaten for such a long time, totally immersing himself in this set of movements. Moreover, only when he stops now can he feel clearly his body's changes. I'm fresh and cool and not hungry at all. This kind of feeling is pretty good. Chinyu's eyes glitter. At this moment his heart is extremely excited. It doesn't matter what the secret of this trans-heaven diagram is, those pictures on its surface alone have already made me undergo such a great transformation. I'm already very satisfied. Now, even without the first trans-heaven diagram, Chinyu will not care about it, because he has already learned by heart those 36 pictures. Of course, Chinyu does not believe that the secret of the trans-heaven diagram is those 36 simple pictures. If simply learning the pictures could lead to success, someone would definitely have found out the secret early. Moreover, Chinyu does not believe that training his body alone will help him reach the level of that legendary man in the past. Xiao Hei! Chinyu looks at the black eagle, which is dozing in the courtyard, and calls laughingly. Xiao Hei suddenly opens its eyes. Seeing that Chinyu has finally stopped training, it flaps its wings in excitement. For the last 3 days it has been bored to death because of Chinyu's non-stop training. It's been such a long time. I should go finalize the mission. If I keep delaying, perhaps the heavenly net will think that I've failed the mission, thinks Chinyu to himself. He immediately gets the iron case containing Jinsu's head, then sits on the black eagle's back and leaves this small town. The black eagle is flying at an extremely fast speed, like lightning. Now I'm also a gold card assassin. Chinyu, disguised thanks to the appearance and bone-changing art and wearing a golden mask, puts a large bunch of banknotes into his bosom and leaves a heavenly net branch. When that heavenly net executive knew that I was assassin Lu Xing, he unexpectedly got so enthusiastic. This has never happened before. Chinyu thinks emotionally. Just now when he submitted the mission, that executive treated him with real ardor. But after Chinyu finalized the mission, the executive's face turned ice cold and served monotonously as usual. No wonder Chinyu is so emotional. Chinyu, however, does not know that a gold card assassin has an extremely high status. Moreover, even gold card assassins are divided into high class, middle class, and low class. An assassin who has killed an early phase Xiantian expert, an assassin who has killed a middle phase Xiantian expert, and an assassin who has killed a late phase Xiantian expert are all gold card assassins. However, these 3 gold card assassin, of course, cannot be valued the same. By killing Jinsu, a late phase Xiantian expert, Chinyu has become a first-class figure even among gold card assassins. And a lowly branch executive naturally wanted to serve one of the best assassins like him with extreme exuberance. When Chinyu has just left the heavenly net branch, the branch executive says coldly at once, "Assassin Lu Xing has just left. Quickly investigate his identity." Even though it is a rule of the Heavenly Net that it shall not investigate the identities of any outer net members, a gold card assassin is a Xiantian expert and, moreover, the Heavenly Net leader has personally given an order to find out assassin Lu Xing's identity, therefore the Heavenly Net naturally has to investigate. However, when they just want to follow him, they discover that, "Sir, assassin Lu Xing isn't in East Street. Sir, assassin Lu Xing isn't in West Street." That executive immediately becomes doubtful. That's strange. That Lu Xing can't fly into the sky or go underground. How can't we find him? Indeed, Xing can fly into the sky. At the moment he is sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, flying on the 9th level of the sky, and people on the ground simply cannot even see his silhouette. The Black Eagle is flying extremely high and extremely fast, so investigating his identity is as hard as climbing the sky. Xing is enjoying the strong winds on the 9th level of the sky. Father has always been refusing to let me take part in his plan. Now I'm already a Xiantian expert. Xing Yu's heart is endlessly excited at the moment. As soon as he thinks about his father knowing he is a Xiantian expert, he becomes extremely excited. Moreover, Xing Yu is even the first, the unprecedented Xiantian external expert in the history of the Qianlong continent. When Xing Yu was little, still lacking good judgment, he thought his father did not love him and, as a result, he trained very hard. When he grew up, he knew the truth, that is, his father had devoted his entire mind and energy to the plan to destroy the Xiang clan. His big brother and second brother were also taking part in the plan. Xing Yu extremely wanted to help his father but was turned down for the reason that he had not reached the Xiantian level. Finally, Xing Yu became a Xiantian expert. Xiao He, fly directly to Yen City. Xing Yu pinches the golden mask to pieces, drops all of the objects which can expose his assassin identity and starts using the appearance and bone-changing art. This time he switches back to his original appearance. His heart has already become a bit too impatient to wait. Xiao He seems to understand Xing Yu's feelings. With a sharp cry and a shake of the wings, it accelerates again and flies toward Yen City like a black beam of light. End of B3C3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 4. B3C4, A Bolt from the Blue, 2. It is deep in the autumn at the moment. Autumn winds are blowing and dried leaves are falling. Today the tranquil town Baisha welcomes several special guests. In an ancient house, subordinates of the Qianlong continent's know. One magnate Xu San and the group of experts sent by the Chu Emperor Xiang Guang are gathering. Both sides are very cautious. But they are basically on different levels in power. For some unknown reason, Xu San sent a group including only one Xiantian expert and, moreover, this is only an early phase Xiantian expert. By contrast, all of the people Xiang Guang sent are experts, quite a few of whom are Xiantian experts. "I'm Yifeng. We've brought our thing, how about you?" says directly a handsome man with an evil, strange smiling expression. This Yifeng is none other than the younger brother of Yan's, the leader of the secret force, the Dominant Dragon Corps. He is also the vice leader of the Dominant Dragon Corps. Xu San's side is led by a fat old man, who says smilingly, "You don't have to be worried, gentlemen. We only have so few people, but we don't dare to deceive you. The corpse of the demonic beast saber-toothed tiger is intact. Bring it out, dot." This fat old man shouts loudly. For large men immediately carry out from a room the corpse of a dark red tiger which is 5 meters long. Those 16 sharp spikes identify this tiger as a demonic beast, a saber-toothed tiger. A demonic beast is really a demonic beast. Who would have thought its corpse wouldn't stink after such a long time? Says Yifeng with a smile. The fat old man says with a shake of his head, "Mr. E, the body of a demonic beast is of course exceptional. It'll only stink after a very long time. But only because we sprinkled this saber-toothed tiger's corpse with some billow-drying powder hasn't it rotted in the slightest." Tut-tut, billow-drying powder, the number one magnate is really worthy of his reputation. Yifeng clicks his tongue while praising highly. "Alright, we've seen your product. You can also see ours." Yifeng makes a wave of his hand and a person behind him immediately holds out a jade case with both hands. After the case is opened, there is a square jade block which radiates a multicolored light inside. The fat old man slightly narrows his eyes and takes a look at the square jade block and its multicolored light. In a moment he raises his head and says smilingly, "There's no need to examine carefully. We believe in the royal clan's reputation. Good, if everyone is happy to cooperate, in the future our boss will also work together with the Xiang royal clan in many business activities." Yifeng nods with satisfaction. "Go get that saber-toothed tiger's corpse." Yifeng gives an order. 4 people come out from behind him at once and lift the huge corpse up with a grab. The fat old man has also received the trans-heaven diagram. Both sides are cooperating sincerely and very happily. However, at this moment, various wisps of a light-colored, near-invisible smoke drift by. Many of the people present fall down immediately. The 4 large men who are carrying the saber-toothed tiger's carcass also fall down in an instant, then blood flows out from their ears, eyes, mouths, and nostrils. They die on the spot. No good. The smoke is poisoned. The fat old man's voice rises loudly at the same time. In just a while, the people on the fat old man's side have all died of poison except for the fat old man himself. As for Yifeng's side, despite most of its men have fallen down, 8 people are still standing. These 8 people are none other than the Xiantian experts of the group that came here this time. These Xiantian experts can hold their breaths and execute the Xiantian fetal respiration technique, therefore the poisonous mist naturally cannot affect them. Moreover, even if they inhale some poison, they can channel their Xiantian energy to quickly expel the poison from their bodies. It's Qin De's men. Yifeng says in an ice-cold voice. Qin De, you even dare to meddle in His Majesty's business. Could it be you want to rebel? Says Yifeng very loudly, sending his voice to the outside of the courtyard directly. This place is on the 3 eastern region counties' soil, except for East vanquishing Prince Qin De. Nobody should know about this matter. Even if someone else knew, they would not have the nerve to meddle in this business. Rebel? That lowlife Xiang Guan was helped by Jinsu, he must know about His Highness's affairs. Even though things have reached this level, we still have to maintain a facade of unity so we won't destroy the Xiang clan for a while. However, as long as all of you are eliminated, Xiang Guang won't have enough evidence. An aged voice rises. With Lian Yan being the leader, 3 people then enter the courtyard. As they seem unafraid of the poison mist, they are obviously Xiantian experts. However, they only have 3 people, whereas Yifeng's side has 8 people, and that fat old man is also a Xiantian expert. But even Yifeng's expression is very ugly at the moment. East vanquishing prince, our bosses, the fat old man wants to say something, but... Whiz! A cold shaft of light flashes by and the fat old man dies instantly with eyes wide opened. A black-clad old man behind Lian Yan gives a grim laugh. He just killed a Xiantian expert directly with 1 strike, and the fat old man simply could not resist in the slightest. East vanquishing prince's side has 3 people altogether. 2 of them are late-phase Xiantian experts and Lian Yan is even a super expert who has completed the Xiantian level. At the peak of its late phase, the Xiantian level is completed. Once an expert achieves the completion of the Xiantian level, he will undergo the 4 in 9 heavenly tribulation soon. East vanquishing prince is really powerful. But by robbing us with only 3 people, he has looked down on us a bit too much, says Yifeng coldly. There are 7 people at Yifeng's back, one of whom is a late-phase Xiantian expert while the others are middle-phase Xiantian experts and early-phase Xiantian experts. Yifeng himself is just a middle-phase Xiantian expert as well. Therefore, in terms of overall power, the 3 people sent by Qin De, especially peak Xiantian level Lian Yan, are much superior to them. Gentlemen, don't waste time talking to them. Let's get started, says Lian Yan indifferently. Yes, Senior Lian. The 2 black-clad old men bow and say. Among Qin De's subordinates, Lian Yan has the highest status. Every expert will address him as Senior Lian upon seeing him. This is not only because Lian Yan is the most powerful among them, but also because he is a person of great character and experience. Yifeng's eyes flash with coldness. Let's attack together. Kill the late-phase Xiantian experts first. Immediately. The 8 Xiantian experts including Yifeng charge at Lian Yan and his 2 comrades. Lian Yan, however, stands still with a faint smile. The 2 black-clad old men behind him charge forward side by side like lightning. Shwa! With a dash, Lian Yan's body disappears into thin air. The only late-phase Xiantian expert among the 8 people on Yifeng's side suddenly feels that there is something wrong. Prompted by the fear in his heart, he fiercely executes a backward diagonal slash of his knife without delay. Bang! With a loud noise, Lian Yan appears in front of him and slightly smiles. Your reaction was pretty quick. Suddenly, an effulgent shaft of light of a knife expands vigorously. This late-phase Xiantian expert hurriedly raises his knife to block it. However, a sharp Xiantian energy stream goes through the knife, penetrates into his body and attacks his insides. Then, with a bang, the body of this Xiantian expert shatters violently. Because the only late-phase Xiantian expert has died, Lian Yan cannot help giving a faint smile. However, before Lian Yan can withdraw the knife, his face changes color. His body instantly dashes away a long distance like a flash. But his sharp whistle still rises. A linear bloodstain has appeared on Lian Yan's face. The brawl stops at once. A pink-clad middle-aged man is looking at Lian Yan smilingly. Qingyu, it's you. Lian Yan's eyes radiate fierceness. Father. Seeing this pink-clad middle-aged man, who is his adopted father, Yifeng hurriedly bows and says. This middle-aged man is none other than the real leader of his group Elder Yi, who is also the father of the dominant Dragon Corps' current leader Yi Yan and is the previous leader of the dominant Dragon Corps. Yi Qingyu is the real name of this Elder Yi. Lian Yan, you're really as impressive as in the past. I got into action just a bit late, but you had already killed a late-phase Xiantian expert. However, you won't escape this time. Yi Qingyu gives a faint smile, which is effulgent like glamorous peach blossoms. A cold light is twinkling between those delicate fingers. End of B3C4. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 5. B3C5, A Bolt from the Blue, 3. Lian Yan takes a look at Yi Qingyu. His eyes glitter like never before. If Qingyu were here, he would definitely find this strange because Lian Yan is generally very calm and, when he was staying at Misty Villa, he spent most of his time sitting quietly and rarely got excited, especially excited as he is at the moment. Qingyu, do you still remember what happened 160 years ago? Asks Lian Yan with a smile. Yi Qingyu ponders for a while then bursts out laughing. Lian Yan, you still remember that battle 160 years ago? But at that time your power was too weak to even protect your daughter and wife. Luckily for you, East vanquishing prince's men came and saved your life. This time you won't escape. Upon reaching the Xiantian level, a practitioner's lifespan will increase to 500 years. This Yi Qingyu and Lian Yan both have been living for several hundred years and have achieved the completion of the Xiantian level. However, they have yet to undergo the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation. There have been people who had to face the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation the very days they reached the peak of the Xiantian level, but there have also been people who lived out their lives at the peak of the Xiantian level waiting for the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation. The visitation of the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation depends on a practitioner's intuitive enlightenment and has nothing to do with his desire at all. Escape? Why should I escape? I've been waiting for over 100 years for this one day. Lian Yan's eyes suddenly flash with fierceness. You two kill all the other people. Let me handle Yi Qingyu. Yes. The two black-clad old men bow and say at once. Lian Yan then stares at Yi Qingyu. A fierce aura expands swiftly and ruthlessly toward Yi Qingyu. The knife on Lian Yan's waist also starts to tremble. Yi Qingyu slightly wrinkles his eyebrows then, adopting a hand posture in which the thumb and the middle finger are squeezed together, he confronts Lian Yan with a smile. The two of them are facing each other but neither one rushes into attacking. The peak of the Xiantian level, if a practitioner cannot obtain some natural treasure or top-class superb technique, it will take him at least over 100 years to reach that point. Only if he practices a top-class technique such as the ancestral dragon art or comes into possession of some treasure from the wilderness can he reach that point within several tens years. Ah! A miserable cry rises but the noises of the fighting do not stop. The two black-clad old men are carrying out an onslaught against the other 7 people including Yifeng. Severed limbs fly up in the air and blood splatters over the ground. The two black-clad old men have suffered some injuries but, even under the joint attack of 7 people, they have killed one opponent and wounded another. Yi Qingyu and Lian Yan, however, simply do not look at those people. Clang! The knife on Lian Yan's waist suddenly comes out of its sheath. A vertical shaft of light expands forth. In the blink of an eye it has already arrived at Yi Qingyu's face and slashes at his torso. Lian Yan then extends his hand and takes the knife in a grasp. Following the shaft of light, he also charges at Yi Qingyu like a flash. After the shaft of light flashes by, the body vanishes into thin air. The shaft of light created by the knife went through Yi Qingyu's body like that but his body just turned into nothingness. Ah! A black-clad old man suddenly utters a miserable cry. A small hole has already appeared at the midpoint between his eyebrows. He is immediately cut into pieces by Yifeng and his comrades. Yi Qingyu's body then appears on the other side of the battlefield. He is gently twiddling an embroidery needle between his middle finger and thumb. Lian Yan, you should know I have the fastest speed, right? Why used to strike like that? Says Yi Qingyu with a slight wave of his sleeve. Suddenly his face changes color because he discovers Lian Yan has disappeared. Yi Qingyu immediately shuts his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his body suddenly disappears as well. At the same time, a series of metallic clangs rises. The two of them then appear before other people but they disappear again in an instant. Bang! 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 Only many series of clashes can be heard because they have reached their highest speeds, which are basically beyond the visual capability of the human eye. Haha, thrilling, this is thrilling. Lian Yan suddenly laughs out loud. His laughter is filled with lordliness and heroism. Lian Yan, I didn't think you'd really have some skills. Yi Qingyu's slightly sinister soft voice rises. Droplets of blood are drifting in the air, but they are still moving extremely fast. The other people basically cannot see them clearly. Suddenly, the two bodies appear and stand facing each other. A small hole has appeared on Lian Yan's chest and blood is trickling out from it. Yi Qingyu no longer looks free and easy either. At the moment, his hair is messy and his stomach has a clear cut caused by the knife, from which blood is also dribbling out. Ha! Lian Yan suddenly turns his face upward and gives a long laugh. Flowers bloom and wither. Seasons come and go. After waiting for so many years, I've finally had this day. When Li died in my bosom, I already lost interest in life. Without affections in life, what have I been living for? Money, power, I don't care about them in the slightest. Since Li died, I've been living in this world only to cherish my memories and to kill you. But you've always been hiding in the den of the dominant dragon core for so many years. This time, Lian Yan's eyes totally focus on Yi Qingyu. Heaven has helped me. I've finally found you. Haha, Yi Qingyu, come, let's have a thrilling fight. A dazzling golden light bursts forth from inside Lian Yan's body. Then his entire body becomes dazzling like the sun. The outside of his body is now covered in a layer of body-protecting energy, which is much more vigorous than Jinsu's body-protecting energy. Feeling Lian Yan's lordliness and indomitable spirit, Yi Qingyu slightly frowns. You're very troublesome, old geezer, says Yi Qingyu impatiently. His body starts to radiate various black rays of light. His hair also starts to flutter about in the air. An intense light is twinkling on every strand of his hair. That embroidery needle in Yi Qingyu's hand, however, becomes very indistinct. Boom! The air suddenly explodes with a boom. Everything within a 10 radius of Lian Yan and Yi Qingyu has exploded. The only black-clad old man left on Lian Yan's side is being ganged up on by 4 opponents, with Yifeng being the leader. Just now, when killing one person on their side, he was seriously injured. These 4 people are all middle-phase Xiantian experts, so, even though he is a late-phase Xiantian expert, it is difficult for him to kill any of them. After all, he is fighting against 4 after getting badly injured. Suddenly, there is a series of explosions. The entire surface of the courtyard has been blown up and dust is surging in the air. The raging force of the explosions causes Yifeng, his 3 men and the black-clad old man to retreat to one side uncontrollably. For the moment, the fight has stopped. They all look at the center of the courtyard. Heart-piercing 10,000 arrows. Yi Qingyu's sharp voice rises. Every strand of his silver hair, which covers his entire head, is thrusted directly at Lian Yan before him like an arrow. There is a hint of superiority on Yi Qingyu's face. It is impossible for him to give every single strand of hair enough power to break Lian Yan's body-protecting energy. His real killing blow is the embroidery needles hidden in the silver hair. Bang! Lian Yan's battle knife slashes down. Yi Qingyu wins a long bundle of his hair around it, and Lian Yan's downward slash is stopped. At the same time, his countless strands of silver hair are thrusted directly at Lian Yan's entire body in every place like sharp arrows. Moreover, the 10 silver embroidery needles hidden among them also come at Lian Yan with a terrifying force while blending in with the strands of hair. Lian Yan has detected those embroidery needles, but he does not dodge them. He does not want to dodge them because after getting his revenge, even if he lives, he will be spiritually exhausted. Ha ha ha. Lian Yan suddenly turns his face skyward and gives a long laugh, which shakes the air. Ah! With a miserable cry, Yi Qingyu's head shoots up in the air. Those wide-opened eyes are filled with disbelief. His hair is also cut off. Yi Qingyu's head then tumbles on the ground and becomes covered with dust. The people who are watching the fight on one side, such as Yifeng, are all dumbfounded. 10 holes have also appeared on Lian Yan's chest. Those 10 embroidery needles have penetrated into his body, but he is still laughing. At this moment, his hand is holding a dark red battle knife. This battle knife is none other than a middle-grade holy weapon forged from in-rock flaming iron that Lian Yan has always been keeping inside his body. In the beginning of the fight, he used his former weapon, but at the crucial moment, he suddenly took out the middle-grade holy weapon and, with a slash, cut off the silver hair and beheaded Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu's speed was extremely fast. Had he known early that Lian Yan had such a holy-class battle knife, perhaps he would have fled immediately. Sitting on the back of the Black Eagle, Qingyu is flying extremely fast on the 9th level of the sky. What a strong aura. Xiao Hei, stop. Qingyu feels clearly a terrifyingly strong aura on the ground below him. He is flying very high in the sky, but this aura is really so strong that any Xiantian expert can feel it even at such a long distance, not to mention Xinyu, whose senses are so extraordinary. It's Grandpa Lian's aura. Xinyu analyzes the aura and instantly discovers whose it is. Xiao Hei, come down, says Xinyu immediately without thinking much. The Black Eagle dives down at once. In just a while, Xinyu has arrived in the small courtyard from the sky. At this moment, Lian Yan beheads Xinyu with a slash of his battle knife. Ha! Lian Yan turns his face skyward and laughs out loud. However, tears are streaming down from his eyes. With a look, Xinyu sees every hole in Lian Yan's chest. Those are the holes pierced by the 10 embroidery needles. As someone proficient in the art of medicine, Xinyu immediately judges that these holes have been pierced precisely in vital points of the human body. As Xinyu looks at one hole after another, he seems as if he has been struck by a bolt from the blue. His entire body has been frozen with stupefaction. End of B3C5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 6. B3C6, Buried with the Dead, 1. Xinyu's mind has gone blank completely. A suffocated feeling surges up, causing his head to start spinning. Only after a while, which in Xinyu's mind seems to have been an extremely long time, does he fully come to his senses. Grandpa Lian, Xinyu suddenly says in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he jumps down directly from the back of the Black Eagle. In an instant, he has arrived at Lian Yan's side. Lian Yan raises his head and sees Xinyu jump down. There is a hint of a kind smile on his face. Xiaoyu, even you have come here. It's great I can see you before I die. Heaven really isn't mean to me. Even though he has been mortally injured, judging by how he is talking alone, no one would see any signs of his serious injuries. Grandpa Lian, Xinyu does not know what he should say. Seeing those terrifying injuries, tears stream down from his eyes. Xiaoyu, don't cry. Birth, aging, sickness and death are very normal things. I've been living long enough so it doesn't matter if I die now. Lian Yan wipes the tears from Xinyu's face and advises him. Suddenly Lian Yan slightly frowns and plunks himself down on the ground. Grandpa Lian, let's go, I'll take you to a doctor, says Xinyu while trying to carry Lian Yan onto the Black Eagle's back. Don't worry yourself, Xiaoyu. I know you're very good at the art of medicine. Seeing my injuries, how can't you know that I'm dying? Your Grandpa Lian's current internal injuries are extremely serious. I have to rely completely on my vigorous Xiantian energy only to say some words to you, says Lian Yan with a smile. Xinyu nips his lips. Even though he does not want to accept it, he also knows that his Grandpa Lian is right. The only thing which is keeping Lian Yan alive is the Xiantian energy inside his body. Father. All of you come forward for me. Let's kill this black-clad geezer first, then finish the damned geezer off later. Yifeng's voice rises loudly with hatred. Yifeng has also noticed that Lian Yan has been mortally wounded and basically has no power left to resist. Xinyu's eyes flash with coldness. Xiaoyu, don't act on impulse. Run immediately. The four of them are all Xiantian experts. That black-clad old man is your father's subordinate, but today he has already suffered so many injuries, says Lian Yan hurriedly to Xinyu. Even though Xinyu has reached the Xiantian level, Lian Yan simply cannot notice that. Every expert on the Qianlong continent judges their opponent's overall power based on the opponent's internal energy. If the opponent has reached the Xiantian level, then there will be Xiantian energy inside their body. It is this simple. However, Xinyu is different from the other Xiantian experts because there is no Xiantian energy inside his body. His strong points are his body, his strength, and his agility. Therefore, even Lian Yan cannot tell how powerful Xinyu really is. After all, it is difficult to judge precisely how much muscle power a person has. Don't worry, Grandpa Lian. I'm confident I can deal with them. I'll tell you a secret, Grandpa Lian. I've already reached the Xiantian level through external practice. The Xiantian level of external practice is totally different from the Xiantian level of internal practice. It's much more powerful. At this moment Xinyu only wants to make Lian Yan feel a bit happier. Lian Yan's eyes brighten, reaching the Xiantian level through external practice? There has never been anyone who could reach the Xiantian level via external practice, but, seeing Xinyu's eyes, Lian Yan knows Xinyu does not deceive him. As a dying person, this news is also a consolation to him, and he calms down very fast. Ah! A miserable cry is heard. The black-clad old man, who was badly injured earlier, has been killed by 4 Xiantian experts. Ha, old geezer, who could have thought you'd kill my father? I'll definitely cut you into pieces alive. I won't let you die a nice death, says Yifeng to Lian Yan with extreme hatred. His entire handsome face becomes ferocious. At the moment, Lian Yan's face starts to go pale. Qin Yu's face changes color. He knows Lian Yan can no longer hang on, so he embraces Lian Yan. Shut up. All of a sudden, Qin Yu coldly shouts at Yifeng and his men. The coldness in his eyes is focused on Yifeng like a sharp knife. He does not want Lian Yan to be disturbed in his dying moments. Yifeng is startled by Qin Yu's shout, and that look in Qin Yu's eyes even makes him freeze with stupefaction. Qin Yu looks at his Grandpa Lian. At this moment, all he can do is let Grandpa Lian leave this world in peace. Lian Yan looks into the sky, but his eyes see hallucinations. He remembers the first time he and his beloved met each other at Lake Jinfeng. When Lian Yan dies, there is even a smiling expression on his face. Qin Yu is still young and inexperienced, so he does not understand Lian Yan's feelings. But he can feel that his Grandpa Lian was calm and relaxed at the moment of his death and was not grieved at all. Grandpa Lian, says Qin Yu in a shaky low voice. Since he was little, the person Qin Yu has actually spent the most time with was Lian Yan. When he was still living in the princely mansion, Lian Yan looked after him. After he moved to Misty Villa, Lian Yan looked after him as well. It can be said that Lian Yan even spent much more time with him than his father Qin De has. Brat, are you done with mourning? Says Yifeng with a cold laugh. Qin Yu simply cannot bear looking at this Yifeng. However, Yifeng is extremely furious. Just now he was unexpectedly stupefied by Qin Yu's thunderous shout, so naturally he has become furious out of embarrassment. But he is not a useless profligate son and, moreover, the person he currently hates the most is Lian Yan. This is because Lian Yan killed his father. Father, I'm an undutiful son. Now I'm avenging your death, says Yifeng while kneeling in front of Qin Yu's body. He then stands up and coldly orders, kill that brat. That geezer killed my father, so I must cut him into pieces and torture his corpse to the utmost to avenge my father's death. Yes. The three middle-faced Xiantian experts immediately bow and say. In their eyes, Qin Yu is no more than a brat who was unworthy of their attention. What did you just say? Qin Yu gently puts Lian Yan's body down and slowly stands up. He fixes Yifeng with an ice-cold fierce look. Yifeng slightly narrows his eyes, cutting that geezer into pieces, so what? There is a hint of an evil, strange smile on his face. He then stares at his three subordinates. The three of you let that brat know the consequences of messing with other people's business. My two brothers, there's only one bloke, I alone can handle him, says a short man with a ha-ha laugh. Qin Yu slightly narrows his eyes, which then glitter with coldness. Die, brat. With a shake of his body, the short man slashes the long knife in his hands at Qin Yu. He is much faster than the Nalan brother and sister. Too bad, Qin Yu has improved a lot since the day he killed Jinsu. A dark red pair of gloves suddenly appears on Qin Yu's fists. They are middle-grade holy weapons, the flaming gloves. Qin Yu makes a movement with his body. 3 after-images appear instantly. At the same time, a metallic bang rises and that Xian-grade battle knife is unexpectedly shattered. The fist which has just shattered that battle knife is then thrusted directly at the short man's throat like a beam of light. Piercing spear hand strike, dot. The short man, who is still shocked by the disintegration of his battle knife, simply has no reaction. Qin Yu's spear hand strike concentrates the force equivalent to the weight of several thousand jin completely in one point. Bang! With a bang, a hole appears instantly on the short man's throat. Thud! With a loud sound and eyes protruding, the short man falls on the ground for good. His wide-opened eyes show that he still cannot seem to believe what happened is real. Fangs and the other two middle-faced Xiantian experts' jaws drop for the present. They look at Qin Yu in shock, then look at the middle-faced Xiantian expert on the ground, who is already dead. In their minds, they are replaying Qin Yu's shocking speed and his great might when he shattered the Xian-grade battle knife just now. The three of you prepare to be buried with my Grandpa Lian. Qin Yu unleashes the entire power of his body. Even the power in the depths of his cells starts to surge forth. As he is a Xiantian external expert, how devastating his most powerful attack will actually be. End of B3C6. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 7. B3C7, Buried with the Dead, 2. Qin Yu's eyes are cold and radiating killing intent. He stares at the three people in front of him. Lian Yan's death has filled his heart with bitterness and unwillingness. And now the three people in front of him have obviously become the targets for him to give vent to his feelings on. Moreover, these three people are also on the same side as Qin Yu, the murderer of his Grandpa Lian. Phew, he's merely a brat. Just now Shorty was too careless. Don't be scared by him. Yifeng suddenly tosses his head, then stares firmly at Qin Yu like a viper. Finny, Ugly, the three of us must charge together and kill this brat directly. Hearing Yifeng's order, his two subordinates also coldly nodded once. Just now they were shocked by the fact that Qin Yu had killed their comrade with one blow. Now, only by joining forces can they have enough courage. Yifeng and his two comrades all stare firmly at Qin Yu. The Xiantian energy in their entire bodies starts to be activated. The auras of the three of them all expand and engulf Qin Yu, who at the moment is like a turtle trapped in a jar. Thud. Thud. The black iron arm guards and leg guards have been taken off and tossed casually to one side. As they fall on the courtyard, they produce heavy sounds. The faces of Yifeng and the other two changes color. Just now Qin Yu's speed was already so fast, yet he was even carrying weights. Grandpa Lien, please wait for a while. After killing them all, Xiao Yu will take you home, says Qin Yu sadly. Qin Yu's mind cannot help remembering the occasions when he was with Lian Yan from his childhood to his adulthood. When he was a little child, he stayed by Lian Yan's side all day long, asking Lian Yan to tell him stories. Time after time Qin Yu entered his dreamland while listening to Lian Yan's stories. Once upon a time, there was a gifted scholar. He studied very hard for 10 years. Every time Lian Yan told a story, he always started with once upon a time, there was a, even with his eyes closed, Qin Yu can still remember the scenes of Lian Yan telling stories beside his bed until he fell asleep. Those scenes are so warm and sweet, but from today onwards, he will never see that kind Grandpa Lien again. Qin Yu's eyes cannot help becoming somewhat moist. Phew! With a shake of his body, Qin Yu disappears without any sounds of wind. Ah! Qin Yu clenches his teeth and smashes a punch on Finny's stomach with all his power. Currently Qin Yu can lift 2,000 to 3,000 jin with one arm, but this punch thrown by him carries a force equal to the weight of over 10,000 jin, which is a terrifyingly strong offensive force. Bang! Finny's stomach gets a violent shake but unexpectedly does not burst. However, his eyes protrude and blood starts to flow out from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nostrils. In fact, his internal organs have been completely pulverized by the impact force of this 10,000 jin punch from Qin Yu. Under the attack of a near 10,000 jin impact force, not even Finny's Xiantian energy could resist. With a punch, a middle-phase Xiantian expert has been killed. Qin Yu's mind, however, cannot help remembering those warm, sweet and familiar scenes one after another. From now on, he will never forget them in his lifetime. Grandpa Lien, hurry up and open the door. I'm Xiao Yu. I have something to talk to you about. Quickly open the door, shouts Qin Yu hurriedly. After a short while, there is lamplight in the room. Xiao Yu, your grandpa fell into sleep just a moment ago, but you already woke him up, says a benign voice. Then the door opens. A kind old man in his 60s wrapped in a coat appears before Qin Yu. That night, his grandpa Lien talked to him carefully about the difference between internal practice and external practice, and between Hotian experts, Xiantian experts, and Shangxian. That night, Grandpa Lien's kind words revealed to Qin Yu the world of practice. A hint of a smile appears on Qin Yu's face. He looks as if he has traveled back to that night in the cabin wherein there is kind Grandpa Lien. Be careful, Ugly! Yifeng shouts loudly. A cold shaft of light shoots at Qin Yu directly from his hand. Qin Yu simply does not avoid it. He throws a punch and, with a metallic clash, that embroidery needle is shattered. Then his body arrives at Ugly's side like a gust of wind. Die! Ugly fiercely slashes his knife at Qin Yu. Ah! Ugly suddenly utters a miserable cry. Just now Qin Yu executed a straight kick, whose terrifying force snapped Ugly's knee violently. He then formed a claw with a hand and grabbed a vital point of Ugly's backbone directly. The force of his fingers went through the flaming glove and affected that vital point squarely. Ugly, with a miserable shrill cry, falls on the ground powerlessly. His entire body convulses non-stop and many streams of blood ooze out of his mouth. The scenes of the times Qin Yu was with Lian Yan from his childhood to his adulthood keep flashing through his mind one after another. He cannot help giving a smile which looks like that of a child meeting an elderly close relative. It is a smile from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yu raises his head and looks at Yifeng with that smile. You're the only one left. Seeing Qin Yu's heartfelt smile, Yifeng, however, gets a chill down his spine. In mere moments, two middle-phase Xiantian experts have been killed with such ease, but Yifeng himself is no more than a middle-phase Xiantian expert as well. Therefore, Yifeng's reaction is to run. Before long, the mental image in Qin Yu's mind suddenly changes. He now remembers that scene a short while ago in which, from the black of the Black Eagle, he saw the 10 terrifying holes on Lian Yan's chest. His face immediately changes color. He then stares at Yifeng before him. With a movement of his body, Qin Yu creates several afterimages. Die! Don't chase me! Die! Shrieks Yi Feng in terror. At the same time he shoots one embroidery needle after another at Qin Yu. Looking at the cold light radiating embroidery needles which are coming at him, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly glitter with coldness, as if he is seeing how his grandpa Lian Yan was pierced so many holes in the body by needles. Ah! A hoarse yowl rises. Yi Feng, however, instantly quivers because he can feel clearly that the yowl is approaching him extremely fast. Even if he activates more Xiantian energy in his body, his will still be far slower than the person who is chasing to kill him. Because Yi Feng cannot run, he ferociously utters a piercing cry, then suddenly turns around and thrusts the embroidery needles in his hands at Qin Yu. Bang! 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 The needles are shattered. The arms are smashed. There are also those two eyes which are wide opened with disbelief. A continuous series of bams can be heard along with Yi Feng's miserable cry. After destroying the embroidery needles, Qin Yu's fist smashed Yi Feng's two arms. Qin Yu then slightly opens his right hand, forms a spear hand, and hits Yi Feng directly in the midpoint between the eyebrows. The powerful penetrating force goes inside the head immediately. He then withdraws the hands, turns around and goes to Lian Yan without looking at Yi Feng. Thud! Yi Feng falls down with a loud sound. Various streams of blood slowly come out from his mouth and nose. He is already dead. In mere moments, for middle-phase Xiantian experts have been annihilated by Qin Yu. Since he started to practice the first trans-heaven diagram, Qin Yu has improved a lot in power, but even with his middle-grade holy weapons, he is only equal to Jinsu at most. Because there were 4 middle-phase Xiantian level opponents, theoretically he should not have won so easily. However, Qin Yu's strongest point is fighting multiple opponents. He is simply unafraid of being outnumbered by the enemies. Even though there were 4 opponents, thanks to Qin Yu's body maneuvering skill, every time he really attacked, he faced only one of them. Grandpa Lian, I'm taking you home now. Qin Yu goes to Lian Yan's side and says tenderly. The way he talks is just like how he usually talked to Lian Yan. It looks as if he still thinks that Lian Yan is alive. End of B3C7. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 8. B3C8, One Man, Alone, 1. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly rise outside the courtyard. Along with wind sounds, a blue-clad old man leads a group of people into the courtyard. As this blue-clad old man looks at the scene in the courtyard, his face changes color. Qin Yu slightly raises his head and gives this blue-clad old man a cold look. Seeing Qin Yu's face, the blue-clad old man instantly kneels and says, "Third Prince, your subordinate has come late." Come late? Qin Yu repeats in a low voice, but his heart is full of indignation. If they had come a bit earlier, perhaps his grandpa Lian would not have died. However, the fact that they are late cannot be changed. Moreover, Qin Yu has seen this blue-clad old man beside his father before, so he knows this old man is one of his father's trusted subordinates. All of you take everything here back to the princely mansion. As for Grandpa Lian, I'm taking him back myself. Qin Yu says coldly without any emotion. After putting on the black iron arm guards and leg guards, he embraces Lian Yan to his bosom. Following a long whistle by him, the black eagle dives down like a black beam of light. With a shake of his body, Qin Yu gets on the eagle's back. "Xiao Hei, let's return to the mansion," says Qin Yu softly. The black eagle seems to feel that Qin Yu is sorrowful and not playful as usual, so, with a shake of the wings, it rushes to Yen City with its fastest speed. After watching Qin Yu disappear together with the black eagle on the horizon, the blue-clad old man slightly frowns, then orders his subordinates, "Quickly lift the saber-toothed tiger up and hurry it to the princely mansion immediately." The blue-clad old man, however, gets the second trans-heaven diagram himself. Lian Yan is already dead, but Qin Yu is also dead, so it's not too bad. But His Highness has a deep affection for Lian Yan. The blue-clad old man frowns deeply. He obviously feels that things are not too encouraging. In the princely mansion in Yen City, Qindi and Su Yuan are sitting facing each other under an old tree, quietly playing the game of Go. "Your Highness, you've lost." Su Yuan lightly puts a chess piece down and says smilingly. Qindi looks for a long time, then shakes his head and says with a smile, "Su Yuan, your chess skill has become more and more profound. Even I am no match for you." Su Yuan looks at Qindi, then says with a shake of his head, "It's not that my chess skill has improved, but that today your Highness can't calm your mind down." Qindi says with a sigh, "That's right. Today my heart is beating very fast and can't calm down. I've been worried by the matter Uncle Lian handles this time." In theory, with Uncle Lian's current power in addition to 2 late-phase Xiantian experts, he should have no problem resolving this matter. "Don't worry, your Highness. Senior Lian is extremely powerful. There's no one on Xiang Guang's side who can harm him, says Su Yuan with a smile. Suddenly, Qin stands up and looks up into the sky. A black eagle dives down, heading for Qin place extremely fast. Xinyu is sitting with legs crossed on the back of the black eagle. Qin immediately bursts out laughing. He has been waiting for Qinyu's return. Xinyu left him so much in rock flaming iron, which is really a huge treasure to him, so he naturally wants to reward Xinyu. However, Qin's smiling expression freezes because he sees the person Xinyu is carrying in his bosom. Thud. Xinyu jumps down on the ground directly from the back of the black eagle. Carrying Lian Yan, Xinyu stands still and looks Qin in the eye. As Qin looks at Lian Yan in Qinyu's bosom, his face goes pale instantly. He tries to control himself to come to Lian Yan step by step. Lian Yan's pale, smiling face then comes into his sight. Father, Grandpa Lian is already dead. Qinyu's calm voice has a note of extreme sorrow. How is this possible? Uncle Lian got a holy weapon, didn't he? Qin's eyes become moist in an instant. After a while, Qin suddenly asks Qinyu, I ask you, there was a man called Qinyu on Xiang Wang's side, right? Qinyu says with a shake of his head, I don't know. I don't know those people's identities. Qin looks at the holes on Lian Yan's chest successively and says with a sigh, these are embroidery needle wounds. The only person on Xiang Guang's side who can use embroidery needles and injure Uncle Lian with them is Qinyu. Uncle Lian has finally been liberated, but Qin has experienced a lot of things in his life, so naturally he can understand Lian Yan's feelings. The murderer of Grandpa Lian was already killed by him with a knife slash, says Qinyu directly. When flying on the back of the Black Eagle, he was attracted by the aura of the great fight between the two of them, and he came down just in time to see Lian Yan kill his opponent, then turn his face skyward and give a long laugh. Qin takes a deep breath and slightly nods. Uncle Lian has been freed. You don't have to be too grieved. Instead, you should feel happy for your Grandpa Lian. Xinyu, however, does not say anything and only looks at Lian Yan in his bosom. After a while, servants of the princely mansion come and take Lian Yan's body. Xinyu watches them carry Lian Yan's body away, but he remains silent for a long time. Afterwards he says indifferently, Father, I'm not in a good mood. I'll take a break first. Don't let anyone disturb me. As he finishes saying, he turns around and goes directly toward the courtyard house which belongs exclusively to him. In the courtyard house, Xinyu sits quietly on a stone bench and looks at the willow in front of him. As the willow's branches flutter, Xinyu seems to see the scene of him larking about with Lian Yan here in his childhood. Whiz! With a movement of his body, Xinyu unexpectedly starts to dance about in the courtyard. He is totally using the 36 movements of the pictures on the first trans-heaven diagram. He simply does not think about anything and just performs those movements extremely fast non-stop. The 36 arm-sized streams of holy energy twine around each other and form a circle around him, which looks like a suit of armor covering Xinyu. Then these holy energy streams permeate into his body. Xinyu is weeping silently. His speed becomes faster and faster. He is basically giving vent to his feelings rather than practicing, so naturally his movements become faster with time. Xinyu performs the 36 movements increasingly faster. Eventually his entire body seems to turn into a gust of wind flashing about in the courtyard house. The holy energy around Xinyu becomes more and more vigorous. The faster he moves, the more vigorous the holy energy becomes. Finally, when Xinyu starts to waft around like a clear wind, the 36 holy energy streams unexpectedly start to radiate a dull silvery light. When the energy streams which contain the silvery light fuses with Qinyu's body, the muscles of his entire body suddenly quiver. Ah! Feeling a stabbing pain inside his body, Qinyu stops abruptly. His facial muscles tremble and tears stream down from his eyes. Without any restraint, he turns his face skyward and gives a long roar. Nobody can know if he is roaring because of the tearing pain inside or because of his heartache. Xinyu keeps roaring like this. Only when he has no breath left does he stop. Then he gasps for breath loudly. Xin's voice rises outside. Xinyu takes a deep breath, tries to calm down and says, Father, give me some time to calm down. During this time don't let anyone disturb me. Just give me some time, alright? The outside of the courtyard house falls silent for a long time, then the footsteps of someone slowly leaving can be heard. End of B3C8. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 9. B3C9, One Man, Alone, 2. Xinyu is sitting stock still at the stone table in the courtyard house. He has been sitting like this for a whole day and night. During this time he has smiled and sorrowed alternately. However, at the moment, Chinyu suddenly gives a faint smile which, like a breeze, blows away all his grief and sorrow. He slowly stands up and looks up at the sky. He's already dead. It's pointless to keep grieving. Grandpa Lien, you must be watching from the sky, I definitely won't disappoint you. Chinyu thinks to himself calmly. Then he smiles as he hears a goo-goo rumbling. I forgot I haven't eaten for a day and night. My stomach is pretty hungry. As he finishes saying, he immediately tells servants to bring him some food. Qinde is staring at the military map on the wall inside his room. Your Highness, Xiaoyu just told servants to bring him some food. Judging by Third Prince's tone and expression, he should have almost recovered. Su Yuan comes to Qinde's side and says smilingly. Oh? Qinde relaxes his deeply furrowed brows. A smiling expression appears on his face. Yuer is tough-minded. He won't immerse himself in grief like a worthless person. Hearing this news, Qinde also feels like a rock has been taken off his mind. Alright, now we don't have to be worried about Yuer. Su Yuan, you see, here, if we send 30,000 fierce tiger troops to here, Qinde immediately starts to discuss with Su Yuan. As Qinyu eats his sumptuous precious meal, his mind thinks about other matters. I'll definitely take part in father's great undertaking. In the past he turned me down for the reason that I wasn't a Xiantian expert. Now I'd become a Xiantian expert and, moreover, I'm even the unprecedented Xiantian external expert. If father knows about this, Qinyu's eyes flash. He has been trying hard for so many years only to wait for his father's approval. Being a Xiantian external expert should be enough for Qinyu to astonish his father and be praised by him, should it not? Right, when I just returned to the courtyard house that day, it seemed while executing the first trans-heaven diagram's 36 movements, when I reached an extremely high speed the holy energy streams unexpectedly radiated a silvery light. That silvery light was even acutely painful. Qinyu remembers that scene. Even though Qinyu noticed this occurrence at that time, he has been too immersed in his sorrow over Lian Yan's death to consider it carefully. Moreover, it seemed that during practice, the faster my speed was, the more vigorous the holy energy I absorbed was. Well, let's try again and see. Qinyu immediately makes a decision. He quickly finishes his meal and casts the chopsticks aside. Then his body starts to flash around in the courtyard house like a gust of clear wind. Speed. As Qinyu executes those movements faster and faster, the 36 holy energy streams intertwine with each other and become a suit of armor engulfing Qinyu. As his speed increases, those energy streams become more and more concentrated and materialized. Eventually, some points of a silvery light are produced. There are very few of them and they are scattered in the energy streams. It's this speed. Qinyu's eyes brighten. He stops increasing his speed at once. He feels clearly that, when the holy energy which contains those silvery points of light fuses with his body, it causes his flesh and even his cells to transform hurriedly. His cells start to be torn apart, but they are then restored once again. A sharp pain coming from the depths of his cells makes Qinyu's face go pale uncontrollably. Luckily Qinyu did not increase his speed again. The current level of the silvery light is very good because it causes such a pain in only a few places, which Qinyu can still endure. If there were too much of the silvery light, his entire body would suffer from such a pain. Perhaps not even Qinyu would be able to survive that kind of agony. Qinyu's whole body continuously absorbs one silvery light point after another. He discovers that those silvery light points seem to be a kind of energy which is much more refined than holy energy. As the training and transformation of his body progress at a noticeable rate, the energy streams replenish themselves with holy energy and fuse with Qinyu's body non-stop. Very good, this trans-heaven diagram really isn't simple. How can it possibly absorb just a little holy energy? But what secrets do the second and the third trans-heaven diagrams have, I wonder? Qinyu thinks to himself. However, the speed of his movements is slightly increased again. Instantly, the number of light points floating and twinkling in the energy streams goes up. The pain in Qinyu's body also intensifies. He slightly frowns, but there is a hint of a smile on his face. Time goes by. After 2 days, by now those silvery light points seem to have flowed through Qinyu's entire body. When the silvery light goes through the places it has gone through before, he only feels a slightly tingling sensation rather than pain. However, his muscles are also no longer improved as fast as in the beginning. After practicing for only 2 days, the power of Qinyu's muscles has definitely increased by over 100%. Speed, let's increase it again. Qinyu continues to exercise. He has been exercising non-stop for 2 whole days but he does not feel hungry at all because absorbing so much holy energy like this has been sufficiently making up for his bodily energy consumption. Following Qinyu's acceleration, the energy stream's silvery light increases once again. Hoo-hoo! After an energy stream which contains the silvery light goes through his skin, it will move quickly from one muscle to another until it is completely absorbed. However, is it true that the faster he moves, the more that special silvery light is generated? What's going on? My current speed is faster than before, why is there less of the silvery light instead? Shinyu has finally discovered this problem. His current speed is simply not his limit. One should know that at this moment he is still carrying weights. Alright, let's keep this speed. Shinyu no longer accelerates. He continuously performs the movements at the optimum speed. Following Shinyu's movements, the 36 energy streams which contain the silvery light continuously permeate into his body, causing many bursts of a wonderfully numbing sensation. The muscle power of his entire body is also improved little by little. When Shinyu is immersing himself in this kind of wonderful feeling. Xiaoyu, it's been 3 whole days. Why haven't you eaten anything? Su Yuan's voice rises outside the courtyard house. As soon as Shinyu hears that, his attention cannot help getting distracted and his movement speed naturally decreases. However, the moment he slows down, the silvery light in the 36 energy streams engulfing him suddenly intensifies greatly. Its density even increases by 100%. Uncle Su, when Shinyu has just said this much, he discovers that the numbing sensation inside his body has heightened greatly and also discovers the shocking change just now. What's going on? Just now wasn't I using the optimum speed? How did the silvery light increase so much the moment I slowed down? Shinyu's eyes suddenly brighten like a torch in the night. His heart suddenly has a surge of excitement. Apparently the movements of those 36 pictures are not so simple at all. Xiao Yu. Su Yuan's voice rises again. Shinyu hurriedly says, Uncle Su, I'm focusing on practice. Please don't worry. I still have some food and water in here. Uncle Su, I'm not leaving this courtyard house. Please don't let anyone disturb me. I must focus on practice. I'm doing closed-door training now. Regarding closed-door training, to avoid being disturbed, generally experts will prepare some food and water, but they will find a secluded place before starting to focus on training. Closed-door training? Su Yuan is somewhat stupefied. However, he is not an ordinary man, so he says smilingly, All right, Xiaoyu. I'll order the servants to prepare some food and water for you. Don't worry about training here. No one will disturb you. Thank you, Uncle Su. After saying, Shinyu waits for the servants to bring him food and water. Then he starts to undergo closed-door training alone to research carefully into the secret of the first trans-heaven diagram's 36 pictures. End of B3C9. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 10. B3C10, Explode, 1. In Shinyu's courtyard house, there is absolutely no one around to disturb him. Shinyu's entire body has turned into several illusions which are moving non-stop in the courtyard house. Strange, I have slowed down, why hasn't the density increased? But just now, Shinyu frowns deeply. At the moment he is performing the movements of the 36 pictures at a slower speed than before, but the 36 energy streams engulfing him do not even have any silvery light. However, it is very clear to him that just now when he heard Su Yuan's voice and started to slow down, the density of those holy energy streams suddenly increased and those silvery light points fused directly with his body like flowing sand in that moment. Could it be? Shinyu suddenly thinks of one possibility. He increases the speed of his movements at once. Various silvery light points once again appear in the 36 intertwined energy streams and continuously fuse with Shinyu's body. This is the speed Shinyu originally thought to be the optimum speed. Suddenly, he slows down. The wind rises and the holy energy in his vicinity vibrates for a short while. The density of the silvery light in the 36 energy streams surrounding Shinyu suddenly increases. Shinyu's eyes pop out of his head. This concentrated silvery light is fusing with his body like concentrated silvery sand. One after another, these silvery light points are fusing with the flesh, bones and channels of his entire body. An extremely numbing sensation spreads throughout his body. Amazing! Shinyu cannot help uttering a loud shout. This kind of sensation is really giving Shinyu an unprecedented intense pleasure. It is 10,000 times more enjoyable than getting massaged. However, in just a while, the density of the silvery light points suddenly drops to the extent that it is even lower than when Shinyu started to exercise at that normal speed. What's going on? Shinyu finally stops. His mind is completely puzzled. Judging from what has happened today, it seems being fast all the time is useless, and being slow all the time is even worse. But when I moved fast from the beginning then suddenly slowed down at the 16th movement, the result was extremely good, Shinyu ponders. Could it be? Shinyu's eyes brighten. Could it be I must adjust my speed properly while executing these movements so that I'm fast when it should be fast and slow when it should be slow? Is combining swiftness with slowness the most suitable way? As soon as Chin Yu comes up with this idea, he starts to try it at once. First, he performs the movements at a constant fast speed. Then upon reaching a certain movement he suddenly accelerates or decelerates. Using this method, he can determine whether a certain movement should be executed fast or slowly. However, as Chin Yu researches more into these movements, he starts to find this troublesome because, take the 16th movement, for example. He should slow down at this movement, but to what extent must he slow down? How much must he slow down at this movement in the end? And it is the same with when he must speed up. Moreover, successive movements must harmonize with each other and the transition from one to another must be smooth. For example, when he changes from the third movement, in which his right hand is in a low position, to the fourth movement, in which the right hand is in a high position, even the path traveled by his hand must be researched carefully. Different paths will produce different results. In short, to figure out the perfect technique based on only these 36 mysterious pictures is after all truly a screaming problem. Every time Chin Yu researches into the movements, he experiences them with a completely calm and collected mind. Time goes by. Only after a whole month can Chin Yu finally almost figure out the right practice method of this technique. A brand new trans-heaven diagrams-based technique appears. A month later, Chin Yu's body is wafting about in the courtyard house like a breeze. When he moves fast, he appears to be slow. But when he moves slowly, his entire body creates various afterimages. Strange, this is extremely strange. The strangest thing is that there is a silvery suit of armor enfolding Chin Yu. No, it is not a silvery suit of armor. Rather, it is an armor-like mass of energy formed by the 36 pure silvery energy streams intertwining with each other around Chin Yu's body. These 36 silvery energy streams are continuously permeating into Chin Yu's body. At the same time, they are absorbing the world's holy energy to replenish themselves. Ha, amazing! Chin Yu suddenly stops. His entire body shakes for a short while. The 36 silvery energy streams also vanish away. In the beginning, the silvery light points were sparse, but now any energy stream is made up almost entirely of the silvery light points. For the last month, Chin Yu's body has been transforming quickly with each passing day. Both his strength and speed have increased by several times. Chin Yu slightly closes his eyes. The 36 pictures have formed a perfect set of movements. And Chin Yu is executing one movement after another in his mind, sometimes fast, sometimes slowly. The first technique of the trans-heaven diagrams has finally been figured out by Chin Yu. Chin Yu's eyes suddenly open wide, glittering dazzlingly. I wonder what secrets the second and third trans-heaven diagrams have. He starts to look forward to the other diagrams. He fully enjoyed this wonderful feeling of non-stop improvement in his body. Therefore, he naturally has high expectations for the other two diagrams. I remember, Chin Yu suddenly recalls that, in the courtyard where Lian Yan was killed, when he was beside Lian Yan's body, his holy sense swept around and discovered the aura of another trans-heaven diagram. However, Chin Yu was too immersed in mourning at that time to take notice of this. After getting that trans-heaven diagram, Father must have put it in the secret treasury. Chin Yu immediately beams because he is eligible to enter the secret treasury. Even if he wants to take out a treasure, he will only need to let Chin Yu know about it. Chin Yu takes out from his bosom the first trans-heaven diagram and says smilingly, "This first trans-heaven diagram is no longer very useful to me. Let's quietly put it in the secret treasury." Chin Yu does not want to let his father know that he is assassin Lu Xing, so, even though Chin Yu may not know that assassin Lu Xing took the first trans-heaven diagram, he will have to quietly conceal it in an unobtrusive place in the secret treasury just in case. For an entire month, Chin Yu has been training without eating anything. Now thinking about this, Chin Yu is extremely astonished because, to his knowledge, to reach the level where food and drink are no longer needed, at least a practitioner must be able to absorb holy energy at a shocking speed. Thanks to the meteoric tear, Chin Yu can already absorb holy energy extremely fast. In addition to that, he has been practicing the secret technique of the first trans-heaven diagram, so currently the holy energy he absorbs even turns into silvery light points. It's good to progress so fast in practice. It doesn't matter if the cause of this is the mysterious meteoric tear or the trans-heaven diagram's secret technique, its principle isn't something I can guess, says Chin Yu with a smile. Then Chin Yu leaves the courtyard house at once and hurriedly heads for Chin Yu's place. At least it will not be late for him to enter the secret treasury after greeting Chin Yu first. "Third Prince," say the two guards of Chin Yu's place after getting down on one knee. "Please tell father that I want to see him," says Chin Yu immediately. A guard says, "Third Prince, His Highness has been undergoing closed-door training for a half-month and still hasn't come out. His Highness has given the order not to let anyone disturb him during this closed-door training session." Hearing this, Xinyu cannot help being stupefied by the fact that even his father is undergoing closed-door training. Alright, then you two keep guarding. Xinyu gives a smile, then turns around and goes to the secret treasury. There will not be any serious problems even if he does not tell Qin about this. There are obviously many guards in the corridor outside the secret treasury. However, seeing Xinyu, they do not obstruct him in the slightest. Xinyu thus goes into the most distant attic. After entering a side room in the attic, he activates a device. With a clack noise, a stone door appears on the wall of the side room. This is the stone door leading to the secret treasury. Xinyu goes into the treasury instantly. The stone door then moves and shuts again. End of B3C10. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 11. B3C11, Explode, 2. The secret treasury is secret room which is not very large. On each side of the room there is a counter made of old agarwood. Various treasures have been put carefully on the surfaces of the counters. In the center of the secret room there are a bamboo chair and a natural tea table. At the front of the room where the floor meets the wall, there is a lighted antique incense burner. A dull-colored smoke is spreading out from the incense burner, giving the whole secret room an atmosphere of zen. Let's conceal the first trans-heaven diagram in the crack between the left counter and the wall. Xinyu goes to a corner of the room, then takes out the precious first trans-heaven diagram from his bosom and tucks it directly into the crack at this corner. Xinyu stands up and nods in satisfaction. Well, so many years will have already passed until father discovers this trans-heaven diagram. He won't suspect me. He definitely does not want to let his father know the identity of assassin Lu Xing because in his view it is absolutely not something worth showing off. After concealing the first trans-heaven diagram, Xinyu takes a glance at the treasures on the old wood counter. He immediately discovers a jade case among them. I feel that it's what I want to find. Xinyu opens the lid of the jade case box with a smile. There is only a square jade block appearing before him. The square jade block is engulfed in a soft multicolored light. Judging by appearance alone, there seems to be no difference between it and the first block. Xinyu takes hold of this trans-heaven diagram. There are several words on its surface. Second trans-heaven diagram. It's the second diagram. Xinyu is elated. According to his understanding, the three trans-heaven diagrams are definitely related to each other. Because he has practiced the first diagram's technique, it is best for him to obtain the second diagram next. If this was the third diagram, perhaps Xinyu would not be able to practice its technique. As he looks at the second trans-heaven diagram, his eyes suddenly brighten. He focuses his entire attention on the diagram. There are 36 pictures. Indeed, almost as I expected, there are 36 pictures, only that these pictures are different from those of the first diagram. Thanks to undergoing previous transformations, Xinyu's soul has been enhanced a lot and he has even acquired the holy sense. As soon as his holy sense sweeps across the diagram, he sees everything and easily memorizes everything. Xinyu desires these 36 pictures the most. As for the other secrets, he has never thought much about them. Moreover, even if he thought more about them, he would not necessarily obtain them. So far, Xinyu has always thought that the mysterious technique of the legendary super expert in the War of Immortals is definitely not the pictures on the diagram surfaces. Anyone with some brains will think so too. If the secret was so simple, in so many years, perhaps it would have already been figured out by someone. The most important thing is, can body training alone make him as formidable as the legendary mysterious man? Using his holy sense, Xinyu examines the second trans-heaven diagram carefully but finds no other secrets as before. He can only put it back with a smile. Xinyu, you're a big fool. In the past so many Xiationists were able to collect the three trans-heaven diagrams but they couldn't find out any secrets. What can your puny holy sense possibly discover? Having obtained the 36 pictures of the second trans-heaven diagram, Xinyu is already completely satisfied. I haven't checked out the other treasures in the secret treasury yet. Xinyu gives a smile, then activates his holy sense and covers the entire secret treasury with it. The range of his holy sense is several hundred meters, so covering this small secret room is no problem to him. Such a big cat's eye gem is really attractive. That horsetail whisk seems ordinary, Xinyu playfully evaluates. All of a sudden, Xinyu's smiling expression freezes. Impossible, impossible, Xinyu's holy sense has just discovered a secret and he cannot help getting dumbstruck by it. He stretches out his hands mechanically and gets the jade case of the second trans-heaven diagram again. Then, he slightly presses a small device on the side of the jade case. After a series of clack noises, Xinyu unexpectedly opens another layer of the jade case with ease. This jade case unexpectedly has two layers. Originally Qin Yu only thought that its bottom was rather thick, but it actually has 2 layers. Moreover, incredibly, there is a square jade block in the second layer. That soft multicolored light and that clear writing tell Qin Yu that this square jade block is the third trance heaven diagram. Goodness, how can I possibly be so lucky? At this moment Qin Yu becomes totally excited because he has unexpectedly obtained all the 3 legendary trance heaven diagrams. Of course, he still has no way to solve their mystery. He gets excited only because of those 36 mysterious pictures. Qin Yu heaves a sigh then thinks emotionally, what good luck. If I hadn't used my holy sense to check, I still wouldn't know there is even a trance heaven diagram in the bottom of this jade case. The third trance heaven diagram is very similar to the 2 previous diagrams and also has 36 pictures. Qin Yu immediately starts to learn these pictures by heart. He does not know at all that, after Qin Shi Huang obtained the 3 trance heaven diagrams in the past, even though he could not figure out their secret, he also learned the movements of the pictures like Qin Yu. However, Qin Shi Huang then only found these movements totally useless and naturally abandoned them. After the destruction of the Qin dynasty, the first and second diagrams got lost in the turmoil of war. The only trance heaven diagram left was the third one, which has always been concealed by the Qin clan for the last 1,000 years. When Qin Di obtained the second trance heaven diagram, he naturally put it in the same place as the third diagram. 3 days later. In his own courtyard house, Qin Yu is carefully experiencing the movements of the 36 pictures on the second trance heaven diagram. Sometimes his movements are fast and sometimes they are slow. When he is fast, he is much faster than even the fastest movement of the first diagram. And when he is slower than the first diagram's slowest movement. However, even when Qin Yu moves slowly, his entire body still creates several illusions, which is very strange. Other people do not know, but Qin Yu himself knows the cause of this. When practicing this mysterious body training technique, which for the moment Qin Yu calls the trance heaven mysterious art, everything within a 2 to 3 m radius of him will be affected, including the air. Only because the air around his body is distorted can the illusions appear. Qin Yu's entire body is being encircled by 36 energy streams as before, only that the color of these energy streams has changed from silver to a mixture of silver and gold. Qin Yu has a feeling that when he completely masters the 36 movements of the second trance heaven diagram, the color of the 36 energy streams will probably become pure golden. Third Prince, His Highness has finished training and is waiting for you at Mingshan Pavilion. The voice of a servant comes from the outside of the courtyard house. As soon as Qin Yu hears that, he stops practicing. Father has finished training. He cleans himself up a little with a washcloth then slightly stretches his sluggish waist, causing his entire body to emit a series of clack noises. His vigorous muscle power is moving through his body like mercury. Thanks to practicing this technique, Qin Yu's body has been improving rapidly. His strength and speed both have reached a whole new level. If the current Qin Yu had to deal with Jinsu, perhaps he would be able to kill the opponent with ease. He moves his facial muscles a bit, smiles, and leaves the courtyard house at once, hurrying to Mingshan Pavilion. Qin De, Su Yuan, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Qin Yu, Manager Gumin of the princely mansion, the blue-clad old man, the gray-clad old man and Zayationist Fenjiuzi, 9 people altogether, are the 9 most superior people on Qin De's side. Fenjiuzi has completely covered Mingshan Pavilion in a mysterious restrictive spell so their voices will not transfer to the outside. Qin De's and Fenjiuzi's expressions are very solemn at the moment. Seeing such an atmosphere, Qin Yu has a feeling that the matter in hand seems very serious. End of B3C11. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 12. B3C12, Explode, 3. Qin De takes a glance at everyone then says, I have called everybody up so urgently because of a very serious matter. Not even I can say for sure if this matter is good or bad. Qin De has a hint of a forced smile on his face, as does Fenjiuzi beside him. Father, what is this matter actually that makes you like this? Asks Qin Zhang immediately. Qin Yu, Qin Feng, and the other people also look at Qin De. Qin De shakes his head and says powerlessly, I've reached the peak of the Xiantian level for just over a year, but during the most recent closed-door training session I suddenly had a hunch that my 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation will come in a half year. The 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation. This is the first heavenly tribulation that anyone who wants to become a Zayationist has to go through, which is commonly referred to as the minor heavenly tribulation. The other people are dumbfounded. Among the super experts who have reached the peak of the Xiantian level, some are afraid of the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, but some others want to undergo this heavenly tribulation to become Zayationists instead. However, it is definitely not so easy to go through the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation. After achieving the completion of the Xiantian level, some people waited for several decades to 100 years without seeing any signs of the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, but some others were able to sense when it would arrive upon reaching the peak of the Xiantian level. This is only contingent on a person's intuitive enlightenment on the natural way of heaven. Who could have thought that Qin De, who has been practicing for just several decades, was actually more formidable than Lian Yan in martial arts and would even be able to sense the arrival of the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation? But is this a good thing? The probability that a practitioner will overcome the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, especially when using a practice technique of the Qianlong continent and without the help of a Shoshan school, is basically less than 10%. The Qin clan is going to declare war soon, but if Qin De fails to withstand the tribulation and dies, that plan will go to waste. However, if he can overcome the tribulation, the Qin clan will have one more Zionist and its power will increase greatly. Too bad, the chance of success is too slim. How is this possible? Senior Lian didn't encounter this 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation for so many years. Your Highness, Su Yuan immediately loses his composure. He has been following Qin De for so many years. The two of them are a master and a subordinate, but there is also the sentiment of brotherhood between them. This is the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, no less. The chance of overcoming it is too small. Of a Zionist's 3 heavenly tribulations, each is more abnormal than the previous. Father. The 3 brothers Qin Yu, Qin Feng, and Qin Jing all look at Qin De anxiously. Because this is the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, there is a possibility that their father will die in a half year. Even though they love their father, they have to admit that this tribulation is too difficult to overcome. You're, Fenger, Zhenger, each of you is already an adult, and Fenger and Zhenger are even 2 older brothers. Why are you behaving like this? As a real man, if you can't run away from the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, you'll have to try to face it. If you succeed, it will be a good thing. But even if you fail, it will be no big deal. Qin De's meddlesome face looks very thrilled and unconcerned. Father, but this 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, Qin Yu feels a pain in his heart. Because his grandpa Lian died not long ago, if his father dies when going through the heavenly tribulation, then. Thinking about this, Qin Yu can even feel his heart trembling with fear. I know the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation is dangerous. Your grandpa also passed away while undergoing this tribulation. However, no one can run away from it. As a man, I must face it with courage. Even if I were to die, I would still have to try my best, says Qin De resolutely. Seeing the look in Qin De's eyes, Qin Yu has no choice but to nod. Today I've called up everyone to make arrangements for the future. From now on, Zhenger will be in charge of every single matter of the Qin clan, whether important or not. This also means that now I'm only responsible for giving directions at the back while Zhenger is the decision maker in any matter. Qin De orders directly. Yes, father. Says Qin Zhang in an absolutely unemotional voice. For the last several years, he has been supervising and deciding ordinary matters. What Qin De just said today has officially given him absolute authority. Among Qin De's 3 sons, his eldest Qin Feng is good at commanding soldiers and conducting military activities, his second son Qin Zhang is adept at politics, but his third son Qin Yu is very carefree. At least, Qin De has never restricted Qin Yu's freedom. Qin Yu has always been able to do whatever he wants. Fenger, you must try hard because, in our Qin clan's army, your position will totally depend on your military merit. Qin De says while staring at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nods and says his agreement. He himself is a Xiantian expert, added to that he is good at commanding troops and conducting military operations, so he is already in charge of a 100,000-strong army despite his young age. Even though this has something to do with his prince status, his personal capabilities are also a very important factor. Qin De looks at Qin Yu. Actually, in his mind, Qin De feels that he owes his third son the most, but he does not want to say too many sentimental words in this situation. Therefore, after staring at Qin Yu for a long time, he slowly says, if you want to do something, then do it. I won't restrict your freedom. But I have one thing to tell you, remember, just do whatever you think is right. The Qin clan's sons flinch from nothing, not even death. When Qin Yu hears this, he feels a boiling stream of blood surging in his heart. Yes, father. Says Qin Yu resolutely. Qin De gives a smile. Fenjiuzi beside him starts to say, His Highness and I have already discussed this matter. When the tribulation arrives in a half year, everybody is to carry on as usual. His Highness and I, along with some Xiantian experts, are going to leave for a secret place to deal with the heavenly tribulation. As for his 3 sons, all of them must not follow us. Right, I've already decided who are going to go with me. They are Manager Gu, some Xiantian experts and some other experts. Zhenger, the 3 of you cannot follow me, says Qin De emphatically. He accepts absolutely no objection. When Qinda leaves to undergo the heavenly tribulation, who can say that Xiangguang will know nothing about this? If Xiangguang receives information about this, he will definitely send experts to sabotage Qinda's plan. Even the Xiantian experts who are going to go with Qinda will be in danger, so Qinda cannot take any chances on his sons. Qin Zhang is the future East vanquishing prince and is in a position of great authority, so he must not be put at risk. Qin Feng is a marshal in the army, so he cannot be used like an ordinary bodyguard expert either. If something bad happened to him, it would be terrible. As for Qin Yu, "Father, I'll go with you," Qin Yu says in a loud and clear voice. "I know there will be dangers. Big brother and second brother have to carry out important duties, so nothing is allowed to happen to them, but I'm not very useful in military matters. I can't handle politics or military affairs." "You can't," Qin De suddenly says, cutting off Qin Yu. "Why?" Qin Yu immediately stands up and says, "Why can't I? Father, do you remember what you just said? Just do whatever you think is right." The Qin clan's sons flinch from nothing, not even death. "Now I want to follow you, and I think this is the right thing to do." "Death, I'm not afraid of it in the least. I just want to go with you." Qin Yu stares at Qinda. He simply does not concede. Do you know how dangerous this will be? I don't know how many Xiantian experts Xiangguang has. I don't care about that either. But they have 2 Shangxian, 2 of them, no less. Your Uncle Feng alone can only stop one of them, so if they both come it will be extremely dangerous. "Do you understand?" says Qin Di continuously. "Danger? How can I possibly fear danger?" Qin Yu gives an indifferent laugh. He simply does not accept Qinda's rejection. Qinda says with a shake of his head, "The people who are going to go this time are all experts, even Xiantian experts. You're just an external practitioner. What's the use of your going? You'll be of no use to us. Worse still, when we are in danger, your presence would likely make it harder for us. So, you better forget that idea." "Xiantian?" Qin Yu laughs. After becoming a Xiantian expert, Qin Yu wanted to tell his father about this, but because of Lianyan's death, he was so grieved that he forgot to tell his father. Then he began to practice the technique of the trans-heaven diagrams, and Qinda had a closed-door training session, so naturally he has not had time to tell his father yet. "Take this!" Qin Yu suddenly utters a loud shout. His body shoots at the blue-clad old man like a flash. The blue-clad old man and the gray-clad old man are 2 super experts among Qinda's subordinates and are on a par with Lianyan. Ordinarily, they manage the matters concerning the heavenly net. The blue-clad old man is a peak Xiantian expert and has terrifyingly strong overall power. He is watching Qin Yu's strike coming at him. "Third Prince!" The blue-clad old man stretches out a hand smilingly. "Humph!" Qin Yu utters a cold humph. The entire air in his vicinity starts to vibrate. He throws a punch with his right fist like rolling thunder. This is the first time Qin Yu has used his true power after practicing the first and second trans-heaven diagrams. With his body undergoing transformations for such a long time, what power level has he actually reached? The faces of all the people present change color. The blue-clad old man knows that it is bad for him, so he instantly channels his body's Xiantian energy. The color of his right palm becomes golden. The crash between a fist and a palm. Bang! A violent clash is heard. The blue-clad old man only feels that he is hit by a terrifyingly strong force. It is purely caused by physical power and has no Xiantian energy at all. That terrifying force of Qin Yu's pure and fierce physical power goes through his palm into his arm. The blue-clad old man cannot help retreating. Then, with a clack noise, the railings are smashed. The blue-clad old man can only stop when he finally bumps into Fenjiuzi's restrictive spell. All the other people look at Qin Yu with only astonishment in their eyes. Qin Yu stares at Qin Di and says with an expressionless face, "Father, what do you think? Am I qualified to follow you? I'm a Xiantian expert. The first Xiantian external expert in the history of the Qianlong continent is also a Xiantian expert, right?" Qin Yu's words shock the other people to the extent that they are dumbfounded. Xiantian external expert. Since antiquity, it has been a truism that external practice is difficult, painful, not worthwhile, and hopeless, and is capped by the peak of the Hotian level. However, from now on, the people present know that it is also possible to reach the Xiantian level through external practice. What power? If Third Prince uses a middle-grade holy weapon, I'm not sure I'll be a match for him. At the moment, the bones of the blue-clad old man's right arm are still in great pain. Qin Yu's current power is far superior to his power level when he fought Jinsu that day. Thanks to practicing the trans-heaven mysterious art and undergoing the changes caused by the mysterious silvery and golden lights, compared to the Chinyu of the battle against Jinsu, the current Chinyu has experienced many more world-shattering transformations. Qin De is looking at Chinyu. No one can know how greatly shocked he is in his mind at the moment. The third son before him is one who he has never had high expectations for and one who does external practice, the most painful and hopeless path in martial arts. However, at the age of 18, this son has reached such a terrifying level in power without his knowledge. Moreover, this son has become the unprecedented Xiantian external expert. Father. Qin Yu says again. He is waiting for Qin De's answer. Qin De remains silent for a long time, then says with a slow shake of his head, "You can't." End of B3C12. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 13. B3C13, Feelings. Having told his father the fact that he is a Xiantian expert, Qin Yu is very excited in his heart. He has been longing for his father's approval and praise. And today, he has finally been able to let his father know that he is not a good-for-nothing. You can't. As Qin Yu hears Qin De's words, his body shakes once. His face immediately goes pale. He stares at Qin De with his eyes full of disbelief and indignation. Why? Why can't I? Qin Yu says continuously, as if he cannot accept Qin De's answer. He becomes misty-eyed. He has been trying hard to do limit training non-stop day and night since he was 8. He has never experienced the happiness of his contemporaries, has never been given parental loving care, and has even never had a friend of the same age. Thanks to some luck and the fact that he has been working hard every day for 10 years, he has finally reached the current level in power. Why has he been training hard without any complaint for the last 10 years? Can the reason possibly be anything but to reach the Xiantian level so that he can help his father, make his father happy and do his father proud? Father, didn't you just say reaching the Xiantian level is enough? Now I've surpassed ordinary Xiantian experts in power. I can even put up a real fight against any peak Xiantian expert. Why do you still refuse to let me go with you? Qin Yu stares at his father. His eyes are filled with indignation and unwillingness. Qin Yu's indignant and unwilling look makes Qin De slightly tremble in his heart. Calm down a bit. Qin De coldly shouts. Qin Yu takes a deep breath and says, all right, I've calmed down. Tell me the reason, father. If you can't convince me, I won't give up no matter what. All right. Qin De says at once. When I undergo the tribulation, I'll have to choose a secret place. Your Uncle Foam is going to go with me as well. Of course, the fact that I'm going to undergo the tribulation is top secret information, so there are only two possibilities. First, if Xiang Guang's men can't find out this information, no one will come to disturb me, which naturally will be a good thing. In this case, it'll be pointless for you to go. Second, if Xiang Guang knows that I'm going to undergo the tribulation, his two Shangxian will come at me together. Even though your power is not bad, you simply can't imagine how powerful the Shangxian who have overcome the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation to become Zayashinists are, not. Qin De says with a sigh, even though it's only the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, comparing ordinary peak Xiantian experts to Zayashinists is like comparing the ground to the sky. With merely a strike of their flying swords, Zayashinists can behead you easily. If you go, you'll be of no use and only die for no reason. Therefore, in both cases, it'll be useless for you to go. Even worse, you'll probably die if you go. Qin De stares at Qin Yu. This is the reason why I don't let you go with me. Having listened, Qin Yu remains silent. However, despite being silent, he is giving off a chaotic aura. The stronger a person's soul is, the more powerful his aura becomes. Qin Yu is giving off his aura unintentionally, but, at the moment, the other people can still feel it. No one knows what he is thinking. Xiaoyu, Qin Zhang and Qin Feng both look at their little brother. Father, do you still remember? Qin Yu simply does not pay attention to his big brother and second brother. He talks to himself. Before I turned 6, you cared so much about me and often spent time with me. During that time I was very happy and carefree. In my mind, you were the most brilliant and capable person. However, when I turned 6, I was sent to Misty Villa. Qin Yu lowers his head and says in a low voice. It seems he is talking to himself and Qin did at the same time. Everyone quietens down. At Misty Villa, except for the servants and guards, there was only me, a 6-year-old kid. There wasn't anyone to play with me. I was lonely, so whenever I watched sunrise or sunset I contemplated expectantly when you would visit me. After so many disappointments, you finally arrived, but you left so fast. And I continued to expect you, but then I couldn't wait anymore because you only visited Misty Villa once in 2 whole years. Shinyu continues to say slowly. All of the people present picture the scene of a 6 or 7-year-old kid watching sunrise or sunset waiting for his father's arrival only to get disappointed time after time. Shinda slightly moves his lips but says nothing. He cannot say anything. Among his 3 sons, he feels he owes his 3rd son the most. He has spent the least time with Chinyu, has cared for Chinyu the least and has even met Chinyu the least number of times. I wondered why you didn't visit me. Could I have been disobedient and annoyed you? Or was I too unpleasant? Even if I had done something wrong, couldn't you just tell me about it since I could change? But I wasn't stupid. Big brother was practicing martial arts while second brother was learning something about political affairs and you often instructed them and visited them. I finally understood, you thought I couldn't become an able person so you didn't care about me. Shinya nips his lips, his eyes glittering. After thinking it over, I decided to train to become an expert. But my dantian couldn't store internal energy so I could only do external practice. In the first year, it was Master Zhao Yunqing who taught me. Every day, I started to train when it was still dimly light. It was limit training. To be exact, it was physical limit surpassing training. I was in extreme pain and exhausted every day. I was so weary that I really shouldn't have been able to carry on, but I thought about my being able to make you happy later so I clenched my teeth and persisted, says Chinyu slowly. Shinda's eyes have become moist. When I was 16, you told me some secrets and I finally understood it wasn't that you didn't love me, but that you had your own affairs so you couldn't have time to pay attention to me. I saw you, big brother and second brother working so hard for that important undertaking in the future, but I couldn't help in anything despite being a son of the Qin clan as well. I could only be a bystander. That night you said unless I could reach the Xiantian level you wouldn't let me lead troops to kill our enemies. At that time I decided that I would become a Xiantian expert no matter what. Qinyu's face suddenly has a faint smile. 10 years, after 10 whole years I finally succeeded. I was lucky and also hardworking, but it doesn't matter what happened, the thing is, I've finally reached the current level. Chinyu suddenly raises his head. A swift and fierce aura comes forth from his body. Since ancient times, they've been saying that external practice is hopeless and unable to reach the Xiantian level. But I never believed it. I always worked hard and I finally succeeded indeed. There is a hint of pride on Chinyu's face. Having reached a level where he can match a peak Xiantian internal expert, how can he not be proud? Moreover, Chinyu even practices external techniques, which are universally acknowledged to be much harder than internal techniques. I'm a Xiantian external expert. Moreover, since I reached the Xiantian level, I've improved a lot and my power has been enhanced greatly. I wanted to tell you about this because I thought that, when you knew I had become a Xiantian expert, you would treat me as you treat big brother and second brother and find a good use for me so that I could help you too. Chinyu stares at Chinda. All of a sudden, his expression looks sad. Ha ha. I was wrong. I was wrong, utterly wrong. Chinyu suddenly becomes indignant. He says loudly to Chinda, Father, when I was weak, you didn't have a use for me and didn't let me help you. I didn't blame you for that and clenched my teeth to work hard. But now that my power has already reached a level where I'm far superior to ordinary Xiantian experts, you still don't let me help you, brushing me aside. How can I possibly rest easy when I see you going through dangers? Father, do you think this is the same as caring about me? No, it's definitely not. It hurts my feelings instead. I trained hard every day and night, giving up the amusements that my contemporaries enjoyed, giving up everything. I immersed myself in training for 10 years. 10 years, no less. What did I train for 10 years for? What's the use of practicing to my current level? Chinyu simply cannot keep his tears from rolling down his face. His goal, his 10-year goal, is the thing he has had the most resolute attachment to for the last 10 years. Today he has discovered that it has come to naught. How can he possibly not grieve? Father, I know the 4 in 9 heavenly tribulation is extremely fearsome. If you fail to overcome it, Chinyu's body starts to quiver. He cannot imagine how great a shock it would be to him if his father were to die. If you passed away, wouldn't my perseverance in the last 10 years become pointless? I've been training but I'm still of no use. Father, no matter what, can you at least find a use for me? In this way, even if I were to die, I'd have no regret. But, you give me no chance, absolutely no chance. You only said it's pointless for me to get involved in this. Father, you don't even give me a chance. How can you be sure that I'm useless? How? Chinyu stares at Chinda and growls loudly and hoarsely. His eyes have turned crimson. All of a sudden, Chinyu burst out laughing sadly and shrilly, I knew it already. Father, in your mind, this third son has always been useless, right? It doesn't matter what happens, I'm always utterly useless. Even when I've reached the Xiantian level, I'm still useless. I was useless in the past, and now I'm useless too. Father, I think, even when we go to war later, perhaps you still won't find any good use for a Xiantian expert like me, right? Qinde can say nothing. Indeed, in the future war the troops of a fighting corps will be counted even by the 100,000, so a Xiantian expert will not be very useful. Qinde basically has never cared about Qin Yu's role in the future war. Seeing Qinde's expression, Qin Yu laughs. Ha ha. I'm just the most useless person. No matter how hard I try, no matter how much progress I make in practice, I'll always be the most useless. This is laughable. What have I been training for? What have I been training for? What's the use of my training? Qin Yu laughs out loud, then weeps silently. His tears slowly roll down. Qinde looks at Qin Yu in front of him, the third son who he has never heartily cared about. Suddenly he feels extremely ashamed and sorrowful. He opens his mouth but simply cannot say a word because he does not know what he should say. Indeed, in Qinde's mind, Qin Yu is of no use. What Qin Yu just said is totally right. I'm a fool, a real fool. Qin Yu shakes his head and gives a forced smile. You are. Qin Zheng and Qin Feng are about to say something, but Qin Yu reaches out his hand and stops them. He takes a deep breath, looks at Qinde and says calmly, Father, I'm sorry. I was careless about what I said. This is the first time he has given full vent to his repressed feelings of so many years. I. Seeing that Qinde is about to say something, Qin Yu says with a forced smile, Father, now I'm very confused, I need to calm down. Don't worry. I won't bother you. At least in the half year before your tribulation arrives, I won't come back to bother you. Qin Yu turns to Fenjiuzi and says, Uncle Feng, could you please deactivate the encircling restrictive spell? Fenjiuzi immediately sends out various streams of elemental energy, deactivating the restrictive spell. Qin Yu turns his face upward and gives a whistle. Something then dives down from the sky like a black bolt of lightning. Like a flash, Qin Yu's body gets on the back of the Black Eagle, which is 10 meters high in the air, leaving behind several afterimages. After sitting down on the back of the Black Eagle, all of a sudden, he slightly bends and hugs the Black Eagle's neck. Xiaohei has always been his companion for so many years, so when he snuggles against Xiaohei's warm feathers his mind calms down. He gently pats Xiaohei and says, Xiaohei, let's go, let's return to Misty Villa. Xiaohei also feels that Qin Yu is very sad at the moment. With a shake of its wings, the wind suddenly rises and the Black Eagle soars into the sky. In just a while, it disappears on the horizon. Qinde's face has turned very pale, looking like the face of a sickly person. Turning his face skyward, he knows Qin Yu has left and will not return for at least a half year. This half year will probably be Qinde's last half year in the world. Qin Yu's words have pierced his heart continuously like sharp knives, but he knows that his son is even in more agony than he himself is. Even though he is mournful, he feels ashamed and regretful, more, incomparably ashamed and regretful. However, in Qinde's life, will he ever be able to compensate for what Qin Yu has gone through? End of B3C13. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 14. B3C14, A Glimpse of Hope, 1. On the top of Mount Donglan, a golden silhouette is moving extremely fast. The silhouette is indistinct and ethereal like mist. On one side, a huge black male eagle is flapping its wings. Its sharp eyes are being fixed on the golden silhouette. This golden silhouette and this eagle are Qin Yu and Xiaohei. Qin Yu has been training like this for over 20 whole days. During this period of time, he has not taken a break, eaten and drunk, but his mind has been getting better and better. Compared to when he just left the princely mansion, Qin Yu's entire body is currently much swifter and fiercer. Suddenly the golden silhouette stops. Those 36 golden energy streams then vanish away completely, revealing Qin Yu's lonely figure. The second trance heaven diagram's 36 pictures have been totally mastered. Qin Yu looks at his entire body's skin. As soon as he slightly exerts his strength, very incredibly, a vague golden light starts to move under his skin. Moreover, Qin Yu discovers that his body has reached a whole new level. Strength? He can no longer use strength to accurately assess his current body. Xiaohei, let's go. Qin Yu calls Xiaohei, which instantly utters several cries of excitement. Then, after he sits on Xiaohei's back, with a shake of its wings, Xiaohei leaves Mount Donglan at once and starts to go on another journey. It is already deep in the winter at the moment and white snow is falling from all over the sky. In a heavenly net branch, the courtyard of this branch is covered with a thick blanket of snow. Shinyu treads on the snow blanket directly and only leaves a line of faint footprints. As snow keeps falling down, those footprints also disappear in a short while. Please sit down, Mr. Lu Xing. A flirty woman puts a mission list before Shinyu. He turns directly to the gold card missions section and schemes through the resumes of these missions targets. When he chooses a mission, he does not care about the opponent's overall power and only pays attention to what kind of person the opponent is. If it is an evildoer, he will undertake the mission, but if it is a good person, he will pass on the mission. Of course, he is not so bored that he would protect that good person yet. Gold card mission number 6, says Shinyu coldly. That flirty woman immediately assigns him the mission, then gives him a subtle blink and says flirtatiously, Mr. Lu Xing, it's snowing heavily outside. Please stay the night here. It won't be late to wait until it stops snowing tomorrow before going. As she is saying, she reaches out her delicate right hand and holds Shinyu's hand. Let go. Shinyu says calmly. The flirty woman covers her mouth and says with a smile, Mr. Lu Xing is really, when she is about to say something, she feels a shock transferring to her from Shinyu's hand and cannot help loosening her hold with a tingling sensation. Shinyu immediately turns around and steps into the boundless, heavy snow. The flirty woman follows the silhouette in the heavy snow with her eyes. She suddenly sees that silhouette turn into several afterimages and disappear. Anyone who dares come to kill me simply has a death wish. Demonic flaming hand, kill him for me, says a fat man loftily. A faint cold smile appears on the corners of golden-masked Shinyu's mouth. Yes. A one-armed bald man looks at Shinyu and says coldly, Gold card assassin, who would have thought that an assassin like you would openly block our way instead of using a sneak attack? You're simply utterly stupid. Being able to die at my demonic flaming hand, you can take pride in that. Shinyu slightly shakes his head and thinks to himself, middle phase Xiantian expert, too weak. Whiz. Shinyu flashes by the one-armed bald man like a beam of light, rendering him completely dumbfounded. Then two miserable cries rise successively. Shinyu's body has already disappeared. Having accomplished the mission, naturally he has left. My right hand is gone. Looking at where his only hand used to be, demonic flaming hand freezes with horror. Just now, Shinyu's speed was so fast. Giving demonic flaming hand absolutely no time to resist, he cut off the opponent's only hand with a knife hand strike. Then, using the same shocking speed, he directly beheaded that fat man with another knife hand strike. Afterwards, he took the fat man's head and left lightly. From the beginning to the end, it took him only a moment. Indeed, after mastering the second trans-heaven diagram, my overall power has reached a whole new level. That, coupled with my stopping to use the black iron arm guards and leg guards and the black gold undershirt, has made me very fast. Perhaps a peak Xiantian expert can only be about as fast as me at best. There is a confident smile on Shinyu's face at the moment. After practicing the second trans-heaven diagram, Shinyu's power has increased greatly. His body has been transformed even more. In terms of bodily toughness alone, even black iron weapons can no longer hurt him. His body's defense has already caught up with that of the black gold undershirt. Therefore, Shinyu has taken off the black gold undershirt and the black iron arm guards and leg guards. After all, weight carrying is basically not very useful at his current level anymore. Mr. Lu Xing is really fast. In just a while you've already finished the mission. The woman who welcomes Shinyu flatters him smilingly. After receiving the reward, Shinyu opens the mission list and says at once, Gold card mission number 3. In 3 whole months Shinyu undertakes 9 gold card missions, averaging 3 missions a month. All of the missions are gold card missions, but he accomplishes them with ease. All of the targets are killed by him openly regardless of their power levels. There are even 2 late-phase Xiantian experts among them. Even when facing a late-phase Xiantian expert, Shinyu does not use the flaming sword and the flaming gloves. He kills the opponent with his own hands. Even so, the opponent cannot put up any resistance at all. With Shinyu's current power, even when using bare hands, he can already put up a good fight against any peak Xiantian expert. The silvery and golden lights of the 2 trans-heaven diagrams have really transformed his body a lot. This is also the cause of such an improvement in Shinyu's power. Mr. Lu Xing, why do you suddenly stop taking missions? The woman who welcomes Shinyu asks doubtfully. Seeing in the record that Shinyu has been undertaking 9 successive missions recently, she originally thought that he would continue to take 1 more. How can I continue to waste my time on these missions? Humph, their targets aren't challenging at all. Shinyu takes the reward, says indifferently, then leaves. Obviously his attitude has changed. It is no longer as apathetic as it was 3 months ago. A person comes out from the back of the hall where missions are taken. Following Qinyu's leaving back with his eyes, he slightly frowns and says, "Not challenging? Even late-phase Xiantian experts aren't challenging at all?" In a nameless mountain forest. It has been 2 months. Qinyu has been staying in this nameless mountain forest for over 2 months and practicing the third trans-heaven diagram here. Having previous experience with the other 2 diagrams, he has naturally been practicing this trans-heaven diagram with great ease. However, what has surprised Qinyu is that the third trans-heaven diagram is different from the 2 previous diagrams. The reason is, the third trans-heaven diagram has unexpectedly created a purple Xiantian energy. This Xiantian energy has permeated into his entire body in every place. It does not matter if it is the dantian, a muscle, a bone or a channel, as long as it is a place in his body, there will be Xiantian energy in it. With his entire body enfolded in 36 purple energy streams, Qinyu dives down from the sky like a flash. He then ruthlessly smashes his right leg on the ground. The strange thing is that it unexpectedly causes no damage to the ground. However, the entire area of the ground in his vicinity starts to vibrate. In a short while, boom! With a loud sound, the soil within a several tens-meter radius of Qinyu explodes, creating a huge cloud of dust. When the dust has settled, a crater which is several tens meters in circumference and 10 meters deep appears. I only needed 1 month to master the first or second trans-heaven diagram. This third trans-heaven diagram unexpectedly took me over 2 months. Qinyu stops. The 36 purple energy streams around him also disappear. The pure purple glow on his body gradually withdraws as well. From the outside to the inside. Compared to the 2 previous trans-heaven diagrams, the third trans-heaven diagram is much more formidable. Not only does it enhance his body, it also creates the special purple Xiantian energy which solely belongs to this trans-heaven mysterious art. It's been a half year. Father is going to undergo his tribulation soon. Qinyu secretly groans. He is not happy at the moment despite his great improvement in power. End of B3C14. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 15. B3C15, A Glimpse of Hope, 2. For the last half year, Qinyu has been wondering about the purposes of his life. Can he possibly live out his life just like an ordinary man on the Qinlong continent, who will get married, have children then age? No, in his mind, going down this road is simply unacceptable. Since he was a little kid, Qinyu has been aiming to become an expert so that he can help his father. But now, perhaps I've been wrong since the beginning. A person can't always live for other people. If I live like that, not only will I be tired, father will be put under great pressure as well. Qinyu slowly goes to the side of a tarn in the mountain forest. Despite looking at the jade waves before him, he continuously ponders in his mind. For the last half year, Qinyu has been training and carrying out missions, but he has always been pondering. What should I live for? This is what Qinyu has been pondering over. Qinyu has a desire in the bottom of his heart, a secret desire. But he has never dared to let his desire burst forth completely. In his heart, he takes the greatest pleasure in fighting to the death and in breaking through his limits. Zaotianists, the overseas immortal islands, and the Shojin world. These are the desire Qinyu has been concealing in his heart. At that time, when he heard Fenjiuzi's description of the Shojin world, he instantly became imbued with a desire for this Shojin world. In the past his power was insufficient, but the trans-heaven diagrams have given him an opportunity. Qinyu takes a deep breath. He yearns for the life of a Zaotianist, going up to the 9th level of the sky, going down to the depths of the ocean, battling demonic beasts, contending against Zaotianists for treasures, fighting heaven and hell, pursuing the limits of life. Qinyu yearns for that blood-boiling, passion-packed kind of life. However, to live that kind of life, he must have, first, real power and, second, determination. He must have the power of a Zaotianist and the determination of a loner. Since his father and brothers cannot venture into the unknown and wander about with him, will Qinyu be able to leave his father and brothers? Remember, just do whatever you think is right. The Qin clan's sons flinch from nothing, not even death. Those words said by his father resound in Qinyu's ears again. He suddenly laughs. Alright, living in the world, why do I have to be afraid of something? Moreover, I've been living the wrong way. I mustn't live for other people. That kind of life has tired both me and father out. I must live for myself. Father, big brother, second brother, I'll pursue my own life. Qinyu's eyes glitter. Xiaohei, after father has overcome his tribulation, I'm going to pursue my own life. Do you want to follow me? Says Qinyu while stroking Xiaohei's head. Xiao Hei immediately spreads its wings and gently pats Qin Yu's back with them while continuously nodding. Qin Yu laughs as soon as he sees this. It does not matter what is going to happen, at least Xiao Hei will always be his companion. Xiao Hei, let's go. It's a waste of time to live a boring life. Let's go to see if the Heavenly Net has any challenging missions. Qin Yu gets on Xiao Hei's back at once with a jump. Xiao Hei immediately flaps its wings, then disappears like a beam of light. Qin Yu sits down. He is in the chair. 3 other people consisting of the blue-clad old man, Manager Gumin and Fenjiuzi also sit down one by one. The place has been selected. Everything is almost ready. We only need to wait 37 more days, says Qin Yu indifferently. The closer it gets to the tribulation, the more clearly he feels its time of arrival. And he is going to undergo the tribulation in 37 days. The blue-clad old man says with a nod, there are a lot of demonic beasts in the wilderness. Quite a few of them have even reached the Jindan stage. Even if Wu Xing and Wu De discover the appearance of the heavenly tribulation in the wilderness, they will surely think that it is a demonic beast undergoing its tribulation. So, if your highness can overcome the tribulation, the Xiang clan instead won't expect that we'll even have such an expert as your highness on our side. The location selected by your highness is really extremely ingenious, says Manager Gumin in agreement. Qin Yu shakes his head and says with a laugh, let's wait to see if I can go through the heavenly tribulation alive before saying something. Alright, Brother Feng and Manager Gumin, the 2 of you please leave first. I and Blueclad have to discuss some matters. I take my leave, your highness. Manager Gumin bows and says. Fenjiuzi, however, only folds his hands in salute. The 2 of them then leave. The blue-clad old man and the grey-clad old man are the 2 general managers of the Heavenly Net. Generally, Qin Yu only calls these 2 old men by their code names Blueclad and Greyclad. In fact, he has never called them by their real names. This time, Qin Yu has decided that the blue-clad old man is going to follow him when he leaves for a location in the wilderness to undergo the tribulation, whereas the grey-clad old man is going to continue to manage the Heavenly Net's operation. Blueclad, this time pick out 5 late-phase Xiantian experts from the Secret Arrow, which was originally managed by Uncle Lien, and let Manager Go lead them. At your Heavenly Net, find some late-phase Xiantian experts in the 2 nets. At the same time, invite Assassin Lu Xing to come as well. There is a faint smile on the corners of Qin Yu's mouth. The blue-clad old man also gives a smile. The Heavenly Net is divided into the inner net and the outer net. However, it cannot directly control the members of the outer net and can only invite them. As for this assassin Lu Xing, Qin Yu, being the leader of the Heavenly Net, has been paying close attention to him for some time. That assassin Lu Xing is extremely powerful. According to my subordinates' reports, he has been undertaking 9 successive missions recently and accomplished them with ease. There were even late-phase Xiantian experts among the targets, but, when facing this assassin Lu Xing, they had no choice but to get killed. His power should have reached the peak of the Xiantian level. The blue-clad old man states his opinion. At the moment, Qin Yu is in need of experts, absolute experts. That day he told Qin Yu that peak Xiantian experts cannot put up any resistance against Xiationists. What he said can be considered correct, but not totally correct. In a one-on-one, it is certainly correct. However, if 5 or 6 peak Xiantian experts join forces and use middle-grade holy weapons at the same time, then whether it is true will be quite another matter. Peak Xiantian experts are all extremely fast, like lightning. If 5 or 6 peak Xiantian experts attack together, a Jindan stage Xiationist will find it difficult to cope with them. If his body gets destroyed, the Xiationist will be done for. Even though a Jindan stage Xiationist's elemental energy is profound, his body's structure is almost no different from that of ordinary people's bodies. So, once his internal organs are shattered into pieces, he will also die. Qin Yu currently needs peak Xiantian experts, or late-phase Xiantian experts at the minimum. However, peak Xiantian experts are too hard to come by. Currently, according to Qin Yu's judgment, this assassin Lu Xing is a peak Xiantian expert. Moreover, judging from the missions that assassin Lu Xing has undertaken, he is also trustworthy. Blueclad, you are to invite him personally. If necessary, you can threaten him a bit by force. Of course, he must not be told about the location of the tribulation, and my identity as well. When the time comes, letting him follow us will be enough. Says Qin Yu. He is not worried about the identity of this mysterious assassin Lu Xing. Even if Lu Xing is an enemy, will it make any difference? After all, Qin Yu cannot let him know anything. Yes, I'm going to invite him personally. Blueclad bows and says. Qin Yu has found it very strange that the last time he took a mission the executive of that Heavenly Net branch told him the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Net requested a discussion with him. As a top-class assassin of the Heavenly Net, he also knows it has two Grand Elders. He wonders why this Grand Elder invites himself to meet him today. Following their agreement, Xinyu goes to a tea house. At the moment, there are no guests in the tea house. He slightly frowns. "You've arrived, Mr. Lu Xing. Why don't you come up here?" A series of laughs of a man comes to him from the second floor. Xinyu's feet make a movement. His entire body disappears into thin air at once, then appears on where the staircase and the second floor meet. His speed was extremely fast and simply reached a shocking level. So fast yet caused no wind sounds. The blue-clad elder is startled in his heart. He knows even he himself cannot reach that speed. He looks toward the top landing of the staircase and sees a man standing there, who is about 1.75 m tall and looks very cold from head to toe. The blue-clad elder, however, has an indescribable feeling that the man in front of him seems very familiar. As soon as Xinyu sees the man before him, his eyes pop out of his head because he unexpectedly recognizes the so-called Heavenly Net Grand Elder as the mysterious blue-clad elder who occasionally appears beside his father. The usual movements of the blue-clad elder and the gray-clad elder are extremely secret, only that these two elders appear in the princely mansion sometimes. In the entire mansion, only a few people such as Xinyu know about the existence of this blue-clad elder and the gray-clad elder. "Heavenly Net Grand Elder?" says Xinyu while looking at the blue-clad elder. An unfathomable faint smile appears on the corners of his mouth. End of B3C15. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 16. B3C16, The Source of Danger, 1. So the Heavenly Net's leader is, an idea springs to Qinyu's mind and he gives a smile. He then comes up to the blue-clad elder's face and sits down directly without ceremony. The blue-clad elder laughs, then slowly says, "Mr. Lu Xing is so mysterious, just like a hidden dragon. In 3 consecutive months, you accomplished perfectly all of the 9 gold card missions you took. When I first knew about this, I was indescribably amazed. Only afterwards did I know that it turned out the outer net of my Heavenly Net still had such an expert as Mr. Lu Xing. Gold card missions? They weren't challenging at all. I so wanted to find a match but couldn't. This really," says Xinyu very haughtily. He does so because he wants to keep his real identity from being discovered by other people and also to define assassin Lu Xing as a top-class expert who devotes himself to martial arts and cares about nothing but martial arts. Not challenging at all? Could it be Mr. Lu Xing has already reached the peak of the Xiantian level? Asks the blue-clad elder. Xinyu suddenly gives a haha laugh and says, "Grand Elder, you would know after testing a bit, right? It's really hard to meet an expert of your caliber." As he finishes saying, he suddenly attacks with his right hand. Since he was little, Xinyu has trained his fingers' strength and, at the same time, their flexibility repeatedly. After many breakthroughs, today the strength of his fingers has already reached an astonishing level. He extends his right hand's forefinger, creating several tens illusions. The blue-clad elder's eyes brighten. He also extends his right hand's forefinger, on which a dazzling light appears. Bang, dot. Finger versus finger. The fingers crash head-on. They are unexpectedly equally matched. Xinyu slightly curves the corners of his mouth upward. A purple beam of light suddenly shoots out from his fingertip. The blue-clad elder only feels a sharp force penetrate into his body through his fingertip. He cannot help getting shocked. He immediately withdraws his finger and, at the same time, uses the liquefied Xiantian energy in his Dantian to eliminate this foreign stream of energy. Ha, Mr. Lu Xing is really formidable. This senile old man admires you. I really do. The blue-clad elder laughs out loud and says at once. His eyes brighten. Following Qinyu's order to invite Xinyu this time, the first thing he must do is determine what level Qinyu's power has reached. Judging from the force of this one finger strike alone, the blue-clad elder can already confirm absolutely that assassin Lu Xing before him is not weaker than him. You didn't use all your power, Grand Elder, so my win is worthless, says Xinyu indifferently. He can see that this blue-clad elder did not use his entire power. However, Xinyu did not use all his power either. He is certain that, if he had to deal with the blue-clad elder, using only the purple Xiantian energy he is thanks to practicing the third trans-heaven diagram, he would surely be able to destroy the blue-clad elder. Mr. Lu Xing is at such a high level in power. It looks like you're already qualified to undertake a special mission, says the blue-clad elder mysteriously. Xinyu slightly narrows his eyes. He knows he is posing as assassin Lu Xing, a pursuer of martial arts and the human limits, so he says at once, "Oh? You only say I'm qualified to take this mission after testing me just now. It seems this mission is very awesome? Tell me about it, dot." The blue-clad elder says mysteriously. Awesome? Mr. Lu Xing, quite a few experts who take part in this mission are on a par with you. However, joining this mission, you must forget about life and death. Oh? Qin Yu's heart skips a beat. He knows that, with his current power, he has made the blue-clad elder think that assassin Lu Xing is a peak Xiantian expert. However, the elder just said quite a few experts who participate in this mission are on the same level as him. Does this not clearly mean that they are also peak Xiantian experts? What is this mission? Could it be, Qin Yu secretly has a hunch? Using several experts like me, is there such a difficult mission? Could it be to assassinate a Shangxian? Says Qin Yu laughingly. The blue-clad elder says with a shake of his head, it's not to assassinate a Shangxian, but to be a bodyguard for about a month. If you're willing to join, during this month, you'll have to protect the client well. The blue-clad old man stares at Qin Yu and carefully observes his reaction. Bodyguard? Humph, you're asking me to become a bodyguard? Says Qin Yu coldly. The blue-clad elder says confidently, don't worry, Mr. Lu Xing, don't you always dislike easy missions? This mission is absolutely difficult and, moreover, the power of the prospective enemies will satisfy you. The important thing is, if this mission is successful, we will give you a high Xian grade weapon. High Xian grade weapons are the top weapons in the eyes of mortals on the Qianlong continent. As for holy weapons, generally only Xiatianists can have them. Qin Yu found that chunk of in-rock flaming iron, but if it had not been for Fenjiuzi's forging he would not have come into possession of his holy weapons. Therefore, how can mortals possibly obtain holy weapons? The mission's reward of a high Xian grade weapon, as the blue-clad elder said, is already extremely valuable. Superb weapons hold an enormous attraction for martial artists, so Qin Yu has to act as if his interest has been aroused. Oh, a hint of excitement flashes in his eyes. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, the blue-clad elder knows he has a good chance of success. He says instantly, Mr. Lu Xing, it is extremely hard to come across a mission like this. If you want to join us, then wait for me in this tea house 3 days later. When the time comes, I'm going to bring you along. Who am I going to protect? And where are we going to go? Qin Yu asks closely. The blue-clad elder says with a shake of his head, I can only tell you that the client is called Mr. Ng. As for the other thing, there's no need for you to ask. When the time comes, you're going to follow us. The blue-clad old man stares at Qin Yu, waiting for his answer. Mr. Ng? An idea springs to Qin Yu's mind. His conjecture has been confirmed even more. All right, I'll take this mission. See you 3 days later in this tea house. Qin Yu gives a ha-ha laugh. His body has already flown out of the second floor directly through a window. He then disappears, leaving behind several afterimages. The blue-clad elder looks at the window and nods smilingly. Late at night, in the imperial study. Your Majesty, this is Hidden Chessman's secret letter. A refined, handsome, middle-aged man hands over a letter. Xiang Guang, who is sitting, receives it and opens it to read the contents. He immediately frowns deeply. What? Qin De is going to undergo the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, and even in less than a month's time? Xiang Guang's expression changes non-stop. Qin De has always been his worry. If he cannot eliminate Qin De, he will never have a peaceful day, as if there is something hard stuck in his throat forever. Moreover, today he has learned that Qin De is going to undergo the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, so he has become somewhat flustered. He hopes that Qin De will fail to overcome the tribulation, but he also fears that Qin De will succeed and become a Jindan stage expert. If the latter happens, the Qin clan will have 2 Shangxian, and once it rebels it will be a much bigger threat. Xiang Guang thinks for a long time, then raises his head looking at the elegant middle-aged man before him and asks, Mr. Lan, in the beginning Wu Xing and Wu De made it clear that they only promised to protect us. It's very difficult to make them get into action. Right, has Great Ancestor given any instructions yet, Mr. Lan? With a smile, this Mr. Lan takes out from his bosom a small jade bottle, puts it on the table before Xiang Guang and says, Your Majesty, this is a red flourishing pill. I believe Your Majesty also knows what Great Ancestor means. Hearing the 3 words red flourishing pill, Xiang Guang is shocked. Then a hint of savageness appears on his face. Red flourishing pill, the last red flourishing pill, how could Great Ancestor give it up? Right, don't worry, Mr. Lan. Please inform Great Ancestor that I definitely won't let Great Ancestor down. Humph, Wu Xing and Wu De are really too greedy. However, Qin De must be destroyed, it can't be helped. I mustn't let Qin De overcome the tribulation no matter what. Otherwise they'll have 2 Jindan stage Xiatianists on their side, plus the troops of the 3 eastern region counties, so, when war breaks out, even if their rebellion fails, the Xiang clan's vitality will suffer greatly. Xiang Guang clenches the jade bottle in his hand. Mr. Lan slightly nods, then walks out through the main entrance in a dignified manner. By contrast, Xiang Guang spends an entire sleepless night in the imperial study. In the morning of the next day, he leaves the imperial palace directly with secret experts. End of B3C16. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 17. B3C17, The Source of Danger, 2. In a secluded manner. Shangxian, that Qinda wants to rebel and destroy my Xiang clan's everlasting bases and accomplishments. Moreover, he is going to undergo the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulations soon. The Qin clan already has a Shangxian, namely Fenjiuzi. If Qinda can overcome the tribulation, they will have 2 Shangxian as well, which will be harmful to my Xiang clan, and also to the 2 of you, says Xiang Guang to 2 green-clad men. Wu De and Wu Xing are the 2 Ziationists who have been protecting the Xiang clan for several hundred years. Their position is extremely lofty. Wu De has a head full of loose long hair, looking very natural and self-willed. With his power having even reached the late phase of the Jindan stage, he is absolutely an expert. Even though Wu Xing also has long hair, he has tied it up with a hairband. Wu Xing's eyes and white brows give his entire body an obvious air of swiftness and fierceness. He has reached the middle phase of the Jindan stage in practice, which is also Fenjiuzi's level. Martial brother, it seems at that time we only promised to protect the Xiang clan, didn't we? Wu Xing says to Wu De. Among the emperors of the Chu dynasty, Xiang Yang was one who can rival Xiang Yu the conqueror in wisdom. Even though Xiang Yu was the founding emperor, he was killed by revenge-seeking experts of the Qin dynasty. Xiang Yu conquered all the lands but he did not rule them. Following Xiang Yu's death, his only son Xiang Yang became the Chu emperor. Xiang Yang was extremely outstanding in both literary and military arts. His talent for martial arts was not inferior to that of his father Xiang Yu, and he was even better than Xiang Yu in government. It was he who invited this Wu De and Wu Xing to help the Xiang clan at that time when he was still reigning. Martial younger brother, Wu De casts a glance at Wu Xing, who stops saying instantly. Wu De looks towards Xiang Guang and says smilingly, Xiang Guang, what's the matter? Say it clearly and don't beat around the bush. What do you want me and my martial younger brother to do? Xiang Guang rejoices. He says at once, Shangxian, could you please kill Qinda for me? Oh? Kill him? Wu De then gives a smile, but says no more, neither refusing nor accepting. He only goes to one side, picks up a book and starts to read it casually. Xiang Guang is ridiculous. As Ziationists go against heaven, they are no kind-hearted people or altruists. Most of them are very selfish. Except for their own good friends, who are the only people they will help, they do nobody a favor. Asking them to do something that does not benefit them for free is, therefore, no different from fantasizing. 2 greedy arseholes, Xiang Guang secretly curses. However, he has forgotten that, as 2 Ziationists, there is no reason for them to help him for nothing. Xiang Guang forces a smile and says, of course, Shangxian, as long as you kill Qinda for me, my Xiang clan will definitely handsomely return the favor. Wu De and Wu Xing still show no reaction. Wu Xing gives Xiang Guang a disdainful look which is packed with satire. It is simply impossible to ask Wu De and his martial younger brother to do something by promising to reward them after the affair has been dealt with. Xiang Guang slightly narrows his eyes, then clenches his teeth and takes out from his bosom a jade bottle. Wu Xing's and Wu De's eyes instantly brighten. Xiang Guang says at once, Shangxian, there is a holy pill in this bottle, a precious red flourishing pill. Now I give it to the 2 of you. My Xiang clan only asks you to kill that Qinda. Is this all right? Wu Xing raises his white eyebrows and exchanges a look with his martial brother Wu De. Then the 2 of them burst out laughing. Xiang Guang, just leave this matter to us. It's only Qinda. Humph, both of us will attack together. They only have Fenjiuzi on their side, so they definitely won't be able to resist us. You can rest easy. Wu Xing receives the jade bottle while laughing out loud. Xiang Guang feels a pain in his heart, but he still tries to force a smile. Then I'll wait for your good news, Shangxian. Right, Shangxian, Qinda is going to undergo the tribulation in the Green Lotus Mountain range on the border of the wilderness, but I don't know exactly where it is going to be. His tribulation should come within a month. Oh, the Green Lotus Mountain range? Qinda slightly frowns. Using the appearance and bone-changing art, Qin Yu changes into assassin Lu Xing and goes directly to that agreed tea house. As for Xiao He, fearing that his real identity will be discovered, he has told Xiao He to fly to a height of 10,000 m in the sky. At such a distance above the ground, not even Qin Yu's vision can see the eagle, not to mention his holy sense. Qin Yu's holy sense has a range of no more than several hundred meters, whereas Xiao He is 10,000 m away from him. However, Xiao He has a very keen sight. Even when flying at a height of 10,000 m in the air, it can still see Qin Yu below clearly. Xiao He's vision is obviously very extraordinary and far superior to that of ordinary male eagles. As soon as Qin Yu enters the tea house, he takes a glance around and notices an old man dressed in black in a corner. That black-dressed old man is none other than Elder Blueclad. Elder Blueclad stands up and passes by Qin Yu directly to walk out of the tea house as if he does not recognize him. "Mr. Lu Xing, please follow me." Elder Blueclad transfers his voice confidentially to Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu then goes after Elder Blueclad. The two of them turn into an alley successively. Afterwards they enter a courtyard house. It is obvious that this courtyard house has been prepared carefully earlier by Elder Blueclad. Moreover, there is a huge silvery-feathered golden-eyed condor in the courtyard house. "Mr. Lu Xing, this golden-eyed condor was raised by me." "Come on, get on its back together with me," says Elder Blueclad smilingly. The silvery-feathered golden-eyed condor utters a low howl, then spreads its huge silvery wings. Condors naturally have much larger bodies than eagles. However, even though Xiao He belongs to a certain kind of eagle, it is about the same size as the silvery-feathered golden-eyed condor. Spreading its wings, the silvery-feathered golden-eyed condor soars into the sky with Elder Blueclad and Qin Yu sitting on its back, then flies eastward. This golden-eyed condor is about the same size as Xiao He, but it is much slower than Xiao He. Qin Yu thinks to himself. The back of this golden-eyed condor is very broad and there is ample space for the two of them to sit down side by side. As the condor flies in the sky, they sit very stably despite strong blasts of wind. "Mr. Lu Xing, please remember that when meeting the client you shouldn't ask any unnecessary questions. You only need to know you're going to have to protect Mr. Ng," Elder Blueclad warns. "Even if you let me ask, I wouldn't ask," says Qin Yu indifferently. After flying for a half day, the golden-eyed condor dives down into a courtyard house directly. Elder Blueclad jumps down first. He simply does not notice that at this moment Qin Yu's eyes brighten. Qin Yu has this reaction because his holy sense has felt clearly the people in the courtyard house. "Mr. Ng, Mr. Lu Xing has arrived," says Elder Blueclad respectfully. Afterwards, more than 10 people walk out from a room of the courtyard house. The leaders are none other than Qin De and Fen Jiuzi. The people such as Gu Min are behind Qin De. This time, Manager Gu Min leads 5 late-phase Xiantian experts from the Secret Arrow and Elder Blueclad leads 5 late-phase Xiantian experts from the Heavenly Net besides Assassin Lu Xing. "Mr. Lu Xing," Qin De comes forward smilingly. Qin Yu looks at his father. He was already able to guess who the client is when Elder Blueclad first told him about this mission. However, he has never known that the Qin clan is actually behind the Heavenly Net. When facing Qin De, Qin Yu slightly nods and says, "Mr. Ng, so you're the client. I'm going to ensure your safety." Qin De nods smilingly, then says loudly and clearly, "Gentlemen, all preparations have been made. Let's get going." Qin De walks directly toward a silvery white tiger. That white tiger has 2 wings on its body. It is none other than a king among tigers, a sky-flying white tiger. "Mr. Lu Xing, I have a good impression of you." Qin De suddenly turns his head to Qin Yu and says smilingly. Qin Yu politely gives a smile. Qin De then sits on the sky-flying white tiger. "Good impression?" smiles Qin Yu. His father still does not know that this assassin Lu Xing is just his third son Qin Yu. As before, Qin Yu follows Elder Blueclad to get on the silvery-feathered golden-eyed condor. The other Xiantian experts either share flying animals or use flying animals of their own. The 15 people including Qin De then soar into the sky and fly eastward quickly. End of B3C17. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 18. B3C18, The Green Lotus Mountain Range, 1. Riding their flying animals, the group of 15 people including Qin De flies extremely fast eastward. In the end, I'm still following father. This turn of events is really wonderful. When I couldn't succeed despite trying hard, who could have thought that I would get my wish as Assassin Lu Xing? This is just like how watched flowers never bloom but an unattended willow grows. Looking at his father on the sky-flying white tiger ahead of him, Qin Yu cannot help giving a faint smile. Qin Yu basically does not know the location selected for the tribulation this time. His current role is merely a bodyguard. After flying for nearly 3 days and nights, during which time they took a break once for a meal, they finally arrives in the first destination, a small city on the border of the wilderness called Qingshi City. "Come down." After shouting his order, Qin De takes the lead in diving down. The small airborne group at his back also dives down closely after him. They land directly on a place on the eastern side of Qingshi City. Qin Yu, however, feels that at this moment Xiao He is flying at a height of several thousand meters above them. At age 7, Xinyu took Xiao He in when it was still a chick. He will turn 19 in the new year, so it has been almost 12 years ever since. One person and an eagle seem not to have been separated from each other for the last 12 years. A basically indescribable mysterious telepathy has even developed between them. Mr. Ing, we're going to stay the night here, aren't we? Elder Blueclad asks Qinde. The 5 Heavenly Net experts that Elder Blueclad brings along are only loyal to the Heavenly Net's leader, but even they do not know that the leader is a person of the Qin clan. To prevent accidents this time, Qinde has told Elder Blueclad and Gumin to call him Mr. Ing. We're staying the night here. Tomorrow morning everybody is going into the wilderness, so let's have a good rest tonight. Qinde gives a smile, then turns to Gumin and says, Old man Gu, quickly prepare board and lodging for everyone. Gumin says respectfully at once, yes, Mr. Ing. In the evening, everyone has a meal in this considerably large house, then most of them start to rest or go to sleep because, after all, they are going into the wilderness tomorrow. No one, whether from the Heavenly Net or the Secret Arrow, has any complaints about their entry into the wilderness. Even if they are asked to die, they will not be afraid of that, because they were already brainwashed when they started to be trained. However, there is a stranger going with them this time, namely Peak Xiantian assassin Lu Xing. Tonight has a bright moon but only a few stars. The bright moon is hanging in a corner of the sky. Xinyu has not gone to bed yet and is watching the moon above from the courtyard. The wilderness, I never thought that father would choose a location in the wilderness to undergo his tribulation. Xinyu secretly groans. One will encounter stronger demonic beasts as he goes deeper into the wilderness. But I believe father won't choose a place deep in the wilderness to go through his tribulation. Suddenly, Xinyu frowns and stops thinking because someone is approaching. Mr. Lu Xing, you're staying up so late. Could you be worrying about something? Qinde says with a warm smile as he walks up to Xinyu. Immediately afterwards, another voice rises, Mr. Ing, there are demonic beasts in the wilderness after all. Even though we aren't going deep into the wilderness this time, if we encounter any demonic beasts, it will still be very dangerous. Perhaps Mr. Lu Xing can also feel that this journey is risky. Fenjiuzi also walks up to him. Qinde says in an unconcerned manner, Mr. Lu Xing, if you find this mission risky, you can also give it up. We definitely won't blame or laugh at you. After all, the wilderness is a dangerous place. Qinde does not tell Xinyu anything about the location he has selected this time. The Green Lotus mountain range is merely on the border of the wilderness. The deeper a place is in the wilderness, the more dangerous it becomes. The Green Lotus mountain range is no more than a huge mountain range on the border of the wilderness, so, even if it has wild beasts, Qinde and his entourage will still be able to handle them easily. Give up? Of course I won't. I'm just wondering if we'll encounter demonic beasts after coming into the wilderness this time. Some demonic beasts are on the same level as Xiantian experts, while some others are on a par with Shangxian. Some are even more formidable than Shangxian. If we encounter a demonic beast which is near a Shangxian's caliber, I'm wondering whether I or it will eventually survive the fight to the death between us. Says Xinyu indifferently. Gentlemen, I'm going back to rest first. Xinyu folds his hands and says. You're going back to rest? Then we won't trouble you anymore, Mr. Lu Xing. Qinde and Fenjiuzi motion to him to proceed. Xinyu then returns to his room directly, leaving only 2 people, Qinde and Fenjiuzi, in the courtyard. Fenjiuzi makes a wave of his hand. A simple restrictive spell is immediately set up, isolating their voices completely from the outside of the spell. Brother Feng, what do you think about this assassin Lu Xing? I can feel Yuer's aura on his body. Qinde slightly frowns and says. At Qinde's current level in power, he has developed a sense which is rather similar to the holy sense. No one will be able to fool people like him using only the appearance and bone-changing art. After all, any Xiantian expert can use the appearance and bone-changing art to the fullest end. Moreover, Fenjiuzi beside Qinde is a Xiaotianist with an even more powerful holy sense. Fenjiuzi says with a slight frown, when I used my holy sense to examine this Mr. Lu Xing, I noticed that his aura is very similar to Xiaoyu's and even thought that he was Xiaoyu. But later I discovered an extraordinary Xiantian energy inside Mr. Lu Xing's body. That kind of Xiantian energy is extremely terrifyingly destructive. Xiaoyu is a Xiantian external expert, so he doesn't have any internal energy. Mr. Lu Xing, however, has Xiantian energy, so he can't be Xiaoyu. Qinde also says with a nod, I felt it carefully too. This Mr. Lu Xing's aura is very profound and there are some differences between it and Xiaoyu's. A person's aura is dependent on his soul. After the meteoric tear fused with Qinyu's body, without his knowledge, some faint amounts of a mysterious energy from the meteoric tear have fused with his soul, slowly enhancing it unnoticed. Therefore, Qinyu has undergone huge transformations during such a short time as the last half year. This is the reason why, since Qinyu and Qinde met each other again after a half year of separation, Qinde and Fenjiuzi has not dared to confirm that this Mr. Lu Xing is Qinyu. Moreover, in the past Qinyu told them that a Xiantian external expert only used physical power, whereas this Mr. Lu Xing has Xiantian energy. Qinde does not know that Qinyu acquired this purple Xiantian energy thanks to practicing the third trans-heaven diagram. However, I have a feeling that this Mr. Lu Xing is worth trusting. Qinde gives a smile, then looks up at the bright moon in the night sky. At this moment he is thinking of his third son, who has not returned home for a long time. I owe you too much, but will I still have a chance to meet you again? Even though Qinde is fully prepared, he is not certain that he will overcome the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation. In the early morning of the next day, the 15 people start off with light luggage. They only enter the wilderness on foot. Even the weakest among them is a late-phase Xiantian expert, so they have no problem using their lightness skills to go along mountain tracks, which are rough and steep. On the way, Qinde often chats to Qinyu. It seems he has a very good opinion of this mysterious Mr. Lu Xing. The journey is long and winding. After going for 3 days, they finally set foot in the wilderness. However, the wilderness is immense. Its surface area is even much larger than the total area of all the countries on the Qianlong continent. After entering the wilderness, Qinde and his entourage go extremely fast along some safe tracks according to a pre-arranged roadmap. Every demonic beast in the wilderness has its own territory. Qinde's road map shows the gaps between the territories of some demonic beasts. Of course, with Qinde's and his entourage's power, they are unafraid of the demonic beasts on the edge of the wilderness. However, they do not want to waste their power for no reason. After going along winding tracks for 5 days, they finally reach their destination, the Green Lotus mountain range. It is a huge mountain range which runs continuously for several hundred li. Of course, a several hundred li long mountain range is totally insignificant in the wilderness. End of B3C18. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 19. B3C19, The Green Lotus Mountain Range, 2. The Green Lotus Mountain Range runs continuously for several hundred li and occupies an extremely large area. I'm going to choose a suitable place here to undergo my tribulation. Qinde looks at the Green Lotus Mountain Range and says with a loud laugh. After going for such a long time, everyone has finally arrived in the Green Lotus Mountain Range safely despite some alerts along the way. Fenjiuzi says smilingly, Mr. Ng, allow me to find that location for you. Fenjiuzi's holy sense has a slightly longer range than Qinyu's, reaching 1000 m in radius. In an unfamiliar area like this Green Lotus Mountain Range, using the holy sense to explore is indeed the best way. Then I'll have to trouble you, brother phone, says Qinde with a nod. Fenjiuzi then go first. The other people follow him toward the inside of the Green Lotus Mountain Range. This is after all a mountain range in the wilderness, so there are a lot of wild beasts here. The density of holy energy in the wilderness is much higher than in the other areas of the Qianlong continent, and therefore the demonic beasts in the wilderness are very formidable. Following Fenjiuzi, Qinyu continuously goes forward. At the same time, he looks around. In the process of finding the place for the tribulation, Qinyu sees a herd of monkeys, a Xiantian-level single-horned leopard and even a Xiantian-level sky-flying white tiger. However, no one in his group fears these demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts also feel that Qinde, Fenjiuzi and the other people are formidable, so they do not attack them. After going for nearly a half day, it starts to get dark slowly. Found it. I never thought there'd be such a place. Fenjiuzi's face has a hint of a pleasant surprise. Everybody follow me. As he finishes saying, he rushes directly toward a very ordinary cave in the distance in the mountain range. Qinde, Gumin, Elder Blueclad and the other people also go after him. Everyone then enters the dark cave. There is absolutely no light in the cave, but, luckily, all the people present can see in the dark. As they continuously go deeper, the cave's diameter continuously decreases. At its smallest area, the cave even has only enough space for one person to enter at a time while stooping down. After they zigzag forward while bending about several tens meters, the cave widens again. Eventually, it can even accommodate several people going abreast. At the same time, there is light ahead of them. That cave is a tunnel. As everyone comes out of the cave, they see a huge meadow surrounded by stone precipices before them. The meadow is several li in circumference. At first sight, it seems the cave everyone just went through is the only passage to this meadow. Of course, Xiationists can fly into this place from the sky as well. There are only clusters of weeds and wildflowers. This place is no good. Manager Gumin says with a smile. Xinyu takes a look around, but he cannot see anything good about this place either. The scenery is ordinary. There is nothing here other than some clusters of weeds and wildflowers on the ground and some wild horses in the distance. But after examining for a while, he suddenly feels giddy. There's something strange about this place. Xinyu immediately guesses. The first thing that springs to his mind is the art of formation in Qimen Dunjia. However, it is too broad and deep while he has spent too little time researching it, so he only has a simple, superficial understanding of it at best. A natural elusive formation which secretly contains the 8 diagrams is really hard to come by. Wait for me to modify it a bit. Fenjiuzi laughs out loud and says. Then a flaming red flying sword flies out from his palm. At the same time, the flaming red flying sword suddenly becomes larger until it is 10 m long. The huge sword then chops fiercely at the stone precipices. As if they are tofu being cut with a knife, the shapes of the stone precipices are immediately altered by the chops. In a short while, Fenjiuzi withdraws the flying sword with satisfaction. By now, the shape of the entire valley has been slightly modified. Mr. Ing, with the help of this natural 8 diagrams formation, added to that I'll set up a reverse 8 diagrams formation around you so that the orthodox and reverse 8 diagrams formations will be integrated with each other and absorb the forces of nature in your surroundings to protect you. This time you'll have a much better chance of overcoming the tribulation, says Fenjiuzi with a ha-ha laugh. As soon as Qingde hears that, his face has a happy expression at once. He instantly says, I'll have to trouble you, brother Feng. Fenjiuzi then starts to set up restrictive spells and the formation with great concentration. To increase Qingde's chance of success as much as possible, everyone is also confined in the natural formation.